When the sun was about to rise, a donkey-riding man who looked like a quack doctor came from the main road east of the village. If you look closely, you will find that it is a skinny donkey with dead hair all over its body. The new hair is bright and the dead hair is dark. It looks dirty as if it has leprosy. The donkey is so ugly, but the quack doctor who leads the donkey is extraordinary. He wears an exquisite Taoist hat and a neat Taoist robe. He shakes a golden copper bell in one hand and holds a green hemp rein in the other hand. He greets the villagers who got up early with a smile. The beautifully dressed Taoist priest and the extremely ugly donkey attracted the attention of the villagers, and the villagers came up to chat with him. "Master, your donkey is not young, is it?" The Taoist replied with a smile. "Good eyes, fellow villager. It is almost 100 years old." After saying that, he reached out and touched the donkey's head. Feeling the Taoist's touch, the donkey raised its head and snorted like a horse. "Hey, master, don't joke with me. A donkey can only live for 20 years at most. How can it live for more than 100 years? The villagers asked suspiciously. The Taoist smiled and said nothing. This smile made the villagers feel that the Taoist was unfathomable. One villager asked, "Master, where do you practice?" The Taoist said, "It's in the Qingshan Sect of Daqing Mountain, not far from your village." The villagers were in awe. They didn't expect that this Taoist priest actually came from a sect of immortals. Even the villagers who were busy farming all year round knew that any place with Zong in it was a great sect. It was a place where immortals with supernatural powers gathered. The status of this Taoist priest who came from there was naturally extraordinary. Seeing the Taoist priest leading the donkey away, several people looked at each other hurriedly, exchanged glances quickly and plotted something with their eyes. One person went straight to the village chief's house. One went straight to the homes of several village elders. One went straight to the family private school in the village, and one went forward to entangle the Taoist priest. Qingyun felt the movement behind him and showed a successful smile on his face. His trick really worked. He was a hermit, well-dressed and sanctimonious. He didn't believe that these people would not send their children to him as apprentices. Humph, this is much more effective than going to them to arrange it with a flattering face. Qingyun walked and calculated. This village is a big village. The whole village is surnamed Wang. There are at least 3,000 people. 3,000 people. There is great hope that he can recruit another good seedling. Thinking of this, Qingyun couldn't help but feel sad. Others who traveled through time all had extraordinary talents. Even if they didn't, they were at least the second generation of immortals. But he traveled through time and became the young master of a ruined sect. The key point was that his parents died. When the tree fell, the monkeys scattered. Except for him, the entire sect was disbanded, and only an old gatekeeper and the old donkey under his crotch were left. It has been almost a month since he traveled to this world. Qingyun probably already understands the rules of this world, which is a world of cultivating immortals. However, this world is too big. Before Qingyun had time to appreciate the local customs and practices of various places, he was assigned tasks by a system that came from nowhere. Of course, for Qingyun, who could accept such an outrageous thing as traveling through time, it was not difficult to accept the system. The sect cultivation system is open. The main task is to become the strongest sect in history. The first task is to recruit 2 disciples under the age of 16 with a comprehensive score of 3 stars or above. The deadline is 1 month. Task reward, random sect props. Failure penalty. If the first task fails, it means that the host is not suitable for this system, and the system will decide to destroy the host. The simple and crude system left Qingyun with nowhere to complain. Now he looked calm and steady on the surface, but in fact, he was as panicked as the villagers behind him who were chasing him in a hurry. There are still 3 days before the task expires. I am still as handsome and healthy as in my previous life, and I can still cultivate immortality. I don't want to die. Villager Wang Ergu finally caught up with Qingyun and stood on one side, breathing heavily. "Brother Erguri." Qingyun mobilized his spiritual power and gently brushed Wang Ergu, and Wang Ergu's rapid breathing turned into a gentle sound. Ergu swallowed his saliva. "Master, you are so powerful." "No, how did you know my name is Ergu?" Qingyun smiled mysteriously again and said nothing more. In Wang Ergu's heart, Qingyun's status was once again raised to an unprecedented level. He had seen ages, physical conditions, and even family situations guessed, but he had never seen a name guessed. It was simply a divine method. In fact, Qingyun just used the system to check Wang Ergu's qualifications. Name, Wang Ergu. Age, 30 years old. Qualifications, single spiritual vein, bone 1, comprehension 2, blessing 1, character 7, total score 11. Cultivation, no star rating, not in the grade. It is said that this is only the basic function of the system. Qingyun smiled, wondering what the non-basic functions of the system are. Wang Ergu said cautiously, "Master, my elder brother asked me to stop you from going too far. Our village chief will come to see you later and say that he wants to show his hospitality as a host." I appreciate your kindness, but I am very busy, so I won't waste time on these formalities. Qingyun still looked mysterious and said lightly. Wang Ergo was immediately anxious. Master, don't get me wrong. I think they should be looking for you for something. According to my guess, they may want to bring the children of school age in the village to be your apprentices. This. Qingyun frowned and looked embarrassed, as if it was very difficult for him to ask the villagers to send him apprentices. Wang Ergo said anxiously, Master, you wait here, I will be back soon. After saying that, he ran away. Not long after, Wang Ergo led a group of people and rushed over. Yes, they rushed over. No matter young or old, they all ran forward. In front, an old man with gray beard was carried on the back of a strong young man. His raised goatee was shaken by the rapid running. Even so, the old men still looked up and shouted, Immortal, don't go! Listen to what I have to say. Qingyun pretended not to hear and turned around to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he felt that the old man leaned forward excitedly. The young man had no time to stop him and was about to fall to the ground. Alas! Qingyun sighed deeply. The next moment, he appeared beside the old man and gently supported him. Come on! Come on! Since I've come here, I'm destined to be with you. I'll just take a look at your children. After Qingyun helped the old man up, he stood proudly in front of everyone. The breeze blew and his sleeves fluttered gently, just like a Taoist master. The old man grabbed Qingyun's sleeves and cried like a child. The immortal is really kind-hearted. The villagers behind him also echoed, Yes, thank you, immortal master. Thank you for giving us the blessings of the younger generation. Thank you, your great mercy. Some people even knelt down with their knees weak. Qingyun used his magic power to hold up the people who wanted to kneel down. I am so embarrassed. Please take me to see the child first. Yes, don't delay the immortal. Let's go to the private school to see the child first. I'll lead the way. Wang Ergo ran to the front diligently and said proudly to the people around him, Thanks to my timely report, right? If I hadn't said a good word to the Taoist priest would have left. Wang Ergo seemed to be admired by the people around him because he went back to report the news in time. Of course, it could also be because he was the first person to contact the immortal, and everyone naturally thought that he had a different relationship with the immortal. On the way to the private school, only the old man with gray beard was talking to Qingyun. The others were obviously a little restrained in front of Qingyun, a mysterious monk with great magical powers. The old man claimed to be the village chief. When he was young, he worked as a handyman in the Tianji pavilion of the Xianjia Business Company, hundreds of miles away. He had seen a lot of things outside, so he was elected as the village chief after returning to the village. There are more than 3,000 people in Wangzhuang, all of whom are surnamed Wang. At present, there are 30 teenagers aged 12 to 16 in the private school in Wangzhuang. To be honest, there are far more than 30 children of school age in this village, but the resources are really limited, so we can only give priority to cultivating children with innate qi sense. Poor children who are abandoned. If they were born in a big family, they might be able to continue practicing. Qingyun was delighted when he heard this. Qi sense must be a talent possessed by good seedlings with more than 3 innate spiritual veins. There are 30 children with more than 3 spiritual veins in Wang village, so there is a great hope of finding a good seedling. But although he thought so in his heart, he still just nodded lightly on the surface, without any expression. The practice of qi training mainly relies on the breathing of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the conversion efficiency of spiritual energy is closely related to the number of spiritual veins in each person's body. Single spiritual vein, 3 spiritual veins, 6 spiritual veins, 9 spiritual veins. The more spiritual veins there are, the higher the talent, the faster the practice speed, and the more solid the foundation. Seeing that Qingyun's face was still calm, the village chief admired him even more. 30 seedlings with a sense of qi had already made several villages next door jealous, but the immortal in front of him was not moved at all. This shows that in the great sect of the immortal in front of him, children with innate sense of qi and more than 3 spiritual veins are not worth mentioning at all. But how could he know that Qingyun's sect, including himself and the old hat gatekeeper, and the new disciples he accepted a few days ago, plus the old donkey he led, only had a total of 4 people? The village chief thought with emotion, no wonder the magpie has been calling these days. It turns out that good things are really coming. If the immortal in the great sect only accepts 1 disciple to do odd jobs, he will no longer have to be afraid of the people in Cow Village next door. After all, if you don't enter a sect, even if you are 1 in 100 with 3 spiritual veins, you can only cultivate to the 3rd level of qi training, and that's just an ordinary person with a stronger body. But if you enter a sect, even if you have the worst single spiritual vein, you can cultivate to the 6th level of qi training with the guidance and resources of the sect master. Why is the cow village next door so rampant recently? Isn't it because one of their children was sent to the Soul-Snatching Sect? Someone from the private school arrived, early, and gathered all the teenagers of the right age together. A group of teenagers stood in front of Qingyun in an orderly manner. "Hello, immortal." Qingyun smiled and nodded to the teenagers, his eyes searching among them quickly. The village chief said, "Children, today our Wangzuang has encountered a great blessing. We were lucky enough to meet the immortal who traveled here. The immortal is willing to form an immortal relationship with our Wangzuang and select a few disciples from you. This is also a great opportunity for you, so make good use of it." "Next." "No need." Qingyun's voice rang out, interrupting the old village chief. The old village chief looked at Qingyun blankly, as if he realized something. Qingyun shook his head slightly. He had already checked when the village chief was talking. These 30 children all had 3 spiritual veins. Their comprehension and luck were also mediocre. They were still far from the 3-star genius required by the system. So did he still not receive any disciples during this trip to Wangzuang? Qingyun began to panic. There were only 3 days left before the deadline of the system task. Is it so difficult to find a 3-star genius? Is his task going to fail? In that case, I will take my leave. Qingyun said goodbye to the old village chief. He wanted to save time to rush to the next big village to find good seedlings. The old village chief forced a smile and said almost pleadingly, "Would the immortal mind take a look at our children with single spiritual roots? Although cultivation requires high qualifications, other aspects." Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded from the tree, and a strong wind shot towards Qingyun. Qingyun reached out and grabbed, holding back the strong wind, and caught the object thrown from the tree. It turned out to be a stone. The old village chief was shocked. "You bastard, get down quickly, don't that cause a disaster." The man on the tree didn't listen, and threw another stone down. Qingyun reached out and grabbed it again. Several villagers around him who were nimble quickly climbed up the tree from one side to catch the culprit who threw the stone. "I'm sorry to disturb the immortal. Please consider this boy's young age and ignorance." The old village chief hurriedly explained. He knew in his heart that if the man in front of him got angry, the whole village would be in trouble. "Ding! A genius with no inheritance above 6 stars was found. Please be sure to accept him. Name, Sun Ping'an. Age 12 years old. Qualifications: 16 spiritual veins, heavenly spiritual veins, root bone 8, comprehension 8, fortune 7, heart 5, total score 20. Star: 6-star genius. Bring him here," Qingyun shouted. "Master." The old village chief called out weakly, but seeing that Qingyun seemed really angry, he had no choice but to wave his hands at the people around him. A piece of black coal-like thing was pulled down from the tree by several people, but it was very wild. Even with 3 or 4 adults holding it down, it kept kicking and biting, struggling non-stop. Finally, it was thrown in front of Qingyun with a plop. The thing opened its big eyes and stared at Qingyun fiercely, allowing Qingyun to finally see clearly that this piece of black coal-like thing turned out to be a child with no clothes on his upper body. The child had a round head and short hair that stood out like a hedgehog. The big eyes full of life were 5 parts of anger, 2 parts of fear, and 3 parts of curiosity, staring at Qingyun. "I want to take him away," Qingyun said lightly. "Master, he is just a child." The old village chief said weakly, "I said I want to take him away." Qingyun looked at the old village chief and repeated it seriously. The old village chief's eyes widened, his lips trembling slightly. Are you serious?" Qingyun smiled slightly. "Of course I am serious." "Ha!" The old village chief laughed out loud. He didn't expect that the celestial being in front of him would actually accept a disciple here. "Wangzuang, there is hope." Qingyun also smiled. He didn't expect that this little ghost who suddenly appeared and threw stones at him would eventually save him. Otherwise, he really didn't know whether he could complete the task in the next 3 days. The old village chief went over and rubbed the black ghost's head fiercely. "Ping'an, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to see the master?" "I won't." The black ghost actually refused. "Grandpa village chief, he just bullied you." The old village chief said anxiously, "What do you know, little ghost? Your master is joking with Grandpa." The little ghost turned his head and looked at Qingyun seriously. "Really?" Qingyun nodded. The little ghost knelt down and kowtowed 3 times quickly. "Ping'an greets the master." Qingyun laughed. The little ghost was indeed clever. He took out a small white Taoist robe from his hand and said, "Here, the master will give you a gift." As soon as he finished speaking, Qingyun used his spiritual power to lift Sun Ping'an up, gently removed the dirt on his body that had not been washed for many days, revealing the healthy skin color of a normal child, and then put a Taoist robe on him. In just a short moment, Sun Ping'an transformed from a dirty black coal into a clean little Taoist image. Feeling that the people around him were staring at him, he felt a little uncomfortable, blushing and scratching his head in embarrassment. The old village chief quickly slapped his hand away. Why don't you thank the master for the clothes? Oh. Sun Ping-an blinked his eyes, suddenly realized, and said in a childish voice, Thank you, master, for the clothes. Ding! The system's first task is completed. The host is saved from death. Reward, yellow rank lower grade spirit gathering array. Reward 25 talent points. Recruit a 6-star genius to join the sect, and reward an additional 60 talent points. Isn't Ping-an from Wangzhuang? Li Qingyun asked. The immortal is indeed very discerning. The old village chief sighed. 11 years ago I found him at the well at the entrance of the village. At that time the child was dying. There was only a jade plaque with Ping-an engraved on it, so I named him Ping-an. Don't you have a surname? No, without our Wang family bloodline, the elders would not agree to let Ping-an enter the family tree, so he kept calling Ping-an Ping-an. Li Qingyun looked at the young boy who was surrounded by a group of children and suddenly became shy and murmured, Could it be that Sun family? 3 days later, at the foot of Daking Mountain, Ping-an pulled the tail of the old donkey. His legs were pulled on the ground, and he whimpered for mercy. Master, can you take a break? Ping-an can't walk anymore. No, we're almost home. Li Qingyun pulled the old donkey that had stopped, and the old donkey understood, no longer hesitated, and continued to walk forward, and Ping-an was pulled up behind the donkey's tail. Ping-an seemed to be crying, but Li Qingyun knew in his heart that this kid was very slippery. He often played tricks on the way, and didn't know how many times he had pretended to cry. Master, why aren't you tired? Ping-an saw that pretending to cry didn't work, and finally understood, and asked a crucial question. Li Qingyun smiled smugly, thinking that he had originally planned to teach you this lesson after returning to the sect. But he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to ask now. Keep it a secret. Ping-an let go of the donkey's tail, followed Li Qingyun with his short legs, pulled the corner of Li Qingyun's clothes, blinked his big eyes and asked pitifully, Master, just tell me. Then tell me why Master told you? Ping-an was stunned for a moment, but then his eyes lit up. After Master told me, Ping-an will not be a burden to Master when he goes out with Master again. That makes sense. Ping-an scratched his head. But it's still a secret. Oh. Ping-an stopped talking and just walked silently behind Li Qingyun. Suddenly, Li Qingyun accidentally dropped a book from his body. Oops. Master's secret book fell. Ping-an, help Master pick it up. Ping-an's originally wrinkled face suddenly opened up, and his dull eyes also overflowed with spirit in an instant. He quickly bent down and picked up the book on the ground. Master, is this the secret of not being tired? Ping-an blinked and swallowed his saliva. Yes, Ping-an, do you want to see it? Gulu, I don't want to. Ping-an swallowed his saliva loudly. Ping-an is really good, help me keep it well. Oh, Master? After a while, Ping-an's tentative voice sounded again. This secret must be very powerful, right? Is it powerful or not? Ping-an will know if he takes a look. Huh? Ping-an, if you want to see it, then go ahead. Really? Of course it's true. Li Qingyun chuckled. Ping-an said excitedly, Thank you, Master. Ping-an will definitely practice well, and in the future, I will be filial to Master. Ha ha ha, then Ping-an get on the donkey and see, we have to hurry home. Daking Mountain is hundreds of miles away from Wang Village, which means that in this month, Li Qingyun walked hundreds of miles from Daking Mountain to the outside, just to find 2 geniuses who are destined to be with him. Li Qingyun calculated that he would find a village with abundant spiritual energy in basically 3 days. In this month, he visited 10 villages and met 500 young people of the right age. But in the end, only 2 people met the system standards. One was the eldest disciple who was accepted at the beginning, Xun Liang, who was 16 years old, and the other was this disciple, Xiao Ping-an, who was only 12 years old. They arrived at the gate of Qingshan Sect. Li Qingyun touched the old donkey's neck and said, Old donkey, you have worked hard on this journey. The old donkey rubbed Li Qingyun's hand in response. The gate of Qingshan Sect was a bit shabby. In front of the gate, there was an old man in hemp clothes sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground intently. Uncle Liu, I'm back! Only then did Uncle Liu react. Oh, the sect master is back! Li Qingyun shouted, Yes, just back, and accepted a disciple. Uncle Liu's hearing has always been not very good, sometimes better and sometimes worse, an old problem, so Li Qingyun had to shout to talk to him. Oh, by the way, sect master, Miss Ye is here. Ah! Li Qingyun raised his eyebrows. Why is she here? How long have you been waiting, Uncle Liu? Uncle Liu was concentrating on sweeping the floor. Li Qingyun hurried in and rushed to the main hall. There are several old pine trees in the courtyard, and 3 birds are chirping on the trees. There are 6 steps in front of the reception room. As soon as Li Qingyun stepped onto the steps, he saw a pair of long legs under the table in the middle of the reception room, which made his heart tremble. The long legs were placed under the table. Looking up, it was the aqua blue skirt, which was just above the thighs above the knees. If the thighs were a little longer, they would look fatter, and if they were a little shorter, they would look thinner. Such a beautiful and erotic but not pornographic scene made Li Qingyun unable to look away, but he had to forcefully look away. He secretly cried out in his heart, "Sin, sin!" Looking up, he found that the girl in the aqua-blue skirt was looking at him with a smile, and the smiling face made Qingyun feel thrilling. It was really a charming smile, beautiful eyes. Qingyun. A roar interrupted Qingyun's thoughts, but the voice was fierce and angry, not the voice of the long legs. Ahem, the voice of the girl in the blue skirt. Qingyun looked in the direction of the voice and found a woman in red standing next to the girl in blue skirt. The woman's appearance was above average, but she often looked disdainful under her pale eyebrows, which made Qingyun feel uncomfortable. Qingyun ignored the inexplicable anger of the woman in red and greeted the two of them. "I am really sorry that Qingyun did not go out to greet you, two distinguished guests. You still know how to be disrespectful? Xiaoyu and I have been waiting for you for almost an afternoon." The woman in red sneered and rolled her eyes at Qingyun. "Senior Sister Liu, I am really sorry. I went down to accept a disciple." Qingyun said modestly. "Oh, you are going down to accept a disciple? Our young master finally knows how to repent?" Pretending. Senior Sister Liu said sarcastically. "Senior Sister Liu, please stop talking." The light voice was like a sweet breeze. The blue-skirted girl Ye Xiaoyu finally spoke up and stopped. Senior Sister Liu's unscrupulous ridicule. Qingyun looked at Ye Xiaoyu, and Ye Xiaoyu also looked back at Qingyun with eyes as clear as autumn water. Their eyes met, but after a moment, as if she thought of something, her eyes dimmed and she quickly retracted her gaze. Ye Xiaoyu lowered her head and said softly, "Qingyun. Sect Master Li, Senior Sister Liu and I came here to help you again. This is also the last time I come to help you." "Oh?" Qingyun felt Ye Xiaoyu's deliberate alienation. Senior Sister Liu interrupted, "It's because Xiaoyu feels sorry for you. The 3-year protection period of Tianji Pavilion for your Qingshan Sect is about to end. If you can't get the recognition of Tianji Pavilion by then, you will be directly treated as an idle sect, and other sects can swallow you up at will. You don't even know this, right?" Qingyun still ignored Senior Sister Liu's presumptuous tone and nodded. He naturally understood these. Since 3 years ago, the parents of Qingyun's body died strangely. The monkeys scattered when the tree fell. All the elders in the sect left Qingshan Sect with their disciples. The former 3-star sect, Qingshan Sect, was basically useless. As a special organization on the mainland, Tianji Pavilion, remembering the past relationship between Qingyun's parents and Tianji Pavilion, began a 3-year protection period for Qingshan Sect. This also gave Qingyun 3 years to reorganize the sect. But before Qingyun traveled through time, the original owner of this body was living in a daze. Even Ye Xiaoyu and Senior Sister Liu came to help him several times, but they were almost disappointed with his decadent attitude. That's why Senior Sister Liu mocked him at the beginning. In Senior Sister Liu's heart, Qingyun might have already rotted into rotten wood and could not be carved. Perhaps Ye Xiaoyu is the only one who holds a glimmer of hope for him. It's good that you understand. Xiaoyu got the news that Wang Ruhai, the shopkeeper of the Shuanglu City branch of Tianji Pavilion, will hold a banquet at Zuishanlu in 3 days. You should bring some valuable gifts and be a little sweet talker. Tell Wang Ruhai your idea to reevaluate the Qingshan Sect and ask him to pass it on to the Dihua City branch for you. With a sect leader like you in the foundation building period, it will not be difficult to reevaluate it as a 1-star sect. Once recognized by the Tianji Pavilion, it will not be regarded as a wild sect in the mountains and be wantonly swallowed up by other sects. Then you can enter the city to recruit disciples and don't have to work so hard to deceive disciples in the villages, even if you are just an inferior. Senior Sister Liu. Ye Xiaoyu interrupted Senior Sister Liu again and looked at Qingyun apologetically. "Sect Master Li, this is what is happening. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first." After that, Ye Xiaoyu took Senior Sister Liu, who looked dissatisfied, out. Before leaving, Ye Xiaoyu stopped and said, "It is indeed very hard to carry a sect on one person. If you don't want to be so tired, you can choose to join the Soul Capture Sect. I have already asked Elder Situ for you, and he promised to accept you as a true disciple directly." "No need." Qingyun was silent for a long time. Qingyun still chooses to be self-reliant. "Well, then please take care of yourself, Sect Master Li." What Qingyun didn't see was that when he rejected Ye Xiaoyu's invitation to join the Soul Capture Sect, Ye Xiaoyu turned his back to him and smiled. The charming smile immediately condensed the air around him. Sure enough, Brother Qingyun finally stood up again. I didn't see him wrongly. "Well then please take care of yourself, Sect Master Li." Ye Xiaoyu waved his little fist and said in his heart, "I look forward to your attitude of catching up, Sect Master Lai." "Master, are you in a bad mood?" The thin Xunliang held the lunchbox with both hands and looked into the hall. "Don't look, the person has already left," Qingyun said softly while sitting in the hall. "Oh." Xunliang brought the lunchbox to Qingyun. "Master, if you are in a bad mood, eat something. You will feel better after eating." He reminded Qingyun again. "Master is not in a bad mood," Qingyun said. "Master, you are lying." Xunliang said, and then he opened the lunchbox and wanted to serve Li Qingyun. Don't worry. Li Qingyun stopped Xunliang from serving rice and said, I brought you a junior brother this time. He is reading a book at the door, now. You can bring him over. Really? Xunliang said, Thank you, master. After saying that, he ran out in a flash. Li Qingyun looked helplessly at the small black dot that disappeared quickly. No matter how good his character was, he was still a teenager after all. As Xunliang said, Li Qingyun is in a bad mood now. Not because the current situation of the sect is not optimistic, he has already considered these, and has been prepared in his heart. But because of what senior sister Lu said, even if you are just a low grade. Li Qingyun knew that she wanted to say that he was just a foundation-building cultivator with the worst low-grade Dao foundation. The first stage of cultivation is Qi training. After Qi training, you can enter the foundation-building stage by condensing the bridge of spiritual energy. Entering the foundation-building stage is the beginning of the entire cultivation path, so the foundation of the foundation-building stage is crucial. Generally speaking, after a single spiritual root has cultivated enough Qi training to the 12th level, the Dao foundation is generally a low-grade foundation. 3 spiritual veins and 6 spiritual veins have a glimmer of hope to reach a medium-grade Dao foundation. 9 spiritual roots are almost all at least a medium-grade Dao foundation, and the stronger earth spiritual roots and heaven spiritual roots may reach a super-grade Dao foundation, or even the legendary, perfect Dao foundation. As for Li Qingyun's miserable body, he still had 6 spirit veins that were barely passable during the Qi training period. But when he was building his foundation, because the sect had gone bankrupt and had no resources to support him, he only reached the worst low-grade Dao foundation. The sect was ruined, and this system could slowly restore it. But his foundation for cultivation was too poor, and it could never be made up, and it would become his eternal shortcoming. Alas, let alone the high-grade Dao foundation, it would be better if he had a medium-grade Dao foundation now, so that he could at least fight against other sect elders and grab territory. Ding! This operation will cost 50 talent points. Do you confirm to proceed? The system's voice suddenly sounded. Ah, what? Li Qingyun asked in confusion. Spend 50 days of talent points to upgrade the host's low-grade foundation building to a medium-grade foundation building. Do you confirm to proceed? He suddenly jumped up from the chair. Good baby! Good baby! Upgrade! Upgrade! Preparing to upgrade. Li Qingyun quickly crossed his legs and meditated on the spot, looking inward at the spiritual bridge in his body. In his dantian, there were 3 blue arcs. The arcs were like several bridges, with form but no substance. These were the spiritual bridges. The 3 spiritual bridges were rapidly absorbing and decomposing the spiritual power running around him. After entering the foundation building, these 3 bridges actually became the water pumps that activated Li Qingyun's spiritual power. The source of power all depended on these 3 spiritual bridges. Li Qingyun stared at these 3 spiritual bridges. With just these 3 bridges, he was already countless times stronger than when he was practicing Qi. If he upgraded to 6, his total spiritual power and even the efficiency of calling spiritual power would be greatly improved. Buzz, begin to improve. Li Qingyun's pores suddenly began to heat up, and countless spiritual energy rushed into his body. He felt that he had become a bottomless pit of spiritual energy at this moment, and his absorption of spiritual energy was unprecedentedly smooth. The spiritual energy was injected into his body and quickly filled the 3 spiritual energy bridges, but the remaining spiritual energy did not leave. Instead, it turned into a fierce spiritual tide and hit the 3 spiritual energy bridges fiercely. What kind of operation is this? Li Qingyun was shocked. Wouldn't he die if he did this? If he crashed these 3 bridges, it would be the end. But it was too late for him to stop at this time. The spiritual energy bridges were hit violently, causing Li Qingyun's body and even his mind to feel as if they were torn apart. This pain was like a needle piercing his whole body, and it was the kind of long array that penetrated his body. Every inch and every particle of his body was in pain. Finally, under the fierce impact, the 3 spiritual energy bridges slowly deformed and split, and each one turned into 2. The 3 spiritual energy bridges became 6. As the 6 spiritual bridges appeared, Li Qingyun's pain quickly retreated, leaving him sitting weakly on the ground. Upgrade successful. Additional cultivation value increased by 50. Host qualifications. Cultivation value 250, peak of the initial stage of foundation building. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building, mid-grade Dao foundation genius points, 35 ints. At this time, Xunliang dragged Ping An's hand and entered the hall. Seeing Li Qingyun sitting on the ground like a faint, he rushed over. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? Xunliang helped Li Qingyun up and asked in a sharp voice. It's okay, Master is fine. Li Qingyun showed a tired and satisfied smile on his face. Xunliang said, Huh, Master, your mood has become better again? Ha, yes, Master is in a good mood. Go and call Liu Bo and Lao Lu. Master is going to hold a sect meeting. Oh, good. Xunliang was sweating and rushed out in a hurry. And Ping An, Li Qingyun looked at him helplessly, At this time, he was still holding Qi training chapter and reading. Cheers! 4 wine bowls hit a huge wine basin used by an old donkey. A headmaster and teacher, a diligent senior brother who did not forget to pour wine for everyone, a second junior brother who read a book with one hand and impatiently drank with the other, an old man who was not very good at hearing, and a donkey. 4 people, a donkey and a table of simple food, held the first sect meeting of Qingshan Sect. Many years later, when others heard the name of Qingshan Sect again, no one would believe that the few people who later became famous were so casual to hold this historic meeting. Of course, even these people involved would not have thought that their future achievements would be so high. Ding! Complete the first sect meeting and be rewarded with 10 talent points. Li Qingyun's hand trembled as he reached out to pick up the food, and he encouraged himself. I must work hard to build the sect. Xunliang nodded fiercely at Li Qingyun. Yes, master. Ping An, who was looking down at the Qi training chapter, also nonchalantly echoed in a baby voice. Yes, Lubo slowly put the rice into his mouth and did not hear it. The old donkey was still gulping down the wine in the big basin. Li Qingyun was helpless. It seemed that Xunliang was the only sensible person in the whole sect. Ding! The second task is to quickly recover the industry near Daqing Mountain that originally belonged to Qingshan Sect and strengthen the economic strength of the sect. Task reward: comprehensively renovate the sect's main hall and gate and reward genius points according to the completion of the task. Tip: if you recruit a manager who can manage the sect's industry during the task, the reward will be doubled. Failure penalty: take back the previously awarded lower-grade yellow-level spirit gathering array. Take back the spirit gathering array? That won't work. Li Qingyun hurriedly stood up and ran to the back mountain of the sect and chose the largest area in the sect, the location of the disciples' cave area. Hurry up and set up the spirit gathering array. Even if it's set up, it can be taken back. Li Qingyun said. Then hurry up and set it up. System setting up. The huge cave area was covered with a layer of blue light curtain at this time, and it was unclear what was happening inside. Li Qingyun only felt that the vitality of heaven and earth was very strangely distorted at this location, and finally injected into this area from above, making the concentration and vitality of spiritual energy in this area several times higher than other places. The transformation is complete. The cave is divided into 3 areas: the core area, the upper area, the middle area, and the lower area. The quality of spiritual energy is increased by 30 times, 10 times, 5 times, and 3 times respectively. The transformation area is 500 acres. Wait a minute, system, can I ask how many star sects usually have a yellow-grade, lower-grade spirit gathering array? System: because the scale of the spirit gathering array is relatively large, generally only 5-star sects or above will start to build a yellow-grade, lower-grade spirit gathering array. But what? As large as 500 acres, it is estimated that at least a 6-star sect can build it. Li Qingyun said, Humph, it's only a 6-star sect. Our Qingshan Sect is going to become the strongest sect in history. This is what you said. Have you forgotten it now? System: it was not easy to see the system suffer a setback. Li Qingyun was proud in his heart, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. You ghost system. You make things difficult for this sect master every day, and you said you want to destroy me? Huh? You still settle accounts with this sect master so clearly? Now you know how powerful this sect master is, right? Hint, a 500-acre yellow-grade, lower-grade spirit gathering array needs to consume at least 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones every day. The next day, Shuanglu City. Li Qingyun led a dirty old donkey, wearing a spotless Taoist robe, walking on the street not caring about the sidelong glances of people on the street. Although according to Ye Xiaoyu, if he applied to Tianji Pavilion through Shuanglu City business with his own foundation-building period sect master, it would not be a problem to re-evaluate as a 1-star sect. But Li Qingyun knew that the conditions of Qingshan Sect were still somewhat different from those of a 1-star sect. If they wanted to be rated as a 1-star sect, they still had to rely on Shuanglu City merchants and look at the face of the shopkeeper Wang Ruhai. Li Qingyun was a person who did not like to look at other people's faces, or rather, no one liked to look at other people's faces. Sect industry also represented the strength of the sect to a certain extent. If Li Qingyun could take back the sect industry, then with the scale of the industry that originally belonged to the 3-star sect, the strength of Qingshan Sect could completely reach the level of a 1-star sect, and then it could be legitimately promoted to a 1-star sect. On the other hand, since the system also issued the task in this way, Li Qingyun, who had already benefited from the system, would certainly not miss the generous rewards of the system task. Any spiritual field is cultivated by a sect with hard work, inch by inch. 3 years ago, Qingshan Sect had 30 acres of spiritual fields, which could be used to grow most of the first-grade spiritual medicines or spiritual food, bringing a steady supply of spiritual stones to the sect. But in the incident 3 years ago, The monkeys scattered when the tree fell. Feng Chuan, the manager of the sect's industry, betrayed the sect with the sect's industry at the most difficult time. Thinking of this, Qingyun, who was originally calm and composed while walking on the street, also flashed a fierce look on his face. If Feng Chuan hadn't left with the industry, he wouldn't have fallen into a situation where he had no resources to build a foundation. In the end, he went from having the hope of building a high-grade foundation to the worst low-grade foundation. Feng Chuan. Feng Chuan liked to watch the pedestrians on the street the most, especially when he sat on the 5th floor of Zuixian building and looked down from a high place. This would make him feel that he was high above and overlooking the mortals downstairs. He was a cultivator, so of course he had to look down on the mortals who were like ants. Master Feng, the 3-year protection period is about to end. Have you still not made a decision? The voice of the assistant came from behind Feng Chuan. Feng Chuan didn't look back. I have already made a decision in my heart. Did you finally choose the Soul-Snatching Sect? The assistant asked. 3 years of protection. Feng Chuan said, I have already taken enough benefits. After all, these 30 acres of spiritual fields are not something that a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building can afford. When the 3-year protection period of Tianji Pavilion for Qingshan Sect is up, if we don't find a good buyer, we will probably be eaten up by the surrounding sects. It turned out that the protection period of Tianji Pavilion for Qingshan Sect also included the protection of Qingshan Sect's sect industry. Feng Chuan took advantage of Tianji Pavilion's affection for Qingshan Sect and made a fortune. I have already contacted Elder Situ of the Soul-Shedding Sect. Although his conditions are harsh, they are not to leave me no way out. The assistant asked, Then why don't you choose Qingshan Sect? If you return these spiritual fields to Qingshan Sect, you still have actual control over them. Feng Chuan turned around and looked at the assistant. The assistant's name is Lin Zhixiao. He is young, of medium height, wearing a short gray shirt, exuding a clever aura, and he has been helping him for more than a year. He patted Lin Zhixiao on the shoulder. Zhixiao, you are still young and don't understand many things. After the 3-year protection period is over, with the character of that waste Li Qingshan of Qingshan Sect, it is estimated that he will not even apply for a 1-star sect. By then, let alone the sect's property, even his mountain gate will be occupied by the Soul-Snatching Sect. Lin Zhixiao said, Is that Li Qingyun really that bad? Do you know him? Feng Chuan asked. I've heard a little about him, Lin Zhixiao said. It is said that he is about the same age as me, but his cultivation progress is much faster than mine, and he has already reached the foundation building stage. He was already at the 12th level of Qi training 3 years ago, and broke through to the foundation building stage 2 years ago. It's a pity. Feng Chuan sneered. It's a pity that this unlucky sect leader, who used to have good talent, forced a breakthrough without the help of resources, and ended up with only a low-grade Dao foundation. This... Of course, although the foundation of a low-grade Dao foundation is very poor, it is at least considered a foundation-building cultivator. I also had a low-grade Dao foundation back then, but haven't I achieved what I have now? The most disappointing thing about that kid is his hopeless character. Cowardly, soft-hearted, unambitious, and timid. Feng Chuan looked out the window and said lightly, He is a coward. Ding, 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 ding. At this moment, a crisp sound of copper bells came from the street outside the window. Feng Chuan looked down and saw that a little Taoist priest was passing by the street leading an ugly donkey. The young Taoist priest seemed to sense something and looked upstairs with a smile and exchanged glances with Feng Chuan. Feng Chuan murmured, Why does this young Taoist priest look so familiar? But the sound of the copper bell became smaller and smaller, as if it was getting farther and farther away from him, so he stopped thinking about it and came back to his senses and looked at Lin Zhixiao and continued with what he had just said. In short, I can't believe Li Qingyun. Boom! A loud noise came from downstairs. Then boom, boom, boom. 3 loud noises, accompanied by the loud noises. The entire restaurant also experienced 3 heart-pounding vibrations. What happened? Feng Chuan could no longer remain calm and almost rushed out like a madman. He ran to the 1st and 2nd floors and found that the restaurant, which was originally decorated luxuriously, had been dismantled into pieces of wooden boards, except for the pillars that kept it stable, and the rest of the place was devastated. My restaurant! Who did it? Feng Chuan's eyes were about to burst. At this time, a faint voice came from the door. Me. You. Feng Chuan looked in the direction of the voice, and it was the man who looked like a little Taoist priest just now. Who are you? Who am I? Li Qingyun sneered. Someone who came to bully you. Before he finished speaking, Li Qingyun rushed over with a gust of wind. Feng Chuan turned sideways and dodged to the side, avoiding Li Qingyun's attack. He said, Little Taoist priest, you dare to show off your ability. Bang! Li Qingyun punched the stairs on the 3rd floor. The stairs on the 3rd floor also collapsed. Don't get me wrong, that punch just now was just to tear down your stairs. Li Qingyun smiled and said, Tear down your restaurant, and then I'll deal with you. Bang, 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 bang. Li Qingyun pinched his fingers and sent out dozens of strong winds, and in a blink of an eye, everything on the third and fourth floors was torn down. The first to fourth floors of Zuixianlu, except for the pillars, even the floor, slabs were demolished, and it became a shabby building frame. At this time, many pedestrians gathered at the door of the restaurant to watch the excitement. Zuixianlu is also considered to be a top restaurant in Shuanglu City. The situation today is obviously that the boss has provoked an enemy and came to seek revenge. But who is this enemy? After demolishing the restaurant, Li Qingyun grinned at Feng Chuan. Feng Chuan's eyes were red, his body was shaking slightly, and he couldn't say a word. He didn't know this little Taoist priest, but he came to demolish his restaurant without knowing the truth. And this person's ability to control spiritual power has reached the level of spiritual power release. Feng Chuan is definitely not his opponent. This feeling of being ridden on the head by others, but being powerless is the most devastating, and humiliation and powerlessness filled his mind. Feng Chuan shouted, "What kind of hatred do I have with you that makes you treat me like this?" He said in a calm, indifferent voice. "No hatred, I just came to bully you." The people outside the door were also talking about it. Could it be that this little Taoist priest is really looking for trouble? It doesn't seem so. Then why is this person so excessive? Does shopkeeper Wang really have a grudge with someone else? You don't know that shopkeeper Wang and Qingshan Sect had a big fuss back then. Could it be that you are someone invited by Qingshan Sect? Feng Chuan seemed to suddenly think of the grudge between him and Qingshan Sect. No matter what, he could not imagine that the powerful young man in front of him, who was cold and ruthless to him, was the coward 3 years ago who he did not want to look at. He could only think that this person was invited by Qingshan Sect. Li Qingyun walked up to Feng Chuan step by step, looking at Feng Chuan with interest, but did not say a word. I, Feng Chuan, did leave Qingshan Sect and set up my own sect. Bang! Li Qingyun kicked Feng Chuan, who was standing on the ground. Say it again! I, Feng Chuan, swallowed his saliva. He felt the murderous aura from the little Taoist priest just now. He did not doubt that the little Taoist priest would kill him. I, Feng Chuan, betrayed Qingshan Sect. Do you know you are wrong? Li Qingyun squatted down, looking at Feng Chuan, who was kicked by him and could not stand up, and patted his face gently with his hand. Wrong, wrong. For the sake of our past friendship, I can spare you. Li Qingyun used his spiritual power to seal Feng Chuan and reached out to pull out a small red token from his arms. But I want to take back what originally belonged to me. Feng Chuan's eyes widened, and he tried his best to open his mouth to say something. But because his body was sealed by spiritual power, he could not say a word. Yes, it's me, the loser you're talking about. Li Qingyun leaned close to Feng Chuan's ear and said, It's just that you can't even take one of my moves. I think you're the loser. Feng Chuan's head tilted, and he fainted from anger. Li Qingyun stood up, looked at the crowd watching the excitement outside the door, and said, Go away, go away. Shopkeeper Wang owed me a gambling debt for 3 years, and I'm here to collect it. Oh. The crowd suddenly realized. I was wondering, why would you smash his restaurant for no reason? Tsk. I didn't expect that shopkeeper Wang, who used to be so high and mighty, actually likes gambling. You don't know this, I heard. Li Qingyun shook his head, went out to greet the old donkey who was squatting in the stable and taking a nap, and silently set out on the way back. He had just used a nearly crazy way of venting to retaliate against Feng Chuan, smashing his restaurant and stepping on him under his feet to take back the sex industry. This was the first time he did this. In both his past and present lives, Li Qingyun was a kind and gentle man. But now he seemed to understand that if he wanted to stand firm in this world where the strong were respected, he had to use some means. For those shameless people, he had to use thunderous means. Today, he just took action without bloodshed. When he needed to kill someone one day, he had to do it decisively and not be soft-hearted. Otherwise, he would be the one who was ridden on and died. In Li Qingyun's memory, Feng Chuan's face when he left the sect was dirty and arrogant. Today he was embarrassed and had to behave himself. This was also a punishment for him. Master Li, Master Li. Just as Li Qingyun was thinking about it, a hurried call suddenly came from behind. Li Qingyun held the old donkey and turned around to find a boy of the same age chasing him breathlessly. Master Li Mfan's assistant, my name is Lin Zhixiao. Please give me a chance. Li Xiao said, excitedly. Oh, it's you. Li Qingyun was at Zuishan Tower, listening to the conversation between Feng Chuan and Lin Zhixiao. He still had an impression of Lin Zhixiao. Name Lin Zhixiao, 19 years old, qualifications, 3 spiritual veins, root bone 3, understanding 5, blessing 3, heart 6, total 17, cultivation, chi training level 3, star rating, special talent, good at business activities management. I admire you very much, Lin Zhixiao said. You were so handsome just now. Li Qingyun took out the red token from his arms. Then I'll give you a chance. I'm impressed by your ability, not because you praised me for being handsome. Lin Zhixiao nodded vigorously. A handsome man like Sect Master Li doesn't need to be praised at all. Well? Ahem, Li Qingyun said. Don't brag about me anymore. The token is for you. Ding, the task of taking back the sex industry is completed. The task rewards 50 talent points. Since we have recruited professionals to manage the industry, the reward is doubled. A total of 100 talent points are awarded. Obtain the qualification to renovate the sect's gate and hall once. 100 points. Done. By the way, Sect Master Li. Lin Jixao suddenly remembered something, took out an emerald green ring from his arms, and said, "This is the birthday gift that Feng Chuan is going to give to Wang Ruhai. What is this thing?" Li Qingyun took the beautiful ring and asked with some doubt, "Don't underestimate this ring. It has a space of 10 feet in it, which can be used for storage." Lin Jixao said, "Storage ring?" Li Qingyun said. Lin Xiao said, "That's right. This is a storage ring of high quality. Feng Chuan spent a lot of money to let me go to Dihua City to buy it. It's very expensive. It is said that it's because Feng Chuan wants to ask Wang Ruhai for a big favor at this birthday banquet." "What big favor?" "I'm not sure about that." Li Qingyun put away the storage ring. He was originally worried about what gift to give Wang Ruhai, but now he has a ready-made one. Nothing to do. Go and sort out the sect's assets and send them to the sect for me in 2 days. "Yes," Lin Jixao said. After that, he stopped dragging his feet and turned back to the restaurant. Li Qingyun gave the sect's spiritual field token directly to Lin Jixao without any worry. Because he knew that a capable and ambitious young man like Lin Jixao was always waiting for an opportunity, and he would not give up his bright future because of a little temptation. More, Lin Jixao was not a foundation-building cultivator like Feng Chuan, but just a qi training cultivator, and he could not make any waves in his hands. He was smart enough to know that only Li Qingyun could protect him. He turned back to Qingshan Sect. This time, he went to find Feng Chuan to get his property back, which suddenly gave him a bad premonition. Feng Chuan had secretly colluded with Situ? Lin Jixao narrowed his eyes slightly. Situ Quan? Situ Quan was different from Feng Chuan. Situ Quan was originally the great elder of Qingshan Sect, the right-hand man of Li Qingyun's father, and the second person in Qingshan Sect. But after the incident in Qingshan Sect, if Feng Chuan was just a treacherous betrayal, then Situ Quan was completely adding insult to injury. As the great elder, he brought all the resources and people he could take away, and collectively joined the Soul-Snatching Sect. He even ruthlessly suppressed and killed all those who resisted him. To Feng Chuan, Li Qingyun was just venting and retaliating with gnashing teeth. But to Situ Quan, Li Qingyun would never be merciful and would rather kill him as soon as possible. What are they trying to plot by colluding with each other? Especially at this critical time when the protection period of Qingshan Sect is about to end? Will Wang Ruhai's birthday banquet in 2 days really be that simple? Li Qingyun took a deep breath. Being involved with Situ Quan, an old man, it would definitely not be simple. He must use the remaining 145 genius points to strengthen himself to the maximum extent. It takes 200 genius points to upgrade the middle grade Dao base to the upper grade Dao base, and the host does not have enough genius points. 200 points. Li Qingyun only has 145 points now, which is still a gap from 200 points. According to the current task progress, Li Qingyun may only need one task to obtain another 55 points, so that he can accumulate 200 genius points and upgrade his middle grade Dao base to the upper grade Dao base. But Li Qingyun didn't plan to do so. Before attending Wang Ruhai's banquet, he had to improve his strength to the maximum. After all, no one knew what would happen at this banquet that upset him. Be prepared, and you will not be in trouble. Just when Li Qingyun was thinking about how to improve himself, Ping En came in timidly from the door. "Master, Master, good evening." Ping En put his hands behind his back, rubbing his feet constantly and twisting his legs together like twists. Li Qingyun saw Ping En's shy posture and was puzzled. He asked, "Ping En, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Master, I have finished reading Qi Training Chapter." "Not bad, Ping En is great. Could it be that this kid came here just to ask for praise? But the speed of reading the book is indeed too fast, which deserves praise." "That," Ping En said, "it is said in the Qi Training Chapter that it is best to choose an entry-level technique to practice when you start practicing." Ping En asked pitifully, "Master, can you give Ping En an entry-level technique?" Ping En also wants to start practicing. Li Qingyun was stunned. An entry-level technique? That is something that only sects with deep roots have. Even the Qingshan Sect in the past did not have an entry-level technique. Although the sect's sect-defining technique, the Qingshan Ju, is powerful and comparable to an entry-level technique, it still lacks a lot compared to an entry-level technique. The most important thing is that it lacks a key thing, that is, the secret method. An entry-level technique can not only increase the speed of cultivation of cultivators, but also enable beginners to master the secret method. It is said that the power of the secret method is enough to enable people to cross levels to fight against enemies. Alas, the Qingshan Sect does not have this kind of technique. Li Qingyun looked at Ping An's expectant eyes. Poor little Ping An. Master does not have such a good thing to give you. I am really sorry for you. If only the Qingshan Jue was an entry-level technique. Ding! This operation will cost 100 talent points. Do you want to continue? Is it possible? According to the deduction of this system, there are more than 1,000 loopholes in the Qingshan Ju. Repairing 30 of them will produce a secret method and advance to a lower-grade yellow-level technique. Do you want to continue? Of course. Repairing. 10, 30%, 60%, 90%, 95, 96%, 97%, 98, 98%, 99.1%. Repair completed? As the system was repaired, Li Qingyun found that his understanding of Qingyun Jue was actually deepening. He had his own understanding of some flaws in the technique, and his mastery ability also changed from entry-level to minor success. Moreover, a more complex and sophisticated technique than all the ones he had learned before was gradually understood by Li Qingyun. This technique was the secret of the entry-level technique. The name of this secret was Qingxi. Host qualifications. Cultivation value 250. Peak of the initial stage of foundation building. Spiritual roots. 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building. Middle grade foundation building technique. Qingyun Ji yellow rank. Lower grade genius points. 45 inches. Ping An saw a small yellow book in Li Qingyun's hand and couldn't help holding his breath. The master is really amazing. He is simply omnipotent. Thank you, master. Ping An rushed forward, grabbed the book in Li Qingyun's hand, and ran out. It seems that he will probably read it all night again. Li Qingyun shook his head. He regarded learning as happiness and never got tired of it. Perhaps this is called learning ability. This is talent, right? Remember to watch it with your senior brother. Okay, Ping An had already run away. Shuanglu City, Liu family. Several young people were sitting around a table chatting about something. I heard that Elder Situ will send someone to attend Wang Ruhai's birthday party. Someone brought up the topic. It was a woman with dull eyebrows. It was senior sister Liu who came to Qingshan Sect a few days ago. Oh, is Wang Ruhai so important? A young man in a gorgeous thick robe replied, obviously very interested. Of course, he is in charge of the business of Tianji Pavilion in Shuanglu City. He is worthy of being the elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect and specially sent someone here. Another young man said, Heh. Senior sister Liu smiled. These two people were obviously not the target of her topic. At this time, her eyes were vaguely glancing at the fourth person. The man's name was Zhang Tiankui. As his name suggests, he was extremely tall and strong, with the size of almost 3 persons. He was the strongest among the 4, but he was obviously not interested in such a serious discussion. He just nodded casually and agreed with everyone. Senior sister Liu said, speaking of Shuanglu City, this city used to be the sphere of influence of Qingshan Sect. How is it related to our great elder now? The young man in thick robe said, although cousin is a member of the Soul-Snatching Sect, she may not know about this matter. The Qingshan Sect has been in a slump since the Great Change 3 years ago, and has lost its status as a sect. It is now under the protection of the Tianji Pavilion, and naturally dares not interfere in the affairs of Shuanglu City. So over the years, all the good talents in Shuanglu City have actually gone to the Soul-Snatching Sect. In fact, the cooperation of many businesses is also carried out with the Soul-Snatching Sect, so it is normal that the great elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect has a close relationship with Wang Ruhai. I see. Senior sister Liu nodded. As a member who left Qingshan Sect and joined the Soul-Snatching Sect 3 years ago, how could she not know this? She asked these questions just to bring up a topic. Do you know Li Qingyun? Oh, senior sister Liu, do you know anything about Li Qingyun? Senior sister Liu said, of course I know. I went to Qingshan Sect with Ye Xiaoyu 2 days ago. The fourth person, who was originally careless, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at senior sister Liu when he heard Ye Xiaoyu's name. Senior sister Liu saw that this person finally reacted and said, Ye Xiaoyu remembered the old friendship and asked me to go up the mountain with him to persuade Li Qingyun. But I didn't expect that Li Qingyun was so ungrateful. He first shamelessly asked us to join the Soul-Seizing Sect, but was rejected by Xiaoyu. I didn't expect that Li Qingyun was so angry, and later, senior sister Liu looked at Zhang Tiankui with an embarrassed look on her face. Zhang Tiankui said anxiously, what happened later? Lu Xuan, finish your words. Lu Xuan saw that Zhang Tiankui was so anxious that he lost his mind when he mentioned Ye Xiaoyu, and a trace of jealousy flashed in her heart. But she said with grievance, you know, Li Qingyun is 1 year older than me, and he broke through the foundation building stage a few years ago when his foundation was not stable. We are not his opponents. What happened? Zhang Tiankui was so anxious that he stood up. Li Qingyun? He actually touched Xiaoyu. I can't do anything. Lu Xuan covered her face and cried. Humph! Zhang Tiankui roared and punched the chessboard in front of him, and the chessboard was suddenly shattered. Lu Xuan continued to cry. Tiankui, don't be angry. I asked you to come here today to tell you this. Xiaoyu didn't dare to speak out to save face for that beast, Li Qingyun, and for her own reputation. She looked at Zhang Tiankui with bloodshot eyes and bulging muscles all over his body, and a burst of pleasure surged in her heart. Humph, a simple-minded thing with strong limbs, still wants to pursue Ye Xiaoyu. At the same time, jealousy spread in her heart. What kind of magic does Ye Xiaoyu, that little goblin, have to make so many men fall in love with her? Jiang Qiangqi suppressed his anger and said in a hoarse voice, "Take me to Qingshan Sect." In his heart, Ye Xiaoyu is his goddess. Although he can't get her, he will never allow others to disrespect her in the slightest. Tianqi, don't worry. Lu Xuan came over and held Zhang Tian. Although you are very powerful, it is too reckless to attack his mountain gate directly. We still have to plan for the long term. 2 days later, at Wang Rui's birthday banquet, Xiaoyu will also attend by then. Maybe Xiaoyu will look at you with new eyes. Qiwanzai is the largest restaurant in Shuanglu City. It is a 9-story wooden structure with pavilions, carved beams, and painted buildings. It is usually the envy of ordinary people, and a high-end place that even the little diggers rarely go to. But today, Qiwanzai refused to accept outsiders because the whole restaurant was booked by one person, which made the surrounding residents and pedestrians feel very strange. Who can book the whole restaurant? Feng Yong is the errand consul of Qiwanzai. Others may not know which big shot has booked the restaurant, but he knows it clearly. But what's the use of knowing it? He receives high-level guests every day, so he naturally knows more about these secrets that ordinary residents around him don't know. The birthday banquet will not start until the evening, but from morning to this afternoon, the number of guests entering the restaurant has not stopped. Those guests are either rich or noble. To order people to take their carriages to another courtyard and park them, and to make them line up at ease at the back, sometimes some tricks are needed. Even though he is an errand consul with the strength of the 4th level of Qi training, he is already busy and dizzy. Moreover, it is very annoying that there are people who come here to cheat. For example, at the end of the line, there was a young Taoist priest leading a donkey. Although the Taoist priest looked clean, the donkey was of poor quality and did not look like a person of status. Moreover, the donkey was dirty and would affect the mood of the guests in line around him. He turned around and called a clever little errand boy. "Go, send that young Taoist priest away." The little errand boy ran over and came back after a while. "Boss," that Taoist priest refused to listen to advice and insisted that he was here to attend the birthday banquet. Feng Yong waved his hand and asked the little errand boy to leave. Just in case, he would go and see it himself. After approaching, Feng Yong found that the young Taoist priest was about the same age as himself, but he was not as swindling as he imagined. On the contrary, he looked very elegant. As a person who received guests at the door all day, Feng Yong had his own way of judging people. He felt that the young Taoist priest in front of him seemed to be a little similar to the big shots he had seen. Feng Yong asked, "Master, may I ask if you are from the Soul Capture Sect?" The Taoist said, "No." Feng Yong asked again, "Then are you from any other 1-star sect?" The Taoist thought for a moment and said, "No either." Feng Yong asked again, "Then do you have an invitation from Shuanglu Trading Company?" "No." "Then you still want to attend the banquet?" "Yes." Ding, a special type is found. Feng Yong, age 19, qualifications, 3 spiritual veins, root bone 3, comprehension 4, fortune 2, character 6, total rating 15, cultivation, Qi training level 4, star rating. Special talent, good at reception and communication, suitable for receiving guests in the sect's main hall. Accept this person and reward him with 20 talent points. Li Qingyun looked at the silent Feng Yong in front of him. He wanted to see how Feng Yong would deal with this difficult guest of his. As far as he knew, there were 2 ways to enter Wang Ruhai's birthday banquet. The first was for regular guests, who could enter by showing their invitations. The second was for guests who were visiting, who had to pay a gift of 2 lower-grade spirit stones, which was also a ticket, before they could enter. Li Qingyun's current image was that he had no invitation letter, and his clothes and appearance did not look like someone who could afford 2 spirit stones, but he insisted on entering the birthday banquet. How would Feng Yong deal with him? Would he just ask someone to drive him away? Could he see that he was a difficult person? Feng Yong hesitated for a moment, leaned close to Li Qingyun's ear and whispered, "I can take you in, but you have to keep it a secret from me." Huh? He actually let him in? After saying this, Feng Yong shouted, "Master, it's you! Please come in!" When others saw that the servants knew this man, they stopped asking questions, and the suspicion in their eyes gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Li Qingyun had no choice but to follow Feng Yong. Feng Yong led Li Qingyun all the way and sat at a small table in the corner of the first floor. He gave up his seat to Li Qingyun, and the two sat on both sides of the table. Feng Yong said, "Master, I am Feng Yong. Everyone has times when they are in trouble. Feng Yong has also been in trouble, so I can understand your state. You insist on entering Qiwanzhai. I believe you must have your reasons. Feng Yong will not ask too much. Feng Yong can only do his best to bring you in. Feng Yong can't help you with anything else. Just a reminder to you, whether you are looking for someone, looking for relatives, Or just want to come here to eat something good? Remember, just stay on the next floor, and don't go above the 3rd floor. Above the 3rd floor are all the children of big families and immortal sects. If we offend them, ordinary people like us will end up in a miserable situation. After saying this, without waiting for Li Qingyun to answer, Feng Yong stood up silently and returned to the door of the restaurant to continue greeting guests. Li Qingyun looked at Feng Yong, who was leaving, and touched his chin. This kid is quite capable, although it makes me feel quite comfortable. But why do I feel that this kid looks down on me so much? Could it be that this kid receives guests in the restaurant every day and cannot meet important people, so his vision is wrong? Li Qingyun lowered his head and poured himself a cup of tea, thinking, in any case, this Feng Yong is not bad. I will take him back to the sect if I have a chance. There are more and more guests everywhere, and they are getting more and more familiar with each other. These are tourist guests who have not received invitations. Most of them gather on the bottom floor, and now Li Qingyun is one of them. Those who have received invitations and have some status go to the 2nd and 3rd floors, and the 4th to 6th floors gather the children of the noble families of the various big families in Shuanglu City. The 7th and 8th floors are for more distinguished guests, including patriarchs from various families in Shuanglu City and disciples from the Soul-Snatching Sect who have good relations with Shuanglu City. The 9th floor, if nothing unexpected happens, is above Shuanglu City, and the people from the Dihua branch of Tianji Pavilion will come. After making these judgments, Li Qingyun thought, if he revealed his identity, which floor would he sit on? If Qingshan Sect had not declined, he would definitely sit on the 9th floor as the sect master or young sect master, and Wang Ruhai would have to smile at him. But now, the sect is not in the mainstream, and it is estimated that he can only sit on the 7th floor and sit with the elite disciples of the Soul-Snatching Sect. However, maybe Wang Ruhai, a shrewd businessman, will not do anything without profit, and has always been a centrist. If he can come up with something that is attractive enough to him, or prove his strength, maybe he will slightly adjust his attitude in the competition between himself and the Soul-Snatching Sect. Of course, since he wants to show his strength, Li Qingyun will definitely not show it only in front of Wang Ruhai himself. There are so many people at the banquet. Isn't it a good time to announce the return of Qingshan Sect? Ding! Activate the hidden task. Show the power of the sect in the Qiwanjai restaurant. Rewards: 1. 10 to 300 talent points, depending on the results of the task. 2. Hidden attributes. Unlocked after becoming a 5-star sect. The Qiwanjai restaurant is in the shape of a ring, with the guests' seats tightly surrounding the huge hollow space in the middle. The empty space in the middle is actually the venue for the singing girls to perform in the past, similar to a dance floor. Almost all the guests on the 1st floor looked up at the people and scenery on the upper floor, with unconcealed envy on their faces. Only Li Qingyun lowered his head to drink tea, his expression normal. Feng Yong walked over to sit opposite Li Qingyun. He obviously noticed the difference in Li Qingyun and became more curious about him. The guests are basically all here, and the banquet will start soon. Feng Yongyi sat on the chair, busy all day, and was obviously exhausted. Li Qingyun said, "The people above haven't arrived yet." Feng Yong smiled and said, "Those people above have to wait until the end to appear. How can I get in touch with these big figures from various families and sects? You will have your time." Li Qingyun smiled. Feng Yong laughed dryly. He helped this person once, but this person didn't seem to appreciate it at all and spoke so strangely. Did he make a mistake? "Here they come." Before Feng Yong could think clearly, Li Qingyun suddenly whispered, "Here they come? What?" Feng Yong looked around. At this time, a golden light shot up from the 1st floor and shot straight from the hollow of the restaurant to the 9th floor. As this golden light appeared, it was like a huge rock falling into the water, causing an uproar among the guests in Qiwanjai. "Master Wang Ruhai is here." As expected of a Jindan stage cultivator, he can actually fly in the air. Yes, even if he can fly at low altitude for a short time, he is many times better than us. A Jindan stage cultivator is almost an immortal. Amid the noise and envy of the crowd, Li Qingyun saw Wang Ruhai appear on the 9th floor, and 3 figures appeared with him. One of them was wearing a blue dress, and her proud long legs were particularly eye-catching, but her temperament was very restrained, pure and clean like a water flower. It was Ye Xiaoyu. In addition to Ye Xiaoyu, there was a white-clothed boy of the same age as Li Qingyun, standing aside, his eyes secretly looking at Ye Xiaoyu from time to time. Who is this person? Standing next to Wang Ruhai, he should not be an unknown person, but Li Qingyun could not find any memory about him. "Thank you all for your kindness. This year is my 150th birthday. I have been practicing for 150 years, which is an important year. I am not a stingy person. I will not waste any more words. For all of you present, all future business with my Shuanglu City business will be reduced by 10%. As soon as these words came out, the guests were in an uproar again. "Lord Wang is righteous. Lord Wang is upright. Lord Wang." The flattery was endless, and Li Qingyun's scalp was numb. Liu Zhuan was from the Liu family of Shuanglu City and a direct disciple of the Soul Capture Sect. She sat on the 8th floor with the head of the Liu family. At this time, she was looking around the restaurant carelessly, as if she was looking for something. Sitting next to her was a very sturdy man, who was also looking in the direction of Ye Xiaoyu. At this time, he seemed to sense Li Qingyun's sight, turned his head to look at Li Qingyun. His eyes suddenly lit up, stretched out his little finger, and gave Li Qingyun a provocative look. Provoke me? Li Qingyun searched for this person's information in his mind. This person should be from the Soul-Snatching Sect, but he couldn't remember who he was. However, since he sat on the 8th floor, his strength should not be low, and it is very likely that he has reached the foundation building stage. And his eyes lit up just now, obviously recognizing him. Could it be an old acquaintance? Or an enemy? Feng Yong knocked on the table. Hey, don't look at it. This Ye Xiaoyu is the treasure of the Soul-Snatching Sect. She is a proud daughter of heaven and has reached the 9th floor. Don't think about it. Li Qingyun smiled and said nothing. Wang Ruhai on the 9th floor greeted everyone and sat back to the main seat to chat with the two people on the main seat. After that, the host of the restaurant came out, and one program after another was performed in turn. As the top restaurant in Shuanglu City, the program effect was naturally explosive and won applause from the whole audience. But Li Qingyun knew that judging from the current situation, tonight's banquet would never be so simple. Sure enough, when the show reached the 9th one, a stream of light suddenly appeared on the 5th floor. The Wang family of Shuanglu City presents a Qingzhou demon wood, wishing Lord Wang longevity. Then, countless streams of light appeared on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, flying towards the host standing in the center. The He family of Shuanglu City presents a string of southern jade beads, wishing Lord Wang longevity. The Sun family of Shuanglu City presents 30 spiritual stones. Li Qingyun suddenly realized that this was the gift-giving segment. Feng Yong looked at the stream of gifts in the air with envy, and said with emotion, "Any gift I take out is something I can never earn in my lifetime." The gap between people is sometimes greater than that between people and dogs. The 7th and 8th floors have also begun. Wu Molin, the head of the Wu family of Shuanglu City, presents a 500-year-old Tianshan snow lotus, wishing Lord Wang Ruhai a blooming old tree. Ha ha ha! All the guests laughed. Since the head of the Wu family has already started, we won't hide it. The Zhang family's gift is a low-grade spirit stone. The Zhou family's gift is 500 spirit stones. Feng Yong sighed helplessly. Alas, 500 spirit stones. I can't earn that in my lifetime. Li Qingyun looked at Feng Yong's pitiful tone and suddenly felt that the distance between them was shortened, and they were very close. Feng Yong was still a person he could get along with. However, these 500 spirit stones were indeed a lot, although they were not enough for 1/10 of the consumption required for the spirit formation to be fully activated in one day. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun supported his forehead. This spirit formation was really a headache. That low-grade spirit stone? While talking, the gift-giving session of the 7th and 8th floors was about to end. The host said, "Your gifts are really a feast for my eyes. If it weren't for Lord Wang Ruhai's banquet, I would never see so many rare treasures in my next life. I still want to thank Lord Wang Ruhai for giving me the opportunity to broaden my horizons." It must be said that the host's flattery skills are really unobtrusive. Since everyone has expressed their feelings to Lord Wang Ruhai, then enter. Wait a minute. A voice suddenly came from the 8th floor, interrupting the host's words. Li Qingyun's pupils suddenly shrank. It was that person. "This, young Master Zhang, if I remember correctly, you have already sent a gift just now. Do you have any more gifts to send?" The host did not expect someone to interrupt him at this time, so he asked. Everyone did not expect such a change, and their eyes were all focused on the 8th floor. Facing the eyes of the guests in the entire building, Zhang Qiangqi stood up from his seat with a normal expression. The gift has been sent, and the song and dance performance is too boring. Zhang Qiangqi wants to bring everyone a show of cultivators to liven up the atmosphere. The host said, "Oh, young man, you are so elegant. I wonder what you want to perform. Swordsmanship or—" "Neither." Zhang Qiangqi interrupted the host and said lightly, "I just want to challenge the leader of Qingshan Sect under your witness." After saying this, Zhang Qiangqi looked downstairs. "Li Qingyun, how long do you want to shrink? Come here but hide and don't come out to see people. Is this your style of doing things, Li Qingyun?" Qingshan Sect, everyone present is a dignitary in Shuanglu City, and they all know about the things in the cultivation world. No one doesn't know, it's just Qingshan Sect. Isn't it already abolished? But after hearing what Zhang Tianqi said, Qingshan Sect doesn't seem to be abolished yet. Sect leader Li Qingyun actually came here, but why didn't he show up? And isn't it said that his strength is very poor? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to take action now? Involving the matter of the immortal sect, everyone dared not discuss it loudly and could only whisper. For a moment, The whole restaurant fell into a brief silence of whispers, but at this time, everyone was concentrating on paying attention to the movements of the entire restaurant, waiting for the main person to appear. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from a place no one expected. "You are a little disciple of the Soul Capture Sect. What qualifications do you have to know the whereabouts of this seat? Does this sect master have to report to you? A little disciple?" Feng Yong looked at Li Qingyun, whose aura burst out and his powerful cultivation was exposed, with a look of disbelief on his face. Li Qingyun smiled indifferently and said to the upstairs, "Mr. Wang Ruhai, Li Qingyun doesn't have much money, so I'll give you a storage ring to play with." After that, a stream of emerald green light shot out from Li Qingshan's hand and rushed straight to the 9th floor. But at this time, Zhang Tiankui had already stood out from the 8th floor and was blocking the stream of light and the 9th floor. Zhang Tiankui snorted coldly and suddenly kicked his feet, intending to fly into the air to intercept the gift from Li Qingyun. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, although Zhang Tiankui's behavior was inappropriate, if he could really intercept Li Qingyun's gift, it would definitely make Li Qingyun, who had just become famous, suffer a great loss and embarrass him. Zhang Tiankui's move was really insidious. In the eyes of the crowd, the gift had already flown into the sky, only one step away from Zhang Tiankui, and it was too late for Li Qingyun to remedy it. Zhang Tiankui jumped up from the 8th floor and quickly approached the stream of light, which was not fast, with a ferocious smile on his lips. "If I intercept this gift, offer it to Lord Wang Ruhai. Not only will Li Qingyun lose face, but I can also offer it to Lord Wang Ruhai, and I can also step on Li Qingyun to get to the top and make a name for myself in the whole Shuangliu city. Most importantly, I can vent my anger on Xiaoyu in public, and Xiaoyu will definitely be grateful to me." Zhang Tiankui swung his right arm and grabbed the flowing light fiercely. At this moment, an incredible scene appeared. When the flowing light was about to reach Zhang Tiankui's hand, it suddenly stopped, then turned a corner and bypassed Zhang Tiankui. Zhang Tiankui shouted that it was not good, but at this time he was already in mid-air. Although the foundation-building cultivators already had some ability to pause in the air, they needed a support point to borrow strength. At this time, he had nowhere to borrow strength, and could only watch the gift that was just a few feet away from him continue to fly upwards. Feng Yong stared at the flowing light bypassing Zhang Tiankui's hand, clapped his hands, and shouted, "Good!" With Feng Yong's cheers, all the lower 6 floors cheered. For a moment, they actually regarded the conflict between Zhang Tiankui and Li Qingyun as a show. The guests above the 6th floor were secretly surprised. They all said that Li Qingyun was a waste with no progress. Now 3 years have passed, and it seems that Li Qingyun has not made no progress, and can make Zhang Tiankui suffer. Zhang Tiankui failed to catch Lu Guang in midair, and he lost his strength and stumbled to the 7th floor. At this time, Li Qingyun was on the 1st floor, imitating his gestures and provoking him expressionlessly. But Li Qingyun did not extend his little finger, but his middle finger. "Li Qingyun, you really pissed me off this time." Zhang Tiankui punched the ground, his whole face twisted, and he gritted his teeth. After saying this, Zhang Tiankui stood up again. "Haha, I just made a joke with Sectmaster Li, but I didn't expect Sectmaster Li to be so serious and even threw me down. I'm sorry to make you laugh." When the guests below heard this, they all laughed in understanding. "Now it's time for the normal program. That is the time for me to duel with Sectmaster Li." The guests below had been aroused by the continuous confrontations between Zhang Tiankui and Li Qingshan. At this time, they all cheered, and some young people even whistled and screamed. Zhang Tiankui smiled triumphantly. "Master Li, why don't you come up?" Feng Yong's lips moved slightly, wanting to step forward to remind Li Qingyun, but for a moment he felt that his status with Li Qingyun had suddenly widened, and he didn't dare to speak, so he could only open his mouth to salute Li Qingyun. At this time, Li Qingyun seemed to have sensed something, turned his head, nodded to him, smiled, and then jumped up, using the surrounding fences to fly to the 8th floor, and quietly confronted Zhang Tiankui. Zhang Tiankui said, "I didn't expect you to really dare to come up." Li Qingyun said, "I didn't expect you to have the courage to challenge me." "Haha, you are a waste of a low-grade Dao Foundation, and you are fighting with me, a middle-grade Dao Foundation. I am not challenging you, but crushing you." Zhang Tiankui seemed to have heard something ridiculous and said in a very loud voice. As soon as these words came out, all the guests suddenly realized that Zhang Tiankui was a genius with a middle-grade Dao Foundation, while Li Qingyun was only a foundation-building cultivator with the worst lower-grade Dao Foundation. No wonder Zhang Tiankui dared to challenge Li Qingyun, so that's it. So, it seems that there is no suspense in the middle-grade Dao Foundation versus the lower-grade Dao Foundation. But in this case, how embarrassed will Sectmaster Li be? Ahem, maybe he has some countermeasures, and it may be a draw. Li Qingyun said, "Why do you challenge me? You are just a small disciple, challenging me, the sectmaster of a sect. Your Qingshan Sect is in name only. What kind of sectmaster are you?" Zhang Tiankui seemed to have torn his face and said everything. At this time, Wang Ruhai's voice came from the 9th floor. Zhang Tiankui's courage to challenge is commendable, but it is indeed unbecoming for a disciple to challenge the sect master of a sect. As soon as these words came out, all the guests around him naturally agreed. That's right. It does seem not so good. Li Qingyun said, Mr. Wang Ruhai is right. Zhang Tiankui challenged me. Even if he loses, he can use my reputation to make a name for himself. But what if he wins? Wouldn't I lose all face? Why would I accept such a challenge that has no benefit? What do you think? Zhang Tiankui? Zhang Kui was stunned. He didn't expect this. This is just an excuse you made for your cowardice. Li Qingyun sneered and said nothing. Wang Ruhai's voice came again. How about this? If Zhang Tiankui loses, it means that this kid is overestimating himself. Let him pay a certain price. How about that? Li Qingyun said. Then I will give this junior a chance. At this time, Ye Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly spoke. Mr. Wang, I think the low-grade spirit-gathering stone sent by the Zhang family is very good, and it can be used as a challenge bet for Zhang Tiankui. What do you think? Wang Ruhai said, okay. Zhang Tiankui, who was below, was confused at this time. He heard that these people made a decision for him in just a few moments, and his goddess Ye Xiaoyu also proposed to take out the gift of their entire Zhang family as a bet. This is not the plan that senior sister Liu gave him. Why do I suddenly feel like I've been sold out? He shook his head. It's impossible. He will definitely be able to defeat Li Qingyun. How could the goddess Xiaoyu speak for this lecher? She must be standing with him. She used her family's gift as a bet just to make herself more legitimate. Li Qingyun was very happy at this time. Xiaoyu is really a worm in my stomach. How did she know that this master had been thinking about this stone? The low-grade spirit-gathering stone is the energy core that can replace the spirit stone to open the spirit-gathering array. But in these sects, no one has a spirit-gathering array, and the sects that have the money to open the spirit-gathering array don't want these spirit-gathering stones, so the value of the spirit-gathering stone is greatly discounted here, and no one pays attention to it. It's just right for Li Qingyun to pick up a bargain. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun couldn't help laughing. Zhang Tiankui saw that Li Qingyun's mouth was actually smiling. He actually laughed? Did this waste really overestimate his own ability and think that he had a sure win? He sneered. Master Li, the spirit-gathering stone is good, but you have to be qualified to get it. I originally wanted to give you some face, but now it seems that people like you are not worthy of me. Zhang Tiankui, to hold back. The smile on Li Qingyun's lips froze, and he slowly looked at Zhang Tiankui. I'll say this to you too, you who can't speak properly. The guests on the 6th floor saw the tense posture between Zhang Tiankui and Li Qingyun, and realized that the two seemed to be no joke. Can we really witness a battle between foundation-building cultivators here today? Too exciting. I don't know who will win. Didn't you just hear? Zhang Tiankui has a middle-grade Dao foundation, while Sect Master Li has a low-grade Dao foundation. I think Zhang Tiankui will definitely win. But I think Sect Master Li is so handsome. I hope he can win. From the perspective of the lower class, Zhang Tiankui is burly and twice as big as Li Qingyun. He is definitely more intimidating than Li Qingyun. In comparison, Li Qingyun, who is standing next to him, has a well-proportioned figure, but looks a little thin at this time. In addition, the difference in the quality of Dao Foundation, which is well known to everyone, made everyone sweat for him. Wang Ruhai said, the venue is chosen in the hollow of the restaurant. You two are not allowed to deliberately damage the restaurant or kill people. Do you agree with my rules? Agree. The two answered together. Okay, let's start over there. At the command, Zhang Tiankui took the brunt and rushed over with a punch. Zhang Tiankui, who was as big as two people, smashed his huge fist with a strong wind right at Li Qingyun's face. To everyone's surprise, Li Qingyun seemed to be stunned. He did not dodge Zhang Tiankui's fist at this time. But in the next moment, an unexpected scene happened. Li Qingyun suddenly fell down and grabbed Zhang Tiankui's thigh fiercely, dragging him down with force. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect Punch to be empty. He was also dragged down by Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun thought to himself that Zhang Tiankui was eager to attack and actually forgot that they were fighting in the air. He was very flexible and left his lower body to himself. At this moment, a cool breeze suddenly blew from his back. Li Qingyun shouted that it was not good. Zhang Tiankui actually folded his body to attack Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun had to grab Zhang Tiankui's thigh and threw Zhang Tiankui fiercely to the first floor. At this time, a huge space had been vacated on the first floor at Feng Yong's call. Bang! Zhang Tiankui fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Everyone was silent, and the entire restaurant fell into silence. Could it be that Li Qingyun killed Zhang Tiankui in one move? But at this time, Li Qingyun did not show a relaxed expression on his face, but his expression became more solemn. Zhang Tiankui was lying in the deep pit on the first floor. After a few seconds, his body trembled and he stood up by holding the ground. He is a physical cultivator. Someone with sharp eyes screamed, "Ah, a physical cultivator!" No wonder he's fine after falling like that. The Taoist is crushing him, or the physical cultivator. It seems that this time, Master Li is really going to lose. Zhang Tianqi spat on the ground and said, Master Li, this little bit of power still can't hurt me. You should show some real skills. Sure enough, Li Qingyun thought to himself. This person provoked him from the beginning and kept saying some extremely excessive words to provoke him. It turns out that he was really prepared and was specially prepared to deal with him. Zhang Tianqi screamed, kicked the ground to crack, and catapulted from the first floor, and actually approached Li Qingyun at a very fast speed. Li Qingyun couldn't dodge in time, so he had to fight Zhang Tianqi in close combat. Li Qingyun's physical cultivation was obviously not as good as Zhang Tianqi, and he was beaten back by Zhang Tianqi and fell into a disadvantage. Damn! Ye Xiaoyu bit her lip when she saw this scene. Even if Brother Qingyun had some tricks, he couldn't defeat a physical cultivator like Zhang Tianqi in close combat. But why didn't Brother Qingyun keep his distance? Could it be that he couldn't resist and couldn't keep his distance? The young man in white robe next to her snorted disdainfully when he saw the battle between Zhang Tianqi and Li Qingyun that made the whole restaurant concentrate and hold their breath. Sister Liu saw Li Qingyun being defeated on the 8th floor. Ye Xiaoyu was worried and secretly proud in her heart. Xiaoyu, Sister Liu is doing this for your own good. She wants you to see how terrible Li Qingyun is and how vulnerable he is. Don't worry too much. Zhang Tianqi seized Li Qingyun's gap and took the opportunity to throw Li Qingyun out fiercely, throwing him to the 6th floor. Master Li, this level of strength is not enough. It seems that you will not be able to get the Gathering Spirit Stone today, and you have to help an ordinary disciple like me to defeat the bastard master of the Qingshan Sect. Although it is not very glorious, it is still quite satisfying. Zhang Tianqi looked at Li Qingyun and said so. Although this lecher who teased Xiaoyu had some strength, he was still a little behind him. Li Qingyun stood up from the 6th floor and said, I let you take advantage of me just to test your progress in body refining. Now it seems that you are just so-so. Ha ha! Zhang Tianqi laughed in anger. What a stubborn sect, Master Li. If that's the case, let me end this duel. I'll see how stubborn you are. Li Qingyun patted the dust on his Taoist robe and said, That's what I meant. Then let me show you the power of a mid-grade Taoist foundation. To be honest, Sect Master Li, I have been practicing the Soul-Snatching Sect's soul-snatching art for a long time. My control over my spiritual power has reached the level of releasing spiritual power. In addition to the entry-level skills, a mid-grade Taoist foundation, this is also the strongest move I have practiced so far. If you lose to this move, you are worthy of your status as the sect master of Qingshan Sect. Soul-snatching! Zhang Tianqi struck out with a palm, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed into a black light of about 3 feet, shooting straight at Li Qingyun. Half a step to the upper grade? Wang Ruhai exclaimed and stood up from his chair. I didn't expect that the Soul-Snatching Sect's sect-defining technique, the Soul-Snatching technique, had already reached the level of half a step to the top. Zhang Tianqui's control of the release of spiritual power, coupled with the technique, actually brought out a part of the power of the secret. At this time, Wang Ruhai was extremely nervous, secretly gathering spiritual power, ready to go down to save people at any time. With such power, Li Qingyun would most likely die on the spot if he couldn't handle it. As the host, he absolutely couldn't let Li Qingyun die at his birthday banquet. Ye Xiaoyu was holding the hem of her skirt tightly with one hand and a red jade pendant with the other, and she even made a gesture of stepping forward to help at any time. Facing the spiritual power that was like a mountain of water from top to bottom, Li Qingyun's face was serious, and all the formulas of the Green Mountain technique floated to his mind. Om! A huge amount of spiritual power poured into Li Qingyun's body like a whale swallowing, making him feel that the speed of time around him seemed to slow down. The 6 bridges of heaven and earth in his body gathered spiritual power at maximum power, and actually gathered 2 feet of green spiritual power in his hands. Bang! Wang Ruhai, who was sitting on the 9th floor, crushed the armrest of the chair and gritted his teeth, saying, Entering level skills. Blue stone. Blue spiritual energy gathered in Li Qingyun's hands. He roared, and the 6 bridges of heaven and earth roared, pouring out all the power in his hands. At this moment, almost all the people in the restaurant covered their eyes. The heads of the families on the 8th floor were afraid of being affected and retreated far to the back. Boom! A sound rang out. This sound was not a loud noise, but it made everyone feel that the sound appeared in the distant sky and then accompanied by tinnitus, made everyone tremble in their hearts. What kind of trick is this? I think the whole restaurant will be destroyed by him. The heads of the families on the 8th floor obviously recognized the power of Li Qingyun's moves, and they were all stunned at this time. This is the real secret method. Li Qingyun took a deep breath and adjusted his disordered breath. If he had not already mastered the spiritual power to the extent of spiritual power release, and the Qingshan Jue had reached a small success, coupled with the improvement of the middle-grade Tao Foundation, it is very likely that he would be emptied by using the secret once today. He looked at Zhang Tiankui, who was lying on the 8th floor with a terrified face. At the last moment, Wang Ruhai rescued him and threw him to the 8th floor. Zhang Tiankui was now in a state of disgrace. His gorgeous clothes were in disarray, revealing scars on his body that were either blue or red. His face was pale and full of fear. How do you have a first-grade technique?" Li Qingyun took a deep breath and said in a voice that could be heard by the whole restaurant, "First-grade technique? Haha, do you know the spirit-gathering array? We have it in Qingshan Sect." Zhang Tiankui staggered to his feet and looked at Li Qingyun, who was so proud and even arrogant in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Li Qingyun, don't be so proud. The great elder will not let you go." Li Qingyun touched his chin and thought to himself, would I let him go? At this moment, Zhang Tiankui saw Ye Xiaoyu walking down from the 9th floor. I thought, never mind, I lost, but at least the goddess Xiaoyu saw me standing up for her. I am satisfied to hear her say a word of comfort. She even came over to support me. It was all worth it. Thinking of this, Zhang Tiankui seemed to be even more exhausted and even fell to the ground again. He looked at the goddess running down from the 9th floor with a tragic, sad but strong look, as if saying, "Goddess, I am willing to die for you. I did all this voluntarily. Please don't blame yourself. I will feel bad." Unexpectedly, Ye Xiaoyu hurriedly ran past him without even looking at him. In the voice he had been thinking about day and night, he asked anxiously, "Brother Qingyun, are you okay? How are you?" Zhang Tiankui suddenly felt a buzzing in his head tilted, and he fainted. Ye Xiaoyu insisted on holding Li Qingyun, but Li Qingyun thought that it was not good for a young girl to be watched by so many people, so she did not get too close to her, but just walked side by side. The two of them went up to the 9th floor, and the young man in white robe who was originally sitting on the 9th floor was nowhere to be found. He must have left. Wang Ruhai greeted him enthusiastically. "Qingyun, not bad. I knew you would not remain silent forever, and you would make a big splash sooner or later." Heroes emerged from the young. "Mr. Wang, you are too kind. Qingyun's level is only half of what Mr. Wang achieved back then." Wang Ruhai laughed, and Li Qingyun and Wang Ruhai exchanged pleasantries to flatter each other. After that, Qingyun got to the point. "To be honest, Qingyun came here this time. In addition to wishing Mr. Wang a happy birthday, I actually have a small request." "Haha, it's about the star upgrade for Qingshan Sect. Xiaoyu told me. This is easy to talk about. Easy to talk about." Ye Xiaoyu took out a red gift box from the table, handed it to Li Qingyun, and said, "Sect Master Li, you should put this spirit-gathering stone away quickly, otherwise Mr. Wang may regret it later." Wang Ruhai glared at Ye Xiaoyu. "Huh, little girl, how can Wang be a man who goes back on his word? Just take the spirit-gathering stone." Ye Xiaoyu quickly stuffed the spirit-gathering stone into Li Qingyun's arms and gave Li Qingyun a triumphant look. Li Qingyun smiled and said to the two of them, "The banquet will go on. In that case, Qingyun will go back and take a seat." Wang Ruhai said unhappily, Hey! You are just sitting here, and you want to go back one floor. Aren't you trying to make things difficult for me, Wang?" Li Qingyun smiled mysteriously. "It's okay to sit here, unless—" Feng Yong was scared silly. He never thought that one day he would be able to go to the 9th floor of Qiwanzai, and not as a servant to serve guests, but as a guest sitting on the 9th floor. He swallowed hard and said to Li Qingyun, "Sect Master Li, Feng Yong was blind and ignorant just now." "Nonsense. How could you let me in if you are blind? Don't be nervous, just sit here and watch the show." Feng Yong had no idea what Li Qingyun was up to, so he had to answer obediently, "Yes. How much do you get paid a year for working in Qiwanzai?" Feng Yong said. "In reply to Sect Master Li, Feng Yong works as a handyman in Qiwanzai and my annual salary is 10 low-grade spirit stones." "You only earn 10 spirit stones a year and it takes 5 spirit stones to get in as a guest. And you brought me in?" Li Qingyun raised his eyebrows and asked, This?" Feng Yong looked at Wang Ruhai with an embarrassed expression, a little embarrassed, but finally said, "I am the errand consul. It is not difficult to open a back door to let you in." "Ha." Li Qingyun laughed. "Don't be afraid. After the banquet, you will quit your job at Qiwanzai and follow me." "What? I told you to follow me to Qingshan Sect." "Ah, okay. I will go pack my things now." After saying that, he actually ran downstairs and really went to pack his things on the spot. Ding! Hidden task completed. Host completed the task score, B level. Reward genius points, 200. Reward hidden attributes, 1000. Ding! During the task, accept special talents. The task reward will increase by 50%. Actual reward, 300 genius points. Hidden attributes. Li Qingyun's mouth curled up a smile. Even if there are many people in the restaurant who envy him now, it is all false. Only by improving his own strength can he really settle down. Otherwise, no one can guarantee that the tragedy will not happen again. Just like Wang Ruhai, his attitude towards me can change from cold to warm. Can't he change from warm to cold again? Today's harvest is huge. I must sort it out after returning to the sect. Otherwise, I will suffer from indigestion. Moreover, today I injured Zhang Qiankui, which is equivalent to severely slapping the face of the Soul-Snatching Sect. The conflict with the Soul-Snatching Sect has intensified. I am afraid that the people of the Soul-Snatching Sect will not let it go. The luxurious banquet held by Wang Ruhai in Qiwanzhai, which is rare in Shuangliu City in 10 years, has come to an end. But this banquet has set off a storm in Shuangliu City. What Shuangliu City people talked about most was that the long-dormant Qingshan Sect had reappeared in Shuangliu City, and the leader of Qingshan Sect, Li Qingshan, was not as useless as the previous legends said. He actually defeated Zhang Tiankui, the core disciple of the Zhang family in the Soul-Seizing Sect. After this incident, the previous slanderous legends about Li Qingyun gradually disappeared. In the hearts of Shuangliu City people, Li Qingyun gradually became the image of a young leader who was self-reliant and promising. Some residents even looked forward to Qingshan Sect returning to Shuangliu City to recruit students. But at this time, Li Qingyun was enthusiastically building his own sect in Qingshan Sect. Daqing Mountain is located in the east of Shuangliu City. Walking along the mountain road from the east of the city to the deep mountains, you will see a stone staircase leading up the mountain. The stone staircase has 3,674 steps. After climbing up, you can see a wide small square about 30 feet in radius. There is an old man with hearing loss sweeping the floor in this open space, because this small square is the open space in front of his family's gate. The gate was built with fine pear wood. It was not as gorgeous as carved beams and painted rafters, but it was grand and had a certain style. However, although the gate was cleaned spotlessly, it seemed to lack spirit, a little worn out and rough. Li Qingyun looked at Uncle Liu, who was sweeping the floor carefully, and said, "Uncle Liu, this gate has been repaired for more than 100 years, right? 299 years and 2 months. Uncle Liu actually reported a number accurate to the month. Oh, Li Qingyun said, I want to renovate it. Uncle Liu said, good wood is hard to find. Li Qingyun said, I have a way. Uncle Liu said slowly, if you can't find good wood and good craftsmen, it's better not to repair this gate. Humph. An old donkey echoed in the donkey shed. Uncle Liu, take the old donkey for a walk. I'll study it again, Li Qingyun said. When the system renovates the gate and the main hall, there may be strange phenomena. It would be better not to hurt Uncle Liu at that time. Liu Bo muttered something, walked slowly to the donkey shed, and led the old donkey to the back mountain. Let's get started. Seeing Liu Bo walking away, Li Qingyun told the system, begin to renovate the sect's main hall and gate. Renovation in progress. A scene that stunned Li Qingyun happened. No strange phenomenon occurred. All the structures of the original gate were quickly decomposed and then quickly reassembled into another structure. Host, please choose the couplet for the gate. Li Qingyun said impatiently, don't choose, build it quickly. You must choose the first one. Ah, I choose the first one. Keep going. The first couplet has been selected, corresponding to the mountain protection formation, Buddha's Wrath Vajra. The mountain protection formation is currently of the lower grade of the yellow grade, and each activation requires 50 genius points. The gate was quickly erected. The whole structure was still made of wood, but the height and width were raised several times, 60 meters wide and nearly 100 meters high. Li Qingyun's throat rolled for a while. This is too high. The 60-meter width is divided into several gates, the main gate, the side gate, the corner gate, and the side gate. Li Qingyun held his forehead. How can Liu Bo clean and guard the door now? A couplet was erected on both sides of the main gate. A few Buddhist chants in the smoke temple at dawn, a fisherman's song in the sea and sky in autumn. Li Qingyun was amazed. This system is quite cultured. This couplet has a vague artistic conception, and when it is placed at the door, it is a great sect in the secular world. Ahem. Although the gate structure is a bit exaggerated, the transformation is still successful. Li Qingyun looked at the gate with satisfaction and prepared to go in and take a look at the hall. Master! Feng Yong's voice came from behind. Li Qingyun turned and looked at Feng Yong. He was carrying a lot of bags and a wooden barrel at this time. I don't know what he was doing. Feng Yong, aren't you tired carrying so many things up the mountain? Feng Yong wiped his sweat. It's okay, Sect Master. I have been diligent and hardworking since I was young. I saw that the paint on many places on our gate has fallen off. I thought it didn't look good, so I thought about going down the mountain to sell some things and repairing our gate. You pay me so much, I can't just not work, right? You may not care about these, but the gate belongs to a sect. Feng Yong raised his head, and his face, which was covered with sweat from hard work and full of happy smiles, froze. The gate. Li Qingyun patted Feng Yong on the shoulder. Well done. Throw these things into the warehouse first. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Feng Yong lowered his chin and replied, Yes, Sect Master is right. Li Qingyun said, Let's go and take a look at the main hall, your future workplace. Ah, yes. Feng Yong was completely stunned by Li Qingyun's magical methods. He built a tall building on flat ground without even using wood or stone. The two walked into the gate together, and Feng Yong's legs went weak. "This, Sect Master, is this really where Feng Yong will receive guests in the future?" Seeing the hall for the first time, not only Feng Yong was surprised, but Li Qingyun was also stunned. This hall, yellow bricks and colored glaze, inlaid with green trimmings, purple pillars and golden beams, dragons and phoenixes, extremely solemn and luxurious. This exterior shape is simply a replica of the Great Hall. This card, it is probably comparable to the 6- and 7-star sects. Thinking of the effect of the mountain protection formation attached to this gate and the hall, Li Qingyun felt very happy. It seems that Qingshan Sect is really going to upgrade this time. By the way, there is also a spirit gathering formation that needs to be activated. Thinking of this, Li Qin said to Feng Yong, "You get familiar with the environment here. I'll go to the cave area in the back mountain." Feng Yong said, "Yes, you go ahead and do your thing." Host, a reminder, the lower grade spirit gathering stones are not enough to support a spirit gathering array of 500 acres. Why didn't you say it earlier? But it can support a spirit gathering array of 50 acres or 5 acres. You will die if you say it in one breath, right? System? The system fell silent and stopped talking. After a long silence, Li Qingyun could no longer hold back. "Okay, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have been so harsh on you. Based on the current number of people in the host sect, it is recommended to activate the minimum power. The spirit gathering array only covers an area of 5 mu. One low-grade spirit gathering stone can sustain the needs for a period of time." Li Qingyun said, "What effect can be achieved?" System. According to the system's calculations, it can achieve an 8-fold increase in spiritual energy. If it is supplied for 8 hours a day, it can last for a month. Li Qingyun said, "Done." After saying that, he looked at the 500 mu cave area and felt moved. When will Qingshan Sect really grow stronger and recruit disciples to fill the cave area? Shuanglu City is located to the east of Dihua Prefecture and belongs to the center of Dihua East Prefecture. It has a jurisdiction of 300 li and governs the entire East Prefecture. The Soul-Snatching Sect is located to the west of Dihua Prefecture and belongs to the center of West Prefecture. The central city of West Prefecture is Shuangkong City. Unlike Qingshan Sect, the Soul-Snatching Sect actually controls Shuangkong City and has actual control over the 300 li jurisdiction of West Prefecture. Almost all the good seedlings in the West Mansion were sent to the Soul-Snatching Sect, and because the Qingshan Sect was in a slump in the East Mansion, the good seedlings in Shuanglu City were actually sent to the Soul-Snatching Sect in the West Mansion. At this moment, in the West Mansion, in the Soul-Snatching Sect, deep in the huge mountain gate, there is a quiet residence. Not only is the environment here elegant, but the concentration of spiritual energy is also about 3 times higher than other places. At this moment, a middle-aged Taoist with a white face and no beard is holding a jade scroll, thinking, "You mean Li Qingyun's strength has greatly improved, and there is also a first-grade practice?" the Taoist asked. "That's right." A very burly man stood respectfully in the house and said carefully, "This man was Zhang Qiankui, but at this time, he changed his domineering character in the past. Standing in front of this Taoist, he didn't even dare to breathe. Because this Taoist is the great elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect, the strongest, Situ Quan." "Okay, I know," Situ Quan said lightly. "Grand Elder," Situ Quan said calmly, "I understand what you mean, but the Qingshan Sect collapsed 3 years ago, so no matter how much time we give this Li Qingyun, he can't threaten our soul-seizing sect. Besides, our sect has more important things to plan, and we can't spare too much energy to deal with this Li Qingyun." "Yes," Zhang Qiankui replied. "It's not worth the effort, but it doesn't mean we don't care. Go find your master and ask him to temporarily hand over the refining of the 10,000 souls pill to Elder Sun, and let him be responsible for knocking on the Qingshan Sect. Tell your master that the control of Shuanglu City cannot be lost. Do you understand?" Zhang Qiankui replied excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes! Then go down." Tiankui excuses himself. After Zhang Tiankui left, Situ Quan slowly put down the jade slip, muttering, "Entry-level skills." In the Qin sect, Xunliang held Ping An's little hand and stood in front of Li Qingyun with a well-behaved face. Li Qingyun said, "You two, don't waste too much time on other things in the future. You must practice well." Ping An, with a tight face, answered seriously, "Yes, master, Ping An must practice well. Tell master secretly that Ping An has already reached the 6th level of Qi training." Li Qingyun's face twitched. He was indeed a genius with a natural spiritual root. He soared all the way to the 6th level of Qi training at the beginning of his practice. It was really enviable. But geniuses are most afraid of pride. Li Qingyun said, "Well, Ping An is not bad, but master was already at the 9th level of Qi training when he was Ping An's age." "Ah?" Pun stared exaggeratedly. "Yes, your senior brother, Xunliang, who is only 3 years older than you, has also reached the 11th level of Qi training now." "Oh," Ping An puffed up his little mouth and made a mellow sound. Xunliang said, "Master, why did you call us here? I just put the rice in the pot, and I have to go back to watch the pot. Li Qingyun said, I told you to concentrate on cultivation in the future. Cooking, let me think of a way. I asked you to come here today to tell you that I have opened up a formation with rich spiritual energy in the cave area. The concentration of spiritual energy is 3 times that of other places. So, you two must practice here for 8 hours every day in the future. Do you understand? Yes, master. The two answered respectfully, and then rushed into the cave area with a scream. Wow, the concentration of spiritual energy is really high, Senior Brother Shun. Yes, yes. This spirit-gathering formation that made Li Qingyun helpless was finally opened and finally played its role. Li Qingyun looked at his 2 disciples with an ant's smile, thinking that he had to practice quickly, otherwise it would be bad if he was caught up by the 2 disciples. At this time, Feng Yong came over breathlessly from the direction of the main hall. Sect Master, 2 people came to the door and said they want to see you. I see they seem to be from the Tianji Pavilion. Someone from the Tianji Pavilion? Li Qingyun was shocked. Did they come so soon? Feng Yong led Li Qingyun to the main hall quickly and described the appearance of the 2 people in detail as they walked. One in a green robe and one in a white robe. The green robe represents that this person is a senior deacon of the Tianji Pavilion, with a cultivation level at least above the golden core. The white robe represents that this person is an ordinary deacon, with a cultivation level below the golden core, but it is possible to practice qi or build a foundation. The green robe is extremely polite, but the 2 people are obviously also intimidated by our magnificent hall. Haha. And I see that the white robe seems to be the person who sat with Wang Ruhai and Qiwanzai that day. Oh? Li Qingyun was quite surprised. The white-robed boy disappeared inexplicably after he defeated Zhang Tiankui that day. He didn't expect that he was actually a person from the Tianji Pavilion. It seems that he should be from the Dihua Prefecture branch. Li Qingyun and Wang Ruhai walked a few steps quickly and arrived at the main hall. They saw a young man in a green robe, with an ordinary face but exuding an indescribable temperament, sitting in the hall, looking at the brand new main hall, while the young man in white robe was standing respectfully beside the man in green robe. I am sorry that I did not come to greet you. Ha. Li Qingyun walked a few steps quickly, walked past Feng Yong and said, with a warm bow, No problem, no problem. The man in green robe stood up and greeted Li Qingyun with a smile. Li Qingyun looked at the man in green robe and suddenly felt as if he had seen him somewhere, but he could not remember it for a moment, so he asked, Junior Li Qingyun, how should I address this senior? The man in green robe smiled and said, I am Han Li, and I have received your father's favor. We should be of the same generation, so I dare not be called senior. Met an acquaintance? Li Qingyun's heart moved. Things like star rating. It would be much easier to meet an acquaintance. So he said, Okay, Brother Han. I don't know why. Why do I feel like I've seen Brother Han somewhere before? Ha. Han Li laughed and said, When Wang Ruhai held a birthday banquet in Qiwanzhai, I secretly observed you, standing next to the head of the Wang family on the 8th floor. Li Qingyun was shocked. Standing on the 8th floor, which was so conspicuous, with so few people, he was so ordinary that he didn't attract anyone's attention. This method was really terrible. He was just secretly observing me, maybe to see if I was worth investing in. After all, if I was still as decadent as I was in the past few years, maybe Han Li would think that I was not worth coming to recognize my relatives, so he would not recognize me. Just when Li Qingyun was thinking about it, Han Li said something to the white-robed man behind him that made Li Qingyun secretly happy. Why don't you come and meet your uncle Li Qingyun? The white-robed boy looked ugly, but he seemed to be very afraid of Han Li, and his face was red at this time. Feeling Li Qingyun's eyes, he glared at Li Qingyun fiercely and gave Li Qingyun an ordering look. Order me? Li Qingyun laughed in his heart. I was going to say no need to bow to save your face, but I didn't expect you to dare to glare at me. Then I had to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun cast his eyes on Han Li and put on a well-behaved smile. Not yet? Han Li urged again. Zhengyuan greets Uncle Li Shi. Zhengyuan gritted his teeth, his eyes almost piercing Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun said, No need to be polite. From the moment he came in, Zhengyuan's eyes looking at him were wrong. He always looked at him with a look of contempt, as if he was much higher than Li Qingyun, which made Li Qingyun feel very uncomfortable. Now he can take the opportunity to fight back against him. Of course, he will not miss such an opportunity. Moreover, this man was still looking at Xiaoyu at the banquet. I have just detected the situation of Qingshan Sect. With the foundation of these buildings, the evaluation level of Qingshan Sect may be higher than you expected. Just as Han Li was describing his views on the situation of Qingshan Sect, the system sent a message. Sect name, Qingshan Sect. Sect overview, buildings 200, industry 100, disciples 100, teachers 0, sect master 10, total score 410, 1-star sect, 2-star sect needs to reach 500. Han Li said, so after comprehensive consideration, I think your sect should be rated as a 2-star sect again. 2-star sect? Exactly. Thank you, Brother Han. Li Qingyun looked at Han Li gratefully and nodded heavily. The system's rating for himself must be accurate. Qingshan Sect is indeed a long way from being a 2-star sect, but Han Li gave it a 2-star sect rating. Although Han Li was repaying the kindness his parents had given him before, in his opinion, this was to help him, Li Qingyun. Han Li said, after the evaluation, Qingshan Sect's protection period will be over. When the time comes, Qingshan Sect will lose the protection period of Tianji Pavilion and may face vicious competition from other sects. I hope Sect Master Li will take care of himself. Moreover, the 300 LA jurisdiction that originally belonged to Qingshan Sect. Due to Qingshan Sect's long-term loss of control over it, it is estimated that after this evaluation, it will shrink on a large scale and may even shrink to 100 LA. Li Qingyun asked, is it because of the loss of control of the central city? Exactly, but what? Han Li said, but I will fight for Qingshan Sect again, fight for a 2-month dispute period, and fight for 2 months of breathing space for your sect. 2 months? If I can take back Shuanglu City within 2 months, can I legitimately take over this 300 Li jurisdiction? Li Qingyun asked anxiously, because 100 Li is too little. A radius of 100 Li and a radius of 300 Li are actually 9 times the area. Or I can upgrade to a 3-star sect within 2 months. Is that also possible? Han Li was stunned for a moment. Theoretically, it is possible, but the sect is newly established, so we still need to lay a good foundation and not rush for success. 2 months, I want to try. Seeing this, Han Li didn't know what to say. It was normal for young people to have drive and ideals, so he didn't know what to say. So he said, can I go to the back mountain to take a look? I am quite moved to visit the old place again. Li Qingyun said, of course, please go ahead, Brother Han. Han Li responded and disappeared directly in the hall. Li Qingyun raised his eyebrows. Teleport? Isn't that something that only Yuanying cultivators can master? Could it be that Brother Han is a great cultivator in the Yuanying period? At this time, Zheng Yuan's voice came over. 2 months? From less than a 2-star sect to a 3-star sect? And you want to take back Shuanglu City? You really don't know your place. Do you think the Soul Capture Sect will let you go easily? Who in Shuanglu City still believes in you? Take back a city from a sect with 4-star strength? Haha, I advise you to run the sect honestly. After all, there hasn't been a sect in the entire Dihua Prefecture that has been promoted to 3 stars within a year for 2,000 years. The Tianji Pavilion has prepared rewards for sects that quickly break through multiple star levels within a year. Does sect leader Li want to consider taking it? Haha, you are a waste of a low-grade Tao foundation, and you are still in the early stage of foundation building. You should think about how to survive under the hands of the Soul Capture Sect. A series of rhetorical verbal attacks made Li Qingyun raise his eyebrows, and he said in surprise, you are really in collusion with the Soul Capture Sect, nephew Zheng Yuan? You? Zheng Yuan stretched out his finger and pointed at Li Qingyun. Me? Li Qingyun asked. What's wrong with me? Nephew Zheng Yuan? Are you angry because I called you nephew, or because I said you were colluding with the Soul-Snatching Sect? I guess you're angry because I said you were colluding with the Soul-Snatching Sect. After all, the deacon of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion is not allowed to accept gifts from the lower sect privately? I'm not. Don't slander me. Zheng Yuan seemed to have been bitten on the tail, and he retorted in a hoarse voice. Oh, then you're angry because I called you nephew. After all, there's nothing to be angry about colluding with the Soul-Snatching Sect. It's just a common thing. Li Qingyun looked at the furious Zheng Yuan and said again indifferently. Zheng Yuan took a deep breath to relieve the stuffy feeling in his chest caused by Li Qingyun's anger. What a smooth-talking Li Qingyun. I won't argue with you. Just wait and see. Li Qingyun sneered. Ha ha! This sneer made Zheng Yuan, who had just suppressed his depression, completely explode. He shouted at Li Qingyun with red eyes. Do you really think I dare not do it? Li Qingyun said, so what if you do it? Ha 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 ha! Zheng Yuan seemed to be stimulated by something ridiculous. Do you really think you can try me just because you defeated Zhang Tiankui? Li Qingyun said, I don't quite understand why you have to try it with me, and you have to think that I want to try it with you. Are you as stupid as Zhang Tiankui? Do you have to provoke me with a suicidal look? It seems that I must show you some color today. Zheng Yuan's cultivation suddenly broke out, and the violent spiritual energy around him was several times stronger than Zhang Tiankui, which surprised Li Qingyun. You are scared, right? How can you, a country bumpkin, understand a true genius? Zheng Yuan laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! Bang! A giant hand appeared and slapped Zheng Yuan under its palm. Li Qingyun said helplessly, You are fighting with me in my old nest? Even if you are a great perfection in foundation building, so what? Well, this mountain protection formation is quite useful, but it costs a little bit. Ding! Successfully using the mountain protection formation once, consuming 50 genius points. Currently 295 points remaining. Li Qingyun felt a little pain, but seeing Zhengyuan lying on the ground after being knocked down by him, he felt better. If he didn't have the mountain protection formation today, maybe Zhengyuan would succeed. As for whether beating Zhengyuan would make Han Li hostile, it should not be. The relationship between the senior deacons and the ordinary deacons of Tianji Pavilion is an apprenticeship system. Basically, the ordinary deacons do errands for the senior deacons. The relationship between the two is just a work relationship between superiors and subordinates, and there is no affection. This can be seen from the attitude of Han Li asking Zhengyuan to call him uncle just now. Li Qingyun squatted on the ground and looked at Zhengyuan, who had given up resistance and was lying on the ground, and said, "Admit your mistakes, and I will let you out." Woo! Zhengyuan could no longer speak, and could only make whining sounds. "Okay, if you don't admit your mistakes, then I will let you out when your teacher comes back." Han Li returned from the back mountain, and saw Zhengyuan pressed to the ground. His face twitched. Li Qingyun saw this, and let Zhengyuan go. Han Li glanced at Li Qingyun and changed the subject tacitly. "Master Li, after the sect evaluation, Qingshan Sect has become a regular 2-star sect. You can engrave information on the Tianji stone of the Dihua Prefecture branch of Tianji Pavilion to recruit disciples and even elders from Dihua City." I wonder what information Master Li wants to leave? Li Qingyun was surprised. How unpopular Zhengyuan must be. Li Qingyun abused him severely, and when Han Li saw him, he didn't even say a word. It is impossible to say that Han Li has a bad character, because a person with a bad character will never remember the kindness that Li Qingyun's parents showed him many years ago. So, Han Li must have done it on purpose. "Master Li, what message do you want to leave on the Tianji stone?" Han Li saw that Li Qingyun seemed to be distracted, so he reminded him again. Let me think. Li Qingyun said, "Just say, Qingshan Sect urgently needs a large number of foundation-building elders with upper-grade Dao foundations and above, and Qi training disciples with 9 spiritual roots and above." Han Li coughed. "Ahem, your request is a little high. Then add one more sentence, only one." "That's it," Han Li said. "This," Li Qingyun said, "Brother Han, don't be surprised. Although Qingshan Sect is in need of people now, if we recruit unqualified people, what use will it be for our Qingshan Sect?" Although he said so, Li Qingyun's heart was bleeding. This was not his idea at all. It was clearly the requirement of the system. Just when Li Qingyun wanted to speak, the system reminded him, "Pay attention, the minimum standard for the strongest sect's outer disciples is 9 spiritual roots, and the requirements for the foundation-building elders can be temporarily relaxed to the upper-grade foundation." Han Li said helplessly, "Okay, it seems that Sect Master Li has his own plans, so I will not say anything more. Please take care of yourself, Sect Master Li. I'll take my leave now. Hey, stay for a meal." "No need." "Okay, then I'll see you off." After seeing Han Li off, Li Qingyun returned to the hall and sat down. Judging from Han Li's performance, it should be true that he has an old relationship with his parents. Otherwise, he would not have opened a back door for himself, designated the sect as a 2-star sect, and given a 2-month grace period for the 300-day jurisdiction. This should be the greatest power within his authority. Li Qingyun didn't say much, but he remembered this favor in his heart. When he became successful with the help of the sect, he would never forget this person who had helped him in difficult times. Even Han Li, who had seen the Qingshan Sect's Spirit Gathering Array and Mountain Protection Array, did not have hope that he could be promoted to a 3-star sect within 2 months, but Li Qingyun still wanted to give it a try. The system had only helped him a few times, and he had recovered from an inaccessible sect to the level of a 2-star sect. It was not impossible to be promoted to 3 stars in 2 months. He had to be promoted to 3 stars. After all, the 300 miles of jurisdiction brought the resources of 300 miles, while the resources brought by the 100 miles of jurisdiction were only 1/9 of the resources of 300 miles. More importantly, if he lost the qualification of the 300 miles of jurisdiction, he would have no chance to enter Shuangliu City. There were 2 ways to get back the 300 miles of jurisdiction. One was to be promoted to a 3-star sect within 2 months. Other was to recapture Shuangliu City within 2 months. At least he had to win back the hearts of the majority of people in Shuangliu City. Of these 2 methods, it seems that only honestly building a sect and reaching the 3-star sect is more feasible. After all, the Soul-Snatching Sect is now in its heyday. It is said that it has reached the strength of a 4-star sect, but it has not been evaluated. It is only a 3-star sect in name. With the current strength of the Qingshan Sect, a direct conflict with the Soul-Snatching Sect and competing for Shuangliu City is undoubtedly a dead end. But this does not mean that Li Qingyun has no ambition to compete with the Soul-Snatching Sect. According to Li Qingyun's plan, he must develop the sect first. As for Shuangliu City, take it slowly. 2 months. It will definitely work. After all, he is still very interested in the rewards that Zhengyuan said that the Tianji Pavilion prepared for the sects that continuously upgraded their stars. Daihua City, the association-level branch set up by the Tianji Pavilion. The branch building is a 7-story corner tower with flying eaves and walls, extremely impressive, but the few people standing outside the building at this time have no intention of appreciating the building, but instead look at a white stone standing in front of the corner tower. The stone was in the shape of a wall, with many small characters densely written on the side facing people, and those people were concentrating on reading the contents of the small characters. Suddenly, a line of words appeared in the center of the stone. Wow, the 2-star sect area has changed. Is there a new 1-star sect that has been upgraded to 2 stars? Go and take a look. Everyone quickly gathered at the area corresponding to the Tianji stone. One person read out, Dihua Prefecture Sect List. No, 37 Qingshan Sect, Sectmaster Li. Introduction: a top 3-star sect a few years ago. It unexpectedly declined and fell apart 3 years ago. The new sect master Li Qingyun worked hard to revitalize Qingshan Sect and promoted it to a 2-star sect. Wow, not bad. A 2-star sect with the foundation of a top 3-star sect is a good place to go. Yes, the foundation of a top 3-star sect will definitely not be bad. Quickly see if Qingshan Sect is recruiting. You can tell your relatives and friends to see if there are any suitable children in the family. Everyone looked down. There was a sentence written on the back that shocked everyone. Qingshan Sect urgently needs a large number of foundation-building elders with upper-grade Dao Foundation and above, and Qi training disciples with 9 spiritual roots and above. Only one is allowed. Everyone was silent for a long time, and one person said, I am not mistaken. Is this the recruitment condition of a 2-star sect? One person sneered. I think the leader of Qingshan Sect, Li Qingyun, thinks he is a 9-star sect. Yes, with such conditions, why don't others go to better 4-star and 5-star sects, but go to your 2-star sect? Haha, I was originally going to tell my relatives and friends as good news, but now it seems that I can only tell them as a joke. Ha ha ha. Seeing such ignorant information, almost all of the people mocked. At this time, a woman's voice came from the back of the crowd. Hello, is this the location of the Tianji stone in Dihua City? Ah, yes. The man who was asked by the woman at the back was stunned for a moment, and then answered. The reason why he was stunned was that the tone of the woman sounded like she was not from Dihua. But he was stunned the moment he turned around and saw the woman. The woman was wearing a red dress that was split at the waist, showing off her round thighs and slender calves, making the eyes of all the men who turned their heads to look at her become extremely hot. But she turned a blind eye to the gazes of these men, as if she had long been accustomed to them, and looked at the information on the Tianji stone. The men around her had already started to whisper to each other and signaled to each other with sneaky eyes. Finally, the red-dressed woman fixed her sight on the Dihua Prefecture Sect list, and after a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she left the crowd with a smile on her face. A group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. Was she just looking at the recruitment information of Qingshan Sect? What's wrong with just taking a look? I won't really go there. That's right. Host qualifications. Cultivation value 250. Peak of the initial stage of foundation building. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building, middle grade foundation building method, Qingyun Jue. Yellow rank lower grade. Genius points, 295. Li Qingyun stared at his panel and said, can the Qingyun Jue be upgraded to the middle grade of the yellow rank? It requires 800 genius points, and the host does not have enough points. Oh, Li Qingyun responded. Improving the grade of the method is what he wants to see most, because the inheritance of the method is the most important thing for a sect. If the Qingyun Jue can be upgraded to the middle grade of the yellow rank, or the upper grade of the yellow rank, it will attract talents to come to Qingshan Sect. If it is higher, upgraded to the lower grade of Xuan rank, it can even attract cultivators in the nascent soul stage. But then there is a great possibility that I will be killed and robbed of treasures. Since the skills cannot be upgraded, then make up for the level of Dao Foundation. Li Qingyun said, then upgrade the middle grade Dao Foundation to the upper grade Dao Foundation. This operation will cost 250 genius points. Do you want to continue? 250. It's really dark. Do you want to continue? Continue, Li Qingyun said. But suddenly he found that this continue has almost become his catchphrase, and he is forced to shout continue every time by this system. Try not to say it in the future. Preparing. Reminder, during this Dao Foundation upgrade, additional cultivation will be increased, and the host is likely to break through to the middle stage of foundation building. Do you want to continue? Continue. System. Start upgrading. Li Qingyun quickly sat cross-legged and meditated to cooperate with the breakthrough. An hour later, Li Qingyun collapsed on the ground again with a pale face and a satisfied smile on his face. Host qualifications. Cultivation value, 300. Peak of the middle stage of foundation building. Roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building, top grade Dao Foundation cultivation method. Qingyun Jue, yellow rank lower grade genius points, 45. Although the system tortured him to death every time, the results were obvious, and it was worth it. Xunliang stood at the door again with a lunchbox. Seeing Li Qingyun's condition, he hurried over to support Li Qingyun. "Master, how are you?" Li Qingyun was supported to sit on a chair and began to slowly recover his cultivation, while Xunliang opened the lunchbox and began to serve Li Qingyun rice. The lunchbox contained 3 side dishes: stir-fried carrot shreds, pickled cabbage, and cold mixed cucumbers. They were all vegetarian, but looked extremely delicious. "Has the 8 hours of cultivation today ended?" Li Qingyun smelled. Xunliang said, "Yes, master." "Well, why don't you make some meat dishes?" Li Qingyun asked the question he wanted to ask. Although the ingredients Xunliang made were delicious, he had been eating vegetarian food since he came back from the birthday banquet of Kongwang Ruhai. No one can stand eating vegetarian food every day. Xunliang was stunned for a moment and said, "I don't know how to kill wild animals." Li Qingyun said, "Is it okay not to eat meat? Your junior brother and you are both growing up, and you have to practice. You can't just eat vegetarian food." "Master is right." Xunliang realized his mistake and said respectfully. Li Qingyun said, "So, after you and Ping'an finish your training in the cave area every day, go to the back mountain and kill wild beasts, at least one every day." Xunliang said, "Yes." Li Qingyun said, "It's mainly to practice the experience of controlling spiritual power. Do you understand?" Xunliang said, "Yes." Ding, the first time to issue a task for the disciple, genius points plus 25. After the task is completed, another 50 points will be rewarded. Ahem, Li Qingyun coughed. "You must complete it. If you fail to complete it, you will be punished." "Yes, yeah." Xunliang hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, someone at the gate just now." "Are you at our gate? These people are too rampant." Li Qingyun's good mood after completing the breakthrough was swept away. These days, some low-level disciples of the Soul-Snatching Sect sneaked up to Daqing Mountain every day, doing something sneaky. Li Qingyun knew the whereabouts of these people, but as the leader of Qingshan Sect, he really couldn't do anything to these low-level disciples, and they couldn't find anything even if they investigated casually. It was just that this harassment was giving him a headache, so he had to selectively ignore them in his heart. But today, they had already walked to the gate rampantly, which completely irritated him. He decided that even if he was accused of bullying the weak as the leader, he would still deal with these minions. So after hearing what Xunliang said, he walked out directly. Xunliang didn't expect Li Qingyun to leave directly. At this time, he lowered his head, blushed, and said shyly, "It's a woman who wears very little." "Huh? Where's the master?" Yang Haoxue looked at the man in front of him who claimed to be the leader of Qingshan Sect. He had a good temperament. Seeing that he didn't show a pig brother, but didn't pretend to be indifferent, his eyes were filled with a faint appreciation. Neither humble nor arrogant. Her eyebrows were sword-like, her eyes were shining, her hair was a little messy, but still stylish, and she was wearing a Taoist robe, which was clean. She looked pretty handsome. Not bad, not a disgusting person. Looking at her once was called appreciation. Staring at her and drooling was called harassment, called hooliganism. She was lustful but not lewd. This principle Li Qingyun understood in his previous life, so he was very good at grasping the degree and won the favor of Yang Haoxue. At this time he was also a little surprised. He originally thought that she was a follower of the Soul Capture Sect, but when he went out, he didn't expect that she was a beautiful woman with amazing curves. Li Qingyun was thinking about how to speak, and Yang Haoxue's hand flashed with light, and a person was thrown out from the light. "When I was going up the mountain, I saw someone sneaking around, so I approached him and asked him questions. I found out that this person was a spy from the Soul-Snatching Sect to the Qingshan Sect, so I helped you deal with him." Li Qingyun agreed, walked to the man, and reached out to touch him. "Huh?" Found it. It was a token with the Soul-Snatching Sect's logo and the person's position on it. The Inner Sect Disciple token indicated that this person was an Inner Sect Disciple of the Soul-Snatching Sect. Most Inner Sect Disciples were at the 10th to 12th level of Qi training. Such strength was most suitable for reconnaissance. Too weak would be useless, and too strong would be a waste. "I'm joining your Qingshan Sect." Was a little cold, reminding Li Qingyun. "Huh?" Li Qingyun was suddenly surprised. He was busy checking this Soul-Snatching Sect spy and... he was admiring the beauty and forgot to ask the beauty's purpose. "I'm joining your Qingshan Sect," she reminded him again. "The information you got from the Heavenly Secret Stone?" "Yes, my name is Yang Haoxue. You must be Li Qingyun." Yang Haoxue introduced herself. "This spy is my token of joining your Qingshan Sect." Li Qingyun listened to Yang Haoxue quietly, and at this time he had already opened the system to check qualifications. Name, Yang Haoxue. Age, 20 years old. Qualification, 12 spiritual veins, earth spiritual vein, root bone 8, comprehension 8, fortune 7, heart 5, total score 28, cultivation, peak of foundation establishment, Super Tao Foundation, star rating, 6-star genius. At the age of 20, she was at the peak of foundation establishment. Although her aptitude for earthly spiritual veins was not as good as Pingyun's heavenly spiritual veins, her cultivation raised her level to the same level as Pingyun, a 6-star genius. But why did such a genius come to the dilapidated Qingshan Sect? Yang Haoshui said, I just saw that your sect has a lower-grade yellow-level spirit gathering array. I need to break through the golden elixir in the near future. The spirit gathering array is exactly what I need. Although the big sects also have it, but I don't want to join, so I choose to join your Qingshan Sect, although it's only temporary. And you, don't you also need a helper now? I can help you. Li Qingyun said, so you will leave at any time? Yang Haoshui said, I won't leave within a year. Deal. Li Qingyun smiled and stretched out his hand. Yang Haoshui rolled his eyes at Li Qingyun, but also stretched out his slender jade hand and shook hands with Li Qingyun. But at this moment, there was a sudden noise from the bottom of the mountain. Elder Liu, I saw Junior Brother's son being taken up the mountain. That woman is right here, on the top of this mountain. We must make Li Qingyun hand over the man, and we must also hand over that woman. Humph! This Li Qingyun has been hiding for so long, and finally he has taken action. We must teach him a lesson. Li Qingyun looked at Yang Haoshui helplessly. This sect master appoints you as the great elder and assigns you the first task, which is to eliminate these scumbags who come to cause trouble. It turned out that this group of spies from the Soul Capture Sect had the support of the elders. Seeing that the Qingshan Sect had few people, they had long wanted to force Li Qingyun to take action. Li Qingyun, it turned out that you captured a disciple of my sect and injured him. Are you going to provoke a war between the two sects? There were 5 people in the group that went up the mountain, led by an old man in the middle who questioned Li Qingyun in a stern voice. Oh, you mean him? Li Qingyun said, this man sneaked into our Qingshan Sect and stole the Qingshan Sect's secrets. According to the Qingshan Sect's rules, he should be executed on the spot. But this sect master thought that he was a first-time offender and was afraid that this matter would be used by traitors to provoke a war between the two factions, so he just knocked him out. Now if you want to take this man back, pay out 100 spirit stones and redeem him. Yang Haoshui opened his eyes and looked at Li Qingyun in disbelief. This sect master looked like a decent person, but why did he open his mouth and talk nonsense in a serious manner? You are slandering me. A disciple shouted. It was you who knocked him out at the foot of the mountain. Stop talking nonsense. If you want someone, take out 100 spirit stones. If you don't have spirit stones, please leave. Li Qingyun said. The leading elder said, Li Qingyun, I'm Lu Yongquan from the Soul Capture Sect. Do me a favor and hand over the people. I won't bother with you if you can't. Then don't blame me for being rude. Li Qingyun said, I know you Lu Yongquan, an inner-sect elder of the Soul Capture Sect. You're in the late stage of foundation building and have a mid-grade Tao foundation. I, who am in the early stage of foundation building with a low-grade Tao foundation, really have no chance of winning against you. Humph, Lu Yongquan said. Then why don't you hand over the people quickly? Li Qingyun. But I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to send the great elder of our sect to fight you. Lu Yongquan asked in confusion. Great elder? How can you be so great in Qingshan? Before he finished speaking, Yang Haoshui's attack had arrived. Yang Haoshui had a weapon which was different from the others. It was a red silk ribbon. The 3-foot red silk was swung out with a sense of firmness in its softness. Lu Yongquan dodged suddenly, but Hongling pulled it back and wrapped up the remaining 4 people, and released her spiritual energy in an instant, knocking down the 4 people and then attacked Lu Yongquan again. Li Qingyun sat aside, leisurely watching Lu Yongquan jumping up and down and shouting as he was chased by Sanqi Hongling. Sure enough, within a few rounds, Lu Yongquan was captured by Yang Haoshui. The 5 people were tied up by Hongling and placed in front of Li Qingyun. Lu Yongquan struggled desperately. Li Qingyun, let me out. At most, I will give you the 100 spiritual stones. Li Qingyun squatted in front of Lu Yongquan and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Elder Lu Yongquan, don't be stupid, okay? 5 people headed by you, Elder Liu, came to the gate of our Qingshan Sect to provoke us, but they were captured by me, understand? Lu Yongquan seemed to have thought of something, stunned and nodded. It's good that you understand. Just now, an inner sect disciple entered the sect to steal secrets and was caught. 100 spirit stones can naturally solve the problem. But now, you and Elder have brought people to provoke, or you can also say it's a challenge. Can 100 spirit stones still solve this problem? Lu Yongquan shook his head. Li Qingyun clapped his hands and said, That's the truth. After saying this, Li Qingyun pointed to a gray-clothed disciple who looked very smart and said, Go back to the Soul-Snatching Sect now and tell them that Elder Lu took the lead in provoking our Qingshan Sect and was arrested by the great elder of the Qingshan Sect. Sect Master Li asked the Soul-Snatching Sect to give an explanation and to pay 6,000 spirit stones to redeem him. The gray-clothed disciple was confused. 6,000 spirit stones? Li Qingyun said. There are 6 people in total, including you, so of course it will be 6,000 spirit stones. The gray-clothed disciple said repeatedly. I understand, I'll go right away. After saying this, he ran away. At this time, Yang Haoshui was looking at Li Qingyun as if he were a god and said, Are you short of money? Li Qingyun turned his head and looked at Yang Haoshui. I am not short of money, but the sect is short of money. But this person was only worth 100 spirit stones? Yang Haoshui pointed at the first person she brought up the mountain. Now his worth has increased tenfold. Li Qingyun picked up the man and threw him to Elder Liu and the other 4. Elder Liu's face twitched violently, but he finally sighed and said nothing. Li Qingyun walked over and patted Yang Haoshui's shoulders. There is no way, Elder Yang Hai. The sect is just starting out and needs spirit stones. Please don't be surprised. Yang Haoshui moved his shoulders away. My surname is Yang. Yes, Elder Yang. It's a good name. Li Qingyun repeated it without changing his expression. Humph, shameless? Yang Haoshui snorted and ignored Li Qingyun, but at the same time, she was secretly surprised. Even though she had seen many geniuses from the big sects, she felt that Li Qingyun was different today. He had a very good character and was very graceful, but he would never save face when faced with something. He would see the right opportunity to play some gangster-like tricks to gain benefits for himself. He was an interesting man. Although the 7th elder was over 200 years old, he had a youthful face with white hair, red lips, and white teeth. He sat on the futon and drank tea leisurely. He glanced at the disciples standing respectfully below. He said, What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Yes, Xiongjianmu said respectfully. Xiongjianmu was the disciple who was sent back by Li Qingyun to report the news. He was Lu Yongquan's inner disciple and also an inner disciple of the Soul-Snatching Sect. On weekdays, he relied on his status as an inner disciple of the Soul-Snatching Sect to bully the surrounding 1-star and 2-star sects. But today, he felt that he had kicked the iron plate and his foot was broken. This matter could not be let go. Lu Yongquan was just an ordinary inner sect elder. He was ordered to come to Qingshan Sect this time under the instruction of the 7th elder. The 7th elder was the master of the core disciple Zhang Qiangkui, and his status was much higher than Lu Yongquan. The great elder instructed the 7th elder, but the 7th elder was unwilling to do it, so he sent Xiongjianmu's master Lu Yongquan to do it. But he didn't expect that a dignified elder of the soul-seizing sect was captured. His master Lu Yongquan couldn't beat him and was arrested. Now he wants to get back at the place, so he can only go to the 7th elder. If the 7th elder can't do it, he can go to the great elder. Bah! How can the 7th elder not do it? The 7th elder will definitely deal a heavy blow to that bastard Li Qingyun. Xiongjianmu had already gone through all these analysis processes and interests in his mind. When he saw the 7th elder, all these things he had been mumbling about finally turned into one sentence. 7th elder, you have to make the decision for us. Li Qingyun has kidnapped my master. What did you say? When the 7th elder heard this, he almost lost his grip on the tea in his hand, and it spilled on his beard. Li Qingyun has captured my master and fellow apprentices, and he wants us to pay 6,000 spirit stones to redeem them. How dare you! The 7th elder put the teacup hard on the table and took the opportunity to use his spirit power to evaporate the tea that had just fallen on him to cover up his embarrassment. What did he say? Xiongjianmu lowered his head quickly, pretending not to see the embarrassing scene just now, and said, He said that including me, he captured a total of 6 people, and the ransom for 6 people is 6,000 spirit stones. Isn't it 5 people? He said I count as 1. The 7th elder? Asshole! Li Qingyun tied up his 5 trophies tightly, sealed them with spiritual power, and placed them in the sect's main hall. He called Xunliang and Ping An to come over for questioning. As soon as Ping An entered the door, he was attracted by the 5 people who were tied up like dumplings and stared at them curiously with a pair of big eyes. Xunliang came in and glanced at these people, then turned back and didn't look at them again. Li Qingyun said, I called you here to examine your progress in cultivation. Now report your recent achievements. Yes, Xunliang said. Reporting to the master, Xunliang has advanced from the 11th level of Qi training to the 12th level of Qi training in the 10 days since the cave area was opened. He is about to start preparing for the foundation building. Shun, Liang said calmly. But when Lu Yongquan and his 4 disciples heard this, it was like a thunderbolt. Advancing from the 11th level of Qi training to the 12th level in 10 days, this speed is simply unheard of. Yes, Ping An replied in a baby voice. Reporting to the master, Ping An has advanced from the 5th level of Qi training to the 8th level of Qi training, and he and senior brother Shun go to the back mountain to hunt wild animals every day. Liu Yongquan and the 4 inner disciples. The boy who looked honest just now has the 12th level of Qi training, but he is also 15 or 16 years old. Although the 12th level of Qi training is exaggerated, it is acceptable. But what's wrong with this kid? Even his voice didn't change when he spoke. How come he has already reached the 5th level of Qi training? And he has advanced from the 5th level of Qi training to the 8th level of Qi training? What kind of monsters are these? Disciples of Li Qingyun? Li Qingyun said, "Not bad, not bad. The speed of your 2 cultivations is barely acceptable, but there is still some gap between you and me back then. Also, when you go to the back mountain tomorrow, ask the Great Elder to go with you and find a way to learn something from her. Do you understand what I mean?" Ping An grinned, revealing 2 fangs with an indescribable cunning on his chubby face. "I understand." Xun Liang also nodded. "I understand what Master means. We must learn well from the Great Elder. It's good that you understand what I mean. Let's go down. By the way." Li Qingyun seemed to have thought of something suddenly. Xun Liang turned around and asked, "What's wrong, Master?" "The dishes you made these days using the wild animals you hunted are delicious. Remember to let old Donkey try some." "Ah, can Uncle Donkey eat meat?" "Just give it to him. He will definitely eat it." Okay. Let's go, big brother." Ping An tugged at the corner of Xun Liang's clothes and said, "I think Master has tied these people here for something. Let's not disturb them." Xun Liang is leaving. Goodbye, Master. Watching Li Qingyun's 2 disciples leave, Lu Yongquan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. "Li? Sect Master Li, how old is your little disciple?" Li Qingyun said, "Is there a problem?" Lu Yongquan smiled awkwardly. "It's true that such a young 8th level Qi training cultivator is unheard of. I believe I have been to several major sects, but I have never seen such evil disciples as Sect Master Li's 2 disciples." Several disciples on the side also nodded vigorously, trying their best to agree with Lu Yongquan. "Do you know why?" Lu Yongquan and the others all shook their heads. "I don't know." "Ah," Li Qingyun sighed. "I'll tell you the truth." Lu Yongquan and the others were almost perking up their ears, wanting to know what secrets Qingshan Sect had to teach such a monster. Such a shocking secret might be related to their future cultivation destiny. "Sect Master, an envoy from the Soul-Seizing Sect is at the door." Just then, Feng Yong ran in breathlessly from outside the door and shouted, "Ah, take me to see." Li Qingyun quickly took Feng Yong out of the door. Lu Yongquan had mixed feelings. Xiang Jianmu stood alone in front of the majestic gate of Qingshan Sect, feeling very uneasy. He thought that after telling the 7th Elder about this, the 7th Elder would show his power and bring people to flatten Qingshan Sect. But he didn't expect. The 7th Elder actually chose such a solution and asked him to be the envoy. Li Qingyun came out, hoping that he would not arrest him again. Xiaomu smiled. "Master Li, it's me." "Oh," Li Qingyun smiled. "Did you bring the spirit stone?" "No, huh?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Qingyun's face disappeared instantly, and he exuded an aura that made Xiang Jianmu's heart palpitate. The strong aura made Xiang Jianmu, who was already nervous, at a loss. In a hurry, Xiang Jianmu shouted, "2 countries are at war. Don't kill the envoys, Master Li." "Okay, if you have something to say it quickly. If you don't, go back and get the spirit stone." Li Qingyun looked at Xiang Jianmu's embarrassment and said with a smile, "Here is a letter from the 7th Elder to you. Here it is." Xiang Jianmu ran towards Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun took the envelope, carefully sensed it, and opened the letter because there was no hidden trick. "Personally, from Sect Master Li, I have just read this letter in Chinese, and I know everything. I was shocked to hear that you held 5 of my sect's elders and disciples hostage and forced them to pay a ransom of 6,000. However, I think that you are trying to keep your business going and start a business, and it is difficult to take every step. I can understand your bad idea, but I cannot follow your advice. However, since you have already asked, although I am not talented, I have a plan. If you dare to have a small competition with my sect, each sect can send a few people. There is no need to start a war, nor do I need to be accused of bullying the weak and hurt the harmony. If your sect wins, I will offer the 6,000 with both hands. If your sect loses, let my sect's elders and disciples return to the mountain. How about that? The small competition venue will be in Shuanglu City in 5 days. I hope to receive your reply soon," Li Qingyun said. "You 7 elders want to arrange a small competition with me?" Xiang Jianmu said. "That's right. Although the letter was written in a literary style, the meaning was very clear. You kidnapped our sect elders, and the means were vile. But this can be explained, because your sect is too poor and life is not easy. I don't want to teach you a lesson and end up bullying the weak. If you want 6,000 spirit stones, you can send a few people from each side to compete. If you win, you will get 6,000 spirit stones, and if you lose, you will be released." And the venue was chosen in Shuanglu City, which is really interesting. The Soul-Snatching Sect should have seen that Li Qingyun was gaining some influence in Shuanglu City. After all, Shuanglu City was originally close to Qingshan Sect, and originally belonged to Qingshan Sect's sphere of influence. Now the Soul-Snatching Sect wants to have a competition with Qingshan Sect, just to defeat Qingshan Sect in public, and tell the people of Shuanglu City that Qingshan Sect is still no match, and Soul-Snatching Sect is the boss. Qingshan Sect wants to expand its influence in Shuanglu City, so he wants to defeat Qingshan Sect in Shuanglu City. This method is much more clever than forcing Qingshan Sect to release the people directly. Li Qingyun thought, but you made a wrong calculation this time. I accept the challenge. 5 days later in Shuanglu City, Xiang Jianmu was secretly surprised to see Li Qingyun accept the challenge. He thought that this sect leader would deliberately change the subject. He had already thought of what to say after he refused, but he didn't expect him to agree. Tell your 7th elder that your sect has decided on the time and place, so I will decide the rules. The rules will be based on the rules of the small competition between Qingshan Sect and Shahan Sect 10 years ago. After saying this, Li Qingyun waved his sleeves and turned away. No more seeing you off. Ding! 2 small competition missions are started. Mission requirements: win the small competition. Mission rewards: 1. 200-1500 talent points. 2. Hidden attributes. 3. A random sect-building renovation failure penalty. Mission failure: Qingshan Sect's reputation will be completely wiped out in Shuanglu City. Not only will it be unable to win back Shuanglu City, but without the support of Shuanglu City, Qingshan Sect will never be able to actually recover the 300 LE jurisdiction. Soul-Snatching Sect, the residence of the 7th elder. As I expected, Li Qingyun, this young boy, thought he had won a few rounds against my sect, and he didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. The 7th elder laughed. That's right, the 7th elder is really as good as a god. Xiang Jianmu agreed. The 7th elder put down the teacup, stood up and said leisurely, although it doesn't take much effort to win the Qingshan Sect, it is related to the reputation of our sect in Shuanglu City after all, so we still have to prepare seriously. So you go and call the first place of this year's outer sect competition and the champion of the inner sect competition, and by the way, go and see if Luo Jingsheng is here. Yes. Qingshan Sect, back mountain. Ping An's face was full of seriousness, holding an axe as if facing a great enemy. Puff. With one cut, a section of the circle was neatly split. Li Qingyun saw that Ping An's face was full of seriousness, but he didn't see what was so good about practicing such a simple thing as splitting wood, so he turned around and asked Yang Haoshui beside him, "Is this the special training for Ping An?" Yang Hao gave Li Qingyun a cold look. "What do you know? This is called sword intercepting technique, which specializes in the accuracy of strength. It requires hard practice every day. It may seem like a simple chopping technique, but in fact, every time you strike, you have to find the weak part of the whole wood and develop the combat awareness of going straight to the enemy's weakest point." "Oh." Li Qingyun responded with a long sound. "Can I learn it?" Yang Hao didn't even look at Li Qingyun. "You are too weak and too old." Xunliang came back from the back mountain dragging a wild wolf. When he saw Li Qingyun, threw the wolf on the ground and greeted Li Qingyun. Without Li Qingyun asking, Yang Haoshui said, "Xunliang is too kind-hearted. Your idea is good. Let him bleed more, and he will be able to improve in the end." But Li Qingyun did not reply, and asked Xunliang, "Xunliang, next time you go to the back mountain, don't go to the wolf's den. It is too close to the deep mountains. There are monsters in the deep mountains. You can't go in now." "Oh," Xunliang responded, but then said, "But I saw Lubo taking Uncle Donkey in last time." "Nonsense, Lubo is so old, how can he go deep into the Qing mountain?" "Oh, master, then I will go back and deal with the wild wolf first." "Go." Yang Haoe watched Xunliang pulling the wild wolf away and said, "Your disciple has a good character, which is unique in my life. Chopping wood and cooking, these trivial things can temper his character. Ping An's talent is one of the best even among those super families. I don't know how lucky you are to have these 2 people as your disciples." Li Qingyun sighed. "Everyone has his own chance. Maybe your chance lies in your birth and talent. Maybe my chance is that I am handsome and lucky." Yang Haoshui spat lightly. "Bah! Narcissism." Unexpectedly, Li Qingyun changed the subject and said, "Otherwise, how could I meet these 2 lovely disciples and such a beautiful girl?" Yang Haoshui's face flushed. "You are really so shameless. I will ignore you." "Hey, don't go!" Seeing Yang Haoshui suddenly change from a cold goddess to a shy little woman, Li Qingyun was puzzled. Scratching his head, he thought, "This woman is so strange. This sect master just thought about Xiaoyu and felt that it is very important for me to have her help, otherwise I can't even determine the star. What are you angry about? I really don't understand." "The elder seems to be angry, master." Ping An held the big axe in his hand, blinked his big, black eyes and said carefully, "What do you know about adults' affairs? The great elder is not angry and master knows what he is thinking." Li Qingyun snorted. "Oh." Ping An agreed with a long sigh, obviously not convinced. "Oh, what oh? Keep chopping. Chop 200 today." "Oh." Li Qingyun rubbed Ping An's head lovingly and said softly, "Practice well and take care of those soul-snatching sect brats for master in a few days." "Yes." Ping An waved his little fist. "Ping An is very strong now. I will definitely help master to get revenge." "Be good, Ping An." There was one sentence that Li Qingyun did not say. "Master is still not strong enough, and he has to let you disciples take action." If I were a nascent soul now, how dare the Soul-Snatching Sect be so arrogant? How dare they dare to touch Shuangliu City? Soul-Snatching Sect, Mingxiang Cottage. The courtyard is elegant, with lush flowers and plants. There is a blue stone path in the courtyard. A girl in a blue skirt stands on the path. This girl is as beautiful as Yanghai Aoshui, but she has a pure temperament. At this moment, she is frowning and looking at the person in front of her. Xiong Jianmu has long heard that Ye Xiaoyu, the treasure of the Soul-Snatching Sect and the most talented disciple, is a super beauty, but he has never seen her. Today, he finally saw her and understood what the 4 words heart-stirring meant. At this moment, he only dared to focus his eyes on the flowers and plants on both sides of the path, and did not dare to look directly at Ye Xiaoyu. You mean, the 7th Elder and the Qingshan Sect agreed to hold a small competition between the 2 sects in Shuangliu City in 5 days, and asked me to participate? Xiong Jianmu said. That's right. Senior Sister Ye is the champion of this year's inter-sect competition, and it was the 7th Elder who nominated her to participate. Moreover, with Senior Sister Ye's cultivation of the 12th air level of Qi training, she will definitely win a competition. Go back and tell the 7th Elder that I won't go. Ye Xiaoyu turned around. Just say that Xiaoyu entered the upper sect trial to lay a good foundation and stayed in the Qi training level for 2 years. I don't want to be distracted by this matter. Besides, Li Qingyun and I are peers. Wouldn't it be a joke if I met his apprentice in this competition? Xiong Jianmu said hurriedly. Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely convey Senior Sister's original words. Thank you. I won't see you off. How dare I? Xiong Jianmu returned to the 7th Elder's residence and conveyed Ye Xiaoyu's words to the 7th Elder verbatim. The 7th Elder pondered and said, It's normal that Ye Xiaoyu didn't take action. You can go find Zhang Pengtian. What the 7th Elder said is true. The disciple has informed Zhang Pengtian, and Zhang Pengtian has also agreed. In addition, Zhang Yuan, the first place in the outer sect competition, agreed. Uncle Luo Jingsheng is also here and has also agreed. He just asked me to tell you that you must agree to him about the last matter. The 7th Elder said, I knew that this kid would take the opportunity to make demands. You will tell him later that there will be rewards only if he wins, and nothing if he loses. Yes, Xiong Jianmu said. In this way, according to the rules 10 years ago, the number of people in the 2 sects, small competitions will be complete. 1 outer sect disciple, whose cultivation level does not exceed the 10th level of Qi training, 1 inner sect disciple, whose cultivation level does not exceed the foundation building, and 1 elder, whose cultivation level does not exceed the golden elixir. Well done. The 7th Elder glanced at Xiong Jianmu, who seemed to be asking for credit, and said, You are quite diligent. When the 2 sects' small competitions are over, you can come to my Dan Fang. I just happen to be short of manpower. Yes. Xiong Jianmu was overjoyed. Thank you, 7th Elder. 7th Elder is in charge of this competition. It will be easy for us to win the Qingshan Sect. I will go to the alchemy room to get familiar with the situation. I can work with you brothers in the future. In the blink of an eye, there is only 1 day left before the small competition between the 2 sects. In the blink of an eye, there is only 1 day left before the small competition between the 2 sects. With the publicity of some people, the residents of Shuangliu City also know that the Qingshan Sect, which has disappeared for a long time, will have a friendly competition with the Soul-Snatching Sect, which is in the limelight, in the largest martial arts arena under the name of Shuangliu City Business. At that time, you only need to pay a small amount of money to enter and watch the competition. At this time, Lin Zhixiao went to Daqing Mountain to meet Li Qingyun. At least tens of thousands of people in Shuangliu City will enter the martial arts arena to watch the competition. The Soul-Snatching Sect deliberately advertised this time. It seems that they are determined to win the small competition between the 2 sects. Lin Zhixiao said. Li Qingyun asked, What do you want to say? Lin Zhixiao laughed dryly and said, Since everyone thinks that the Soul Capture Sect will win, can't we take this opportunity to make a fortune? Go on, Li Qingyun said. What I mean is, can we open a gambling game near the martial arts arena? Lin Zhixiao and Li Qingyun looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Li Qingyun said, Let's do it. Yes, Lin Zhixiao replied. Lin Zhixiao continued to report. Sect Master, the Lingya rice in the spiritual field is almost ripe. It is estimated that it will be harvested in a few days. Please come to the scene in person. Okay. Feng Chuan's savings in the past few years were hidden in a secret room. I have been looking for it these days, but I have found nothing. When the time comes, please use your skills to find it. Okay, Lin Zhixiao said. Then, Zhixiao has nothing else to do. Zhixiao will leave. Wait, Li Qingyun called Lin Zhixiao. I wonder what the sect leader wants me to do. Li Qingyun took out a white porcelain bottle from his arms. You've worked hard recently. I have a bottle of nourishing Qi pills here which may be useful to you, so I'll give it to you. Lin Zhixiao was overjoyed. Thank you, sect leader. After seeing Lin Zhixiao off, Yanghai Aoshui came out from one side and said, Can this man be trusted? Li Qingyun said, "The people I choose are naturally trustworthy." "That's right," Yang Hayaoshui said with a smile. "You are the leader of a sect so short of money that you can even kidnap people. What's the big deal about opening a gambling game?" "I? Shuanglu City, Qingshan shop. This is the largest weapons shop in Shuanglu City. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, all kinds of weapons are hung on the huge wall. The clerk is shirtless, showing his strong muscles and wiping the sweat on his forehead from time to time. Call your master." A clear voice suddenly came from the door of the store. The waiter looked outside. The man had a well-proportioned figure. He was not as muscular as the hunters who often went into the mountains to hunt, but he exuded an indescribable temperament. What surprised him most was that the man was wearing a Taoist robe, but he did not sweat a drop when he entered the stove-like room. This man was at least a foundation-building cultivator. "Please wait a moment." The waiter turned and shouted to the inner room, "Old Huang, there are distinguished guests." "Here, here." An old man with his bare chest ran out from the inner room. When he saw Li Qingyun, his eyes lit up. "It turns out that it is Sectmaster Li who has—" "Welcome, welcome," Li Qingyun said. "Do you recognize me?" "Ha!" The old man surnamed Huang laughed heartily. Sectmaster Li was so powerful in Qiwanzai that day, and the old man saw it with his own eyes. "Ha ha, that's it." The laughter was very contagious, and Li Qingyun also laughed. The old man was the owner of Qingshan Weapons Shop, and it was normal for him to attend the banquet hosted by Wang Ruhai of Qiwanzai. "Master Li, please come in." The old man surnamed Huang extended his arm to let Li Qingyun in. "Outside are ordinary weapons used by ordinary hunters. Master Li, please stay inside." Entering the inner room, he found that it was indeed a different world. All kinds of weapons were no longer hung on the wall, but were honestly placed in huge boxes. A few of the boxes were open, and most of them were closed, which looked quite mysterious. "I wonder what kind of magic weapon Master Li needs." Magic weapons are weapons that contain spiritual power. They are sharper and more powerful than weapons used by ordinary people, but the price is far more than that of ordinary weapons. Li Qingyun said, "We need an axe and a wooden stick." The old man surnamed Huang said, "Haha, Master Li's weapon is very unique, but you also have good taste." The old man surnamed Huang said, "My store happens to have these two weapons." "Oh?" The old man surnamed Huang shouted outside, "Xiao Huang, go and bring over a big red box." Li Qingyun touched his nose. The Sichuan accent of the Huang family was quite interesting. After a while, several guys outside grunted and moved a huge box. Bang! The box fell heavily on the ground. "Master Li, this is the axe." The old man surnamed Huang said proudly, "This is my masterpiece. With the level of a first-class weapon refiner, I made this top-grade magic weapon." "Top-grade magic weapon? Exactly." The old man surnamed Huang said proudly, stroking his beard. The weapon box was estimated to be 2 meters long, taller than himself. Li Qingyun frowned and said, "It's too big. Do you have anything else?" "No more." "More." "Master Li, it's very rare for a shop to have an axe left in it. Let alone a top-grade weapon, you can find another axe in Shuanglu City, or even the entire Dihua East Mansion. Huang will give you this axe with both hands." Li Qingyun's face twitched. It was obviously the axe that this old man had used to intimidate him. It was too big and covered with a layer of dust. Did he really think that this master couldn't see it? Li Qingyun reached out and touched the dust on the box and showed it to the old man surnamed Huang. The old man surnamed Huang coughed awkwardly. "Master Li, the price is negotiable. This is the only top-grade magic weapon that Huang has made. I really don't want it to be covered in dust. The price is negotiable." "Really? Then take a look at the stick." The old man surnamed Huang walked to the corner and took out a shriveled yellow stick. "This is the only magic weapon we have in our store." Li Qingyun, you are really the largest weapons store in Shuanglu City. "There is no way, Master Li. The magic weapon you want is too niche. If you want to use a sword, we have more than 100 magic swords for you to choose from." The old man surnamed Huang said aggrievedly. "Stop talking nonsense. How much are these 2 spiritual stones?" Li Qingyun said, "1 top-grade magic weapon and 1 mid-grade magic weapon. How about 600 spiritual stones for you?" The old man surnamed Huang said cautiously. Li Qingyun calculated that the sect's spiritual fields had not been harvested yet, Feng Chuan's savings had not been found, and the gambling game had not won any money. Now he only had less than 800 spiritual stones in his hand. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun opened his mouth to make a bargain. 200 spiritual stones, deal! The old man surnamed Huang sighed. "I really can't do anything about you. You are so good at buying things. Who made me like you? 200 is 200. Here you go." If he didn't know that the market price of these magic weapons was about 800 spiritual stones for 2, these 2 magic weapons were genuine, and looking at the performance of the old man Huang, he would definitely feel that he was cheated. This old man Huang gave him these 2 weapons at almost the cost price. Was he trying to make friends with him? Or was he really eager to give these 2 away? No matter, he made a profit anyway. When old man Huang sent Li Qingyun away, He thought proudly. I can make friends with the leader of a 2-star sect by paying a few hundred spirit stones, and I can also deal with the stockpiled goods. In a few days, his disciples will compete, and the whole city will see the weapons I made. This deal is really cost-effective. A huge box and a dry and ugly stick, looking at the magic weapon bought by Li Qingyun. Yang Haoshi laughed and said, "If you don't know, you would think that the great Master Li picked it up from the garbage dump?" Li Qingyun snorted. "These are 2 genuine magic weapons." "Really, Master?" Ping An came forward excitedly. "Yes." Yang Haoshi nodded. "They are indeed genuine magic weapons, and the refining techniques are very sophisticated. They are considered to be the best among magic weapons." Humph, can this master's vision be bad? Just as the few people were talking, the sound of whistling wind suddenly came. Xunliang had already picked up the stick and started to use it. The stick was rotating back and forth between his hands. A stream of yellow spiritual energy gathered around Xunliang. Xunliang danced for a while and made a few stick flowers. With a satisfied smile on his face, he said happily, "Thank you, Master. I like this stick very much." Li Qingyun said, "As long as you like it." As he expected, Xunliang's personality was like this. He didn't care about the beauty of the weapon, but only the effect of the weapon. Although the stick looked ugly, in Li Qingyun's opinion at that time, its power was not inferior to that of the top-grade magic weapon. It was a fine stick-type magic weapon. "Big brother is awesome." Ping An clapped his hands and cheered loudly, then looked at Li Qingyun pitifully. "Master, is Ping An's weapon this box? It seems a bit big." Li Qingyun said, "It does seem a bit big, but this weapon is very cool." A minute later, Li Qingyun and Yang Haoshi looked at Ping An, who was still as petite as a child, dragging a huge axe taller than Li Qingyun, and looked at each other awkwardly. "Master, great elder, why do you have such expressions?" Ping An swung the giant axe. "I think this axe is much more useful than the axe for chopping wood. It can also be used as a shield. It can also be used as a shield." "To be used." Li Qingyun said, "Ping An's weapon is not bad, and the boss's weapon is not bad either. You two should get used to the weapons today, because you will go out to fight tomorrow." "Yes?" Li Qingyun pulled Yang Haoshi out of the room and asked, "Have you bought the new clothes I asked you to buy for Xunliang and Ping An?" "Yes, let them change into them tomorrow." Li Qingyun, Yang Haoshi, and 2 disciples were staying in an inn near the martial arts arena. Li Qingyun selected weapons for his disciples to enhance their strength. He asked Yang Haoshi, a woman, to go to the market to select clothes for the 2 disciples. After all, they had to face tens of thousands of people watching, and a good image could make a good publicity for Qingshan Sect. "It doesn't matter. We will definitely win." Yang Haoshi comforted softly. She had seen Li Qingyun running back and forth these past few days and knew that this competition was extremely important to Li Qingyun. She had just arrived in Qingshan Sect not long ago. Although she felt that she did not have such thoughts about the interesting man in front of her, but seeing Li Qingyun change from his usual nonchalant attitude to his serious preparedness at this moment, she knew how important this matter was to him, and she couldn't bear to discourage such a serious and hard-working person. She felt as if she already knew this man, a man who could play different roles for the development of the sect. Sometimes a strict master, sometimes a leader who used both kindness and force, sometimes a helpless little man who was polite and courteous to please others, and sometimes a child who was throwing tantrums and making trouble. But she seemed to be unable to see this man clearly, because no matter what time, he seemed to have a strong enterprising spirit and a kind of arrogant self-confidence. System. Do you have any medicine recommendations for the competition? System. Although this system is extremely powerful, it does not directly provide elixirs and weapons. Oh, sure enough, the system is not omnipotent. Being able to provide such a huge help to his cultivation has made Li Qingyun feel too powerful. He now has a few elixirs prepared for tomorrow's competition, with various effects, but the best quality elixirs in Shuanglu City are only the first-grade human-level elixirs that have just entered the grade. Li Qingyun spent all his spirit stones to buy these elixirs. Wait, first-grade human level? The system said does not directly provide elixirs and weapons. Is it possible? Li Qingyun coughed twice, brewed his emotions, made a sad face, and said in a tone full of bleak envy, "If only my pill was of human grade 2nd grade, that would be great." System. No response? Is it not possible? Li Qingyun did not give up, sorted out his emotions, took out a pill from the pile of pills, and repeated, again, "If only my pill was of human grade 2nd grade. If only my pill. This operation will consume 5 talent points. Do you want to continue?" "Ha ha ha ha! As I expected." "Keep going. This system is proficient in the inscription method and can carve inscriptions on elixirs. One inscription can bring a small level upgrade to the elixir. The current system level is level V1 and can only add 3 inscriptions. Do you want to continue?" "Keep going." Complete the elixir inscriptions. This time, 6 elixirs will be inscribed once, and 1 elixir will be inscribed twice, consuming a total of 45 genius points. Host's basic information. Cultivation value, 300, peak of the middle stage of foundation building. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building upper grade Taoist foundation method, Qingyun yellow level. Lower grade genius points. Reminder, the current host's genius points have been used up. Please replenish quickly. Li Qingyun looked at the white lines on the elixirs in his hand. He knew about the inscription technique. He had seen it in a certain book. The inscription technique was mastered by those ancient and powerful sects. No, they can't even be called sects, because they are too huge, so huge that dozens of countries and vast continents are under their jurisdiction and control. Those sects are called Daotong. Now, I have mastered the means that only super sects at the Daotong level have. I must be very careful. Any one of those Daotongs is not me. Not even the entire Dihua prefecture can afford to offend. System, you just said that the system level is LV1. How can it be upgraded to LV2? Li Qingyun asked. System, when the sect develops to a certain level, the system will accumulate enough energy to complete the upgrade. Oh, I guess that's still a long way from me. Li Qingyun replied woodenly. Just thinking of the behemoth at the level of Daotong made him feel a little confused. But after a moment, Li Qingyun regained his confidence and his fighting spirit reappeared. It turns out that there are such huge sects in the world. It's interesting to become such a sect. Li Qingyun slowly turned the pill in his hand. Before that, let's win tomorrow's competition first. Shuanglu City Business, as a branch of Tianji Pavilion in the East Palace of Dihua Prefecture, has a martial arts arena that can accommodate 50,000 people. There is a huge projection array in the martial arts arena that can magnify the situation on the arena dozens of times and transmit it to the audience in real time. Shuanglu City, as the central city of the East Palace, has about 500,000 to 600,000 residents. At this time, the martial arts arena was overcrowded. 1/10 of the people in the city gathered in the martial arts arena. It can be seen that the competition between Qingshan Sect and Shameless Sect has attracted the attention of the whole city. This world worships cultivators. For a city with hundreds of thousands of residents, people with spiritual roots are not uncommon. Just like the famous college students in the previous life, everyone knows, is curious, yearns for, and worships them. For most residents of Shuanglu City, the Qingshan Sect and the Shameless Sect are all the information they know about the immortals in the world of cultivation. In their hearts, these immortal sects are mysterious and transcendent. Therefore, they will never easily miss this opportunity to truly see the immortal sects. Near the magnificent martial arts arena in a seemingly normal shop, Feng Yong stood at the door and greeted the people passing by. The competition between the two sects is about to begin. Do you want to come in and play? Will the Qingshan Sect counterattack or the Shameless Sect crush you? Don't you want to try your luck? Our store is guaranteed by the Tianji Pavilion. Integrity is the basis. If you miss this time, there will be no next time. Feng Yong's skill in attracting customers is very good. He is thick-skinned and sweet-mouthed. Soon, many people began to rush over after hearing the news and asked mysteriously, "Can it be guaranteed?" Feng Yong said, "Don't be nervous. Our family is a formal gambling fight. There is a senior guarantee. Don't be afraid." The customer went into the store with satisfaction. "It's okay. Don't be nervous." Li Qingyun looked Ping An, whose face was as tense as a mahjong, and comforted him with a suppressed smile. Ping An stared with his eyes and a tense face and replied, "No, I'm nervous." Okay, don't be nervous." Ping An was the first to compete. His opponent was Zhang Yuan, the first-place winner of the Soul-Snatching Sect's Outer Sect competition last year and the current #1 Outer Sect disciple of the Soul-Snatching Sect. Zhang Yuan was already 17 years old and had reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. This level was the maximum level of the Soul-Snatching Sect's Outer Sect disciples, because after breaking through the 10th level of Qi training, one would have to enter the Inner Sect. This person should have suppressed his level for the Soul-Snatching Sect's Outer Sect competition. His true strength may have reached the 10th level of Qi training a long time ago. Although Ping An had the blessing of the Soul-Snatching Sect's Outer Sect competition, and his talent was extremely amazing, he had practiced for too short a time after all, and now he had only reached the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. Therefore, Ping An was very nervous at this moment. Li Qingyun looked outside while comforting Ping An. At this time, the host of the competition has appeared and is introducing the rules of the competition to the audience in a long-winded manner. The friendly competition between the two sects is only to determine who is better, not to decide life or death. You can admit defeat at any time. The one who hits or is knocked out of the ring is also considered a loser. Li Qingyun rubbed the spiked hair on Ping An's head. "Did you hear that?" Ping An nodded fiercely. "Yes." "What do you mean? Repeat it." Ping An took a deep breath and puffed up his chest and said, "Ping An will definitely not hurt him, and will give him a chance to admit defeat. It doesn't matter if he gets hurt." "Ah? Okay." Ping-an didn't expect Li Qingyun to say that and was obviously shocked. Now, please allow me to introduce the first contestant of the Soul-Snatching Sect, the first place outer disciple, Zhang Yuan. As soon as the voice fell, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the arena. The burly Zhang Yuan fell directly from the sky and landed on the ring. A long crack appeared under his feet. His appearance was very domineering. The audience had never seen such a scene before, and they became even more excited, shouting like a tide. Zhang Yuan smiled proudly, bowed slightly and said, "I am Zhang Yuan from the Soul-Snatching Sect. Please give me your guidance." Li Qingyun rolled his eyes. This guy is really good at pretending. The next one to appear is the young disciple of Qingshan Sect Master Li Qingyun, Ping-an. The atmosphere in the audience was high and in full swing, and there was another round of shouting. "Go, it's your turn." Li Qingyun patted Ping-an. "Okay." Seeing that the contestant was still not showing up, the host continued, "It is said that this Qingshan Sect master..." Before he finished speaking, there were crazy whistles and screams from the audience. A small 10-year-old, delicate and beautiful boy walked onto the stage with a blushing face. However, such a cute little boy had a huge, nearly 2-meter-long axe on his back. The drastic contrast made the audience unacceptable. Why did the Qingshan Sect let a suckling child take the field? Am I dazzled? Why is that child carrying such a big axe? That's not an axe. It's even bigger than the blades of the windmill in the blacksmith shop. With the noisy discussions of the crowd below the stage, Ping-an walked in front of Zhang Yuan. Ping-an's head was as high as Zhang Yuan's belly, but the axe behind Ping-an was 2 heads higher than Zhang Yuan. The two men were facing each other, but Ping-an did not look up at Zhang Yuan. Instead, he looked straight at Zhang Yuan's belly seriously. Zhang Yuan was speechless. The 7th elder asked him to come out and compete with the Qingshan Sect. But the Qingshan Sect only sent such a child? This child was confused. Didn't he know that he should greet his opponent before the competition and observe his opponent? The host coughed dryly and said, "Our Qingshan Sect contestant's appearance is very unique. Now both contestants are ready. Without further ado, let's get started." As soon as the host finished speaking, Zhang Yuan quickly stepped back and distanced himself from Ping-an. He didn't know Ping-an at all, but now Ping-an had a weapon and he didn't. He was obviously at a disadvantage at close range. It would be too rash to attack directly. He had to observe his opponent before making any plans. But at this time, Ping-an didn't even look at him. He stared blankly at the ground under his feet, slowly wandering on the ring. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He pulled out a huge axe from behind him and swung it hard. Zhang Yuan shouted badly and suddenly flashed back, but found that Ping-an did not attack him, but draped an axe on the ring. Behind the ring, Li Qingyun covered his face helplessly, and Yang Haoshe was also embarrassed. 2 days ago, Yang Haoshe said to Li Qingyun, "What do you know? This is called sword intercepting technique, which specializes in the accuracy of strength. It is practiced hard, every day. It seems to be just a simple chopping technique, but in fact, every time you attack, you have to find the weak part of the whole wood and develop a combat awareness of directly attacking the opponent's weakest part." Now Ping-an chopped the ground with an axe, and the mark left by the axe was exactly the weakest part of the ring, and it was the center of the ring. Li Qingyun said to Yang Haoshe in a taunting way, "It's quite evenly split. You're still making sarcastic remarks." Yang Haoshe's face flushed red after hearing what Li Qingyun said. She was so angry that she stretched out her hand to hit Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun stretched out his hand to grab Yang Haoshe's jade hand. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said in a sharp voice, "No." The audience in the audience were originally laughing at this confused child, thinking that he was a child of Qingshan Sect who pretended to be pitiful, as if he hadn't woken up yet. He even split the ring, but the next moment, the audience's eyes almost popped out. The originally stable crack under the Ping-an giant axe quickly expanded and rushed straight to the end of the ring, splitting the entire ring into a bottomless crack. And that's not all, because the ring was built on a high place, so the crack directly cut the ring, causing that half of the ring to fall directly from the hanging place. Crack! There was a loud noise. Half of the ring is missing. The whole place was dead silent, because Zhang Yuan was also on the half of the stage that disappeared. Ping-an saw that no one was talking, scratched his head awkwardly and asked the host, Did I win?" The host said blankly, "It should be, right." The whole place exploded, and there was a thunderous cheer. "The winner, Ping-an! Ping-an, Ping-an, Ping-an!" Facing the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, Ping-an's face seemed to be shy and embarrassed, and he hurriedly slipped away from the stage. Xunliang rushed to greet him in the backstage excitedly. "Ping-an, you are so awesome!" But Ping-an whispered, "Shh, senior brother, don't talk." He looked around and asked nervously, "Senior brother, I smashed their stage. They won't let me pay for it, right?" I don't think so." "The first game Qingshan Zong won," Lin Jixiao shouted. 1-20, the dealer wins." "Ah, how is it possible?" Some people in the crowd found it hard to accept. a big man with a curly beard, said, "The information here clearly states that Ping An of Qingshan Sect is at the 8th level of Qi training, and Zhang Yuan of Shahan Sect is at the 9th level of Qi training. How come Ping An has won now?" Lin Qixiao said disdainfully, "If whoever has a higher cultivation level wins, then there is no need for the Qingshan Sect and Shahan Sect to compete. Wouldn't it be better to just compare their cultivation levels? Gentlemen, if you are willing to accept defeat, you must accept the consequences. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Since you all want to be safe and have bet on the Shahan Sect to win, you must bear the risk of the Shahan Sect losing. Everyone, this round is the dealer's win. Thank you for letting me win. I don't accept it. Let's do it again. Let's do it again." As a gambler, he is naturally unwilling to give up, and Lin Zhixiao is happy to do so. Then he said, "Well, then please look at the information of the two parties in the second match. Soul-Snatching Sect, Zhang Pengtian, the second place in the Soul-Snatching Sect's inter-sect competition, has reached the 12th level of Qi training and has stayed there for a year, preparing for the Nine Palaces trial. Qingshan Sect, Xunliang, Li Qingyun's eldest disciple, has reached the 12th level of Qi training." Everyone looked at the introduction of the two people, and the gap was as big as the last match, and they couldn't help but look at each other again. Suddenly, one person said, "Damn it, I don't believe that Qingshan Sect can turn the tables this time. I'm still suppressing Soul-Snatching Sect." "Yes, I'm also with Soul-Snatching Sect. I don't believe this evil. Can't everyone see such a clear situation? This time, Soul-Snatching Sect must win." After Zhang Yuan's failure, Li Qingyun had been observing the old man sitting in the VIP seat of the audience. This man was the 7th-ranked elder of Soul-Snatching Sect, the 7th elder. Li Qingyun found that after Zhang Yuan lost, the 7th elder was only slightly surprised, but then he returned to normal, and Ye Xiaoyu beside him showed a relaxed look. At this time the second round was approaching, and the 7th elder whispered to a child beside him, and the child quickly ran to the backstage where Zhang Pengtian was preparing. "It should be to tell Zhang Pengtian something." Yang Haoxue said solemnly, "This old man wants Zhang Pengtian to cripple Xunliang and get back the place for the Soul-Snatching Sect." "What? I can hear the old man's voice? Really?" Li Qingyun whispered, "Then this old man really deserves to die." At this time, Ye Xiaoyu also looked at Li Qingyun and sent a worried look to Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun nodded, indicating that he already knew. "Is that girl your little lover?" Yang Hai obviously noticed the eye contact between Li Qingyun and Ye Xiaoyu. "Is it your business?" Li Qingyun rolled his eyes at Yang Haoxue. "How can I?" "Call the boss over quickly and tell him something." Li Qingyun interrupted Yang Haoxue and said, "Humph." Yang Haoxue snorted and called Xunliang. Li Qingyun muttered in his heart, "You woman, what are you humming?" After a while, Xunliang was brought over by Yang Haoxue, holding his arm. Li Qingyun grabbed Xunliang's other arm, leaned over and whispered, "The Soul Capture Sect wants to cripple you. What should we do?" Xunliang said, sternly. "I will never let them succeed." "This is not my request. My request is that since the other party has been unkind and unjust, we can't be too merciful. I want you to beat him as badly as possible. It doesn't matter whether he is crippled or not." Xunliang said honestly, "What if I can't beat him?" Li Qin said, "Silly, if you can't beat him, just surrender and I will go to save you. Don't be stupid and not surrender, or you will be crippled." Xunliang nodded heavily. "Yes, master, I will try my best." "Okay." Li Qingyun took out a few pills from his body and stuffed them into Xunliang's hand. "Here are pills for restoring spiritual energy and pills for healing. If you are injured, remember to take the medicine and surrender as soon as possible." Xunliang took the pills. "Yes, master." Li Qingyun knew that Xunliang was different from Ping An. Ping An was talented and liked to play some risky tricks. Xunliang was less talented, but extremely cautious and down to earth. So although he was worried about Xunliang, the host called Xunliang to the stage at this time. The first person to compete this time is the eldest disciple of Qingshan Sect Master Li Qingyun, Xunliang. Xunliang seemed not to be used to the new clothes he just bought yesterday, and he went on stage with the ugly stick magic weapon. The audience was very considerate. Although Xunliang's appearance was not domineering, not so attractive, and even looked a little awkward, they still gave Xunliang some applause. And the one who appeared from the Soul-Snatching Sect is the second place in the Soul-Snatching Sect's inter-sect competition, Zhang Pengtian. In contrast to Xunliang's awkwardness in new clothes, Zhang Tianpeng had a natural and elegant aura when he appeared. He wore a Confucian robe and looked like a modest gentleman. The host had obviously had enough of the audience's enthusiastic screams. Without giving them time to cheer, he said directly, "Let's start the second match." As soon as he finished speaking, Xunliang took out a wooden stick, set up the most stringent defense, and looked at Zhang Pengtian vigilantly. Zhang Pengtian raised his eyebrows and thought, Xunliang and Ping An are both disciples of Li Qingyun. Why are their styles so different? But as soon as the thought came to his mind, Xunliang jumped up and hit the ring with a stick. Oh my god! You just said they were different? Here we go again. Zhang Pengqian thought Xunliang was using the same old trick again, so he ran towards Xunliang quickly and got close to Xunliang, so that he would not be attacked by the cracks. It can be said that this is the best solution to deal with the ring-breaking style. Zhang Pengqian is worthy of being the second in the inter-sect competition of the Soul-Snatching Sect. Such combat experience is indeed not comparable to that of the outer sect disciple Zhang Yuan just now. However, Zhang Pengqian is not Zhang Yuan, and Xunliang is not Ping An. When Zhang Pengqian rushed to Xunliang's vicinity, Xunliang suddenly picked up the wooden stick. All the rubble collapsed, dust flew, blocking Zhang Pengqian's sight, and hit Zhang Pengqian with a stick. All this, from the beginning to now, was done in an instant. The audience, who had originally scolded Xunliang and Ping An for being the same virtue as Zhang Pengqian, also exclaimed at this time, cheering for Xunliang's attack. But at this time, Li Qingyu and Yang Haoxue in the backstage were full of solemnity. The seventh elder snorted disdainfully, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, Xunliang's idea of attacking Zhang Pengqian in the chaos did not succeed. Zhang Pengqian seemed to still have vision in the dusty sky, as if he had grown a few more eyes. When Xunliang's attack came, he narrowly avoided Xunliang's attack and took advantage of the situation to kick the wooden stick, bringing Xunliang down in the air. But after Xunliang stumbled and fell to the ground, he did not stay for long. Instead, he kicked the ground with one foot, jumped up, and attacked Zhang Pengqian, who had not fallen in the air. Zhang Pengqian saw Xunliang attacking, condensed a stream of spiritual energy in his palm, attacked fiercely, and directly used spiritual power to fight Xunliang's magic weapon. The two of them fought together. In just a short moment, they had fought for more than a dozen rounds. The battle rhythm was tense, and all the spectators in the field watched with bated breath. Suddenly, with a bang, a person flew out of the two-person battle group and hit the ground. Everyone concentrated their minds and looked at the huge projection array on the ring. On the picture that was magnified countless times, a person slowly crawled out of the dust. That was Xunliang. He was knocked away by Zhang Pengqian, and Xunliang fell into a disadvantage in this round of confrontation. But Xunliang picked up 2 pills and stuffed them in his mouth. Without taking a rest, he killed Zhang Pengqian again. This brutal fighting style not only made the spectators gasp, but also naturally did not give the opponent a chance to breathe. If this fighting style continued to the end, no matter who won, both sides would suffer. Madman, Zhang Pengqian cursed. He looked relaxed, but no one knew how aggrieved he was. He could not stand Xunliang's fighting style anymore. He rushed towards him desperately again and again, and his defense was so tight that he could only be forced to fight him head-on. Although it seemed that Xunliang was at a disadvantage in a head-on fight, it would consume a lot of spiritual power to fight against Xunliang's magic weapon head-on. Although he looked richer than Xunliang, he did not have a magic weapon. Only Xunliang, a direct disciple of the master, could use a Fey, top-grade magic weapon during the Qi training period. He could not run away and he could not fight to death. It was really infuriating. Zhang Qianpeng retreated quickly, but Xunliang was not willing to let him go. He followed closely and hit him with a stick. "You forced me to do it. I didn't want to expose it," Zhang Qianpeng shouted. A green spiritual power suddenly appeared in Zhang Qianpeng's hand. "Release spiritual power!" Li Qingyun screamed and was about to go forward to save people. But at this time, Yang Haoxue grabbed Li Qingyun and said, "Wait a minute." The seventh elder sitting in the VIP seat laughed heartily. In Li Qingyun's eyes, is this the confidence of the soul capture sect? Mobilizing spiritual energy and using spiritual energy power can be mastered by cultivators above the 6th level of Qi training, but releasing spiritual power is a breakthrough in the use of spiritual energy. It can beat the power of spiritual energy out of the body, greatly increasing the power and basically crushing cultivators of the same level who have not mastered the release of spiritual power. And the ability to control spiritual energy, such as releasing spiritual power, is not achieved by many cultivators who are in the foundation building stage. Unexpectedly, Zhang Pengqian has reached this level. On the court, Xunliang has completely fallen into a passive position. Even with tight defense, he was still beaten back by Zhang Tianpeng. Haha, I just got the news that the competition between Xunliang and Zhang Tianpeng has come to an end. Xunliang is being beaten by Zhang Tianpeng and is about to lose. I said so. Zhang Tianpeng is the 2nd place in the inner door competition. He has been practicing Qi for a year. How can he not beat Xunliang? Haha, it seems that this time our dealer will have to spit out the money he won last time. Lin Shixiao said, "Don't worry, since we have set up a gambling game, we must be willing to accept the loss. If Xunliang loses the game, we will definitely pay. But if Xunliang doesn't lose, don't cry when the time comes, right?" The big man with curly beard said disdainfully, "Humph, of course we are not 3-year-old children. How can we cry?" Xunliang was knocked to the ground again. At this time, Xunliang looked very embarrassed. He crawled on the ground with no strength. Even getting up became very difficult. Seeing Xunliang being knocked down again and seemingly having no strength left, Zhang Pengtian thought of the seventh elder's instructions to him, to cripple him and vent the anger of the soul-catching sect. He glanced at the seventh elder in the audience, and the seventh elder nodded to him, so he took the initiative, condensed his chi again, and rushed straight to Xunliang's legs. In order to prevent Xunliang from dodging, and to avoid the rescue of Xunliang's teacher, he rushed directly to Xunliang, ready to grab Xunliang's legs and cripple them directly. Not good! Li Qingyun shot forward directly from the backstage, yelling, "You dare!" At this time, the seventh elder suddenly stretched out his hand and cast a barrier in the backstage, blocking Li Qingyun's way and greatly slowing down Li Qingyun's speed. Asshole! Li Qingyun saw that Zhang Pengtian was about to succeed, and his eyes were about to burst. Xunliang! At this critical moment, Xunliang suddenly jumped up and hugged Zhang Pengtian head-on. Bluestone! Xunliang used the secret method of Qingshan Sect. Bluestone. He had been waiting for this opportunity, because he had not yet mastered the release of spiritual power, so the bluestone could only be released by sticking to his limbs and using the spiritual power of his limbs to operate the secret method of bluestone. Zhang Pengtian was hugged tightly. At this moment, he heard a voice that made him collapse. This voice came from Xunliang. Even at such a critical moment, Xunliang's voice was still as calm as ice, just like a devil. I have been calculating your spiritual power. So far, you have attacked me 137 times. If you have 6 spiritual roots, you will lose under my secret method. If you have 9 spiritual roots, maybe you can fight and tie with me. If you have earth spiritual roots, then I will consider myself unlucky. You Qingshan Sect are all monsters. Zhang Pengtian mobilized all his spiritual power. I will fight you. In the gambling game, a clerk hurriedly ran to Lin Jixiao, whispered a few words, and then hurriedly retreated. Lin Jixiao showed an irrepressible smile on his face and said with a cupped hand, "Everyone, I'm sorry to give in again. You lost this round again." "Shut up! How is it possible?" "Nonsense! I don't believe it." Before Lin Jixiao finished speaking, the gamblers who placed bets were all furious, and they obviously couldn't accept the reality that they lost again. At this time, the bearded man said, "Everyone, please calm down. I have something to say. Excuse me, did Xunliang of Qingshan Sect win?" Lin Jixiao said, "No." "Then what basis do you have to say that we lost?" "Yes, Xunliang didn't win again?" The bearded man also asked, "Since Xunliang didn't win, why did Brother Lin deceive us?" Lin Jixiao shook his head. "We, the banker, didn't bet on Xunliang to win. Now it's just you who lost. You bet on Zhang Pengtian to win, but Zhang Tianpeng didn't win, so you all lost." The bearded man's head buzzed. Xunliang and Zhang Pengtian wrestled at close range at the last moment of the match. Both of them ran out of spiritual power at the same time and finally fell off the ring together. The two ended up in a tie. So, the dealer wins again in this round. Wow. Ah. Woo. The big man with a full beard and a black beard like a round basin suddenly started crying and sat on the ground, crying like a child. "This is the money my wife asked me to buy her clothes. Woo! Hiccup!" Lin Jixiao curled his lips. He just said seriously that he would not cry. "Everyone, we won by luck again this time." "Master, I didn't expect that man to have 9 spiritual roots. I could have won, but in the end my spiritual power couldn't keep up," Xunliang said weakly while lying in Li Qingyun's arms. "It's okay, you've done very well. Go to sleep." Li Qingyun patted Xunliang and comforted him. Yang Hai Aoshui looked at Ping An, who was worried, and said softly, "Your senior brother just ran out of spiritual power. Not overdrawn. Just take a rest." "Yes." Ping An nodded seriously, but his little face still looked at his senior brother Xunliang with worry. The audience off the field was already talking about it. They thought that the Soul-Snatching Sect, which was in its heyday, could easily crush the Qingshan Sect. Even if they lost the first game, they still thought that the Soul-Snatching Sect could win the competition. But now, the situation is completely different from what they thought. After 2 games, the Qingshan Sect won 1 and tied 1, and the Soul-Snatching Sect lost 1 and tied 1. From this point of view, the best result of the Soul-Snatching Sect is to tie with the Qingshan Sect. And even if the Qingshan Sect lost the last game, it was just a tie with the Soul-Snatching Sect. In their hearts, the original prestige of the Soul-Snatching Sect could not help but be discounted. All of this was seen by the 7th Elder. He told the boy beside him, "Go tell Luo Jingsheng to say this before the 3rd game starts." The boy was stunned for a moment, but reacted after a moment and hurried to where Luo Jingsheng was. Li Qingyun saw this and asked Yang Hai Aoshui, "What did they say?" Yang Hai Aoshui shook her head. This time he used his mental power to block the sound. Li Qingyun looked at Ye. At this time, Ye Xiaoyu's face was full of anxiety, and he kept shaking his head at Li Qingyun. What did the 7th Elder order? What made Xiaoyu so nervous? At this time, Yang Hai Aoshui said, "The 3rd game should not be difficult, so it seems that we have won this competition." At this time, the host's duck-like voice appeared again. "Sorry for waiting, everyone. Now let us welcome our third Soul Capture Sect contestant, the Foundation Establishment expert, Luo Jingsheng. Wow, our Lord Luo Jingsheng is indeed worthy of his reputation, so handsome and unrestrained. Without further ado, we would like to invite the Qingshan Sect contestant, Yang. Luo Jingsheng interrupted the host. Wait a minute. Huh? Luo Jingsheng walked to the side of the host and also appeared in the projection formation in front of tens of thousands of people. I hope that the one who will appear from Qingshan Sect is their sect master, Li Qingyun. I want to challenge Li Qingyun. Woo. The audience was eager to watch the fun, and when they saw that the sect master of Qingshan Sect was dragged out, the booing and shouting became louder. Luo Jingsheng slowly turned around, and the large image on the projection array also slowly turned around and looked at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun, do you dare to fight? Fight! Deal with him! Fight! 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 The seventh elder looked at the audience's reaction with satisfaction, stood up, and said in a voice loud enough for everyone in the audience to hear, "Okay, you are worthy of being my disciple of the Soul-Snatching Sect. I will also invite Sect Master Li for you." At this time, Li Qingyun and Yang Hayaoshui looked at each other helplessly. Sure enough, this bad old man was mean. If he did this, if they defeated Li Qingyun, even if the Soul-Snatching Sect could not win the small competition between the two sects, they could overwhelm the Qingshan Sect in momentum and regain the hearts of the people. After all, even their sect master was defeated by the Soul-Snatching Sect. It was a good calculation. Luo Jingsheng was at the peak of the foundation building, while Li Qingyun was only in the middle stage of the foundation building. Such a big battle would undoubtedly let Li Qingyun go up and give himself up. Moreover, even if Li Qingyun won at the risk of his life, it would be no different from Yang Hayaoshui defeating Luo Jingsheng on the field. This was obviously a losing business. Li Qingyun naturally knew it, so he stepped forward and said proudly, "Since the two sects have already selected the players to fight, there is no reason to temporarily replace them. The seventh elder should just give up this idea." The seventh elder chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Sect Master Li. I know that it would be too abrupt to let you end up like that. It is not a good deal for you, so I am willing to take out a spirit tower in Shuanglu City as a bet. If Sect Master Li personally participates in the battle and wins the game, I will give you one of the only 2 enrollment bases in Shuanglu City. How about it? Spirit Tower. The Spirit Tower is a place to test the spiritual roots of disciples of appropriate age, and even to test the quality of foundation building for foundation building cultivators. Like the Tianji Pavilion, it is almost spread across all cities. Therefore, these Spirit Towers have become the bases for various sects to recruit students in the city, using the Spirit Tower to grasp the talents of each child of appropriate age, as well as their practice performance. Qingshan Sect has only 2 Spirit Towers. If Qingshan Sect can control a Spirit Tower, it is equivalent to taking back half of the students in Shuanglu City. Originally, Li Qingyun did not expect to get the Spirit Tower at all. He only hoped to expand his influence in Shuanglu City this time, and prepare to return to Shuanglu City and take back the 300-eye jurisdiction. But since the 7th Elder has brought it up fearlessly today, why not give it a try? If you lose, you will only lose the Spirit Stones. Once you win, you will get the Spirit Tower. Let's do it. Li Qingyun growled. He walked out of the backstage, stood on the ring, and laughed loudly. Since the 7th Elder is so generous, then Li will go to heaven to compete with the genius of your sect. After saying this, he looked at Ye Xiaoyu, whose face was full of worry and a hint of blame, and smiled apologetically. The 7th Elder said, "Haha, since Sect Master Li has chosen to fight, there is no reason for us in the Soul Capture Sect to be stingy. Everyone who came here today can testify to this. As long as you can win, I will give the Spirit Tower to your Qingshan Sect." Deal! The arena was full of potholes and had shrunk by more than half. It was unrecognizable. Li Qingyun stood on the arena and stared at Luo Jingsheng. Luo Jingsheng was wearing a brocade robe and a tight black belt around his waist. He looked very powerful. He had an ordinary face, but there was a ruthless look in his eyes. He looked like a man who had experienced many battles. Luo Jingsheng said, "The 7th Elder was sure that you would accept the challenge. I didn't expect you to be so disappointing and actually fell for his trick. Originally, Ye Xiaoyu offered me 2,000 Spirit Stones to lose to your Qingshan Sect, and I accepted it. Now that the 7th Elder is paying so much attention, it seems that I can't let him win." Li Qingyun said, "No need to let him win. Fight me with all your strength." The 7th Elder watched the 2 people confront each other, and a smile appeared on his face. This Li Qingyun was too young, and the provocation method worked on him every time. He was impulsive and blind, and it seemed that he was not to be feared. The audience was also very excited at this time. It was rare for cultivators to be allowed to watch the competition, and today there was an emergency, and the leader of a sect came out to compete. This kind of thing can be boasted about for decades. Seeing that the 2 had no intention of starting, the host did not dare to urge them. After all, these two people were foundation-building cultivators, and there was also a sect leader, who was not someone he could provoke, so he sneaked away from one side. Luo Jingsheng said, "In fact, I don't have any bad feelings towards you. We are both people with insufficient qualifications. I also have a low-grade Tao foundation. But compared to you, I am smarter, so I am now at the peak of foundation building, and you are still in the middle stage of foundation building." Li Qingyun sneered and teased, "You are still better than me, so ashamed. I hate your face. You know you are rubbish, but you still don't repent, and you have an indifferent attitude all day long." Hearing Li Qingyun's teasing, Luo Jingsheng's originally calm face suddenly became distorted, and he looked at Li Qingyun with a hostile eye. "Oh, didn't you originally mean to express that you are better than me?" Li Qingyun said. "I am better than you. I am reminding you that since you are weak, you must know yourself and work hard to become stronger," Luo Jingsheng said impatiently. Li Qingyun smiled and said, "You don't need to tell me who is strong and who is weak, and you don't need you to teach me how to live. You say you are kind enough to guide me, but aren't you just looking for a sense of superiority from me? A rotten tree cannot be carved. You are hopeless." Luo Jingsheng seemed to have suffered great injustice and felt extremely disappointed, and said angrily. Li Qingyun was speechless. "A rotten tree cannot be carved? Who asked you to carve me? How dare you be so shameless? You come here to teach me how to behave." He shook his head and didn't want to say anything more to this self-satisfied person, so he said, "There is no point in talking more. Let's do it." Luo Jingsheng looked at Li Qingyun disappointedly again and said, "It's good that you know you are in the wrong. I hope you can learn from me in the next battle with me and realize the gap between you and me." Li Qingyun kicked over, right at Luo Jingsheng's head. Luo Jingsheng exclaimed, squatted down, and avoided Li Qingyun's attack, but Li Qingyun's attack came again. "Good fighting style!" Luo Jingsheng shouted, and quickly distanced himself from Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun was speechless. He still pretended to praise him at this time. This man was really pretentious to the core. Thinking of this, he rushed up again. The audience under the ring were also dumbfounded at this time. They originally saw the two people chatting enthusiastically from the projection array, but the leader of Qingshan Sect suddenly attacked and kept taking the initiative afterwards, making Luo Jingsheng flustered. "Tsk, he's just the leader of a sect. Why is his attack so ugly? A sneak attack? What kind of hero is this? It's okay. This is a competition, and it's a skill to be able to take the initiative." Huh? Why did he take the initiative to attack but still fell into the disadvantage? What? Everyone looked towards the stage and saw Luo Jingsheng suddenly jump up, with rich black spiritual power surging from his body. He was almost suppressing Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun was beaten so hard that he could only defend with all his strength, and could not launch a single attack. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. "I didn't expect the quality of your spiritual power to be so good," Luo Jingsheng laughed strangely. "It can be compared with the spiritual power of a top-grade Taoist. Is this the effect of your cultivation of the entry-level exercises?" Luo Jingsheng kept saying sarcastic words in a strange voice, and accompanied his words with crazy attacks. "But what's the use? Even if the exercises you practice are better than mine, but your realm is not as good as mine, won't you still be suppressed by me?" Li Qingyun resisted Luo Jingsheng's attack with all his strength without saying a word. Luo Jingsheng's cultivation at the peak of foundation building was 2 small realms higher than his, but he was not at a big disadvantage when competing with him in spiritual power. All this was because he was now a top-grade Dao foundation, and in terms of the quality of his Dao foundation, he was 2 grades higher than Luo Jingsheng. He never thought that there would be a day when he would rely on the grade of his Dao foundation to bully others. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun couldn't help but show a self-deprecating smile on his face. "You're still laughing!" Luo Jingsheng, who was in a crazy state, saw Li Qingyun smile. He was extremely sensitive and had a fragile self-esteem, so he was extremely angry. Deep down in his heart, he thought that this was Li Qingyun's smile that looked down on him and was a contempt for him. He couldn't help but jump up and curse. "What are you laughing at? You are so trash and you still have the nerve to laugh? Then I'll show you some color." The black spiritual energy on Luo Jingsheng's body gathered and turned into a black long sword, slashing down at Li Qingyun fiercely. Li Qingyun, who was still resisting, saw the black long sword. His face changed drastically, and he quickly dodged to the side, but was finally hit by the aftermath of the spiritual power and fell to the side. Spiritual power taking shape? Spiritual power transformation is a higher level of spiritual power control than spiritual power externalization, which can transform spiritual power into various objects, making the spiritual power more powerful and greatly increasing the power of spiritual power. Luo Jingsheng smiled proudly. "It's not spiritual power transformation. This is a martial art I personally learned, called Black Soul Sword, a martial art that all of our Soul Capture Sect elders can learn, which can gather the spiritual power in the spiritual power externalization realm and transform it into a sword, greatly increasing its power. Li Qingyun praised, "It's really amazing." He adjusted his breath quickly. The aftermath just now had caused him to suffer a lot of fluctuations. Now, while Luo Jingsheng was giving him a scientific explanation, he could adjust himself. "I didn't expect that your spiritual power would be exhausted so quickly. As expected, the total amount of spiritual power of the middle stage of the foundation building of the lower grade Tao Foundation is too little. You have even less spiritual power than I did back then. So I am indeed stronger than you. Just by beating you like this, you should know the gap between you and me. To be honest, I haven't shown my true strength yet." Li Qingyun was almost unable to stand this person. His words, which were said in a serious manner, always made him dizzy. Every word he said revealed a secret sense of superiority. He kept emphasizing that although he had poor qualifications, he had achieved success through hard work. The most hateful thing was that he had to bring Li Qingyun along and compare himself with Li Qingyun, which was simply infuriating. "Actually," Li Qingyun said slowly. Luo Jingsheng said, "What?" Li Qingyun jumped up and his cultivation burst out. "I still have a lot of spiritual power?" Luo Jingsheng's face was distorted unbelievably again, becoming extremely ferocious. "How can you still have spiritual power? Could it be that you, a piece of trash, have stronger spiritual power than I did back then?" The two fought again, and finally, Luo Jingsheng activated the Black Soul Sword again to suppress Li Qingyun and forced him to retreat to one side. "Is your spiritual energy exhausted? Although your spiritual power is stronger than mine back then, it is also limited. In terms of combat skills, there is still a gap between you and me at that time. Although it took some effort, you now understand the gap between you and me, right? I haven't shown my true strength yet, and you are powerless to fight again." Seeing this scene, the seventh elder in the audience smiled with satisfaction and said something to the little boy next to him with satisfaction. Ye Xiaoyu clenched his fists tightly. Yang Haoshui also looked at Li Qingyun with concern. She did not stop Li Qingyun when he went on stage. Now seeing Li Qingyun fighting desperately, she felt guilty. But at this time, Li Qingyun suddenly woke up. He had understood that Luo Jingsheng was moody and kept emphasizing his superiority and saying how powerful he was. In fact, he was covering up his sensitive and inferior heart. Once he gained an advantage, he would say something like the first time, as if he was comforting people, but in fact, it was for his own high nest. Once he failed to achieve his goal, could not crush the other party, and gained a disadvantage, he would jump and curse. The seventh elder sent such a person to fight with him. The purpose was actually to let Luo Jingsheng, a person who made fun of hitting others, kill him and suppress himself severely, and it would be best to cause a psychological shadow to himself. This is his characteristic, but it is also his fatal weakness. With this thought, Li Qingyun exploded again and jumped up. "I still have a lot of spiritual power." As expected, Luo Jingsheng's face was twisted into a knot again. "You trash actually have a much higher spiritual power base than I did back then." "Yes!" Li Qingyun began to provoke Luo Jingsheng. "Ah!" Luo Jingsheng let out a collapsed cry. "You still dare to be complacent. Watch me teach you a lesson." With this shout, Luo Jingsheng's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the black spiritual power around him gradually emitted a dark red light. The aura on his body rose steadily, and finally broke through the peak of the foundation building and reached the great perfection of the foundation building, and even went a step further and touched the edge of the golden elixir. With a punch, Li Qingyun had nowhere to hide and was slammed down on the ring. "Now you know how powerful I am?" the crazy Luo Jingsheng asked in a hoarse voice. Li Qingyun climbed up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You are a hopeless person. You used forbidden techniques and wasted time with me." At this point he took out a pill from his arms and threw it into his mouth. Human-level first-grade jade blood pill. 2 inscriptions, comparable to human-level third-grade jade blood pill. After taking it, it can forcibly raise 2 small realms for half an hour. As the pill went down his throat, Li Qingyun felt that the spiritual power around him was surging wildly, and the 9 bridges of heaven and earth in his body made a roar, indicating that they had entered the limit of operation at this time. The breath climbed to the late stage of foundation building, and then the peak of foundation building. Unprecedented power filled his body. Li Qingyun looked at the stunned Luo Jingsheng and provoked him again. "Do you know why I have so much spiritual power? It's not because I have an entry-level technique, but because I am now a top-grade Taoist foundation." Luo Jingsheng's lips trembled, and he asked tremblingly, What did you say?" Li Qingyun had a faint smile on his face and repeated, "I said, I am a top-grade Taoist, much stronger than you were at that time." "What? I don't believe it!" Luo Jingsheng was hysterical again and rushed towards Li Qingyun. "Why do you say that?" Now the gap between Li Qingyun and Luo Jingsheng in cultivation has narrowed, and Li Qingyun has surpassed Luo Jingsheng in other conditions and is no longer afraid of him. In addition, Luo Jingsheng was stimulated by him and became angry. His moves were weak and full of flaws. Li Qingyun grabbed Luo Zheng's arm and swung it hard on the ground, smashing a big hole in the ring. He tried again to swing it back again. In an emergency, Luo Jingsheng exerted force with his legs and barely broke free from Li Qingyun's attack. How is it possible? How did you suddenly become so much stronger? How can the green blood pill increase your cultivation so much? Luo Jingsheng asked in disbelief. Li Qingyun didn't reply, and attacked Luo Jingsheng again, punching Luo Jingsheng in the face, which was dodged by Luo Jingsheng. But the next moment he grabbed his shoulder, pulled him again, and said, because this green blood pill is a third-grade green blood pill which is of a higher grade. Luo Jingsheng was knocked down by Li Qingyun again in disbelief, and after falling to the ground, he began to talk nonsense. Li Qingyun saw him like this, obviously mentally collapsed, and his Tao heart was in trouble, so he stopped and looked around for the host. Since this man is already like this, he should at least announce that he has won. Wake up! Show your true strength! The seventh elder stood up and shouted, and a stream of cool spiritual energy flew into Luo Jingsheng's brow. Li Qingyun saw the seventh elder take action. Although he asked Luo Jingsheng to stand up and continue, it was after all a matter of saving people, so it was not easy to say anything. But at this moment, unexpectedly, Luo Jingsheng actually opened his eyes the moment the green spiritual energy entered his brow, and suddenly jumped up. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and his voice was not like a human voice. I will kill you, you rubbish second-generation ancestor. Li Qingyun only felt a strange spiritual power coming from Luo Jingsheng's eyes, and then a black and red light curtain suddenly enveloped Li Qingyun. I can't see anything. It turned out to be an illusion. Li Qingyun quickly mobilized his body-protecting spiritual power, but he knew that if he couldn't sense Luo Jingsheng's position and focused on defense, he would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. It was impossible to judge Luo Jingsheng's position only by hearing. Unexpectedly, he was tricked by him at the last moment. Ha ha ha! It doesn't matter if I talk now. Even if you are lucky enough to get an adventure and have a top-grade Taoist foundation, what does it matter? There are geniuses everywhere in the world, not to mention that you can't even deal with one of me, let alone others. Li Qingyun wanted to rely on Luo Jingsheng's voice to determine the direction, but at this time Luo Jingsheng's voice was coming from all directions, and it was impossible to determine his position at all. Desperate situation. You, the second-generation ancestor who doesn't work hard and degenerates, prepare to die. Killing intent surged from all directions. The endless darkness and threat of death made Li Qingyun let out an unwilling roar. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice was heard. Brother Qingyun, attack Tianyuan with all your strength. This voice, heard in the ears of desperate Li Qingyun, was simply the savior of the world, the sound of nature. It's Xiaoyu's voice. She is helping me. There is no time to think. Listen to Xiaoyu. Qingxi, with a roar that shocked people's hearts, Li Qingyun used up all his spiritual power and launched the secret Qingxi. Direction, Tianyuan position. With Luo Jingsheng's scream, Li Qingyun's world regained clarity and light was restored. He looked at Ye Xiaoyu, who stood up in the audience, bursting with cultivation and detecting Luo Jingsheng. At this time, his face was slightly red, with a bright and beautiful smile. This smile touched Li Qingyun's heartstrings, making his heart tremble and thrilling. The seventh elder sitting on the side looked at Ye Xiaoyu, who suddenly turned against him and gave Li Qingyun a hint in disbelief. The beloved disciple of the Soul Capture Sect, who turned against him to help the leader of the Qingshan Sect win the victory, and it seemed that he had obvious feelings for him. The seventh elder could not accept it. Li Qingyun walked towards Luo Jingsheng, who had recovered from his hysteria at this time, and asked sadly, Is it wrong for me to work so hard because I am not talented? Li Qingyun said, There is nothing wrong with working hard, and there is nothing wrong with not having good talents. It's just that you shouldn't use these as capital to educate others, because these are originally just our shortcomings. It's not glorious. Luo Jingsheng smiled bitterly and said, I lost? You must look down on, Li Qingyun said. People like us who are not talented should be more humble. I won't look down on you, nor will I teach you how to be a man. After saying this, Li Qingyun stood up and faced the audience. The audience stood up and cheered, Qingshan Sect! Qingshan Sect! Sect! Qingshan Sect! Qingshan Sect! Win! 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 They were obviously deeply impressed by the wonderful fighting style and the strong reversals in the last game. Li Qingyun stood proudly in the center of the arena, announcing to the entire martial arts arena, Qingshan Sect wins! Li Qingyun! Li Qingyun! Big win! Big win! Yang Hayaoshui stood not far behind Li Qingyun, so that she could rush forward to rescue him at any time. She was wearing a red skirt, which was a little messy at the thigh slit because she ran too fast in the emergency just now. There were a few drops of sweat on her forehead. When she saw Li Qingyun's victory, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and slowly retreated to the backstage. Li Qingyun wins. In the gambling game opened by Lin Jixiao, there was a cheer at this time. The big bearded man who was crying just now laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, I knew that Qingshan Sect would win this time. We won the money back, ha ha ha. It is true. The strength of Qingshan Sect is indeed different. We almost got cheated by the dealer again, ha ha. Beautiful victory. Seeing the joy in the gambling game, Lin Jishao also laughed excitedly. Originally, because of the temporary change of the game, he was still worried about the sect master. Now it seems that the sect master is indeed unusual. Ha ha, look, the banker is still laughing so happily even though he lost money. Are you stupid? Banker, you lost a lot this time, right? Lin Jishao laughed. Yes, I lost a lot. Almost 1,000 spirit stones. Wow, you are still laughing after losing so much. You are not really stupid. The big man with curly beard walked to Lin Jishao's side and comforted him. Banker, I won a lot. Why don't I give you some? Don't take it too seriously. Anger hurts your body. Lin Jishao couldn't be serious at this time, and his smile could no longer be hidden. He said, You don't have to pity me. Haha, gambling requires integrity, and we will never give you less money. He knew in his heart that although he lost some spirit stones in the last game, he won the hearts of a large number of people. The seventh elder threw down a sentence and took the people of the Soul Capture Sect away. Go to the east of the city to take over the Spirit Tower in 3 days. Goodbye, Sect Master Li. He originally wanted to let the tens of thousands of people in the audience witness Li Qingyun's embarrassment, but they witnessed him losing a Spirit Tower. Everyone was pleased to see the seventh elder leave quickly. The more majestic the elder was before, the more humiliated he looked now. After enjoying the applause and flowers, Li Qingyun also said goodbye to the audience. He turned around and saw Yanghai Aoshui standing in the backstage. He thought about Ye Xiaoyu, who reminded him, and felt complicated. Ping An ran over like a fly and hugged Li Qingyun's thigh. Master is so powerful. Li Qingyun looked at Ping An, who was lying on his back and holding him, and said helplessly, Ping An, so many people are looking at you? Ping An poked his head out from the side of Li Qingyun's body and saw that tens of thousands of people in the audience were laughing and looking at him. His face turned red. He screamed shyly and ran back to the backstage. Yanghai Aoshui said, Just now, the people of the Soul-Snatching Sect have sent over 6,000 spirit stones. With 6,000 spirit stones, we won another spirit tower. Congratulations, Sect Master. We have won the first battle. Although he had received applause and flowers throughout the whole process, he was still very proud when he heard the praise from the beautiful Yanghai Aoshui. No. This reaction was naturally seen in the minds of the other 3 people, but the 3 people seemed to have been accustomed to this kind of differential treatment of top students and did not react at this time. Xiaoyu, the seventh elder said, How can you do this? The sect has worked hard to train you. Why are you the opposite? Ye Xiaoyu said, The sect also taught me that those who want to achieve great things must be trustworthy and loyal. But why did the seventh elder break the rules and forcibly save Brother Luo? At this point, Ye Xiaoyu looked at Luo Jingsheng, who was beaten to a pulp by Li Qingyun and was seriously injured. Luo Jingsheng hurriedly nodded in response, and he actually felt flattered. Looking at this attitude, the words he said about Ye Xiaoyu when he was competing with Li Qingyun were obviously bragging for himself. It can be seen from this that Ye Xiaoyu's status in the Soul Capture Sect is transcendent. The seventh elder did not dare to scold her, and Luo Jingsheng did not dare to speak loudly in front of her. The seventh elder sighed. I will tell the great elder about this, and I have caused great losses to the sect during this trip to Shuanglu City. When the time comes, I will ask the great elder to let me be punished with you. Ye Xiaoyu said, Punish me if you want. But seventh elder, Xiaoyu will not think that I am wrong because of the punishment. But seventh elder, don't forget that Xiaoyu follows the heart of Tao. This is the key to winning the trial in Qingluan Hall, given to Xiaoyu by the elders. If you punish Xiaoyu and make his heart of Tao unstable, and then he fails in the trial, just don't blame me, elders. You, the seventh elder, wanted to be angry, but in the end, facing this sharp-tongued and most talented disciple of the Soul Capture Sect, he could do nothing. The competition between the 2 sects in Shuanglu City ended, causing a huge commotion in Shuanglu City, but Lin Qingyun and his 4 companions who caused the commotion had already escaped from Shuanglu City and returned to Daqing Mountain, Qingshan Sect. Host qualifications, cultivation value, 300, peak of the middle stage of foundation building. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building, top grade foundation building method. Qingyun, yellow rank lower grade genius points, 1500. Host has obtained the spirit control room, please set it up as soon as possible. The system's voice was still so cold. Li Qingyun asked, What is the function of the spirit control room? When the host was fighting with Luo Jingsheng, the idea of improving the control of spiritual power flashed through his mind. This system understands the people's wishes and decides to give the host sect a building that can improve the control of spiritual power. Li Qingyun said, There is such a building. Why have I never heard of it? Spirit control rooms are generally built by sects at the Taoist level. It is normal that the host has not heard of it. Taoist level. Li Qingyun said, System, why are you so gentle today? System, host, please set up the spirit control room as soon as possible. Well, it's cold again. Li Qingyun stood up and headed for the back mountain. He walked to the retreat area near the cave area, selected half of the retreat area, and said, "That's all. Let's transform it." System, please note that the current selected area is too large. The host's current spiritual stone accumulation is not enough to support the opening of the spirit control room. Li Qingyun said, "Then transform the entire retreat area into a spirit control room. Hurry up. The 30 acres of spiritual fields of this sect master will be harvested soon. This little money is not a big deal. Preparing for transformation." Transforming. Li Qingyun opened his eyes wide and looked at the retreat area. Unlike the strange phenomenon of the sky and the earth changing color during the previous transformation, this transformation was silent. This time, Li Qingyun only felt that the secret rooms in the retreat area twisted a little, and then the transformation was completed. System. Transformation completed. The current spirit control room is of lower grade yellow grade. Well, nearly 300 acres of retreat were transformed, and it seemed that he had taken a big advantage again. Reminder, the current retreat area is fully open, consuming 10,000 low-grade spirit stones every day. Li Qingyun's face was dark. I knew it. It's not that simple. Reminder, due to the excellent performance of the host in this stage, a 1-month trial period of the spirit control room is given as a gift. Can you finish your words at once? Qingyun called Ping-an, Xunliang, and Yang Haoxue and proudly said to the three of them, "Our sect has always had a building that can train your spirit control ability. Today it is officially open to everyone." As soon as Li Qingyun finished speaking, Yang Haoxue asked in surprise, "Spirit control room? Huh? Do you know this thing?" Li Qingyun asked. "Yes." Yang Haoxue answered and then asked, "Is your Qingshan Sect a certain ancient Taoist sect? There are still such buildings left?" Ahem, keep it secret. Li Qingyun naturally would not tell her that this was a building built for him by the system. "Can you use it?" Li Qingyun asked. "Yes." Li Qingyun was overjoyed. "Okay, then you take the three of us in and teach me how to use it." "You don't know how to use it?" Yang Haoxue was helpless. "Yeah. Isn't it strange that you can't use it?" Li Qingyun admitted openly. "If you can't, you can't. If you don't know, you don't know." Honesty and not being pretentious are Li Qingyun's excellent qualities. It's not shameful to be honest. Pretending to know is the most embarrassing. Yang Haoxue led the three people into the spirit control room and said, "The spirit control room is a special formation building that controls the state of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can aggregate the spiritual energy into various states for practitioners to comprehend. This way of changing the state of spiritual energy isolates the state of practice in the spirit control room from the outside world, giving the comprehender a new understanding, which is extremely helpful to enhance the ability to control spiritual energy. Like this giant spirit control room of the lower yellow grade, it should be able to improve the ability to control spiritual power to the highest level of spiritual power into micro. Wow, so amazing!" Ping-an exclaimed. He has read a lot of cultivation classics during this period of time and knows that the ability of cultivators to control spiritual energy is divided into 4 levels: spiritual power externalization, spiritual power into shape, spiritual power into micro, and spiritual power into Tao. Today, I didn't expect that this spirit control room could help people improve their spirit control to the 3rd level. Spiritual power is subtle? He was extremely excited. "That's right, your master has taken out a good thing." Yang Haoxue said to Li Qingyun, "This spirit control room is exactly what I need recently. I am about to break through the golden elixir. With the spirit control room, I am more confident. I may need to retreat here to break through in the near future." "Okay," Li Qingyun said. "Don't worry about breaking through. After Yang Haoxue breaks through the golden elixir, with her combat power, she will definitely be a great help to me. You can go directly to the secret room in the spirit control room. The secret room will provide different solutions according to each person's spiritual power realm." After saying this, Yang Haoxue walked into the spirit control room by himself. Li Qingyun saw this and also chose a secret room to enter. Ping-an and Xunliang followed closely, and each chose a secret room to enter. As soon as he stepped into the spirit control room, Li Qingyun felt that the spiritual energy of the whole room wrapped him up and fit him, making a subtle chirping sound. The next moment, a giant green hand suddenly appeared in front of Li Qingyun and slapped him. This giant hand was incredibly fast, covered a wide range, and gave Li Qingyun a restrictive pressure that made him unable to avoid it. Bang! The giant hand slapped down. It took only a moment from the appearance of the giant green hand to the slapping. Li Qingyun only had time to subconsciously protect his head with his hands, and he had no time to use other actions. He screamed, but the next moment, the giant hand disappeared. Li Qingyun wiped the cold sweat from his head with his sleeve. If this giant green hand was real, he would have died just now. The moves represented by this giant green hand far exceeded all his current moves in terms of power, speed, and effect. Suddenly, Qingyun seemed to have thought of something and screamed, "Is this my secret method, Bluestone?" Yes. The control room used his control of the next realm's spiritual power into shape to evolve the power of his main practice method, Bluestone, and showed it to Qingyun in the form of an illusion, allowing Qingyun to deeply understand the mystery of spiritual power into shape. It turns out that the key to advancing Bluestone from minor success to great success lies in the realm reaching spiritual power into nature. Previously, when Qingyun was repairing the flaws of Qingshan in the system, he advanced the realm of Qingshan and the secret method Bluestone from entry to minor success, and used the Bluestone of minor success to kill Zhang Qiangqi in seconds that day. Today, seeing the power of the great success Bluestone again, he was naturally more excited. So he directly sat cross-legged in the control room to practice. And this practice lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Qingyun walked out of the spirit control room. After the foundation-building cultivator condensed the foundation of the bridge of heaven and earth in his body, the conversion rate of spiritual energy was greatly improved, and he could go without food for several months. But not eating did not mean that he did not need to eat. At this time, Qingyun was very hungry. But at this time, the token of the spirit control room told him that Yang Hai, Aoshui, Shunlang, and Ping-an were still practicing in the spirit control room at this time. Obviously, they had tasted the sweetness and began to practice day and night. His spiritual power realm had already reached the level of spiritual power transformation. After 3 days of practice, coupled with his good luck, he happened to understand the key to spiritual power transformation, so he officially broke through to the transformation and practiced the Qingshan Sect to the great success. Qingyun secretly planned to find a time to upgrade the upper grade foundation to the super grade foundation, and then upgrade the skills and learn a few powerful martial arts. A sense of heroism could not help but arise. This sect master has upgraded his muskets. Suddenly, an extremely fragrant smell reached the nose of the ambitious Qingyun. Qingyun's nose and even every pore on his body began to shrink greedily. It was a desire. What is this smell? Qingyun followed the smell and ran to the back mountain. He found that Liu Bo was roasting a huge beast leg on a wooden stick over the fire, sprinkling some seasoning from time to time. The fragrance came from the beast leg. The old donkey was also lying on the ground, staring at the beast leg with his big donkey eyes. "Liu Bo, where did you get this beast leg? Why is it so fragrant?" Qingyun asked loudly. "Oh, sect master, come and taste the meat roasted by Liu Bo." Liu Bo seemed to have heard Qingyun's call and said slowly, "Where did you get this beast leg?" Qingyun asked Liu Bo again. This beast leg was more than the size of a person. You can imagine how big the original beast body was. With such a body size, it is likely to be a monster of a high grade. Liu Bo, such a shriveled old man, could easily hold such a big beast leg. He could accept it. If you said that Liu Bo killed a high-level monster, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Liu Bo ignored Qingyun, picked up some seasonings from nowhere, and slowly sprinkled them on the beast leg. The beast leg was fat and lean, and the tight meat was flashing with tempting fat, which made Qingyun's appetite very excited. Liu Bo tore off a large piece of beast meat from the outside of the beast leg. The fire was obviously ready. The fat and lean meat separated as soon as they were torn. The aroma rushed directly into Qingyun's body from his nose. "Master, try it." Qingyun swallowed his saliva and stopped asking nonsense about where the beast leg came from. He hurriedly took it and devoured it. After swallowing a large piece of beast meat, Qingyun felt that the fatigue brought by the practice in the past few days disappeared. The beast meat contained huge fiery energy, which made every cell in his body feel a sense of overeating. Even the bridge of heaven and earth in his body was running at high speed at this time, decomposing this sudden energy. "What kind of monster meat is this?" Qingyun was shocked. Uncle Liu had an ugly smile on his face. "I went to the back mountain with Laolu today and saw this beast leg. I knew it was something special, so I picked it up and roasted it." Back mountain? Maybe those high-level monsters deep in the back mountain are fighting for territory. "Uncle Liu, don't go to the back mountain these days. It's quite dangerous." When Qingyun heard this, he believed it for the most part. The back mountain of Qingshan Sect is the junction of Daqing Mountain and a mountain with an unknown name. There are all kinds of high-level monsters in it. Monsters fight and kill each other every day. It makes sense that a monster's leg was torn apart and fell in the back mountain of Qingshan Sect and was later picked up by Uncle Liu. "Okay, Sect Master. A young man named Lin Shixiao has come to the hall and has been waiting for you for a long time. Go and have a look." When Uncle Liu heard this, he took the beast meat off the fire and actually handed it to the mouth of the old donkey beside him. The old donkey shouted happily, opened its mouth, and bit the beast meat. Qingyun stood up and walked into the hall. When Lin Jixiao and Feng Yong saw Qingyun appear, They came over together. Li Qingyun raised his eyebrows and said, "Xiao. Breakthrough?" Lin Jixao smiled embarrassedly. "I just saw Uncle Liu and was rewarded with a bite of beast meat. I didn't expect that I would break through after eating a bite. Just now, breakthrough. Not only did I break through, but even the cold feeling that I often have recently disappeared." Li Qingyun looked at Feng Yong. Feng Yong scratched his head awkwardly. "I also wanted to ask for a piece of meat, but Uncle Liu said he wouldn't give me anything." "Is the spiritual field mature?" Lin Xixiao said hurriedly. "Not yet. Xixiao came here this time to find Feng Chuan's secret room. Last time Xixiao said that I had been looking for the secret room for a long time but had no clue. But recently I always have a cold feeling on my body, an evil breath, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. Later, I found that this cold and evil breath was coming from under Feng Chuan's house. I suspect that Feng Chuan's secret room is under his room, but I dare not enter, because the breath emitted by the secret room alone is already unbearable for me. If I enter rashly, I might lose my life. So I had to come to report to the sect master quickly. Please let the sect master make the decision." Li Qingyun touched his chin and asked, "What do you think is down there?" Lin Jixiao looked a little panicked. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "According to my guess, Feng Chuan and the Soul Capture Sect have colluded for a long time. It is probably related to the Soul Capture Sect, and it is hidden underground. It is probably some shameful things." "Well, take me to see it," Li Qingyun said. At this time, he had practiced Qingyun Jui to perfection and was full of confidence. "Yes," Lin Jixiao said. "Master, last time I followed your instructions and started a gambling game near the martial arts field, and I made a lot of money." "Oh? How much did you make?" Li Qingyun asked. "More than 200 people gathered here. They are all powerful people in Shuanglu City, including some powerful figures from large families. Therefore, the bet is relatively big." Ping An won the first game and won 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The second game was a draw and the bet won 6,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The third game was won by the sect master, and the bet lost 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Li Qingyun smiled bitterly. "I won the competition, so how come I lost the bet? So many people bet on me to win. Ahem, the situation was quite complicated at that time, but it is true that the vast majority bet on you, the sect master, to win." Lin Jixiao coughed, seeming a little embarrassed. After saying this, Lin Xiao took out a storage ring from his bosom and handed it to Li Qingyun. "Sect master, there are a total of 8,000 low-grade spirit stones in it." Li Qingyun took the ring, took out 200 spirit stones from it, and handed them to Lin Jixiao and Feng Yong, saying, "You two have worked hard on this matter. Cultivation depends on resources. Take these 200 first." Lin Jixiao and Feng Yong were overjoyed and took the spirit stones. "Thank you for the reward, sect master." Li Qingyun waved his hand casually. "You're welcome." Although he waved his hand casually on the surface, Li Qingyun was calculating like a money grubber in his heart. The 6,000 given by the Soul Capture Sect, the 8,000 won in the bet minus 200, plus the previous savings, this is more than 14,000 spirit stones. Thinking of the shabby look of spending hundreds of spirit stones to buy magic tools for his disciples before the competition, Li Qingyun couldn't help but sigh that this sect master is rich now. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun was even more determined to go to the spiritual field to have a look. The spiritual field was about to be harvested, and there couldn't be any mistakes. There was also money inside. Is this the place? Li Qingyun stood in the house where Feng Chuan used to live. The house was built in front of the 30-acre spiritual field. The interior decoration was exquisite, and many of the utensils were something that even Li Qingyun had never seen before. He couldn't help but curse Feng Chuan, the old thief, for being arrogant and extravagant. "It's right here," Lin Jixiao said respectfully. "The mechanism of the underground entrance is in the cup on the tea table." "Oh?" Li Qingyun walked towards the yellow wooden table that Lin Jixiao pointed to, reached out and held the teacup on the table and turned it gently. There was a rumbling sound on the floor under his feet, and a crack appeared. Li Qingyun increased his strength and twisted the teacup hard to the bottom. A one-person-wide passage appeared under the floor. The passage was deep and dark, and a heart-pounding cold and evil aura emanated from it. Li Qingyun frowned. The feeling of this breath, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. "Do you want to go down with me?" Li Qingyun turned around and asked. Lin Jixiao bowed with both hands, as if he was afraid, "Please spare me," and said, "Jixiao, you should stay up there to keep watch for the master." "You stay up there and be careful, I'm going down." After saying this, Li Qingyun flew down the passage. There were stone steps on the passage, but for safety, Li Qingyun did not step on the steps, but used the walls on both sides to use a short-distance sprint instead of walking. The passage was long and winding, with water dripping from time to time. Some dirty toads and strange animals jumped around in it, making creepy noises. After about a cup of tea, Li Qingyun saw that the front was suddenly open. The passage became wider. and a bright green light appeared. Li Qingyun rushed over quickly, because at this time, the evil and cold breath became extremely strong, and this breath was coming from that light. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the light, and the empty underground space sounded very strange. Feng Chuan, it has been 2 months since you last came in. The 9th pill is about to be refined. Does the elder have any instructions? Li Qingyun was already close to the light, but the man did not realize that he was not Feng Chuan. He probably did not look at him. He was shocked by the situation in front of him. The green light was actually emitted by a golden alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was golden and 3 feet high. Its shape had the unique sense of majesty and righteousness of an alchemy furnace. However, under the alchemy furnace, there was a ball of light like a ghost fire, emitting a heart-pounding evil aura. You are not Feng Chuan. A dwarf with a faint green skin was squinting his eyes. He was originally sitting next to the alchemy furnace. Seeing that Li Qingyun did not reply for a long time, he jumped back alertly and said in surprise, "Who are you?" The dwarf screamed as if Li Qingyun was the scary one. Li Qingyun did not reply, but continued to observe the situation of the alchemy furnace carefully. The ghost fire under the alchemy furnace was fueled by a special kind of spiritual rice. No wonder it was so strange. "Tell me, who are you?" The dwarf seemed to be frightened by Li Qingyun, and his voice was trembling slightly at this time. "What are you afraid of?" Li Qingyun looked at the dwarf with a terrifying face, feeling a little unsure, and asked tentatively. Unexpectedly, the dwarf knelt on the ground with a thump. "Senior, spare my life." "Huh? You call me senior?" Li Qingyun asked in surprise. "Senior, you are standing within 10 feet of the Wanhun pill, but your whole body is as righteous as a furnace. Your face is calm and unaffected. You must be a great cultivator in the Yuanying period of Taoism. Although I am stupid, I still understand these principles." The dwarf lay on the ground, trembling all over. At this time, he was obviously extremely scared, afraid that Li Qingyun, the senior, would reach out and crush him to death. "I am only following the instructions of Situquan to do hard labor for the Soul-Snatching Sect. This Wanhun pill has nothing to do with me." The dwarf began to kowtow on the ground. Li Qingyun wanted to ask what the Wanhun pill was used for, but he was afraid of exposing his identity as a senior master and didn't know how to start. The dwarf said that his righteousness was like a furnace, which should be because he ate the beast meat given to him by Liu Bo. The beast meat contained huge burning energy, which could dispel the cold air on Lin Jishao's body and naturally protect himself from evil spirits. "What is your cultivation level?" asked, trying to make his voice majestic. "I have the cultivation level of the initial stage of the Golden Core. In addition, I also practice the Tao of Alchemy. I am a 3rd-grade alchemist of the human level. I was entrusted by Situquan of the Soul-Snatching Sect to refine the Wanhun pill for the Soul-Snatching Sect." "Okay, I understand. Leave your things and get out of here," Li Qingyun said. "It turned out to be a Jindan cultivator. Let's get rid of him quickly. Don't let him show his true colors, or he won't be able to run away." The dwarf was overjoyed. "Thank you for not killing me. You are so magnanimous and a great leader of the righteous path. You spared a small follower like me." As the flattery continued, the dwarf took off a storage bag from his waist and placed it on the ground respectfully, fearing that Li Qingyun would regret it. He said, "This is all my belongings. I'll take my leave now." He ran away like a flash. "I asked you to leave the alchemy furnace, but why did you give me the storage bag too?" After being stunned for a while, Li Qingyun realized that he had to clean up the battlefield quickly. What if that's stupid? Jindan came back to find me? It would be terrible. He quickly put away the dwarf's storage bag and began to look at the pills in the alchemy furnace. There were 8 exquisite pill boxes with red carvings near the alchemy furnace. It seemed that 8 pills had been refined. There was still 1 in the alchemy furnace. According to the dwarf, it was now the key to the success of the pill. The alchemy furnace began to vibrate from bottom to top. The evil aura surged and became extremely strong. Li Qingyun felt hot all over. The scorching energy stored in his body continued to radiate outwards, resisting the exhaustion. A wanton laugh came from the alchemy furnace. This laugh was hidden in the overwhelming evil aura, making Li Qingyun wonder, what on earth could have such a strong evil aura? Or such a pure extreme evil aura? Suddenly, a shrill cry came from the alchemy furnace and rushed towards Li Qingyun. An unprecedented sense of life-threatening danger enveloped Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun subconsciously used his strongest move at the moment. Qingshi! An extremely huge green hand appeared and fiercely grasped a beam of black light that flew out of the furnace. The black light screamed a few times, and then made an unpleasant sound of ka, turned into black light, and died. As the black light dissipated, a black pill jumped out of the furnace with a whoosh sound, and Li Qingyun reached out to catch it. But the next moment, an extremely disgusting feeling appeared in Li Qingyun's body, and he even felt that his sea of consciousness was hit. He resisted the nausea and discomfort, found the empty pill box near the furnace, and put the pill in. What on earth is this thing? It's extremely weird, and the information emitted by this pill alone is too much for Li Qingyun to bear. What on earth is the Soul-Snatching Sect doing with all these things? Ding! Open the hidden mission. The secret of the 10,000 souls pill. Mission requirements. Find out the secrets of the 10,000 souls pill and attack the Soul-Snatching Sect at the end of the mission. Mission rewards. 1. 200 to 3,000 talent points. 2. 5,000 hidden attributes and completely open the hidden attributes. 3. Renovate a building. Note, this mission is a long-term mission and can be listed with other missions. It is recommended that the host accumulates strength before taking action against the Soul-Snatching Sect. Although Shen Tubo was born ugly, he had cultivated to the Golden Core stage after all, and was an alchemist with considerable attainments in the way of alchemy, so he was not without brains. However, facing a great cultivator who was most likely in the nascent soul stage, if he made even a little mistake and upset the senior, his life would be in danger, so he had to escape if he could. Now he has lost all his belongings, and he is very distressed. Thinking carefully about the performance of the senior just now, although there are some doubts, he would not dare to go back even if he has 10,000 courages. Although his belongings are important, he still knows the importance of losing his life. Even if there is only a small possibility of losing his life, it is not okay. This is the secret of his cultivation to the Golden Core. Be cautious. Now he has lost all his belongings, and the task assigned to him by Situ Quan of the Soul-Snatching Sect, and he may have provoked a Yuanjing great monk who came out of nowhere. Situ Quan will definitely not let him go when he goes back, so it is better to escape early. But before leaving Diwa Prefecture as a professional evil monk, he must not be silent. He decided to rob the Qingshan Sect that is closest to. If it weren't for the deal between Feng Chuan and the Soul-Snatching Sect, how could he be sent here to secretly refine the elixir? This Feng Chuan used to be from the Qingshan Sect, so let the Qingshan Sect pay this debt. Having made up his mind, Shen Tubo rushed to Qingshan Sect without stopping. At this time, Yang Hai Aoshui had entered the critical moment of breaking through the golden elixir. The momentum of the breakthrough was extremely huge, and even a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared in the sky above Qingshan Sect. Ping An opened his mouth wide, looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky. His whole face was surprised, and Xun Liang also had a face full of envy. Rather than standing outside the spirit control room to protect the law, it is better to say that the two were envious and observing on the spot. Lu Bo was originally sitting at the gate with the old donkey to bask in the sun. When he saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, he patted the old donkey and asked him to stand up. At this time, Shen Tubo had already arrived at the gate of Qingshan Sect. From a distance, he saw a shriveled old man with a dry body walking around the gate with an equally dirty donkey. These are obviously two mortals and donkeys who are powerless. As a professional evil cultivator, Shen Tubo has no mercy on these two people. He thought that after killing these two people, he would go into the sect to kill the leader of Qingshan Sect named Li Qingyun, rob their useless sect's treasure house, and then this alchemist would leave Dihua Prefecture. Thinking of this, Shen Tubo no longer hesitated and killed one man and one donkey first. It was not difficult. The weather is very strange. It seems that this old man is not blessed to enjoy the good weather and is buried with him. Shen Tubo suddenly rose from under the mountain gate. An extremely powerful aura emanated from him. This aura was several times stronger than the Qingxi that Li Qingyun used to defeat Luo Jingsheng. The golden elixir master is so terrifying. Die, old man! Shen Tubo roared, venting his resentment for losing all his belongings. Hitting the old man's head, it can be predicted that the old man's head will be smashed by him. A cruel smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Huh? The old man turned around slowly and looked at Shen Tubo in a daze. Shen Tubo saw the old man's turbid eyes and his mind went blank with a boom. The flying body lost control and fell to the ground with a thump like a stone. The old donkey shouted excitedly, kicked Shen Tubo into the air with one foot, and lifted him up to the sky. Ah! Shen Tubo screamed. At this time, he discovered the intention of the sky. It was not strange weather at all. It was clearly the legendary phenomenon of heaven and earth that would appear when a super genius broke through the golden elixir. This phenomenon of heaven and earth, this terrifying old man, the hateful donkey, Qingshan Sect is not a useless sect. It is clearly a hell. Ah, Uncle Liu, did something fly out just now? Li Qingyun had just come back from the foot of the mountain. He seemed to have seen something flying out from the front of the mountain gate, so he asked Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu led the old donkey back to the front of the gate carelessly and continued to bask in the sun lazily. Oh, he didn't hear it again. Li Qingyun walked to Uncle Liu and said loudly, Uncle Liu, thanks to the beast meat you gave me today, you helped me a lot. If it weren't for the rich and powerful energy contained in the beast meat Uncle Liu gave him today, he would have been unable to bear the evil spirit in the secret room today, not to mention that he finally tricked the silly golden elixir. Uncle Liu said, The sect master likes to eat, so Uncle Lu often picks up beast legs for the sect master to eat. No, it's too dangerous. Uncle Lu, you should go to the back mountain less in the future. It's too dangerous. Uncle Lu squinted his eyes and began to take a nap. Li Qingyun felt the strange phenomenon in the sky. He originally thought that this phenomenon was just strange weather, but now he suddenly felt a very strong spiritual power fluctuation. This is breakthrough of the golden elixir. It is also accompanied by the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Li Qingyun glanced at Liu Bo. With such a big movement, Liu Bo didn't notice it. Could it be that his guess was wrong? The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth now is not very loud. The sky is a purple-level phenomenon. Purple air comes from the east. The sky is purple and gradually gathers in the control room. This means that the golden elixir formed by Yang Hai Aoshui is a 9-orifice golden elixir that has been gathered by the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Purple level 9 orifice. The golden elixir is divided into low-grade 3-orifice golden elixir, middle-grade 6-orifice golden elixir, high-grade 9-orifice golden elixir, and super-grade golden elixir that has been baptized by the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. If Yang Hai Aoshui succeeds in forming the elixir this time, the golden elixir formed will be a super-grade 9-orifice purple elixir. Now it is obvious that the breakthrough has come to the final moment. The purple gas cloud in the sky has turned into a huge funnel shape, and the funnel is facing Yang Hai Aoshui in the spirit control room. The endless power of heaven and earth is being injected into Yang Hai Aoshui's body at an extremely exaggerated speed. Suddenly, "Ow ho!" a huge beast roar suddenly sounded in the back mountain. Not good. Li Qingyun picked up Liu Bo and Lao Lu, entered the gate, and took out a green token from his arms. The mountain protection array. Open. Ow ho! Roar! The high-level monsters in the back mountain were attracted by the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. The super-quality purple pill is an irresistible temptation for these monsters. Eating this purple pill is equivalent to their hard work for hundreds of years. Ding, the sect's mountain protection array is activated, lasting for 1 hour, consuming 50 genius points, and can deal with the attacks of monsters with strength below the early stage of Yuanying. Buzz, a white array light curtain rose around Qingshan Sect. But then, bang, bang, bang! The sound of monsters attacking the light curtain was endless. Li Qingyun took a breath of cold air. There were more than a dozen giant monsters outside the light curtain. In addition to a dozen small monsters, there was a blue giant wolf more than 10 meters tall, and 100 apes that were several times taller than the giant wolf. There was another monster with a leopard head, but a rhino-like horn on its nose. It had a bloody mouth and bloodshot eyes looking at Li Qingyun with hatred. The most important thing was, the left front leg of this monster was bleeding, and it was obviously missing a leg. And that leg, Li Qingyun's throat moved, it was obviously the one they had eaten. This guy is here for revenge. This leopard-headed monster Li Qingyun had seen in the classics was called the rhinoceros horn leopard, and it contained a strong fire attribute spiritual power. As long as it grew up, it would have the strength of the nascent soul stage or above. The size of this rhinoceros horn leopard was obviously an adult. According to the fact that he had only eaten a piece of meat, but was mistaken by the dwarf as a nascent soul stage, the strength of this rhinoceros horn leopard was definitely more than the early nascent soul stage. Now it has not made a move, and once it makes a move, the defense of the sect formation will definitely not be able to withstand it. The other Jindan stage monsters attacked for a while, and stopped when they saw that they could not break through the light curtain, and no longer bothered themselves. At this time, the strange phenomenon above Yang Hai Aoshui's head had reached its peak. The sky within a range of dozens of miles was stained with purple air. The big funnel, formed by the purple air, was particularly eye-catching in the huge sky curtain. Li Qingyun estimated that at least everyone in the entire Dihua prefecture could see the strange phenomenon here, not to mention the mountainous area behind Qingshan Sect. In the depths of the back mountain, there were unknown how many high-level monsters in the Yuanying stage were entrenched, and even there would be higher-level monsters coming. At this time, he only hoped that Yang Hai Aoshui could quickly complete the breakthrough and not let the strange phenomenon continue. He could no longer resist the current situation. If a higher-level monster came, he would have to forcibly interrupt Yang Hai Aoshui and take everyone away. Outside the light curtain, the blue giant wolf raised his head and looked at the white ape. The two showed human expressions and chose to attack the light curtain together. The Yuanying level monster attacked. The two beasts each carried a ball of cyan spiritual power and a ball of yellow spiritual power, and crashed into the mountain protection light curtain. Li Qingyun felt the light curtain vibrate. Reminder, the mountain protection light curtain is about to be broken. Do you want to spend 50 days of talent points to continue to replenish it? Li Qingyun was silent. Do you want to continue to replenish it? Before the system finished speaking, there was only a bang. The light curtain was broken. The cyan giant wolf stretched its huge head into the sect and pressed it against a building. Ping'an screamed, and Xunlang hugged Ping'an and retreated in a panic. Li Qingyun roared, "No replenishment, upgrade the formation for me." It takes 500 talent points to upgrade the formation to the middle grade of the yellow rank. Do you want to continue? Li Qingyun roared with red eyes, "Continue." The upgrade is complete. The formation has been upgraded to the middle grade of the yellow rank, which can withstand the attacks of the late stage of the nascent soul. Buzz! The light curtain rose again, but the light curtain was much more solid than the white light curtain last time. The light curtain shrank and rebounded, squeezing the wolf head out of the sect. The giant wolf cried out in pain and attacked the light curtain again, but this time it could not cause significant damage to the light curtain. Li Qingyun looked at the big funnel in the sky. It had shrunk by half at this time, and most of the energy had been injected into Yang Haoxue's body. It's almost over. But not only Li Qingyun knew that it was almost over, the monsters knew it too. All the monsters went crazy and crashed into the light curtain together. Ow how! The rhinoceros horn leopard also moved. It opened its bloody mouth and a flame spurted out of its mouth, hitting the light curtain fiercely. Flame's secret method. Innate secret method. Legend has it that monsters with outstanding talents are born with secret methods. The power of this secret method is equivalent to the secret method of human skills, or even stronger. I didn't expect that today's monsters actually mastered the legendary innate secret method. Ding, start the mission, kill this rhinoceros horn leopard beast with the strength of the late nascent soul stage, and obtain its innate secret method. Mission rewards. 1. In view of the host's weak strength, all consumption during this mission will be compensated by the system. 2. 500 talent points, and a gift of an upgrade of the innate secret method. Mission failure reward. The sect will be in danger. How much does it cost to upgrade the mountain protection formation to another level? 2,000 points. Li Qingyun said, "Then give me the mountain protection formation to start the offensive mode." Each attack can improve the power of the host's secret method by one major realm in all aspects, and each attack consumes 100 talent points. Currently, Li Qingyun's move realm, spiritual power, peak of the middle stage of foundation building. Spiritual power realm, control of spiritual power transformation secret method, great success of the lower grade of yellow rank bluestone. Realm after improvement, spiritual power, peak of the middle stage of golden elixir. Spiritual power realm, control of spiritual power secret method, great success of the second level of bluestone. Currently, the host has 1,000 talent points remaining, which is enough for 10 attacks. The formation roared loudly, and the power of the entire formation gathered in Li Qingyun's body. The spiritual power continued to gather from afar, and a virtual golden elixir appeared in Li Qingyun's body. Qingxi. The unprecedented power gave Li Qingyun great confidence. The new level of Qingxi was used. With just one move, all the golden elixir stage monsters outside the light curtain were killed by Li Qingyun. 2 more moves, the giant wolf was destroyed. 2 more moves, the white ape was dead. In a short moment, the group of monsters that had gone crazy before was left with only the rhinoceros horn leopard. The rhinoceros horn leopard had obviously realized the crisis of the situation and let out a thunderous roar, and endless flames surged all over its body, crashed into the light curtain. With a loud bang, the light curtain trembled violently. The light curtain is broken. Do you want to continue to replenish it? Continue. Consume 100 talent points. The host now only has 4 chances to attack. Li Qingyun didn't wait for the rhinoceros horn leopard to recover and took advantage of the rhinoceros horn leopard's swooping over and attacked its hind legs. Roar! The huge rhino-horned leopard actually jumped up and dodged Li Qingyun's attack. Come again! Li Qingyun launched another attack, this time hitting the rhino-horned leopard in midair, and slapped the rhino-horned leopard hard. At this time, the blue stone had been blessed by the mountain protection formation, and it had enough power to threaten the life of the rhino-horned leopard. This attack directly hit the rhino-horned leopard hard, but the rhino-horned leopard broke through the light curtain again, despite being hit hard by Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun had to replenish the light curtain again. Now, Li Qingyun only had 1 chance to attack, and 1 blue stone was obviously not enough to kill the rhino-horned leopard. Although the rhino-horned leopard had been severely injured and bleeding, it looked at Li Qingyun with a very humane look, provocative and fierce. It had long known that Li Qingyun's moves were limited, and now it was likely that it had been exhausted. Li Qingyun thought to himself, "You little leopard, you are too petty. Didn't it just eat one of your legs? Is it necessary to fight to the death with this sect master?" The rhino-horned leopard stretched out its right hoof, pointed in the direction of Yang Haoxue, pointed at Li Qingyun, pointed at itself, and finally pointed at the jungle deep in the back mountain. Li Qingyun said, "You mean? You only want this breakthrough person? It's none of my business. You keep your word and leave after getting the person?" The rhino-horned leopard heard Li Qingyun's words and actually nodded his leopard head. What a pity. Li Qingyun shook his head and murmured, "I can neither hand her over to you nor let you go." Bluestone. The last chance, the last move of Bluestone, hit the rhino-horned leopard in the chest. Immediately afterwards, a sky-high red light flew out from the spirit control room. It was young Haiao Shui who had completed the breakthrough. This red light was her all-out attack, hitting the rhino-horned leopard whose oil lamp was running out. The two attacks arrived one after another in an instant, perfectly coordinated. 10 chances were used up, and young Haiao Shui, who had just broken through, had all his spiritual power exhausted. Rhino-horned leopard, die! The battle ended. Li Qingyun and young Haiao Shui were both exhausted and collapsed on the ground. They looked at each other and smiled tiredly. Xunliang and Ping An ran over to help them up. They quickly sat on the ground to recover their cultivation. Although the strange phenomenon had disappeared, no one knew whether there would be more monsters coming. Liu Bo patted his shriveled chest as if he was still in shock and said, "Oh my, I scared the old man to death." After saying this, he led the old donkey and walked away as if nothing had happened. Li Qingyun, "Such steady steps, how can you be scared?" Hypocritical tone. "This old man is too nervous." Xunliang and Ping An, two small bodies, quickly ran outside the sect and began to drag the huge monster to the sect. The two were already Qi training monks with high cultivation. They had enough strength to drag the monster, but it was just like ants moving, a little uncoordinated. After the two of them carried the corpses over, Li Qingyun's spiritual power recovered a little, and he cast his eyes on the pile of monster corpses in front of him. What a great harvest. There were 10 corpses of Jindan stage monsters, 3 of Yuanying stage, and one of them was a rhinoceros horn leopard with a natural secret method. And it was very likely 2 secret methods. One move was the one that spit fire in the early stage, and later it used another move with flames all over its body, and it was very likely another move. Innate, dual secret methods. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun's eyes were full of heat, and he flew onto the leopard head of the rhinoceros horn leopard. If it weren't for the fact that the rhinoceros horn leopard had obviously been seriously injured before, and one of its legs had been lost, the strength of himself and Yang Haiao Shui would not be enough to kill it. This time it was obviously a missed opportunity, but I don't know who had severely injured this rhinoceros horn leopard before. The horn was huge, slightly tilted upwards, dark yellow, with mysterious patterns. Li Qingyun took a deep breath and suppressed the heat in his heart. The dual secret methods must be in this horn. Spiritual power was continuously input into the horn. After a while, the horn gradually shrank and finally changed from half a person's height to the size of a palm and fell into Li Qingyun's hand. Got it! Ding! The natural secret method is obtained, and the task is completed. Task reward, 500 genius points. 2. Replenish all genius points consumed during the battle, and compensate for the spiritual power consumption in the form of genius points, and return 300 genius points. 3. Free evolution of the natural secret method once. A pile of monster corpses were piled on the ground in a mess and blood. At this time, Ping An actually swallowed hard, looked at Li Qingyun greedily, and asked, "Master, when will these meats be eaten?" Li Qingyun, "Yes, master, how to deal with these meats?" Xunliang also looked at Li Qingyun with a serious face and asked, "Pickled." After saying this, Li Qingyun shook his sleeves and left. Humph, these two kids are too cruel. They are such a cruel monster, but they insist on talking about meat. Really? Who taught them that? 10 demon pills of a Jindan stage monster are worth about 10,000 spirit stones. The inner pill of a giant wolf is worth 8,000, the inner pill of a white ape is worth 10,000, and the inner pill of a rhinoceros leopard. I don't know, but the rhinoceros leopard needs a rare beast, so its value must be higher. This time I made at least 40,000 spirit stones. Add to that the more than 10,000 spirit stones from before, Li Qingyun seems to have made a fortune. But when I think about the free time of the spirit control room, I will have to consume 10,000 spirit stones every day, and the spirit gathering array is even worse. If the spirit gathering stones are used up, the daily consumption is also a bottomless pit. However, these are not the biggest gains. The biggest gain is the innate secret method of the rhinoceros leopard. He couldn't wait to take out the rhino horn, restrain the excitement in his heart, and silently sense the secret method in it. Rhino-horned leopard, a rare and extremely yang and strong demon beast, with a strong body and good at fire secrets. Li Qingyun's consciousness dived into the illusion brought to him by the rhino horn. A huge rhino-horned beast stood in front of Li Qingyun's consciousness. This rhino-horned beast was bigger and more ferocious than the one he killed. It was obviously a more advanced rhino-horned beast. The rhino-horned beast stood in front of a mountain, with its head flush with the mountain. At this time, it seemed to be sensing something. The world was calm, with a breeze blowing from time to time, and the leaves on the mountain were rippling with green waves. But the next moment, the rhino-horned beast roared, and the world changed color and even caused a strange phenomenon in the world. Endless black clouds gathered in the sky above the rhino-horned beast, and thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. Huge lightning flashed around the rhino-horned leopard, and the thunder rolled. The roar was endless, and the momentum was extremely huge. The strange phenomenon brought by this simple move was several times stronger than the strange phenomenon caused by Yang Haoshui's breakthrough of the golden elixir. The weather within a radius of hundreds of miles changed with the action of the rhino-horned beast. Suddenly, a flame burst out from its mouth. The flame was red at first, but when it finally touched the mountain, it turned into white flame. The mountain peak of hundreds of feet disappeared the moment it was touched by the white flame. The moment the mountain disappeared, all the strange phenomena in the world disappeared in an instant, and the huge rhinoceros horned leopard also turned around, leaving only Li Qingyun with a majestic back. Li Qingyun murmured in a low voice, "So strong." The next moment he left the illusion. "Is this eclipse wave?" After experiencing this illusion, Li Qingyun had some insights and knew that the name of this secret method was eclipse wave. It is a secret method that can attack and defend. It uses flames to attack and flames to defend the body, and it can also enhance physical strength. The rhinoceros horned leopard in the illusion should be a demon beast that has cultivated to a realm that Li Qingyun cannot understand, but it also allows Li Qingyun to see the peerless power of the moves used by a real strong man. The current secret technique is of middle grade yellow rank. The system will give you a deduction and evolution. Do you want to continue? Continue. Evolving. Evolution completed. The current secret technique is of upper grade yellow rank. Host qualifications, cultivation value, 300, peak of the middle stage of foundation building. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building, upper grade foundation building technique, Qingyun. Lower grade yellow rank secret technique, lower grade yellow rank, great success, upper grade yellow rank erosion wave, introduction. Genius points, 2300. Li Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief and lay on his back on the bed. Since he left home in the morning, he had been running around and was highly nervous. In addition to going through another environment, he finally finished it now. He felt relaxed all over. After closing his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. Xunliang came to Li Qingyun's door with a lunchbox in his hand. Seeing that Li Qingyun had fallen asleep, he quietly closed the door and retreated. When he saw Ping-an jumping over, he pointed at Li Qingyun with a long hiss. Ping-an stared and peeked into the room, then quickly covered his mouth. The two tiptoed out of Li Qingyun's room. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The milky white moonlight sprinkled on every building in Qingshan Sect, clinging like water. The sect was quiet and peaceful. "What do you want to talk to me about? Didn't your master let you go long ago?" Li Qingyun looked at Xiongjianmu, who was standing in front of him with a flattering face, and asked. Since the last competition, this man, as the only person who could communicate between the two sects, has been to Qingshan Sect several times, but he has never met him directly. But today he came to find me. Could something have happened? Master Li, forgive me. I have completed the handover of the Spirit Tower with your sect yesterday. Lin Jixiao of your sect has officially taken over the Spirit Tower and started to familiarize himself with the control procedures of the Spirit Tower. Thank you for your hard work. Li Qingyun looked at Xiongjianmu. He was the one who arranged this matter, so of course he knew it clearly. Moreover, he also knew that Xiongjianmu would definitely not come to him just to talk nonsense. Logically speaking, I have completed the communication between the two sects, and there is nothing else I need. But, just before I left from the Soul Capture Sect yesterday, Senior Sister Ye Xiaoyu stopped me. Huh? Ahem. Xiongjianmu seemed to be uncomfortable with Li Qingyun's sudden change in tone. He took out an envelope from his arms and said, "She asked me to pass on a letter to you and asked me to deliver it as soon as possible." Li Qingyun waved his hand, and the letter flew into his hand. Xiongjianmu's face changed greatly, and he was surprised and said, "This, spiritual power transformation?" Li Qingyun opened the envelope, took out the letter, and replied nonchalantly. Xiongjianmu's heart was in turmoil. Spiritual power transformation is generally a spiritual power realm that can only be mastered by Jindan stage cultivators, but the current information shows that Li Qingyun is only a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. How could he master it? Is he really a hidden genius? While Xiongjianmu's heart was in turmoil, Li Qingyun's heart was also not calm after seeing Ye Xiaoyu's letter. The 5th Elder and the 6th Elder will bring several disciples tomorrow. Go around from the East Palace to Daqing Mountain, and enter the nameless mountain behind Daqing Mountain. At this time, it is arranged by the Great Elder Situ, Quan himself. Obviously, the plan is still the same, and the plot is very big, but I hope Brother Qingyun will be very cautious. The 5th Elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect, Elder Liu, 2 people entered the nameless mountain connected to the back mountain of Daqing Mountain, together. That nameless mountain is where the monsters come from. In Li Qingyun's mind, he found the existence of this nameless mountain very strange, because in Shuanglu City, a secular city very close to Daqing Mountain. So many people have lived there for so many years. Everyone seems to know that there is an unknown mountain behind Daqing Mountain. Everyone knows that this mountain is boundless. No one knows what is connected to the depths. It is very mysterious and dangerous. But everyone knows this mountain and knows that it exists, but this mountain seems to exist only in everyone's concept, not in reality. Everyone knows that there is such a mountain, but this mountain has no connection with everyone's life. No one crosses Daqing Mountain to enter this nameless mountain to collect firewood, and no hunter enters to hunt. When Shuanglu City talks about the mountain in the east, it is Daqing Mountain. No one says that there are things behind Daqing Mountain. Everyone seems to be deliberately avoiding this mountain. Or maybe there is something in these people's minds that makes them always ignore and forget this nameless mountain. So much so that this mountain still has no name. Thinking about it carefully, there is something in it that makes people feel cold in their backs. Now the two elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect are going to enter the mountainous area of this nameless mountain. It is obvious that they are going to make some big moves, and it is not ruled out that they have plans to attack the Qingshan Sect from behind. These two people are Jindan elders, and they are different from the opponents Qingyun has encountered before. He must be very cautious and will not forget his true strength just because he has killed a few monsters with the help of formations before. But the first thing he has to do is to check the information of this nameless mountain. The Qingshan Sect has been located here for hundreds of years, and there should be classics left. Thinking of this, Qingyun wanted to let Xiangjianmu go back quickly so that he could prepare quickly, check the information of the nameless mountain, and go to the back mountain to intercept the two elders, or harass the two elders here. Seeing that Qingyun wanted to send him away, Xiangjianmu calculated his plan and hesitated and tangled in his heart. But in the end, thinking of his experience in the Seventh Elder's alchemy room, he took a deep breath and said, "Sect Master Li, I have some news to tell you." "Oh? Tell me about it." Qingyun, who originally wanted to see the guest off, raised his eyebrows and said, "Sister Ye, Xiaoyu is currently under house arrest by the Great Elder." "What? Xiaoyu is under house arrest?" Xiangjianmu said. "That's right. Currently, Senior Sister Ye Xiaoyu is under house arrest by the Great Elder in the sect's solitary confinement room to accept punishment." "Punishment?" Xiangjianmu said. "Yes, the Great Elder punished Senior Sister Ye Xiaoyu to accept 8 hours of punishment every day in the solitary confinement room. This letter was given to me by Senior Sister Ye Xiaoyu before she went to accept the punishment yesterday." Qingyun endured the heartache and self-blame in his heart, reached out to pick up the teacup and drink water, hiding his inner tension and worry, and asked, "What is the solitary confinement room?" Xiangjianmu drooped his eyelids slightly. "The solitary confinement room is the place where our soul capture sect punishes disciples the most severely. Everyone who enters will suffer mental torture." Qingyun's hand trembled and the water almost spilled out. He hurriedly covered the teacup lid and said, "Go on." Xiangjianmu seemed to be unfazed by Qingyun's unusual behavior and said to himself, "Master Li, don't worry. With Sister Yeyu's strength, she won't suffer much pain in the confinement room. Instead, it will help sharpen her heart. This is just the first piece of news. There is also a second piece of news. Master Li, do you know about the Wanhun pill?" Qingyun put down his teacup and looked at Xiangjianmu with a gleam of light. A quarter of an hour later, Xiangjianmu walked out of the main hall of the Qingshan Sect and let out a long breath. The matter that had been weighing on his mind for the past few days was finally settled. Qingyun was sitting in the main hall, and at this time he was still thinking about the scene of Xiangjianmu just now. Xiangjianmu's sonorous voice was still echoing in his ears. "Although I, Xiangjianmu, have nothing to look up to, and am just a small person, I can never tolerate such a thing happening in front of me." Ha! He let out a long breath to relieve the tension in his heart, but the sound of his exhalation was trembling unnaturally. Seventh Elder, he asked me to do odd jobs in his alchemy room, and I found out. They actually use living people to make alchemy. They use a living person to make 1 furnace of elixirs. I saw with my own eyes that they sacrificed a person alive. Although the cultivators regard mortals as ants, I can't stand it. How can this be an immortal sect? It's obviously a demonic sect. I'll tell you this, Sect Master Li, be careful of the Soul-Snatching Sect. Qingyun looked at Xiangjianmu, who was walking away outside the door. He looked down on him before because he was too flattering and mercenary, but for him, these were his survival skills, which were understandable. His performance today deserved his respect. Qingyun searched around in the Qingshan Sect's Sutra Pavilion, but couldn't find any information about Wuming Mountain. Apparently, these books were taken away by Situ Quan, who betrayed the sect at that time. The Sutra Library was already covered with dust because there were not many useful exercises in it, and most of them were filled with water-filled classics. Qingyun sighed and was about to leave the Sutra Library, But before he walked out of the door, he ran into Liu Bo head-on. Liu Bo held a big broom in one hand and a yellow-white rag on his shoulder, looking like he was going to do a big cleaning. Liu Bo, you want to do a big cleaning? No need to clean. The sutra library is not needed at the moment. Li Qingyun advised. Liu Bo obviously didn't hear him again and said to Li Qingyun, "Yes, I will clean it." After that, he lowered his head and swept carefully. In the big sutra library, only Liu Bo was holding a broom and gently sweeping the dust, and the rustling sound echoed. Li Qingyun stared blankly at the trajectory of Liu Bo's broom. He actually found that Liu Bo's sweeping had a very strange beauty, trajectory, whereabouts. In a short moment, Li Qingyun had a clue to the problems he had encountered in his practice, and he had inspiration where he had no ideas before. Ding! It is detected that the host is about to have an epiphany, and the cultivation is about to break through. Do you want to continue to open the genius points to assist the breakthrough? Continue. Li Qingyun sat down cross-legged, and a steady stream of inspiration came like a tide, and he kept deducing. At the same time, the bridge of heaven and earth in his body roared, and the spiritual energy was sucked into his body like a whale. The cultivation is about to break through. But Li Qingyun was not satisfied with just breaking through the cultivation. He roared in his heart, "Raise the Tao Foundation to a super-grade Tao Foundation for me. This operation will cost. Stop talking nonsense. Continue." Boom! Li Qingyun's rate of absorbing spiritual energy soared again, and even made a huge roar. Liu Bo, who was sweeping the floor, saw that the dust in the Sutra Pavilion was stirred up by the breath of Li Qingyun's breakthrough. He sighed and threw the broom on the ground. The bridge of heaven and earth once again changed from 9 top-grade foundation-building bridges to 12 super-grade foundations. The cultivation also broke through from the peak of the middle stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building. But Li Qingyun's breakthrough did not stop at this time. Continue to break through. Buzz! A wave of energy spread out from Li Qingyun's body, sweeping away all the dust that was originally rampant, and even rolled it into a ball and threw it on the ground. The peak of foundation building. Host qualifications. Cultivation value, 480. Peak of foundation building. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building, supergrade Tao foundation skills, Qingyun. Yellow level lower grade secret method, Qingxi erosion wave, introduction. Genius points, 1500. Li Qingyun opened his eyes and felt the 12 bridges of heaven and earth in his body. The efficiency of mobilizing this spiritual power was unknown. How many times that of his lower grade Tao foundation? With this kind of power, he was confident that if he met Luo Jingsheng again, he would only need one move to defeat him. In addition to his 2 secret methods of Qingxi and erosion wave, he was confident that he could fight against the early stage of Jindan. Uncle Liu, why are you looking at me like that? Li Qingyun suddenly found that Uncle Liu was looking at him with a very strange look. Could it be? Master, when did you help me clean the floor? Uncle Liu said slowly. Li Qingyun rubbed his eyes. Uncle Liu was still confused. Could he have seen it wrong? Yes, he must have seen it wrong. How could an old man like Uncle Liu have such a look? Uncle Liu, you often go to the back mountain. Do you know any legends about the nameless mountain behind? With the attitude of trying his best, Li Qingyun asked Uncle Liu tentatively. Uncle Liu did not turn around to look at Li Qingyun, but his unique voice of an old man came out. Uncle Liu doesn't know either, but, hey, every time I go in alone, I will pull out a donkey hair from the old donkey and put it in my arms so that I can ward off evil spirits. Ah, okay, Li Qingyun said disappointedly. He was originally planning to find some useful legends, but he didn't expect them to be so unreliable. Uncle Liu, you go ahead, I'm leaving. He turned and left. Hey, the donkey hair on the old donkey is a good thing. The 5th elder and elder Liu of the Soul-Catching Sect are brothers. The 5th elder is Liu Feizhou and the 6th elder is Liu Feilian. The 5th elder is the eldest, with a cultivation level of the middle stage of the Golden Core, while elder Liu is the younger brother, with a cultivation level of the early stage of the Golden Core. At this moment, they were sitting in a cave with serious faces, plotting something. 5th elder Liu Feizhou said, "It is still the matters instructed by the 1st elder that are more important. As for the sneak attack on Qingshan Sect, if we have the spare energy, we can just do it without being too deliberate." Elder Liu Feilian looked at his brother helplessly. He felt that he was good in every way, except that he was a little too fussy and cautious, so he frowned and advised, "Qingshan Sect is not far from our way into the mountain. We can deal with Qingshan Sect first, and then go to the back mountain to rob it. Disguise yourself and then go in. No one will know that it was done by our Soul-Snatching Sect. Even if the Tianji Pavilion tracks it down, they will have nowhere to start." If Li Qingyun were here and heard these words, he would definitely yell in his heart, "Come quickly, come to our Qingshan Sect. I don't know how many spirit stones I can get in exchange for 2 more golden elixirs." The 5th elder said, "Han Li is not a simple character. How do you know that Qingshan Sect has no backup? In case of failure, The consequences are not something you and I can bear." Seeing that he could not convince the fifth elder, the sixth elder sighed and said, "Then do as you say." "I know what you mean, but the situation of entering the mountain this time is extremely complicated. There was a riot in Wuming Mountain a few days ago. The Great Elder even sensed the fluctuation of a monster in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and that monster has extremely strong blood and energy, which can rival the late nascent soul. It is very likely to be a monster species in the top 1,000 of the murderer list." The sixth elder took a breath. "Is that really the case? If there are really 1,000 evil beasts, we should be careful. After all, you and I are facing 1,000 evil monsters. Even an early Jindan is very dangerous." The fifth elder nodded. "Thousands of evils is the name given by the cultivators to the top 1,000 beasts on the list of evil beasts. The Tianji Pavilion has compiled the strongest 1,000 kinds of monsters in the world. According to the ranking, there are countless kinds of monsters in the world, and among so many monsters, the top 1,000 monsters all have the ability to fight across levels. The rhinoceros horn leopard that Li Qingyun encountered was obviously among the thousands of evils, and it was also a monster with extraordinary talents and innate secret methods." The fifth elder stood up and said sadly, "I really don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse that the Great Elder has entrusted such an important task to you and me, but the sect's great event is about to be accomplished, and it has reached a critical moment, so we have to do this." "Yes," the sixth elder said, "although this cave contains great opportunities, but this nameless mountain is called a forbidden area in the book given by the Great Elder, and it always makes me feel uneasy. Forbidden area." Before leaving, Li Qingyun still chose to pull the old donkey's hair. "It is better to believe it than not to believe it. This nameless mountain is not far from Qingshan Sect. It can be reached by walking a few miles along the back mountain, but this place is full of weirdness." Every time Li Qingyun thinks of this place, he feels uneasy. The old donkey ate the grass in the stone trough comfortably. The grass looked like ordinary hay, but Li Qingyun smelled a burst of herbal fragrance from the grass, which was a very strange smell. Li Qingyun wanted to reach out and take a piece of hay to taste it, but the old donkey sneezed, which scared Li Qingyun. Okay, I won't fight with you for food." After saying this, Li Qingyun actually saw the old donkey rolling his eyes at him. "Huh? Do you still despise me?" He rolled his eyes at him again. "I?" Li Qingyun quickly scanned the area near the donkey trough and found that there was not a single scattered donkey hair. The old donkey's hair is so good, it seems that the only way is to pull it out. "Old donkey, let's make a deal. Can I pull a hair out of you?" The old donkey rolled his eyes at Li Qingyun again and snorted loudly. "Humph, you dare to ask me to get out? It seems that it's time to use the ultimate move." A white light flashed from Li Qingyun's hand, and a piece of meat appeared. This meat was obviously cooked by Xunliang with good color, fragrance, and taste, and a lot of cumin was added. According to Xunliang, the old donkey likes the taste of cumin the most. The old donkey's big mouth, which was chewing slowly, suddenly stopped and stared at the meat in Li Qingyun's hand. "Ha, there's more!" A white light flashed in Li Qingyun's hand again, and another gourd of wine appeared. The mouth of the gourd had already been opened, and the aroma of wine filled the donkey shed. The old donkey was completely uncalm, staring at Li Qingyun with fiery eyes, as if urging him. Li Qingyun smiled and said, "Can't wait? Well, you donkey who loves wine and meat, I can give you wine and meat, but you have to give me 2 donkey hairs." At this time, the old donkey hesitated for a moment and looked at Li Qingyun with a look of seeking confirmation. Li Qingyun said, "Yes, I am going to the mountain behind, and I want a donkey hair from you to ensure my safety before I go." The old donkey's eyes flashed with a trace of entanglement, but in a blink of an eye it was filled with a look of pain, and the donkey slowly turned its body towards Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun satisfiedly plucked 2 beautiful donkey hairs from the old donkey, one black and one white, and said, "Don't worry, I won't pluck you into a bald donkey." After that, he poured the wine and the wine gourd into the stone trough, and put the meat on the edge of the stone trough. The old donkey looked at the donkey hair in Li Qingyun's hand, and seemed very reluctant to part with it. Li Qingyun said, "Don't be stingy. I'll find you a beautiful little donkey to be your wife. Is that okay?" "Oh!" The old donkey seemed to be suddenly irritated, and let out a cry of anger, even pretending to kick Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun screamed and ran away. "You are a donkey. What else can I find for you if not a donkey wife?" Li Qingyun, who ran away, was still unwilling to give up, and left a sentence. "Ah!" The old donkey screamed in pain and cried out in grief and anger. Li Qingyun couldn't hear these donkey calls, but he knew that they were not good words. Moreover, it was obvious that he had angered the old donkey, and it was unlikely that he would come here to ask for donkey hair in the future. "What is this?" Yang Haoshui looked at the donkey hair handed over by Li Qingyun. "Is it beautiful?" Li Qingyun asked. Yang Haoshui took the donkey hair and found that this hair-like thing actually had a jade-like crystal substance. It was indeed very beautiful under the sun. It's pretty. Young Hayaoshe didn't know what she was thinking of, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. That's good, I was afraid you didn't like it, Li Qingyun said carelessly. Young Hayaoshe's face turned red again, and her heartbeat actually accelerated a bit. What's wrong with Li Qingyun? He suddenly gave me a gift. It seems quite thoughtful. How should I reply him? This is the first time he gave me a gift. Unexpectedly, Li Qingyun paused for a moment and continued. This thing wards off evil spirits. You have to take it whether you like it or not, and return it to me after use. Yang Hayaoshe looked at Li Qingyun with a cannibalistic look. Okay, Li Qingyun said angrily. Isn't it okay to give it to you? Yang Hayaoshe then looked at Li Qingyun with a reproachful look and put it away. Li Qingyun moved his lips and decided not to tell him that it was the donkey's hair. Who knows if Yang Hayaoshe, a young lady who loves cleanliness, will go berserk like the old donkey and chase him. I am confident that I can fight against the enemy in the early stage of Jindan, but it is just an ordinary early stage of Jindan, not including Yang Hayaoshe, a pervert who has a super-grade 9-orifice purple elixir. After a few words, the two of them walked towards the back mountain together. Xunliang and Ping An had been arranged by Li Qingyun to practice well in the spirit control room and the spirit gathering array, striving to break through as soon as possible. The two elders, Li Qingyun and Yang Hayaoshe, could only shoulder the responsibility of protecting the sect and go to explore the strange nameless mountain. When the two walked out of the back mountain of Qingshan Sect, what came into view was a mountain that pierced the sky and a mountainous area with no visible edge. It was dusk at this time, and the sunlight could no longer penetrate the dense and huge vegetation on the mountain, making the whole mountain look gloomy. The sky and earth were filled with a sense of desolation, and this aura even hindered the speed of the spiritual power of Li Qingyun and the others. Yang Hayaoshe looked at the nameless mountain with a serious expression and said, This mountain, do you have any information about it? Li Qingyun said honestly, No. This mountain has great horror, Yang Hayaoshe said in a deep voice. She was usually calm and composed, but at this moment, her expression was extremely serious. Even you think this mountain is weird? Li Qingyun asked. Yang Hayaoshe said, I once went to a forbidden area of a Taoist sect. It is said that an immortal fell in that forbidden area, but the terrifying and weird aura that the forbidden area gave me is not even 1% of this mountain. The most important thing is, Yang Hayaoshe turned his head to look at Li Qingyun, staring and said, This mountain has stood here for so many years, it seems to be non-existent. I originally thought it was just a deep mountain with a nascent soul monster, but I didn't expect there is such a place. Li Qingyun also looked at the nameless mountain and said, Are you scared? If you are scared, you can go back. Yang Hayaoshe asked back, Are you provoking me? Li Qingyun paused for word and said seriously, I'm serious. After all, people are afraid of death, and I am afraid too. Yang Hayaoshe said, I may be afraid of death, but I will definitely not be more afraid than you. What's more, any dangerous place will not only have great terror. Great terror often contains peerless opportunities. It seems that your enemy, the Soul-Snatching Sect, has found an opportunity. Then we just need to find them to find this opportunity. Yang Hayaoshe was full of fighting spirit. It seemed that this mountain really aroused the interest of her, a young lady with a similarly prominent background. Ha ha! Li Qingyun laughed heartily and said, Yes, let them get nothing and serve as scouts for this sect master. The fifth elder and his party had already entered the nameless mountain and climbed to the middle of the mountain. They were walking slowly backwards along the side of the mountain. There were countless peaks in the nameless mountain. The one closest to the Qingshan Sect went straight into the sky, giving people a huge sense of oppression. The peak that the fifth elder and his party were bypassing was the one closest to the Qingyun Sect. By bypassing this peak and going down 100 feet, you will find the location of the cave. The fifth elder held a tattered piece of paper in his hand and directed the direction of the group. In addition to the sixth elder, there were 5 or 6 core disciples of the Soul-Catching Sect following them, including Luo Jingsheng, Zhang Tianpeng, and Liu Xuan. After all, this operation was extremely important, and it contained both dangers and great opportunities. Having these talented disciples following them could provide opportunities for the sect's later comers to practice. After hearing the words of the fifth elder, the tense expressions of the few people relaxed a little, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. Don't take it lightly. Although the previous journey was very smooth, it was too smooth, which was a bit strange. We may encounter dangers and difficulties that we cannot estimate in the future. Yes, the disciples were shocked when they heard this, and their expressions became tense again. At this time, Li Qingyun, who was hiding in a huge tree and eavesdropping, rolled his eyes and thought to himself, if this sect master hadn't dealt with so many Jindan monsters and Yuanjing monsters in the vicinity in advance, would you be so relaxed? He and Yang Hayaoshe were now turning into a green shadow, following behind these people. This is Yang Haoxue's secret method, which is used to conceal one's tracks. As long as the other party's spiritual power realm is not one level higher than yours, they will not be able to detect the fluctuations of the use, and it is impossible to find the user. Qingyun's spiritual power realm has reached spiritual power transformation, and Yang Haoxue may be higher. The two elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect will not be able to find them. The secret method of hiding tracks is very precious. However, Qingyun saw Yang Haoxue's indifferent attitude and dared to conclude that she might have many secret skills that Qingyun dared not even think about. I don't know how big this young lady's background is. Next, slow down and reach the destination in 2 hours. Yes. A team began to move at an extremely slow speed. Qingyun looked at the disciples in the team. After Luo Jingsheng was defeated by Qingyun, his cultivation was improved a little, and he seemed to have reached the great perfection of foundation building. Liu Xuan and Zhang Pengqian, who were walking with him, also seemed to have broken through the foundation building at this time. At this time, these people followed the team obediently. Qingyun was quite emotional. A month ago, he still regarded these people as competitors. Now facing them, he actually looked down on them. It was really like an elder looking at a younger generation. It was already late at night. Qingyun didn't know why the Soul-Snatching Sect chose to travel at night. But so far, the feeling of uneasiness that Wuming Mountain gave him had not subsided at all. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. However, he did not find anything wrong. Like the 5 elders in their group, he and Yang Haoxue were also too smooth. Suddenly, a few crows cried in the air. Qingyun broke out in a cold sweat, and an absurd but impossible thought came to his mind. Could it be that he and Yang Haoxue were also being monitored since they entered? Yang Haoxue felt the change in Qingyun's expression and seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly became solemn. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the front, but then the scream stopped abruptly, and the front fell into a dead silence again. Yang Haoxue cast a questioning look at Qingyun, and Qingyun shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what was going on. Go and take a look, Qingyun whispered, and the two slowly moved forward to find out what was going on. But when Qingyun saw the reason why everyone was screaming, his face couldn't help but become very interesting. A green thing was sitting on a tree with Liu Xuan in its arms, and the 5 elders and others were standing under the tree, nervously looking at the green thing on the tree. Qingyun listened carefully before he heard the voices. The 6th elder said, "Shen Tubo? How come you are here? Aren't you? You still have the nerve to say that? You bastards from the Soul Capture Sect, I worked hard to make pills for you, but what about you? You didn't even know that a nascent soul had reached my alchemy room. I think it was you who leaked my whereabouts." The 6th elder said, "Don't misunderstand, Mr. Shentu. Your whereabouts are confidential. In our sect, only the Great Elder knows about it." "Wait!" The 5th elder interrupted the 6th elder's explanation and said, "Shentubo, but how did you know about our whereabouts? And you're not surprised that we came to this nameless mountain?" Shentubo said, "This." He was too embarrassed to say that he failed to rob the Qingshan Sect and was kicked to the nameless mountain by a donkey. "Humph!" The 5th elder snorted coldly. "Why don't you put my apprentice down quickly and explain it to us?" "Heh-heh!" Shentubo laughed, but his laughter was extremely strange, like a child with a broken throat, echoing in the originally gloomy jungle, which made the extremely nervous people feel cold. "Enough! If you don't return the person, I will take action." Elder Liu interrupted Shentubo's strange cry. "Return? How can I not return it?" Shentubo showed a strange expression on his face after laughing, and stretched out his tongue to lick Liu Xuan's neck, from Liu Xuan's collarbone, along the white neck, all the way to the chin. "It tastes good, but it's a pity that she is a slut." Shentubo laughed wantonly, looking at Luo Jingsheng, who was standing under the tree, nervous. Qingyun finally realized that it was no wonder that Shentubo had been taking care of Liu Xuan on the road just now. So that was why. Shentubo had obviously seen through all this, so he looked at Luo Jingsheng with a provocative look. Liu Xuan was restrained by Shentubo at this time, unable to move, and could only make painful whimpers. Luo Jingsheng looked nervous and worried, but he was afraid of Shentubo's power and did not dare to act rashly. "I'll give it back to you." Shentubo smiled triumphantly, threw Liu Xuan down, and flew down the mountain. Luo Jingsheng caught Liu Xuan and hugged her tightly. This man, who was too concerned about his reputation, almost cried. Qingyun shook his head. Luo Jingsheng was really an honest man. But women like Liu Xuan are often the most suitable for honest men. The 5th elder took out a pill and gave it to Liu Xuan to take. He said solemnly, "Shentubo's route is consistent with the direction of where we are going." Did someone really leak our whereabouts to him? Elder Liu was a little excited. No one knew their whereabouts except the 7 elders of the Soul Capture Sect and Ye Xiaoyu. "No, I think he seems to be wrong." The 5th elder's face was as gloomy as water. "That place is really not simple." Yang Haoxue also whispered to Qingyun, Shen Tubo was controlled by the charm. Charm? Li Qingyun also saw that Shen Tubo was very different from the last time he saw him. He was sometimes ferocious, and sometimes stiff like a wooden man, which was extremely weird. Yes, Yang Haoxue seemed to have thought of something terrifying. Charming spirit, there is indeed a great terror here. The 5 elders decided to go down the mountain. Although Shen Tubo was nowhere to be found, Shen Tubo's strength obviously could not pose any threat to them. Li Qingyun and Yang Haoxue naturally followed the 5 elders secretly, but both the 5 elders and Li Qingyun were shrouded in a fog at this time. The destination was about 200 feet below the mountain. Even if the 5 elders slowed down to the slowest speed, they arrived in a quarter of an hour. It should be here. The 5 elders looked at the broken map in their hands, then looked at the dark cave in front of them, compared it, and said, "Is there a great opportunity here?" Lu Xuan asked doubtfully. She paid a great price for this mission, and was even bullied by Shen Tubo. Seeing this dilapidated cave in front of her, she couldn't accept it for a while. If the 5th elder said it should be it. Elder Liu said. Several people were planning to enter the cave in front of the cave. Because no one had entered this nameless mountain before, and no detailed information was left, they were very cautious about this simple cave and made several plans to be foolproof. At this time, Li Qingyun, who was hiding behind the 5 elders, was also thinking about when he should take action, before or after the treasure appeared. The cave was 10 feet high. It was already midnight. The moonlight was shining outside the cave, and it was white and bright, but there was no moonlight in the cave, and it was still dark, like a gloomy and terrifying beast's mouth. Let everyone's heart be shrouded in a gloom and fear. The people in front of the cave had obviously discussed the plan and started to act. A huge night-shining pearl appeared in the hands of the 5th elder. With a slight urging, a huge light spread out from his hand, illuminating a part of the cave. The entrance of the cave was very empty, without any artifacts or traces, and it was an empty and smooth stone wall. Seeing this, the 5th elder waved his hand and sent 3 disciples to go in with him, leaving the 6th elder outside to keep watch for him. Seeing this, Yang Haoxue pulled Li Qingyun forward to deal with the 6th elder who was alone outside. But Li Qingyun stopped Yang Haoxue with a serious look. Ha ha ha! Shen Tubo's rampant laughter, accompanied by the echoing humming sound, came from the cave. Not good! The 6th elder shouted and rushed into the cave with the other 3 disciples. But at this moment, Li Qingyun's hair stood on end, and a creepy feeling enveloped his whole body. A shrill cry suddenly came from far away, attacking his mind from a distance and covering his whole body. Life and death crisis! Li Qingyun roared, picked up Yang Haoxue beside him and rushed down the tree, but the thing behind him chased him closely. In desperation, Li Qingyun had to run into the cave. Sure enough, when they were following the 5th elder, there was also something following them from behind. What was even more terrifying was that he could not detect it. While the thing was following Li Qingyun, it was emitting a cry that made his hair stand on end. Li Qingyun hugged Yang Haoxue's waist and ran away. Haoxue was paralyzed and hot all over, like mud, and was only held by Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun thought to himself, how could this woman fail at the critical moment? She was scared by a ghost and couldn't do it. There were 3 intersections in front of him. At this time, he could no longer sense the location of the 5th elders. Where did the 5th elder go? No matter. Li Qingyun chose the middle intersection and rushed in decisively. The thing, following Li Qingyun, also couldn't sense Li Qingyun's position at this intersection. It gritted its teeth and rushed into the leftmost intersection. Li Qingyun slowly put Yang Haoxue down, leaned her against the cave wall on one side, and put his arm behind her waist to cushion her. He looked at the person in his arms and found that Yang Haoxue's face was flushed. Her red lips were slightly open, she was panting, and her whole body was limp. But there was a hint of expectation in her eyes when she looked at Li. Qingyun, are you injured? Li Qingyun was shocked. He immediately blamed himself for complaining to Yang Haoxue just now. It was obviously that thing that attacked Yang Haoxue just now, but he still said in his heart that she was a loser. Where are you injured? Li Qingyun said anxiously, and his eyes quickly swept over Yang Haoxue. Adapting to the light in the cave, Li Qingyun, whose spiritual power realm has reached the spiritual power transformation, already has the ability of night vision. At this time he saw, Yang Haoxue's face was not only flushed, but her snow-white skin also began to emit an attractive pink color, especially the skin on her long legs and thighs. At this time her clothes were scattered, revealing other attractive parts. There was no external injury. Could it be internal injury? The skin was red, and the face was very painful. Could it be poisoned? It must be. Elder Yang, are you poisoned? Li Qingyun asked anxiously. He saw that Yang Haoxue had bitten her red lips, frowned, looked at him with a painful face, and had difficulty breathing. Even her body began to twist. The injury was obviously aggravated. He was very anxious. Speak, Elder Yang Hao said tremblingly. Don't. What? Li Qingyun put his ear close to Yang Haoxue's mouth. Huh. Yang Haoxue exhaled like a orchid, panting in Li Qingyun's ear and said intermittently, Don't touch my waist. Oh! Li Qingyun pulled his hand out from behind Yang Haoxue as if it had touched a burning coal. Yang Haoxue pushed Li Qingyun away, and then a bone-chilling cold aura emanated from her body. In an instant, the scene that had just made Li Qingyun very worried disappeared, and Yang Haoxue returned to her usual cold state. Humph! Yang Haoxue glared at Li Qingyun fiercely, turned her head and walked forward, no longer paying attention to Li Qingyun. Hey, don't ignore me. Qingyun hurriedly caught up. What's wrong with this woman? Why doesn't she pay attention to me when she doesn't understand or not, and just throws a tantrum? Ah, women are so troublesome, and it's so hard to be a man. In a hurry to save someone, I can't even touch her. In a crisis, how could this sect master have any improper intentions? Woman. Although he thought so in his heart, on the surface, Li Qingyun still followed Yang Haoxue happily. Elder Yang, can you tell where this place is? As he said this, Li Qingyun looked at the cave. This was the middle road among the three intersections. At this time, the front of the cave was no longer a rough dirt road or stone road, but a big yellow door with a big character written on it. Li Qingyun looked for a long time, but could not see any mechanism on the door. Yang Haoxue had calmed down by now, and said in a cold voice, The thing that chased us just now was not a spirit. The spirit is in another passage. If I'm not mistaken, that thing should be called a mandrill. And whether it is a mandrill or a spirit, they should be creatures in this cave. They drove us here and they must have their own purpose. And the road we are taking, the heavenly level, is obviously the most difficult of the three roads. Ding, activate the task. Lost Cave I. Task requirements. Complete the clearance conditions required by the cave spirit and return to the sect alive. Task reward, 1. Immediately transform a building to 1,000 genius points. Failure penalty, die here. Qing touched his chin. Sure enough, the system may be late, but it will never be absent. The moment the stone door was pushed open, a voice came from all around. Congratulations, the heaven-level trial has begun. You now have 100 breaths to familiarize yourself with the environment. Hearing this voice, Li Qingyun's body was shocked. This? He almost thought it was the system talking. It should be the spirit of this cave. Get familiar with the environment quickly. Yang Haoxue urged Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun quickly looked at the world behind the stone door. There was a white, square arena in the middle of his sight, but the area around the arena was pitch black. Even though Li Qingyun had night vision, he couldn't see through the darkness. What's so familiar about this environment? Wait, there is no spiritual energy in this place, not even a single spiritual energy. This means that it will be very difficult to consume the spiritual energy. Is this the difficulty of the heaven-level trial? It's time to familiarize yourself with the environment. Now I'll introduce the rules of the trial. This trial is divided into 5 levels, and you two must defeat the trial subjects that appear in each level. Note, in the past 10,000 years, the survival rate of this heavenly trial has been less than 1 in 10,000. After completing the cup heavenly trial, you can get a reward and a token left by Marquise Li Yang. Start now. In the first level, defeat the ghost cultivator with the strength of the early Jindan. The faint voice and the murmur seemed to come from endless years ago. The next moment, a supreme majesty suddenly appeared, which brought with it supreme majesty and transcendent dignity, which made Li Qingyun want to worship it. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have knelt down at this moment. A simple bronze lamp, it seemed to have traveled through time and appeared on the arena. The filament of the bronze lamp trembled slowly, and a drop of black substance dripped. The lamp oil fell to the ground and turned into a blue-green ghost. Li Qingyun looked at the terrifying bronze lamp and took a deep breath. I knew it would not be that simple. At the same time, Zhang Tianpeng and Liu Xuan, led by the 6th elder and the 3rd disciple, entered the human-level trial. The human-level trial was to let them survive the attack of the mandrill until the end of the heaven-level trial. The 5th elder led Luo Jingsheng and 3 other disciples into the earth-level trial. The earth-level trial was to let them survive the attacks of the Charm Spirit and Shen Tubo until the end of the heaven-level trial. But the difference was that they could give up the trial at any time, and they could get different levels of rewards based on their performance, which was much easier than the 1 in 10,000 survival rate of Li Qingyun and the others. But the 5th elder was thinking at this time, could this place, which was once called the Forbidden Land, really be easy? There were mandrills and charm spirits, and these spirits and ghosts only existed in legends before. The Jindan early-stage ghost of the 1st level was killed by Yang Haoxue in a few moves before Li Qingyun could observe this thing called Ghost himself. The killed ghost turned into the drop of black substance again, and the lamp oil emerged again, and another drop fell. The 2 drops combined and condensed into an ugly ghost again. But this ghost had an extra horn on its head compared to the previous one. The 2nd level, Kill the elite ghosts with the cultivation of the middle Jindan stage. Why are there so many ghosts? Is this hell? Qingyun said. Huh? I didn't expect that a little kid like you even knew about hell. Interesting. The whisper of the weapon spirit sounded again. But at this time, Qingyun could no longer care about the weapon spirit because the Jindan ghost had already rushed over, and he hurried forward to meet the enemy. He had a bad premonition in his heart. The first level was the early Jindan stage, and the second level was the middle Jindan stage. If so, would he encounter a ghost in the Yuanying stage in the fourth level? Although Qingyun and Yanghai Aoshui had killed Yuanying stage monsters with the help of the formation, they knew that without the formation, the two would die against the Yuanying stage, and they would not even have a chance to escape. The ghost screamed, and a disgusting blue body rushed over. A strange blue force suddenly emerged, which was extremely powerful. At this time, Qingyun accidentally failed to dodge and had to defend in a hurry. The blue ghost energy was concentrated on Qingyun's arm. Qingyun was knocked away instantly, but in the next moment, huh? Not hurt? Not hurt at all? What happened? At this time, Yanghai Aoshui was also hit once and fell to the ground. He was stunned for a moment and obviously found the same problem as Qingyun. The two looked at each other. Is this the hidden rule of the trial? Ouch! Qingyun screamed and rushed towards the ghost desperately, attacking desperately. Since you won't get hurt when being attacked, why do you have to defend in the void? The spirit of the weapon also looked at Qingyun, who was attacking desperately in disbelief. Why didn't this kid get hurt? The spirit of the weapon was also surprised. It seems that not getting hurt is not the hidden rule that Qingyun thought. The spirit of the weapon wondered, could it be that these two people are immortal bodies? No, how can there be two immortal bodies at the same time? Is that little girl also an immortal body? It's not like an immortal body. An immortal body is the world's top genius. Although the two kids in front of them have a decent talent and a super-grade foundation, they are far from the world's top genius. But, how could it be? The weapon spirit looked serious and mobilized its power to detect the fluctuations on the two people. It turned out to be a hair? This hair blocked all the ghost energy? The weapon spirit began to doubt its life as a weapon spirit for hundreds of thousands of years. While the weapon spirit was doubting itself, Qingyun fought more and more bravely and had already killed the fourth level, a royal ghost with the strength of the nascent soul stage. Because the charm spirit wanted to concentrate on hunting the five elders and others, it no longer controlled Shen Tubo, and Shen Tubo was proud to regain his independent consciousness. He looked at the purple-red soul shadow of the charm spirit and gritted his teeth. He listed this soul shadow as the second most hated person in the world. The first one was the beast in human clothing and the righteous nascent soul cultivator. He robbed all his belongings. Thinking of this, Shen Tubo followed the five elders and the others. Run away. We must not let this spirit succeed. We must persist and get the trial reward. This trial is the money for me to leave Dihua Mansion. Half an hour has passed. The first stage of the Earth level trial is completed. I got a low-grade ghost spirit bead. What? The five elders and Shen Tubo exclaimed together. The ghost spirit bead is the treasure that the elder has been thinking about day and night. With the combination of the 10,000 soul pill, the Soul Capture Sect's great event can be accomplished. Starting from the second stage, the spirit's strength will be increased from the middle stage of the golden elixir to the late stage of the golden elixir. It is required to survive for 1 hour. Give up! Shen Tubo and the five elders said in unison again. Although the few people still have most of their spiritual power, no one can be sure what means this late-stage spirit has, so it is better to be cautious. Shen Tubo looked at the fifth elder, and the fifth elder looked at Shen Tubo, and they actually felt like they were soulmates. I didn't expect that he also had such a cautious and excellent quality. I was really disrespectful before. The two looked at each other, and a feeling of mutual appreciation arose spontaneously. They wanted to leave this place immediately, drink and chat, and talk about the meaning of being friends from afar. At this time, Luo Jingsheng stood behind the two of them, with a helpless look on his face, thinking, what a pair of cowardly old bastards. The spirit of the weapon said again, the rewards will be distributed later. Watch the trial screen of the heaven-level trialists first. A screen suddenly appeared in front of them. In the screen, there was a handsome young man and a hot-dressed beauty with amazing curves. Both of their clothes were a little damaged, but it was hard to hide their extraordinary temperament. Shen Tubo exclaimed, this man. The fifth elder obviously didn't recognize Qingyun either, and asked Shen Tubo, do you recognize him? Shen Tubo was about to tell him about his miserable experience of being robbed of all his belongings by him, but thinking that he was about to leave Dihua Mansion, it was not appropriate to leave these embarrassing things here, so he didn't say anything. A voice came from the screen. The fourth level, defeat the royal ghost with the strength of the early Yuanjing stage. The fifth elder took a breath of cold air. Where did this master come from? He has actually reached the trial of the Yuanying stage. He is worthy of being someone who dares to challenge the Tianji trial. Shen Tubo thought. As expected, this is a master in the Yuanying stage. Luo Jingsheng thought. This Li Qingyun actually dared to challenge the Yuanying stage trial. Is he playing tricks again? The three of them had ulterior motives when they saw the screen. But the next moment, Li Qingyun and Yang Hai Aoshui in the screen rushed forward desperately and attacked the ghost with 3 horns. Boom! The next moment, the two were thrown to the ground in a mess, but they quickly got up and rushed forward again desperately. But not long after, they were slammed to the ground again. Li Qingyun and Yang Hai Aoshui kept knocking the ghost away, but they would attack again the moment they were knocked away. The two kept flying around on the white arena and kept falling down, being hit like 2 balls. But every attack could cause some substantial damage to the ghost. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Li Qingyu and Yang Hai Aoshui were also thrown down countless times. The 3-horned Yuanjing ghost also died, and before dying, it let out an unwilling and extremely angry roar. Li Qingyun and Yang Hai Aoshui looked at each other and laughed happily. Ha! The originally terrifying trial became very interesting without any danger as the two flew around happily. Is this how Yuanying fights? The 5th elder, these two Tianzhao? Amazing defense! Ha! It really is cheating. The weapon's spirit was helpless, thinking that if the situation continued, even if they sent out ghosts in the middle stage of the nascent soul, they might be worn out by them. It seems that we need to change the form. With the 5th level, the inscription test. Inscribe the ghost spirit bead in front of you, and you can pass the test. 1 inscription will give you 1 reward, 2 inscriptions will give you 2 rewards, and 3 inscriptions will give you 3 rewards. A dark red round bead appeared in front of Li Qingyun and Yang Hai Aoshui. The aura of the round bead was stable, and it contained a deep ghost aura. Li Qingyun had already determined that the aura inside was ghost aura, the same as the ghost just now. In addition, the aura in the 10,000 souls pill that made him sick and shook his mind was also this kind of ghost aura. It's just that for some reason, the ghost aura today didn't make him feel sick and didn't affect his mind. Yang Hai Aoshui frowned and walked towards the ghost spirit pearl, saying, I have briefly learned the basic inscription technique, but I am not sure that I can successfully tattoo one. The voice of the weapon spirit came again. You two have 2 chances. After the 2 chances, 1 inscription is a success, and no inscription is a failure. The punishment for failure is, everyone in this cave will die with you. At the same time, whether it is the 5th elder of the Earth level trial, or the elder Liu of the human level trial, they all heard such a voice. The heaven level trial is going to the last stage. If the trialists fail, all the trialists will be buried with the heaven level trial. Ah! The 5th elder and Shen Tubo wailed, and Luo Jingsheng also frowned deeply. They had only heard of inscriptions in legends. This is a secret technique that can only be mastered by the sects at the Dao level. The 6th elder, Zhang Tianpeng, and Lu Xuan also raised their hearts and looked at the scene in front of them. In the void, the spirit of the weapon smiled triumphantly, thinking, these 2 little kids don't think that you can easily pass the heavenly level test of this cave with magic weapons on you. How can it be that easy? Heh. Yang Hai Aoshui looked at the ghost spirit pearl with all her attention, and her slender fingers quickly formed mysterious patterns in the air. These patterns are called nets by the inscription masters. After the nets are condensed, they are engraved on the objects to be inscribed by the inscription masters. If the patterns are left, the inscription is successful. The net was quickly formed by Yang Hai Aoshui, and it seems that Yang Hai Aoshui had a good foundation in the past. The 5 elders and others looked at Yang Hai Aoshui drawing mysterious patterns, which obviously seemed to have been learned. They felt hopeful in an instant, and watched Yang Hai Aoshui's actions without daring to make a sound. Go! Yang Hai Aoshui shouted, and the net was waved by her to hit the ghost's spirit pearl. Countless patterns were hit on the ghost spirit pearl, and quickly gathered into a bright pattern, wanting to be engraved on the ghost spirit pearl. But after a moment, the light dissipated, and the pattern was obviously not strong enough and disappeared. Yang Hai Aoshui sighed, failed. The 5 elders suddenly relaxed their breath and almost fell to the ground. Is it going to fail? This cave spirit is so vicious, it will definitely do what it says and kill them when the time comes. Looking at this young woman, although she knows some inscription techniques, she is obviously not yet a beginner, and the success rate is extremely low. The next inscription may still fail. Yang Hai Aoshui took a deep breath, adjusted his breath, and seemed to be ready to try again. Li Qingyun patted Yang Hai Aoshui's shoulder and said, I'll try. Yang Hai Aoshui looked at Li Qingyun with a puzzled face. Are you sure? This is a life and death moment. Whether it can succeed or not will determine whether the two can survive. Li Qingyun smiled, held Yang Hai Aoshui's jade hand and said softly, just leave your life to me with confidence. Yang Hai Aoshui was stunned, staring at Li Qingyun with her beautiful eyes. Lu Xuan, who was watching the screen, collapsed. She knew clearly that Li Qingyun was a waste a month ago. How could he know the secret of the Taoist tradition now? He was simply playing a joke on everyone's life. When others saw Li Qingyun take action, those who didn't know Li Qingyun had hope again in their hearts, and those who knew Li Qingyun were filled with despair at this time. Mortals value the near and the far. The more familiar you are with someone, the less you believe he can be powerful. The less you know someone, the easier it is for you to feel that he is powerful. For example, Yang Haoxue, who was unfamiliar to everyone, would think she was powerful and very likely to succeed. But Li Qingyun, those who knew him, would never believe that Li Qingyun could succeed. Li Qingyun smiled, took the ghost spirit pearl, held it in his hand, and stood quietly on the ground. Unlike Yang Haoxue, Li Qingyun did not emit a single spiritual power fluctuation, and even his expression did not change. In the eyes of everyone, he seemed to be in a daze. Everyone looked at Li Qingyun holding the ghost orb in a daze, thinking, is this guy stalling for time? The spirit of the weapon also looked at Li Qingyun in surprise. He clearly detected that there was no spiritual power fluctuation around Li Qingyun, which meant that this kid was just in a daze. Yang Haoxue sighed. Although she was very moved by what the man said, if Li Qingyun didn't know anything now, it shouldn't be considered an opportunity. Maybe she could try again. Suddenly, the ghost orb shone brightly, rising from in front of Li Qingyun and suspended in the air. A white pattern appeared directly on the ghost orb. This? Shen Tubo and others looked at the picture in disbelief. Success! Someone jumped up and cheered. It was so easy to succeed. Lu Xuan looked at the picture in front of her in disbelief. For a while, it was difficult to accept the fact that Li Qingyun succeeded, but Li Qingyun succeeded so she could survive. For a while, her mood was very complicated. Benefactor! Benefactor! The sixth elder shouted, I, Lu Falian, must repay this man. Lu Xuan looked at the sixth elder with a complicated expression. If you knew that this person was the leader of the Qingshan Sect, I wonder what you would think. He's not finished yet. Zhang Tianpeng screamed and looked at the screen. In the screen, the light of the ghost spirit pearl in front of Li Qingyun did not go out, but became more vigorous. Could it be? The light of the ghost spirit pearl surged again, rising to a higher level. A white pattern appeared on it again. Everyone took a deep breath. 2 inscription patterns. He's not finished yet. Aoshui's eyes showed a strange look and looked at Li Qingyun. Feeling Yang Haoxue's burning gaze, Li Qingyun grinned and thought to himself, why are you looking at this sect master like this? These are far from enough. Li Qingyun waved his hand, and 3 inscription patterns appeared on the ghost spirit pearl again. 5, Li Qingyun shouted into the void. Can 6 inscriptions give 6 rewards? The void was silent for a moment, and then said, yes, good, let's do it. Li Qingyun shouted. Energy gathered on the ghost spirit pearl again, and the light on the ghost spirit pearl turned from white to blue, and even emitted a humming sound that made Li Qingyun's back cold. What the hell is this screaming? Control it, concentrate your mind and energy, and don't panic. Yang Haoxue was shocked and reminded. Yang Haoxue didn't hear any sound, but she knew that when the inscription master inscribed to a certain extent, or when inscribed a special artifact, he would hear or see a lot of strange things. In this case, the inscription master might even be in danger of falling. However, when encountering this situation, the inscription masters would treat it seriously, as if they were facing a great enemy, but Li Qingyun was shouting and screaming. Good! Li Qingyun yelled again. Stop talking! It's very dangerous! Yang Haoxue said anxiously. How could this person not know the seriousness of the matter? Good! Li Qingyun shouted again. Yang Haoxue was extremely anxious. If this continued, not only would Li Qingyun not be able to condense the 6 inscription patterns, but he might even lose his life. She secretly made up her mind and decided to try that method. She wanted to speak again, but at this time, she saw the 6th inscription pattern suddenly appeared on the ghost orb, a cyan inscription pattern. Ah! Good! Good! So scary! Li Qingyun escaped from the illusion, but it was obvious that he could not recover from the illusion in a short time. Yang Haoxue looked at Li Qingyun with a strange expression, not knowing whether it was because of the superpower of the 6 inscription patterns or because of Li Qingyun's nonsense in the illusion. The 5th level, the inscription test, passed. The heaven-level trialists have passed the trial. Now the trial rewards are issued, and the earth-level and human-level trialists are transferred out of the cave. Great! Shen Tubo and others cheered. They watched Li Qingyun's trial here, and they had been on the line between life and death. Their minds were under great pressure. Now that they were released, they couldn't help but shout out excitedly. Li Qingyun looked curiously at the void in front of him. Since the trial was over, should the weapon spirit come out too? Ah! With an old sigh, an old man in a white robe and white beard appeared in front of Li Qingyun and the others. I didn't expect that. After so many years, the heaven-level trial of this cave house was actually passed by you 2 little kids with not so good aptitude. Never mind. Since passing is your chance, Maybe that's how the heaven arranged it. Li Qingyun looked at the old man sighing and couldn't help complaining in his heart. This sect master is at least a super-grade Dao foundation, so it can't be said that his aptitude is not so good, right? Unexpectedly, the old man with the spirit of the weapon glanced at Li Qingyun and said, "You two may have aptitude in this small place, but if compared with my master, Li Yanghao, it's too far behind. You two have passed the heaven-level trial of this cave house. According to reason, you can already become the registered disciples of Li Yanghao." "Wait," Yang Hai Aoshui said. "Oh?" The spirit of the weapon was a little surprised. "I won't be the registered disciple." Yang Hai Aoshui said. His eyes were a little flustered when he said this, and he secretly glanced at Li Qingyun. The spirit of the weapon looked at Yang Hai Aoshui deeply, and there seemed to be endless energy in his eyes. It turned out to be. The spirit of the weapon said halfway, but when it saw Yang Hai Aoshui's eyes, it shut its mouth tactfully. He turned his head and looked at Li Qingyun meaningfully, muttering, "Interesting, interesting." Li Qingyun thought to himself that this weapon spirit was really lifelike, and its eyes were exactly the same as those of a human. The look it gave him contained 3 emotions at the same time: emotion, admiration, and even sympathy. "This sect master passed your test. Why do you sympathize with her?" The weapon spirit said, "Okay, let's get back to the point. Since she doesn't want to be a registered disciple." "Wait, another time?" The weapon spirit looked at Li Qingyun. "Could it be that this kid doesn't want to be either? This kid looks quite smart. He can't be so stupid, right? Tell me what, this registered disciple is for first, and I'll think about it." The weapon spirit's face twitched. If the news got out that the dignified Liang Marquis wanted to accept a disciple, or even not a disciple, even if he only accepted a boy, it would cause a sensation throughout the continent. I don't know how many big families would offer their legitimate sons. Who would dare to say more? But these 2 kids who were lucky enough to barely pass the test dared to put forward conditions? But he still reluctantly replied, "The registered disciples can get all the rewards of this trial, and those who don't become disciples can't. Apart from that, the registered disciples don't have to bear any responsibilities. Do you understand?" "I see." Li Qingyun was overjoyed. "Then I agree. He has no relatives or friends with this Li Yanghao now, but he doesn't want to promise to avenge him if he becomes his registered disciple. This cave is obviously made when he left his inheritance, so he is likely to have fallen." The spirit of the weapon rolled his eyes at Li Qingyun and said, "Let's get back to the point." He finally finished this sentence. "Although your talents are good in this small place, they are a little lacking. When my master Li Yanghao was your age, he had already reached the realm of heaven and man." Heaven and man. Li Qingyun took a breath. This kind of talent, he had never thought of it before. Yang Hai Aoshui on the side was also amazed. Seeing the expressions of the two, the spirit nodded with satisfaction, stroked his beard with his hand and said, "Do you know the difference? But don't be too shocked. Talent is only one aspect. On the other hand, blessing is also very important. For example, you have encountered the opportunity of this cave. The following is the reward for passing the heavenly level trial. The first reward is the Ghost Spirit Pearl. Just like the people who passed the human level trial and the heavenly level trial just now, the Ghost Spirit Pearl engraved by you will be given to you. The second reward is about the secrets of this area." Li Qingyun's eyes lit up. What a good thing. This nameless mountain reveals weirdness everywhere. He has no clue, but this Li Yanghao must know much more than him. The third reward. The spirit hesitated and coughed awkwardly a few times. "What?" "Ahem. The third reward, 300 beautiful maids who practice dual cultivation. But, due to the damage to the cave, these maids have already died, but the bodies are still well preserved. If you like, you can take them away." Li Qingyun said hurriedly. "No, no, no, no. This sect master does not have that kind of habit." "Oh, then the fourth reward. Your cultivation is not enough. You can't get it. The next 3 will be kept in the token of Li Yanghao. You can get it yourself when you are strong enough." Li Qingyun's face was full of black lines, and he complained crazily, "So you only gave me 1 ghost spirit bead?" The spirit of the weapon said awkwardly, "Those beautiful female cultivators' bodies. No! Don't mention it again." "Ahem." Li Qingyun looked at Yang Hai Aoshui, who was standing with his arms folded, and smiled awkwardly, and Yang Hai Aoshui had an expression of, "I think it's okay." He nodded to him seriously. Li Qingyun held the white jade pendant handed over by the weapon spirit in his hand, and he felt quite resentful. He thought that this sect master risked his life to enter the Wooming Mountain to intercept the Soul-Snatching Sect, and now he didn't know whether he could leave this ghost place, and he only gave me this little thing? How could he be willing? At this time, he stared at the weapon spirit with his eyes wide open. The weapon spirit looked at Li Qingyun's expression and felt a little embarrassed. "Ahem, this jade pendant is the top storage." Li Qingyun still stared at it. The weapon spirit said again, "The jade pendant can activate a life-saving method, and can summon the fiery Sun Marcus, who is one level higher than you, to take action once. Li Qingyun thought to himself that this thing was not bad, but he remained calm on the surface and stared at the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit was stared at and said, "This! Oh, forget it, I have one. Deal!" Li Qingyun smiled happily. A what? The weapon spirit had been following Li Yanghao for many years, and had never seen a poor man like Li Qingyun. At this moment, his heart was shocked and he was speechless. A sword used by the master during the Jindan period. Li Qingyun was overjoyed. "Thank you very much." A green light flashed and entered the jade pendant in Li Qingyun's hand. Li Qingyun said, "Should we talk about this Wuming Mountain?" At this time, he was satisfied and changed the subject very quickly. This sword was definitely extra money, so he had to change the subject quickly. Otherwise, what if this old weapon spirit changed his mind? Seeing Li Qingyun's face change so quickly, the spirit of the weapon felt a little emotional. If the master had been as flexible as this young man, how could he have ended up like that? Unfortunately, the master's life had been smooth sailing, and he encountered very few setbacks. How could he be like this young man in front of him, who suffered so much and knew how to adapt? Then tell me the secret of this mountain. You call this mountain the Nameless Mountain, but tens of thousands of years ago, the master told me that this place is called the Sea of Ghosts. Sea of Ghosts? Li Qingyun and Yang Hyoxue said in unison. That's right, the weapon spirit said in a deep voice. A peerless strongman once fell here, so his blood brought bad luck to this place. This place was also infested with ghosts, and was sealed by countless strong men. It was finally peaceful, but in the end it became a restricted area on this continent, and no great cultivator dared to enter this area anymore. The ghosts in the heavenly trial are also left over from that time. And that evil spirit, the mandrill, you haven't seen their power today. In fact, they discovered you as soon as you entered the mountain, and have been following you too. No wonder Li Qin was still wondering why. He had a vague feeling that when he was following the people from the Soul Capture Sect, he always had a vague feeling that he was being followed. My master was determined to pass through the restricted area after it was formed. Before he left a legacy on the entire continent. Your legacy is one of them. I didn't expect that he would never come back after he left. When the weapon spirit said this, it was hard to hide the grief in its heart. The emotion trembled, and the whole cave house trembled with it. My condolences. Li Qingyun patted the weapon spirit's shoulder, but his hand was empty, and he passed through the weapon spirit. He was stunned. It turned out that the weapon spirit was just a spirit. Thank you. The weapon spirit responded. That's all I know about the forbidden area. I'm just warning you, don't go deep into the forbidden area before you're strong enough. This is just the edge of the forbidden area. The cave can still protect you, but the depths of the forbidden area... I've seen the beasts on the 100 Evils list there, and it was chased by a terrifying shadow and fled. Fear surged in Li Qingyun's heart. The rhinoceros leopard beast was the last one on the 1000 Evils list. That one was not yet an adult, but it was already so strong. The 100 Evils, this forbidden area is really incredible. I'm so unlucky that the sect is nestling in front of a forbidden area. The trial rewards have been given to you. You can leave. After the weapon spirit finished speaking, it disappeared into the void with a melancholy look. As the weapon spirit left, a white light gate appeared behind Li Qingyun and Yang Hyoxue, which was obviously prepared for their exit. Thank you. Li Qingyun bowed to the void and left the light gate with Yang Hyoxue. In the void, the weapon spirit looked at Li Qingyun, who was leaving. This boy's qualifications are still lacking, but his character is good. I hope he can bring some changes. Host qualifications. Cultivation value 480, foundation building peak. Spiritual roots 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building super grade Dao foundation skills. Qingyun yellow level lower grade secret method. Qingxi great success erosion wave entry genius points 800. In order to engrave the ghost spirit pearl, Li Qingyun spent 630 genius points. In addition, before entering the mountain, Li Qingyun engraved several necessary elixirs, which cost another 70 points. A total of 700 genius points. So this is why Li Qingyun was so distressed and stared at the weapon spirit for something. It was a waste to spend so many genius points and engrave a useless ghost spirit pearl. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun took out the sword given to him by the weapon spirit from the jade pendant. The sword is 3 feet and 3 inches long, exuding a chill. The blade is blue, without any patterns, but it exudes a sense of nobility. When Yang Hyoxue saw it, he couldn't help but admire it. What a handsome sword! Li Qingyun said proudly. The sword matches the young master. Pretentious. Yang Hyoxue spat, but before she finished speaking, Li Qingyun put a light yellow flower on her head. Haha, the sword matches the young master, and the vanilla matches the beauty, Li Qingyun said proudly. Yang Hyoxue's pretty face turned red again. She found that when she was with Li Qingyun, she was always teased by this man. She was usually cold, but she often became shy. These days, this Li Qingyun is really extremely annoying. Suddenly, Li Qingyun hugged Yang Haoxue around the waist and dodged to the side. Yang Haoxue was even more embarrassed. Why is this man like this? It's too sudden. Why can't you take it slowly? What should I do? Or should I refuse first? Don't talk, hide quickly. There are people ahead, Li Qingyun said in her ear. Yang Haoxue woke up from her dream and used her secret method of hiding to observe the traces of the people ahead with Li Qingyun. But thinking of her thoughts just now, she felt ashamed and angry, and secretly made up her mind that if Li Qingyun dared to mess around again, she would definitely give him a slap to teach him a lesson. Li Qingyun whispered, "It's the people from the Soul-Snatching Sect. They got the rewards of the Earth-level trial and the human-level trial, but they haven't left yet?" The two looked at each other and slowly approached the people in front. At this time, the people from the Soul-Snatching Sect were sitting under several big trees discussing something. "Lu Xuan, are you sure that person is Li Qingyun, the leader of the Qingshan Sect?" said the fifth elder. "I'm sure," Lu Xuan said. "Are you sure?" Luo Jingsheng said. "Junior sister Liu is right, that person is Li Qingyun. I have fought with him before and can't forget him." Zhang Pengtian also echoed. The sixth elder said, "Now that it's confirmed, don't worry too much. I think he must have used some method to take advantage of the situation to defeat the nascent soul monster. Otherwise, why would his fighting style be so weird?" Lu Xuan looked at the sixth elder and sneered in her heart. Just now in the cave, he said that he wanted to repay others, but now he is thinking about killing people and stealing treasures. He is really a good elder who knows how to repay kindness. Shen Tubo was a little skeptical about life and still couldn't believe it in his heart. He looked at Lu Xuan and asked tentatively, "That man is just a foundation-building cultivator." Lu Xuan said, "That's right, Elder Shen Tu. I have known him since I was a child. I am sure that he is just a cultivator in the foundation-building period and a waste of a low-grade Tao foundation." "I agree with Lu Xuan's idea. Kill this kid and snatch the ghost spirit pearl," Shen Tubo said, and at this time an extremely angry emotion appeared on his body, making his eyes red and his body shaking constantly. A foundation-building cultivator actually played him around and robbed him of all his belongings, but he couldn't tell anyone about this kind of frustration and resentment. Li Qingyun sneered at this scene. Logically speaking, he had saved these people once, but these people turned out to be malicious and wanted to conspire to kill him. This Lu Xuan, I thought she was a little stingy, but after all, they had a friendship since they grew up together, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. The whole plan to conspire against me, from what these people said, was proposed by her, and the current situation was still led by her. So thinking about it, then Zhang Tianpeng at the restaurant that time, and Luo Jingsheng who took action in the competition later, should have been intervened by Lu Xuan. Really good, Lu Xuan. This trip to the edge of the Nameless Mountain, or the Ghost Sea restricted area, Li Qingyun saw the ghost spirit, the mandrill, these terrifying elves, and also saw ghosts, the hidden great terror, and he saw some of the weirdness of the restricted area. However, now he saw something even weirder than the forbidden area, the human heart. Yang Haoxue felt the emotions of Li Qingyun, pursed his lips and pinched Li Qingyun's palm boldly to comfort him. Lu Xuan seemed to have forgotten that she had been severely humiliated by Shen Tubo. She chatted with Shen Tubo enthusiastically, introducing Li Qingyun's previous misdeeds to dispel the remaining worries in Shen Tubo's heart. The group discussed for a while and finally decided that Lu Xuan would come forward to use words to trick Li Qingyun, to see if Li Qingyun had such strength, just in case. After confirming that Li Qingyun did not have the strength of the nascent soul, everyone rushed forward to solve Li Qingyun and take away the treasures that Li Qingyun took in the heaven-level trial. Of course, the focus of everyone's discussion was still on how to distribute Li Qingyun's treasures, which made Li Qingyun, who was hiding nearby, unacceptable. At this time, Yang Haoxue leaned close to Li Qingyun's ear and whispered something. Li Qingyun touched his chin, and a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Okay, let's do it." Even though it was daytime now, the entrance to the cave was still dark. Lu Xuan stood at the entrance of the cave, and the majestic breeze gently brushed her clothes. She raised her slender hand to gently stroke her messy hair, revealing a beautiful face with a unique temperament. But in Li Qingyun's opinion, even if Lu Xuan's appearance was okay, there was still a big gap compared to Yang Haoxue and Ye Xiaoyu. When Lu Xuan and Ye Xiaoyu were together, they could only serve as foils. He had entered the cave before everyone came, and at this time, he was already prepared at the entrance of the cave. With a cough, Li Qingyun walked out of the cave. "Qingyun!" Lu Xuan saw Li Qingyun coming out and immediately came up to him, calling out with concern and affection. "Are you okay? Are you injured?" Lu Xuan came close to Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun was a little dazed when he heard Lu Xuan's sudden enthusiasm. "I saw your performance in the trial. You are amazing," Lu Xuan continued. Li Qingyun said, "Senior sister Lu, you are too kind. I am not used to such closeness." "Heh." Lu Xuan smiled and said, "Look at what you said. I usually quarrel with you as a joke, but in such a dangerous situation today, How can I not care about you? Li Qingyun thought, yes, how can I not care about the treasures on me? Thank you for your concern, but... Li Qingyun looked a little hesitant. Just what? Lu Xuan's voice was a little anxious. It's just that the female Taoist friend in red who entered with me died. Li Qingyun was heartbroken. Huh? What happened? Lu Xuan was shocked. She did not forget that she was in the Nameless Mountain, and any change now could lead to crisis. She was eaten by that mandrill. Huh? Didn't the mandrill go back? How could it attack? Li Qingyun's face suddenly turned pale, as if he remembered something horrible. He stared with lifeless eyes and said in a weird tone, "It didn't say anything, just suddenly." Ha 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 ha! Li Qingyun suddenly rolled his eyes and laughed weirdly. The creepy laughter, added with mental power by Li Qingyun, made Lu Xuan's scalp numb. Lu Xuan swallowed her saliva, suppressed the fear in her heart, and asked in a trembling voice, "Qingyun, are you okay?" In the woods, the sun was dim, and unknown insects and beasts were chirping. Li Qingyun's hair was messy, and he laughed while his body was shaking weirdly. At this moment, Lu Xuan saw that the woman in red clothes appeared behind Li Qingyun. The woman had her hair loose and was staring at her with her eyes without eyeballs, and her expression was exactly the same as Li Qingyun's expression at this time. At this time, Li Qingyun actually had a brain that looked like tofu on his head. Ah! Isn't she dead? Lu Xuan's hair stood on end. She screamed, turned around, and ran away like a soulless person. At the same time, the people from the Soul-Snatching Sect, who were ambushing around Lu Xuan and ready to attack at any time, also followed Lu Xuan out. Their feelings were not as strong as Lu Xuan's, but after being attacked by the charm spirit, Shen Tubo being controlled, and being chased by the mandrill several times, they were convinced that there was something strange here, and they didn't know when something ominous would happen. At this time, Li Qingyun and the woman in red were obviously infected with something ominous. In a group of people, once one person runs away, the others will usually follow. In this tense atmosphere, Lu Xuan ran away, and they were like frightened birds, so they naturally followed. Infected by the atmosphere, everyone fled for their lives. But Li Qingyun and Yang Haoxue chased after them desperately, holding back their inner laughter while chasing. "Senior Sister Lu, please don't go. I feel so cold on my head. It seems like something is flowing down. Can you help me take a look?" "Ah!" Lu Xuan screamed in response. "Senior Sister Lu, is it true? Oh, why is it white tofu? Let me try it. Well, why is it not sweet? There is a little fishy smell. What's going on?" Li Qingyun was very fast, chasing after Lu Xuan and speaking slowly. Lu Xuan was so scared that she couldn't breathe. At this time, her breath was disordered and she fell weakly in the woods. "Oh, Senior Sister Lu, why did you fall? Let me help you up." Li Qingyun's face was blue at this time, and red blood was flowing down from his eyes, but his expression tried to make a soft and weird smile. "You? Don't come over." Woo. Lu Xuan was weak all over and couldn't walk anymore. The fear had scared her out of her courage, and she actually cried at this time. Li Qingyun twisted his neck strangely for a few times and felt the breath of the people in front of him. He said, "You are really strange. How can you have the courage to kill people but not the courage to face the dead?" "Li Qingyun, I will fight you." Finally, someone in front turned around, shouted angrily, and rushed towards Li Qingyun. The person who came was Luo Jingsheng. Luo Jingsheng had long been interested in Lu Xuan. Although he was an extremely self-abased and sensitive person, and even a little extremely morbid, he was absolutely wholehearted when facing Lu Xuan, whom he liked. Lu Xuan asked him to defeat Li Qingyun, so he tried hard to defeat Li Qingyun. Lu Xuan asked him to bring her to Wuming Mountain, so he went to ask the fifth elder and brought Lu Xuan to Wuming Mountain. Lu Xuan said that she had long been a virgin, but now she only loved Luo Jingsheng, and Luo Jingsheng no longer had a single complaint. Now someone wanted to attack Lu Xuan, even if he might be a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, even if he might be infected with a strange and ominous ghost, he would go and save his woman. Li Qingyun frowned and attacked with one move, trying to stop Luo Jingsheng, but he didn't expect that Luo Jingsheng had used all his strength and even burst out his potential at this time, and he couldn't stop him with one move. "Let her go!" Luo Jingsheng roared hysterically. As Luo Jingsheng exerted his strength again, Li Qingyun had to give up targeting Lu Xuan and concentrate on facing Luo Jingsheng, so as not to be really hurt by Luo Jingsheng. And at the moment when Li Qingyun gave up Lu Xuan and turned to Luo Jingsheng, Lu Xuan burst out with all her strength and ran towards the vast forest without looking back. "Xuaner!" Luo Jingsheng felt Li Qingyun's unparalleled power and felt Lu Xuan's figure gradually walking away. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he actually gave up resistance. It would be better to die like this, and he wouldn't have to endure the pain of this world anymore. He lost his parents when he was young, and he was not talented. He was often laughed at by his fellow talented people in the same sect. He used dozens of times more effort than them, and cultivated himself in a tormenting way, but in the end, he could only maintain the same level of cultivation as them. He was sensitive, inferior, and unhappy in life. He finally met the one he thought was destined, but he met the wrong person. Lu Xuan had been using him, and he knew it. But for more than 20 years, he had only seen the kind of sincere concern from Lu Xuan, and that feeling could never be faked. He was willing to die for this precious concern. It would be better to let Li Qingyun, who was tainted with ominous things, kill him. He had also felt the concern for himself from Li Qingyun. Although he did not resist the 5 elders' plot to murder Li Qingyun because he was insignificant, he did not disobey the elders after all. He was an accomplice, and he was sorry for Li Qingyun. This death would be considered as atonement for his sins. Kill me. I'm going to die. I don't know what will happen after I die. Can I see my parents whom I have never met? Luo Jingsheng was completely desperate and was ready to die, but at this moment, the powerful spiritual power from Li Qingyun stopped. Well, why don't you kill me? You don't have to die for a woman like this. Li Qingyun's face returned to calm from its weird distortion, and he said, she doesn't deserve it. Luo Jingsheng looked at Li Qingyun in front of him and suddenly felt that this man stood so tall and straight. At this moment, Shen Tubo shouted, he is still conscious. The look just now was fake. This kid is playing tricks on us again. With this shout, the 5th elder, Elder Lu, and the remaining 4 disciples all appeared from their hiding places. The killing intent enveloped Li Qingyun in an instant. 3 Jindan and 4 foundation building against Li Qingyun, who was in the late foundation building stage, and Yang Haiaoshe, who was in the early Jindan stage. The difference was immediately apparent. Shen Tubo's face was as gloomy as water, and he said, you fooled me again, you little brat. Li Qingyun did not show any anger because his trick was exposed. He took out a handkerchief from behind and wiped the red blood on his face. While wiping his face with the handkerchief, he said vaguely, I didn't expect that you found it first. Shen Tubo said, every failure makes you wiser. After wiping the dirt off his face, Li Qingyun showed a harmless face, grinned with a mouthful of white teeth and said, yes, I haven't seen the storage bag you gave me last time. I guess there are a lot of good things, right? Seeing Li Qingyun's attitude of asking for a beating, Shen Tubo went crazy, wailed, and rushed up, looking like he was going to fight Li Qingyun to the death. The face of the 5th elder beside him changed drastically. Elder Shentu, be careful. But before he finished speaking, Yang Haiaoshui's redwater chestnut arrived. The 3-foot redwater chestnut used a trick that the 5th elder could not understand at this time. With a power stronger than the peerless sword, it knocked down Shen Tubo, who had just flown up. With one move, Shen Tubo was seriously injured and fell to the ground. He fainted directly. Shen Tubo, the alchemist, was indeed extremely poor in combat power. Li Qingyun touched his nose and said, I'm sorry, you Jindan are not worthy of this sect master's attack. You, 4 foundation-building disciples, come together. Seeing Li Qingyun's shameless and arrogant provocation, the 4 foundation-building disciples could not bear it. They looked at the 5th elder and saw that the 5th elder nodded in agreement, so they killed Li Qingyun together. The 5th elder and the 6th elder joined forces and killed Yang Haiaoshui together. Luo Jingsheng stood on the ground and took a deep look at Li Qingyun, then turned around and walked towards the depths of the restricted area, in the direction where Lu Xuan escaped. The 5th elder usually did not show his ability, but when he fought, his fighting style was also extremely fierce, comparable to the 6th elder. Both brothers had extremely fierce fighting styles. In addition, the brothers were in tune with each other, and they cooperated to deal with Yang Haiaoshui, which surprised Yang Haiaoshui greatly, and he was unable to resist for a while. But at the same time, the surprise in their hearts was definitely not much less than Yang Haiaoshui. This woman only had the cultivation of the early stage of the golden elixir, but she not only seriously injured Shen Tubo with one move just now, but now she can barely resist under the practice of the 2 brothers, which is really incredible. You know, with the cooperation of the 2 brothers, they can even compete with the peak of the golden elixir. It is impossible to take this woman down for a while, and we must wait until the 4 disciples deal with Li Qingyun before slowly consuming this woman. But the battle between Li Qingyu and the 4 foundation-building disciples at this time surprised him, because as soon as he sensed it, he found that Li Qingyun had already finished the battle. The 4 foundation-building disciples were now knocked unconscious like Shen Tubo, and lay neatly on the ground side by side with Shen Tubo. Li Qingyun hugged his arms and asked, how is it? My elder, do you need my help? Yang Haiao, who was busy fighting, said fiercely, don't talk too much, watch carefully. Li Qingyun curled his lips. This woman changed her face so quickly. Well, I won't intervene, let them practice with you. The 5th elder and the 6th elder looked at each other, and a fury rose in their hearts. Anyone would be angry. They came here with great momentum to kill and rob, but they encountered many accidents. Now, they were regarded as the target of cooperation. Thinking so in their hearts, they couldn't help but use a little more strength when they took action, defeating this woman, then turning around to deal with this bad-mouthed Li Qingyun. But suddenly, Qingshi, a giant hand appeared from behind them and slapped them hard from the angle where they were not defending, causing the two to spurt out a lot of blood due to the injury. As the two missed, Yang Hayaoshui's attack followed closely, directly injuring the two. Qingyun, you are shameless. You actually attacked by surprise. So vicious. First use words to confuse them. Let them really think that Qingyun will not attack, so as to give up their defense against Qingyun, and then suddenly attack and succeed in one blow. Moreover, the attack of Qingyun, a foundation-building cultivator, can actually injure them. Qingyun sneered. Two elders, a life-and-death battle is either you or me. How can there be a sneak attack? Moreover, this life-and-death battle was initiated by you two. You are so old, you still have to bear the consequences of your choice. Seeing that the two of them had been completely defeated by Qingyun, the fifth elder's eyes were about to burst. Qingyun, think about it. This ghost spirit bead is a treasure that the great elder has been planning for decades. You have robbed our soul-snatching sect. You must think about the consequences. Qingyun sneered. Do I have to return the ghost spirit bead to you now and kneel down to beg you to let me go? You want to let me go, but I don't want to let you go, idiots. After saying this, Qingyun stopped talking nonsense with them. With a light clench of his hand, the giant green hand that appeared also followed his action, grabbed the two elders and squeezed them down. Great elder, save me! The moment the giant hand grasped, the five elders in the giant hand exclaimed. Then, with a bang, it seemed to crush something. With a crisp sound, a ball of black light surged from the giant hand. A force that was much stronger than the two elders surged out of the giant hand, and even easily stretched the giant hand that was grasped with all its strength from the inside out. The strength of this force made Qingyun feel irresistible. This is, Yang Hayaoshui exclaimed, incarnation outside the body. What? Qingyun wanted to take Yang Hayaoshui away with him for a moment, because according to the records in the classics, the incarnation outside the body must be in the heavenly man realm to exert its power. And the heavenly man realm is a higher realm than the nascent soul realm. Even with the strength of Qingyun and Yang Hayaoshui, it is not a problem to cross one or two small realms to fight the enemy. But the incarnation of the heavenly man realm, no matter what, the two are not a match for one, and they will definitely die. Yang Hayaoshui held Qingyun and said, this incarnation is only at the early stage of the nascent soul. It seems that Situ Quan has not advanced to the heavenly man realm, but has used some method to condense an external incarnation in advance. Qingyun madly complained, only the early stage of the nascent soul? You have already used the nascent soul? I have just built my foundation, brother. Yang Hayaoshui said lightly, do you think you can run away? The moment this incarnation appeared, the area within a radius of 50 miles has been sealed by him. Now all we can do is try to exhaust the energy of this incarnation and kill him. Qingyun looked at the calm Yang Hayaoshui. At this time, her face was frighteningly calm. There was even a strange excitement in her eyes, and even a fighting spirit was burning in her. This crazy woman! Qingyun didn't say much nonsense at this time. Since the situation was like this, there was no way to save strength and escape, so let's try to fight for our lives. He took out 2 pills from the storage space, the 3rd-grade human-level jade blood pill, which could forcibly upgrade 2 small realms and last for 1 hour. This was a pill that he had inscribed twice. The system's inscription could at most upgrade an artifact to the 6th-grade human level, but the 6th-grade human level cost was too high, so Qingyun chose the most cost-effective 3rd-grade human-level jade blood pill to inscribe. Although this jade blood pill could improve the realm, it also had a big problem. The realm could not be improved beyond the nascent soul, and the maximum strength limit was the nascent soul. Therefore, this pill was kept by low-level cultivators all year round and used desperately. It was extremely expensive. There were not many people like Qingyun who took it every time they fought, but there were not many people like Qingyun who encountered life-and-death crises every time they fought. Yang Hayaoshui smiled, stretched out his slender fingers, pinched a pill and put it into his mouth. Qingyun also took the jade blood pill. The two who took the elixir had their strength greatly improved. Qingyun had reached the great perfection of the foundation building from the peak of foundation building, and his aura was about to exceed the level of the golden elixir. Yang Hayaoshui had reached the late stage of the golden elixir. At this time, both of them focused on the black shadow in front of them. The black shadow had turned into a human form. If you look closely, you can still vaguely see the appearance of the black shadow. It was a Taoist with a white face and no beard. He looked clean and handsome, even a little weird. Yang Hayaoshui said, the incarnation is more vague, and it is estimated to last for a quarter of an hour at most. Okay, Qingyun replied. He had also faced ghosts in the early stage of the nascent soul during the trial. Although he was in a mess at the time, he had experienced it once, so he had more or less confidence in his heart. The incarnation let out a long roar, and the surrounding heaven and earth aura actually stopped for a moment. With a long roar, the aura of the incarnation actually rose sharply. In a short period of time, it actually reached the peak level of the early stage of the nascent soul. It turns out that until now, the condensation of the incarnation has finally been completed. Qingyun directly faced the nascent soul cultivator, who was exerting his full strength for the first time, and his face was extremely solemn at this time. The sixth elder smiled proudly and said, "You two juniors, the great elder has come in person. Prepare to die." The fifth elder seemed to be a little afraid of the incarnation, and hurriedly said to the incarnation, "Great elder, these two juniors got the ghost spirit pearl with 6 inscriptions in the cave." After saying this with the ghost spirit pearl with 6 inscriptions, the two of them can be exempted from punishment. Situquan's incarnation's eyes lit up and his body trembled with excitement. He looked at Qingyun, and he didn't say a word and went straight to Qingyun. Qingyun cursed, "Situquan, old thief, you didn't even say hello to this sect master, but you wanted to steal this sect master's treasure. You are going too far." He didn't know what the ghost spirit pearl was for, or it was just a waste in his eyes. He didn't expect it to be so important to Situquan and his gang. Yang Hayaoshui grabbed Qingyun's arm and retreated quickly. Before retreating, he used a powerful secret method with a roar, which slightly slowed down Situquan's speed. But Yang Hayaoshui seemed to have discovered something. His face changed slightly, and he took Qingyun to escape in a circle. The secret method I just used, which consumed a lot of energy, didn't consume much of his energy. Qingyun also felt that the secret method Yang Hayaoshui used just now was comparable to the grade of Qingyun's blue stone, and it was used with the golden elixir cultivation. The power was much greater than that of Qingyun, but it could not really consume Situquan's incarnation. It can be seen that this incarnation will be difficult to deal with. "We can only go back," Qingyun said. Yang Hayaoshui understood what Qingyun meant, which was to return to the cave. Because they were tracking the 5 elders and others, they had tracked them from the cave entrance for 20 miles, and now they had to rush back from Situquan's hands. Arriving at the cave, Situquan might be afraid to act rashly, but the incarnation sneered, suddenly disappeared from the spot, and appeared near Qingyun and Yang Hayaoshui. "Teleport!" Yang Hayaoshui exclaimed, and took Qingyun away again. Her speed was very fast. Obviously, this escape technique was also a secret technique of high grade, and this secret technique was 1 level higher than all the previous secret techniques. It seemed that Yang Hayaoshui, like Qingyun, attached great importance to the escape skill. Yang Hayaoshui showed a happy expression. His incarnation can't catch up with me, so he can only rely on short-distance teleportation to chase me. We just need to avoid his sudden appearance. Moreover, I found that teleportation consumes a lot of his energy. I estimate that if he teleports a few more times, he will drop to the nascent soul stage. Teleportation is a magical ability unique to nascent soul cultivators. It can quickly shuttle through space over a short distance. The positioning may not be so accurate, but it is enough to chase people. "Ah! Here it comes again!" Qingyun instantly released a blue stone move, blocking Situquan's incarnation for a moment. Yang Hayaoshui took the opportunity to burst out with speed again, and pulled away. Qingyun asked, "Why doesn't he attack from a distance? If we chase him like this, he will be exhausted sooner or later." As soon as the voice fell, a strong spiritual power wave flew from behind, and rushed straight to Yang Hayaoshui. "Crow's mouth!" Yang Hayaoshui shouted, activated the secret method again, and used the force to retreat again, pulling away again. But she also couldn't bear the huge force and spit out a mouthful of blood and was injured. Qingyun saw this and hurriedly picked up Yang Hayaoshui because she had to adjust her current state, otherwise she would suffer serious sequelae from the continuous consumption of cultivation to use escape techniques. Yang Hayaoshui just said that he was a bad mouth, not because Qingyun reminded Situquan to attack from a distance, but because if Situquan used the secret method to attack from a distance like he did just now, it would consume a lot of spiritual power. He didn't want to waste spiritual power until it was a critical moment. After all, the power of this incarnation is limited. Sure enough, at this time, the spiritual power fluctuation of Situquan in the back had been reduced to the level of an ordinary early nascent soul, no longer the peak of the early nascent soul like just now. Obviously, the several teleportations just now plus the long-range secret attack consumed too much of his spiritual power, and at this time he had already suffered a lot of losses. At this time, it was Qingyun's turn to run away. He hugged Yang Hayaoshui's delicate body, and his speed was obviously much slower than before. Situquan saw that Qingyun's speed had dropped greatly, and he was overjoyed. This was a good opportunity. He attacked Qingyun again because his spiritual power was unstable after the intense consumption of the ninja. Teleport! Situquan moved to a place less than 10 feet away from Qingyun, and used the secret method to attack Qingyun again. Such a short distance, Qingyun had no way to avoid it, and in such a short time, He had no time to react. The spiritual power turned into a bright red spear with an extremely sharp breath and rushed towards Li Qingyun's chest. Situ showed a cruel smile on his face. With this move, Li Qingyun would definitely die. But the next moment, something happened that stunned him. Li Qingyun turned his back to Situ attack, protecting Yang Hayaoshui in his arms, and pieces of white flames appeared behind him. This is the secret method of protection. Eclipse Wave. The flame blocked Situ attack. Li Qingyun was hit and spit out a large mouthful of blood, but after a stumble, he turned around and attacked Situ. At this time, after repeated consumption, and after forcibly overloading to teleport and activate the secret method, Situ-Quan's cultivation level was already at the nascent soul stage at any time. He didn't expect that Li Qingyun actually had a protective secret method that could keep him alive under his attack. What he didn't expect was that Li Qingyun, a cultivator who had not yet reached the golden core stage, was attacked by him. Even if he didn't attack with all his strength, even if he had a protective secret method, he would have been seriously injured at this time. But now he could actually turn around and fight back. Ah! Li Qingyun roared wildly. Even though he had taken the green blood pill at this time, he had already run out of energy. He endured the severe pain of tearing his body, squeezed out the last bit of his spiritual power, and released the natural secret method he had just learned. Eclipse Wave. A flame that slightly distorted the surrounding space shot straight at Situ-Quan. Now Situ-Quan was in the same situation as Li Qingyun just now, and there was no way to avoid it. But he had no secret method to protect himself. Situ-Quan also fought with real anger. From the beginning of the battle to now, he had been restricted by the conditions of the incarnation and had been targeted by these two juniors. Now he was forced to fall into the nascent soul realm. He gritted his teeth and chose not to dodge Li Qingyun's attack, but to resist it. Li Qingyun's attack, the white flame hit Situ-Quan. Situ-Quan let out a cry of pain. And at the moment the attack came, he did not retreat but advanced and actually shortened the distance with Li Qingyun. He was actually willing to risk being seriously injured to get rid of Li Qingyun before his realm fell. Decisive enough. Li Qingyun felt Situ-Quan's actions and understood Situ-Quan's intentions. Situ-Quan paid such a price, which made him feel the cruelty of the battle of life and death. With red eyes, he took out a porcelain bottle and poured all the pills in the bottle into his mouth. These pills were all Li Qingyun's stock, pills to restore spiritual power, pills to restore blood and heal injuries, and 3 green blood pills. Yang Hayaoshui, who was lying in Li Qingyun's arms, saw Li Qingyun doing this and exclaimed, "You don't want to die." 3 green blood pills. I don't know how much of Li Qingyun's vitality will be overdrawn. After taking a bottle of pills, Li Qingyun's body was hit by all kinds of breaths. He spurted a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body was bleeding uncontrollably. He was covered in blood and looked even more hideous than when he was playing a ghost just now. However, his strength was greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Ah! Li Qingyun endured the huge pain in his body, roared, and his speed instantly climbed to an incredible level. He dodged Situ-Quan's last powerful attack that overdrew everything, and he directly opened up a considerable distance from Situ-Quan. At this time, Situ-Quan's incarnation finally couldn't hold on. The light dimmed half, and the breath fell directly to the late stage of Jindan. But Situ-Quan did not give up, but gathered his spiritual power again and chased along Li Qingyun's path. Yang Hayaoshui had recovered some of her spiritual power at this time, and used the secret method to lead Li Qingyun to escape. Li Qingyun was held in Yang Hayaoshui's arms, feeling the warmth and softness, and said, "I told you, rest assured to give your life to this sect master. This sect master will never let the elder of this sect die before this sect master." "Shut up! The cave is here." As soon as he landed, Yang Hayaoshui put Li Qingyun on the ground, took off the jade hairpin from his head, broke it open with force, took out a pink pill from it, and stuffed it into Li Qingyun's mouth. Li Qingyun stared at Yang Hayaoshui with wide eyes. Yang Hayaoshui stared at Li Qingyun and ordered, "Swallow it." After the pill went down his throat, Li Qingyun's exaggerated injuries stopped worsening in an instant and began to recover slowly. Sure enough, the pill hidden in the jade hairpin by Yang Hayaoshui was absolutely precious. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun looked at Yang Hayaoshui with a little more gratitude. "Why? Don't think too much. I'll return the blood pill to you." Yang Hayaoshui looked at Li Qingyun's strange eyes, her face flushed, and she stamped her feet. "Oh," Li Qingyun responded without comment. At this time, Situ-Quan also caught up. "You actually have the mind to flirt here? You're not running away?" Li Qingyun looked strange. It turned out that Situ-Quan didn't know this place. Yes, he had never been here before, but he only had some fragmentary information about it. Situ-Quan looked at the dark cave suspiciously. There was no breath? At this time, Li Qingyun stood up with the help of the stone and took out the ghost spirit pearl from the storage jade pendant. With a click, the ghost spirit pearl was gently thrown into the cave. "If you want the ghost spirit pearl, go in and get it yourself." Li Qingyun covered his chest and said weakly, We two will never attack by surprise. Situquan's puzzled expression deepened, and he looked at Li Qingyun and Yang Haoxue carefully again. Yang Haoxue also said, I will never attack you by surprise either. Situquan knew very well at this time that Li Qingyun looked very weak, but there was a strong breath in his body, and he definitely had the strength to fight. With his current late Jindan cultivation and the state of spiritual power, he could not guarantee victory against these two juniors with endless tricks. Moreover, even if he defeated the two, he would definitely not be able to catch up with them if they used the secret-level escape technique. This cave looked quite ordinary. Even if there was something they were quite afraid of, he should be able to escape with his own individual cultivation. Besides, these two juniors have promised not to attack by surprise. Why don't you try it yourself? Thinking of this, Situquan snorted coldly. You are sensible. I will let you go for once today. He walked towards the cave. Many years later, when Li Qingyun and Yang Haoxue met again, they would often mention this scene. In the deep Ghost Sea forest, there is a dark cave. In front of the cave, a man and a woman stood weakly in front of the cave. A white-faced Taoist like a black shadow walked towards the cave majestically with a square step. But the moment the Taoist entered the cave, the man and the woman suddenly jumped up. Eclipse Wave, Red Moon, performed two secret techniques. The originally majestic Taoist in the cave looked embarrassed, turned around and shouted without grace before his death, Shameless, ah! Then he disappeared in the cave. Although the man and the woman outside the cave were exhausted, they also laughed while holding their stomachs. In the Soul-Snatching Sect, inside Situquan's residence. Situquan, who was originally sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his face was ashen, which meant that he was extremely angry. He said in a hoarse voice, Li Qingyun dared to ruin my good deeds, and even destroyed one of my incarnations. The boy next to him saw the elder spitting blood, and his originally calm face turned as pale as paper, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. After so many years, the great elder was actually injured. Situquan said, please ask the second elder and the seventh elder to come over, and send a message to the third elder and the fourth elder, asking them to keep a close eye on the Xiaoyao sect in the southern prefecture, and prevent any accidents. Yes, the boy answered respectfully, turned around and went out, thinking, is the great elder finally going to take action against the Qingshan Sect? Li Qingyun and Yang Haoxue walked into the cave and found that after Situquan's incarnation died, it turned into a white crystal stone, reflecting colorful light, which was very dazzling even in the dark cave. What is this? Li Qingyun asked Yang Haoxue. Soul-nourishing stone? Yang Haoxue took a look and said, yes, it is the soul-nourishing stone. Situquan should have used the soul-nourishing stone to nourish the soul, and he separated the spirit in the nascent soul stage. Put away the soul-nourishing stone and the ghost spirit pearl on the ground. Li Qingyun took Yang Haoxue out of the cave again. Looking at the deep and silent forest outside the cave, Li Qingyun took a deep breath and said, there should be no other danger this time. Yang Haoxue stood beside him and said, if there is any more, the two of us will definitely die. She said, then someone won't say anything big about handing my life over to him. Li Qingyun laughed, but after laughing, he looked at Yang Haoxue seriously and said softly, I'm serious. The handsome and hearty face, the serious but slightly evil and mischievous smile fell into Yang Haoxue's eyes. Yang Haoxue blushed again, spat, turned around and said, Lan, ah? You're such a bastard. Oh, this group of people dared to rob this sect master and steal the treasures of our sect. They deserve this end. Yang Haoxue teased, Great Sect Master Li, if you think about it carefully, it was us who followed these two soul capture sect elders all the way and robbed their treasures that they had planned for many years, right? Li Qingyun's eyes widened. This sect master is considering the development of the sect. Can the sect master's business be called robbery? Hey! Li Qingyun used the storage jade pendant given to him by the cave spirit to collect the storage bags of the fifth elder, Elder Liu, and several foundation-building disciples. What Li Qingyun didn't expect was that Shen Tubo had woken up at some point and disappeared. He actually let him run away? Li Qingyun shook his head, but didn't care too much. Although Shen Tubo was quite powerful, with his own speed of improvement, it wouldn't take long for him to not care about Shen Tubo, so he didn't feel sorry for running away. He was now staring at the two unconscious Jindan elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect and the four foundation-building disciples in front of him, wondering what they were thinking. As soon as Yang Haoxue saw Li Qingyun's expression, he knew that Li Qingyun was thinking of something else. He said, if you tie up these two elders and write to the Soul Capture Sect to ask for a ransom, it is estimated that it will not be the ransom that will come, but the other 5 supreme elders of the Soul Capture Sect. Li Qingyun smiled bitterly. Do you think that if I don't ask them for a ransom, they will not deal with me? He stood up and stared at Yang Haoxue. I think Situ Quan already knows all my actions in the past month. He will never let me continue to grow. Next, it is estimated that thunderous means will be used against our Qingshan Sect. Yang Haoshui said, "What about you? What are you going to do?" Li Qingyun chuckled. "It has never been my habit to be beaten passively, but taking the initiative to attack seems too aggressive. So I choose to take the initiative to be beaten." Haha, then you are really awesome. Although the two of them were joking verbally, they knew in their hearts that the Soul Capture Sect had been planning for the Ghost Spirit Pearl for an unknown period of time, but now it has been taken away by Li Qingyun. Situ Quan didn't know how angry he would be, and the revenge of the Soul Capture Sect would never be that simple. After packing up the spoils, they left the Nameless Mountain, or rather, the Ghost Sea Forest. When they walked out of the Ghost Sea Forest, Li Qingyun and Yang Haoshui turned around and looked back at the dark forest. In a short period of time, he experienced many changes: cave, weapon spirit, and Li Yang. How? Is it really that easy for him to pass this heavenly trial and obtain the status of a registered disciple? Did the Soul-Snatching Sect come here just for the Ghost Spirit Pearl? What is the use of the Ghost Spirit Pearl? Why did the Soul-Snatching Sect risk their lives to find it in such a high-profile manner? What exactly is the Soul-Snatching Sect planning? Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary monster forest actually hides so many strange and dangerous secrets? Where does the depths of the Ghost Sea lead to, and what is hidden? Li Qingyun turned around and sighed helplessly. Such a terrifying place is even called a forbidden land. It is in the backyard of his own sect. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Ding! Lost Cave mission completed. Mission rewards: 1,000 genius points. 2. Transform Sect Prison. Li Qingyun's lips curled up into a smile. The feeling of completing a mission is refreshing. 1,000 genius points. But, before Li Qingyun could continue thinking, the system actually sent another message. Hidden mission. The secret of the 10,000 soul pill has a new progress. Mission requirements. Find out the secrets hidden in the 10,000 soul pill and attack the Soul-Snatching Sect at the end of the mission. Mission rewards: 1. 200 to 3,000 genius points. 2. 5,000 hidden attributes, and completely open the hidden attributes. 3. Transform a building. Note: this mission is a long-term mission and can be listed alongside other missions. It is recommended that the host accumulate strength before taking action against the Soul-Snatching Sect. Progress. It was discovered that the Ghost Spirit Pearl and the 10,000 Soul Pill actually have a special relationship. Li Qingyun thought to himself, doesn't this sect master know the relationship between the Ghost Spirit Pearl and the 10,000 Soul Pill? Do I need you to remind this sect master? Yang Haoshui, who was standing by, saw Li Qingyun smile with his mouth raised, and then raised his head proudly with a very rich expression and asked with concern, "Li Qingyun, are you okay? Nothing serious?" Li Qingyun's face twitched, and he felt that the expression on his face was seen by Yang Haoshui, and he was very embarrassed, so he pretended not to hear and did not answer. Yang Haoshui did not give up and chased after him and asked loudly again, "Are you okay, Li Qingyun?" Li Qingyun turned around and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Great Elder. Qingyun has received medicine from the Great Elder, and now he is fine." "Oh, I saw you. I thought Situ Quan had damaged your brain," Yang Haoshui said weakly, and his feet softened after he finished speaking, and he almost fell down. Li Qingyun quickly helped Yang Haoshui up. "The side effects of the blood pill have appeared. Be careful." Li Qingyun took the special pill given to him by Yang Haoshui. Not only did his spiritual power recover, his body was fine, and even the side effects of the blood pill disappeared. However, Yang Haoshui had taken the blood pill for an hour, and the effect of the medicine had worn off, and the side effects came back. At this time, Li Qingyun supported the weak Yang Haoshui, and suddenly remembered Yang Haoshui's strange reaction when they first entered the cave. He looked at Yang Haoshui's soft waist, and a thought came to his mind. "Can I try it again? Will it really work?" He swallowed his saliva, looked at the weak Yang Haoshui, and decided not to take advantage of the situation, but to ask directly. "That? Great Elder, I have something to ask you," Yang Haoshui asked. "What?" Li Qingyun said. "When you first entered the cave, why did you react so strangely when I touched your waist?" "Scare. Why are you glaring at me? And so fierce?" Yang Haoshui looked at Li Qingyun's expression, which was not lecherous, but serious and cautious. He thought to himself, could it be that this man really doesn't understand anything? He couldn't help but feel a nameless fire in his heart, and said to Li Qingyun in a deep voice, "Li Qingyun, are you really an idiot?" Li Qingyun shrank his neck in fear when he heard Yang Haoshui's voice and said, "If you don't want to say it, forget it. I won't ask." He muttered to himself, "Women are really troublesome. They can't even answer questions properly. Hey, it's so hard to be a man." At night, the sky is clear and bright, and the Milky Way and stars are shining over the Daqing Mountain and the Wuming Mountain. "Let's start. Build the sect prison." Li Qingyun stood in an open space on the back of the sect. This place was the most remote, darkest, and least exposed to sunlight in Qingshan Sect. He felt that it was the most suitable place to build a prison. The prison is being built. As the system progressed, Qingyun saw a low, wide house slowly appearing in the place he chose. Qingyun was a little confused as to why other buildings built before were so majestic and handsome, but this prison was so shabby. The prison is built. The name of the prison is the 18th Underground Prison. 18th Underground? Are there 18th Underground? Yes, there are 18th prisons. The degree of horror of the punishment increases layer by layer. The first layer is just the confinement punishment for ordinary disciples. The second layer and below are all used to deal with prisoners. It takes genius points to complete the punishment and torture. Qingyun said, understood. After saying this, he released 6 people from the storage bag. They were the 5 elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect who were captured in the Ghost Sea Forest. Which floor should these 2 golden cores be placed on? System, the second floor costs 10 genius points per hour, and the third floor costs 30 genius points per hour. Qingyun said, then put these 2 golden cores on the third floor, and the 4 foundation building bodies on the second floor. As soon as he finished speaking, the building above the 18th Underground Prison flashed with light and absorbed the 6 people on the ground. It takes 1 hour to open, and this time it costs a total of 100 genius points. Qingyun's face twitched. He had already spent 100 points. He quickly checked his panel. Host qualifications, cultivation value, 480, foundation building peak. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building, super grade Dao foundation. Skills, Qingyun Jue. Yellow rank lower grade secrets, Qingxi. Great success. Erosion wave, introduction. Genius points, 1700. Qingyun scratched his head. How should he spend 1700 genius points? The battle scenes from the previous few days appeared in Qingyun's mind. He found that although Qingyun Jue was only a yellow rank lower grade skill, the secret method Qingxi it brought and the understanding of the way of cultivation it brought to Qingyun during the deduction were both extraordinary. He even felt that if Bluestone could also reach the upper grade of the yellow rank, its power could even be compared with that of Eclipse Wave, or even stronger, because he had already reached the Great Accomplishment realm in the cultivation of Bluestone, and had just reached the Entry realm in Eclipse Wave. Then upgrade the rank of Green Mountain's secret technique system. Each upgrade of the yellow rank technique requires 800 genius points. Do you want to continue? Continue. Deducing. There are currently 970 loopholes in Green Mountain's secret technique. If 100 loopholes are corrected, Green Mountain's secret technique will be upgraded from a lower grade yellow rank technique to an upper grade yellow rank technique. Repairing. Qingyun's understanding of Green Mountain's secret technique surged rapidly in his mind. Several people who had been practicing without knowing why in the past had a new and clear understanding at this time, and understood many key cores of practice. Repair completed. Currently, the level of Qingshan Jue is upper yellow grade, and the secret method Qingxi has also been upgraded to upper yellow grade. The method has been upgraded to the 3rd level, and the host's current mastery level is the 1st level of Dacheng. Host qualifications, cultivation value 480, foundation peak. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation Super Dao Foundation Method, Qing Yellow Grade Upper Secret Method, Yellow Grade Upper, Qingxi, Yellow Grade Upper Eclipse Wave Entry, Genius Points, 100. Qingyun sniffed. He was just thinking about how to use these 1,700 genius points. Now, in the blink of an eye, he has become a pauper again. But there is no way. After the trip to the Sea of Ghosts, Qingyun's original idea has become more determined. If you don't have strength, you may die one day. By then, no matter how many genius points you have, it will be useless. It is better to practice hard and enhance your own strength. The repair process took a lot of time. An hour was almost over. Qingyun looked at the newly built 18-layer prison and thought, I didn't see this punishment. I don't know if this punishment is effective. Suddenly, the prison flashed, and 6 people were thrown out. The 5th elder fell to the ground dying, but strangely, there was no scar on his body. The 4 disciples were still in a coma. The prison didn't let them wake up because they didn't know what effective value they had. The originally majestic 6th elder, a great monk in the Jindan period, was now full of fear. He looked at Qingyun and kept muttering, Master Li, Master Lai, let me go. I will tell you everything. Really? Qingyun asked doubtfully. The 6th elder was originally very aggressive, but after walking around inside, he turned into this? Is this prison so effective? Unexpectedly, after Qingyun asked this, the 6th elder became even more panicked. He shrank, lowered his head, and his body trembled slightly, but he did not dare to resist. He kept saying, Really, I'll tell you everything. Don't ask anymore. Before Qingyun asked again, the 6th elder said, Big. Situ Quan asked us to enter the Ghost Sea Forest because he knew from the classics that there is the legendary Ghost Spirit Pearl in the Ghost Sea, and the ghost spirit pearl contains an evil aura that does not exist in this world, which is a very good tonic for that thing. I don't know what that thing is, but Situ Quan asked us to refine the 10,000 soul pill and look for the ghost spirit pearl for something. He planned to refine 81 10,000 soul pills. Shentu Bo and my two brothers were assigned to refine 9 10,000 soul pills. Li Qingyun asked, "Where are your 9? The sixth elder said, "My 9 pills were already refined and handed over to Situ Quan. Before I set off, except for Shentu Bo's 9 pills, the other 72 pills were all refined and received by Situ Quan. And the second elder is mainly responsible for dealing with the Qingshan Sect in the South Palace. The third elder and the fourth elder are dealing with the Xiaoyao Sect in the North Palace, and the first elder seems to have been keeping an eye on the strongest person in the Dihua Sect recently, and has not left the sect for a long time." After saying this, the sixth elder raised his head and looked at Li Qingyun like begging, "Master Li, I really only know this much. I really don't know anything else. Give me a quick death. Don't torture me anymore." With a flash of light, the fifth elder and his companions were taken into the prison again and placed in the closed room of the first level disciples and were temporarily detained. Li Qingyun left the prison with a thoughtful look. The Wanhun pill requires killing to be refined, and the ghost spirit pearl is related to ghosts and terrifying forbidden areas. Situ Quan collected these with great fanfare and paid such a high price. What kind of temptation can make Situ Quan work so hard? This is the new version of Qingshan Sect that the master worked hard to deduce yesterday. You two take it and practice well. Don't let the master down. Li Qingyun said to Ping An and Xunliang, holding a small yellow book in his hand. "Yes!" Ping An shouted, excitedly took the small book and started reading it. Xunliang followed Ping An obediently, and it seemed that he was ready to wait for Ping An to finish reading before he read it. Li Qingyun shook his head. This little Ping An was still too young and didn't know how to be humble. This Xunliang was still too kind and doted on his junior brother. He was not in a good mental state at the moment. Last night he wanted to open the storage bags he had obtained several times and count the spoils, but found that he couldn't open it no matter what. He tossed all night but got no result. At this time Feng Yong ran over from the main hall and said, "Master, there is a man in the main hall who claims to be from the Qingshan Sect of the Southern Prefecture. Would you like to meet him?" "Qingshan Sect? Take me to see him." In Li Qingyun's memory, the Qingshan Sect was a 3-star sect in the Southern Prefecture, but the sect had begun to decline in the past few years. Yesterday, the sixth elder also mentioned that the Qingshan Sect seemed to have been suppressed by the Soul-Snatching Sect. As soon as he entered the main hall, a young man in a yellow uniform with a pattern who was waiting in the main hall stood up and greeted Li Qingyun. "Hello, Master Li. I have heard that Master Li is handsome and elegant. Today I see that he is indeed as he is. Master Li looks refreshed today. I think he will make a breakthrough soon. Although Master Li's clothes look the same as those of ordinary people, they have a special temperament when worn on you. Your jade pendant." The indiscriminate flattery came at him, making Li Qingyun flustered and hurriedly replied, "How dare I?" "Thank you. No, I am so ashamed." The man in front of him had 2 thick and black eyebrows, a pair of big eyes, a square face, a straight nose, thick lips, and a simple and honest look. He didn't look like a flatterer without principles. Li Qingyun touched his chin. Could it be that this person just started flattering and was not yet experienced? Forget it. Business is more important. So he interrupted the man who was still looking for a place to praise Li Qingyun and said, "I wonder what you're doing here." The man was stunned for a moment and said, "I am Tang Yongho, an outer sect elder of Qingshan Sect. I am entrusted by the sect master to come to your sect to deliver a sound transmission jade slip." Tang Yongho said, "I have been practicing in the sect for many years and rarely go down the mountain to see people. I hope that Master Li will forgive me for my impoliteness." Li Qingyun said, "No, Elder Tang is very polite. I admire him very much, and I don't mean to blame him." "Really?" Tang said in surprise. "Of course it's true. It will never be wrong to do so in the future." Li Qingyun replied, "Teaching people to be polite and saying nice things will probably not make mistakes." "Yes, thank you for your advice, Master Li." Tang Yong was overjoyed. He thought that if he often went out to meet important people, he would really get advice from them. Li Qingyun took the sound transmission jade slip from Tang Yongho, and after a brief induction, a divine thought came from the jade slip. "I, Huang Quanzi, remind Sect Master Li that the 2nd and 7th elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect will attack your sect in 3 days. If the Qingyun Sect can survive this disaster, I will explain to Sect Master Li what will happen next." Turning around, Tang Yongho was smiling at Li Qingyun with a simple and honest smile. It seems that Huang Quanzi, the Sect Master and Supreme Elder of the Qingshan Sect, calculated that Tang Yongho was such an honest person that he would not have any thoughts about the sound transmission jade slip on the way, so he asked him to come and deliver the letter. He said, Thank your sect master for me, and let him wait and see. Tang Yongho hurriedly said yes, and left without looking back. Li Qingyun's thoughts turned. Qingshan Sect was able to obtain information from the Soul-Seizing Sect. It seemed that although Qingshan Sect was suppressed by the Soul-Seizing Sect, it was not without the slightest ability to fight back. The news that the second elder and the seventh elder would attack Qingshan Sect in 3 days was known. It seemed that they had placed spies near Situquan, and Huang Quanzi had to wait until the second elder and the seventh elder attacked Qingshan Sect before discussing future matters with Qingshan Sect. It seemed that he wanted to test the strength of Qingshan Sect. After all, no one wanted to cooperate with a burden. Li Qingyun thought, then let you see whether Qingshan Sect is a burden or not. Reminder, the low-grade spirit stones in the spirit gathering array are about to be consumed. Please replenish the spirit stones in time, otherwise the spirit gathering array will stop running. Li Qingyu said, Ah, can it last for a month? System, a month will be over in 2 days. So fast, how many spirit stones do you need? According to the current lowest poet power, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones are needed every day. Li Qingyun wailed, robbery. No spirit stones. During the small competition between the two sects, he only saved up 14,000 low-grade spirit stones from the ransom of the Soul Capture Sect and the gambling. At 1,000 a day, he will be emptied in less than half a month. Poor. But he changed his mind and thought that the inner cores of the monsters killed by the sect's formation had not been used yet. It seemed that it was time to take advantage of these 3 days to go to the Tianji Pavilion to do some business and get some spirit stones to strengthen himself. As for the storage bags that he couldn't open, the Tianji Pavilion might be able to do it. By then he could make a small profit by adding the spiritual stones in these storage bags. After the 2 hidden fortunes were cashed out, they would probably give him a surprise. Having made up his mind, Li Qingyun decided that time was running out, so he would set off for Dihua City today. Before leaving, Li Qingyun called Xunliang and Ping An. Lin Jixao hasn't come to the sect for a long time. The spiritual fields were supposed to be mature, but there is no news. You two should go down and see what's going on. The money from the spiritual fields is also money, and the sect's industry must not be sloppy. Yes, Ping An and Xunliang looked at each other, their eyes full of excitement. They could go down the mountain again. Ding, a task is issued for the disciple. The task is quite difficult but not dangerous. 150 genius points are awarded. After the disciple completes the task, another 150 genius points will be awarded. Li Qingyun was delighted and told the two, don't be too playful when you go down the mountain. Complete the task as soon as possible. You must complete it. You must come back within 2 days. Yes! The two agreed again, their eyes still full of excitement. Go down. Li Qingyun rubbed his head. Yang Haiaoshe was in seclusion for cultivation and couldn't go with him. The old donkey was angry with him. When the donkey got angry, he was 100 times more stubborn than the cow and ignored him. Lubo was in poor health and definitely couldn't run around. Therefore this time, he had to go to Dihua City alone. But it was good, he was freer alone. He could go, he could go, places that were not convenient for 2 people to go. Dihua City is the center of the entire Dihua Prefecture. It has an extremely vast area and is several times larger than Shuangliu City under Qingshan Sect. There are several beautiful hills outside the main city. It is said that there are several 1-star and 2-star immortal sects there for hermit cultivation. Because it is located in the center of Dihua City, the proportion of monks here is much higher than that of Shuangliu City. Monks will attract a small number of onlookers in Shuangliu City, but in Dihua City, it will only make the surrounding pedestrians slightly surprised and look sideways. On the most prosperous street in the main city, Taoist priest with a dignified appearance, but obviously young and without a beard, stood in front of a 7-story corner tower. On the giant plaque on the corner tower, 3 large characters, Tianji Pavilion, were written in a flamboyant manner, followed by 5 small characters, Dihua City Branch. The Taoist priest was Li Qingyun. At this time, he was not in a hurry to enter the Tianji Pavilion. Instead, he was attracted by the white boulder in front of the Tianji Pavilion. I think this stone is the Tianji stone that Han Li mentioned. The more Li Qingyun looked at it, the more he was amazed. This heavenly secret stone contained almost all the information about the cultivation world in Dihua Prefecture, including the rankings of various sects, the power of various large families, the ranking of geniuses, and the realm of the strong. Li Qingyun saw that Qingshan Sect was only ranked 11th among the 42-star sects in Dihua Prefecture. Especially after chatting with people around him, he learned that it was even more excessive at the beginning, ranking only 37th, which made Li Qingyun very angry. Later, he thought that except for Han Li's arrival at the sect to determine the star and the sect competition, when Qingshan Sect directly demonstrated its strength in the public eye, the rest of the time was in a state of rest and development. and he forgave the ignorance of this heavenly secret stone in his heart. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly and saw the information of the Soul-Snatching Sect in the position of the 3-star sect list. The first on the 3-star sect list is the Soul-Snatching Sect. The sect leader, El Hun, was seriously injured 2 years ago and closed himself in the Life and Death Temple. There is no news from him. The power of the sect is currently held by the Great Elder Situ Quan, a Yuanying Great Perfection cultivator. Introduction. The sect has been established for less than 100 years, but the sect has developed extremely rapidly. Its influence has spread to most cities in Dihua Prefecture, overpowering Dihua Sect and becoming the strongest sect in this prefecture. Sure enough, the Soul-Snatching Sect, which was originally entrenched in the West Prefecture, has now become the strongest sect in the entire Dihua Prefecture. Li Qingyun looked deeply at the information of the 4 sects on the 3-star sect list: the Soul-Snatching Sect, the Dihua Sect, the Huangquan Sect, and the Xiaoyao Sect. After reading every word carefully, he turned and entered the Tianji Pavilion. "Senior, I wonder what you have to say?" As soon as Li Qingyun entered the Tianji Pavilion, a Qi training disciple came up to greet him. Li Qingyun looked at the binding of the Tianji Pavilion. Although it was not as grand as the main hall of the Qingshan Sect, it also had a unique flavor. "Ask your senior to come out," Li Qingyun said lightly. "Yes, Ong," disciple agreed and turned to walk towards a small room. After a while, a cultivator with a beard who looked like a middle-aged man came over and said, "Daoyo, follow me. Please go to the 2nd floor." The middle-aged man obviously had a high level of cultivation, but what caught Li Qingyun's attention the most was that the middle-aged man was wearing the standard white robe of the Tianji Pavilion, indicating that he was an official deacon of the Tianji Pavilion. Li Qingyun followed the middle-aged man to the 2nd floor. The middle-aged man said, "My name is Sun Liancheng, and I'm the white-robed deacon of Tianji Pavilion. If you need any cooperation with Tianji Pavilion, please tell me." Li Qingyun said, "Find out some information." Sun Liancheng asked, "Find out information from Tianji Pavilion. The fee varies depending on the level of the information." "Okay," Li Qingyun agreed. "First, I wonder if fellow Taoist Han Li from your branch is in Dihua City recently?" Li Qingyun thought to himself. Han Li had helped him so much, and he hadn't thanked him properly yet. This time, when he came to Dihua City, he should pay him a visit. Sun Liancheng looked at Li Qingyun with a very strange expression and said, "This message is free of charge. Han Li, Senior Han Li does not belong to the Doha Prefecture branch. He came from above, and his movements are erratic. I don't know where he is recently." Li Qingyun noticed that Sun Liancheng was quite surprised that he called Han Li a fellow Taoist, and when he mentioned Han Li, his eyes were full of respect from time to time. Logically speaking, Sun Liancheng is a deacon, and Han Li is a senior deacon. A deacon should not have a tendency to worship someone who is only one level higher than himself. Could it be that Han Li hid his true identity? Li Qingyun suddenly said mysteriously, "The information we are going to find out next may be a little secret. Is there any senior in your association at this time?" Sun Liancheng looked at Li Qingyun and said doubtfully, "I am sure I can find out most of the information. If it is not an urgent matter, please don't alarm the senior." Li Qingyun said, "This matter is extremely urgent and is related to a pill. Please ask the senior to come out." "A pill?" Seeing that Li Qingyun insisted on doing so, Sun Liancheng said, "Then I will go up and ask the senior. But if you make the senior unhappy, you will bear the consequences yourself." Li Qingyun said, "Of course, thank you, brother Sun." About an incense stick of time later, a light flashed in front of Li Qingyun, and a white-haired old man in a green robe appeared in front of Li Qingyun with Sun Liancheng. Li Qingyun hurriedly stood up and said, "Hello, senior." The white-haired old man said, "No thanks." Then he sat down in front of Li Qingyun. "This is Senior Liu, the most knowledgeable and well-remembered alchemist in our association. You can ask him any questions you have. I believe he can always answer them for you." Sun Liancheng said on the side. Sun Liancheng's words were obviously very helpful to the old man. He glanced at Li Qingyun and stroked his beard proudly. At this time, Li Qingyun had already seen that the old man's style of doing things was relatively old-fashioned, but he liked to hear nice things. He was very confident that this kind of person might have some skills, but there were obvious defects in his character, so he was the easiest to deal with. He stood up suddenly, his eyes were shining brightly, and he said in shock, "So this is Master Liu. Although I am not in Dihua City, Master Liu's name has long been known to me. I never thought that I would be able to meet Master Liu today. I am really honored." "Master Liu, please accept my greetings." Li Qingyun raised his arms, clasped his fists forward, and made a gesture to bow. "That's all. No need to be polite." The old man, surnamed Liu, sighed, looking like a hermit recognized by his admirers, calm and composed. But at this time, he was already very happy. He didn't expect that his reputation was so great that it had spread beyond Dihua Prefecture and attracted followers from other places. He said, "Since you have recognized me, and you two have the chance to meet, it is fate. I will spare you the information you inquired about today." Li Qingyun's eyes widened. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. It seems that this old man cares about his reputation very much. Thank you, Master Liu. Li Qingyun looked grateful. After saying this, Li Qingyun took out the Wanhun pill from the storage jade pendant. This time, I came here to inquire about Wanhun. Before he finished speaking, the old man surnamed Liu saw the pill in Li Qingyun's hand. His face suddenly changed, and he suddenly burst into cultivation. He waved his sleeves and took Li Qingyun directly from the yard, second floor to the third floor. Sun Liancheng was left on the second floor, facing the empty seat, with a bewildered look on his face. Isn't Senior Liu usually calm and composed? Why did he suddenly get so emotional just now? He took people directly to the third floor. What kind of elixir did this person have to take out? He still couldn't figure it out. But the third floor is a place where only Yuanying cultivators are qualified to go. I have only been there once. This is the third floor of the Tianji Pavilion branch, with a formation that can block the prying eyes of the Tianren realm. Under normal circumstances, only cultivators above the Yuanying stage are qualified to enter, and there is no one on this floor now. The old man surnamed Liu saw Li Qingyun looking around curiously and explained, I see. Li Qingyun suddenly realized, Can you show me the elixir again? The old man surnamed Liu asked. Li Qingyun saw a burning sensation in the calm eyes of the old man surnamed Liu. This burning sensation was like a monk seeing a naked beauty, a hungry vegetarian smelling the irresistible aroma of meat, or a dry person seeing a basin of fresh blood. It was desire, admiration, appreciation, fear. Li Qingyun handed the pill to the old man surnamed Liu. The old man took the pill, put it in front of his eyes, and a look of intoxication appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, it's different, magical, he murmured in a delirious voice. After a long while, the old man surnamed Liu came back to his senses and smiled apologetically at Li Qingyun. Sorry, I lost my composure and embarrassed you. Li Qingyun hurriedly said, No, it's human nature, I can understand. Although the 10,000 souls pill is an evil pill, the refining method is unique and very inspiring to my alchemy. The recipe of the 10,000 souls pill has been lost for a long time, or in other words, for a very long time, the recipe of the 10,000 souls pill was only controlled by certain large families and sects. Legend has it that the 10,000 souls pill comes from the netherworld, and the pill can convert the spiritual power of the cultivator into the power of the netherworld. Li Qingyun asked, What is the function of this netherworld power? The old man surnamed Liu smiled bitterly. Since the recipe has been lost for so many years, naturally no one knows what the function of this netherworld power is. This kind of pill is the first time I have seen it in my life. Don't look at this pill as it is only the first grade of the human level, but its precious value even exceeds that of ordinary 7th grade human level pills. Li Qingyun was silent for a long while, then asked, Master Liu, do you know about the ghost pearl? What? The old man surnamed Liu shouted. Li Qingyun said, Nothing, I'm just asking casually. The old man surnamed Liu looked at Li Qingyun deeply and said, Please rest assured, all the deacons and senior deacons of Tianji Pavilion have already sworn that if any information involving customers is leaked without permission, their hearts will collapse and they will die immediately. I want to ask, is there any connection between the ghost pearl and the 10,000 soul pill? Li Qingyun was relieved, but he still asked. He was not sure if he didn't get a result from this matter. The ghost pearl and the 10,000 soul pill. The old man surnamed Liu muttered to himself and fell into deep thought. After a long while, the old man surnamed Liu came back to his senses, shook his head and said, I just checked all the books in my storage space that might be related to this, and I didn't find any connection between the ghost spirit pearl and the 10,000 souls pill. I just found out that the ghost spirit pearl is an energy core similar to the inner elixir of monsters, but this kind of thing is only produced in ghosts above the heavenly realm, but ghosts haven't appeared on the continent for tens of thousands of years. So information about the ghost spirit pearl is very scarce. Li Qingyun nodded. This information is enough. Thank you, Master Liu. Wait, the old man surnamed Liu handed over a jade slip and said, The information is quite detailed. I have copied it into this jade slip. Li Qingyun looked at the old man surnamed Liu in surprise. He originally had some prejudice against the old man surnamed Liu, but now seeing that he really wanted to help him, he changed his mind about him. He took the jade slip and thanked him respectfully. Before leaving, Li Qingyun heard the old man surnamed Liu say behind him, The struggle between the Soul-Snatching Sect and your 3 sects, Qingyun, Huangquan and Huangquan, has been watched by the Tianji Pavilion. Senior Han Li is also paying attention, but it is not convenient for people in the Tianji Pavilion to intervene. You should take care of yourself. Li Qingyun suddenly realized that the old man already knew who he was. This was originally a struggle for the distribution of power between the sects. It was normal for the Tianji Pavilion not to intervene. Moreover, this old man was also a high-level deacon in the green robe of the Tianji Pavilion. Why did he call Han Li a senior? He took the jade slip and walked down the 3rd floor. He saw Sun Liancheng still standing stupidly on the 2nd floor where he was sitting. Seeing him coming down, he hurriedly greeted him. "Why didn't you go up together just now?" Qingyun asked. "Ahem," Sun Liancheng coughed dryly. He couldn't just say that he was not qualified to go up, so he said, "Senior Liu has a bad temper. I dare not go up rashly." Li Qingyun nodded, walked downstairs, and sat next to Sun Liancheng again. Seeing Li Qingyun's attitude, Sun Liancheng hurriedly asked, "What else do you need? I heard that your Tanji pavilion has swordsmanship for sale?" Li Qingyun asked. Li Qingyu once got a sword used by Liang Hao in his Jindan period in Liang Hao's cave, and he named the sword Qingfeng sword. But he never used the sword in the subsequent battles, because he didn't know how to use a sword at all. It is better not to use a sword without sword skills. One of the purposes of his coming to Tianji Pavilion this time is to find a suitable sword skill, preferably at the secret level. Sun Liancheng said, "This is not for sale." "Oh, tell me about it." Sun Liancheng said, "It is an exchange. Tianji Pavilion's subordinate organizations are spread all over the continent. There is a Tianji Pavilion in almost every place. It can be said that Tianji Pavilion relies on various information to become a giant, so information is particularly important to Tianji Pavilion. So if the cultivator is willing to hand over his unique skills to Tianji Pavilion will give him the skills and even secret skills he wants according to the value of the information he provides." After hearing this, Li Qingyun's mind not only remembered the term big data in his previous life, but also that Tianji Pavilion used this big data method to basically collect information from all over the world. It is really an organization with great magical powers. Okay, Li Qingyun agreed readily. Only what he can use is useful. Giving it to Tianji Pavilion will not bring him any loss. Both sides can win. If you think about it, you will know that it is basically impossible to take things from here for free. Unexpectedly, Sun Liancheng showed an embarrassed look, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped. Li Qingyun asked, "Is there any problem?" Sun Liancheng hesitated for a moment and said, "Although ordinary magic can be submitted, the branch will not accept it under normal circumstances." Li Qingyun understood that Sun Liancheng was reminding him that ordinary magic, which is not of high quality, is not of much value to the Tianji Pavilion. Moreover, for Sun Liancheng, this kind of job is also thankless, so he would definitely refuse directly under normal circumstances. But maybe he saw that he was a little special today, and it was difficult to refuse him for a while. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun smiled and said, "Just take me there. As long as there is no rule that non-high-quality magic will not be accepted, then follow the rules." Sun Liancheng sighed helplessly and said, "Okay then. It seems that he is unlucky to meet this unreasonable guy today." Sun Liancheng led Li Qingyun downstairs, through the 1st floor, all the way to the basement, and stood next to a crystal stone. The stone was round and crystal, emitting a white light, which made Li Qingyun, who was standing next to it, feel comfortable all over. Sun Liancheng said, "This is the body of the Tianji stone, and it is also the formation core of this branch of the Tianji Pavilion. You can input your cultivation information into the Tianji stone, and the Tianji stone will judge the value of your information." Sun Liancheng looked at Li Qingyun on the side. He had already made plans to run this thankless job later. He could only consider himself unlucky to meet this unreasonable and ignorant master. Although Sun Liancheng was impatient, he still explained conscientiously, "The heavenly secret stone will explain the value of the information you provide according to the color it changes, and someone will review it. After you input it, the branch will receive feedback within 1 stick of incense. Generally speaking, white light means that the information is valuable. If the light turns green, it can be exchanged for a secret level spell. What about higher? This stone has never shown higher levels." Sun Liancheng muttered, "Who would be willing to give out a higher level spell?" At the same time, he was also muttering in his heart, "You take some low-level spells. Why do you care about high-level spells?" Li Qingyun nodded. Although Sun Liancheng's emotions were well hidden, they were still reflected in his tone and facial expressions. He was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly gathered the key points in his mind, turned them into a divine thought, and input them into the heavenly secret stone. "If it is a low-level skill, I guess the heavenly secret stone will be able to respond soon," Sun Liancheng said. The white light of the heavenly secret stone was bright, and then countless mysterious runes quickly poured into the heavenly secret stone. "Huh? Runes manifested?" Sun Liancheng was delighted. Could it be a relatively high-quality technique among the low-grade techniques? If so, it would not be a wasted trip. However, these runes are more than the runes he has seen before. What's going on? Li Qingyun grinned at Sun Liancheng, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and the force of inputting into the heavenly secret stone suddenly increased. The runes and the bright white light that were originally floating around the heavenly secret stone first reached an extremely high level, and then suddenly stopped. Sun Liancheng looked at Li Qingyun with disbelief on his face. The next moment, a green light shone from the heavenly secret stone. The light turned green. Renjia technique! Sun Liancheng lost his voice and shouted directly. But the light on the heavenly secret stone was far from stopping, and the green light was still rising rapidly at an incredible speed. Could it be? Sun Liancheng's heart rose to his throat, and he felt that all the spiritual power in his body was stagnant. Impossible. The green light rose to an incredible level, and even made Sun Liancheng, a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of foundation building, feel sore in his eyes. But Sun Liancheng did not dare to blink, and the possibility in his heart grew bigger and bigger. Finally, the green light turned into yellow light. The light turns into gold. A powerful technique of the mysterious level. Sun Liancheng's voice was trembling. Li Qingyun looked at Sun Liancheng's expression and chuckled. Is this stone now considered a record? Sun Liancheng nodded blankly. He calculated in his mind how much reward he could get after completing this business. Finally, he concluded that the resources from these rewards were enough for him to break through from the great perfection of foundation building to the golden elixir. It's not that the person in front of me is unreasonable and has no sense of judgment. It's simply that I am unreasonable and have no sense of judgment. Fortunately, I held back my emotions. Otherwise, I would have offended the nobleman and regretted it. Sometimes being a little hypocritical is not necessarily a bad thing. Sun Liancheng thought proudly in his heart and kept this sentence in mind as a guide for his future work. Let's go, Li Qingyun said. Aren't we going back to wait for your feedback? Yes, yes, yes! Sun Liancheng woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly took Li Qingyun back to the second floor. After Sun Liancheng respectfully settled Li Qingyun, he quickly ran to a secret room and anxiously waited for the result of the feedback from above. Li Qingyun sat leisurely on the chair and waited. As expected, the rhinoceros horn leopard was listed among the thousands of evils, and eclipse wave was a natural secret method. Although the current grade was only the upper grade of the yellow grade, its value and power should have reached the power of the mysterious grade. Few people are willing to provide this kind of skill to the Tianji Pavilion for exchange with the Tianji Pavilion because the natural secret method is very precious. But Li Qingyun is different. He has a system that can deduce the skills and make them evolve. What he gave to Tianji Pavilion today is the upper grade yellow level Eclipse Wave. Even if this skill is learned by others a few years later, Eclipse Wave may be a mysterious level skill, or even a higher level skill. Li Qingyun has almost no loss, so exchanging with Tianji Pavilion to meet the current needs is the best choice. Dong 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 dong. The sound of running on the floor, Sun Liancheng didn't even use his magic power, holding 2 jade slips in his hand, and ran quickly towards Li Qingyun on the floor. Congratulations! He ran to Li Qingyun and congratulated loudly. He took out one of the jade slips and read, "The yellow grade top grade erosion waves is a natural secret technique, which comes from the rhinoceros leopard, number 931 on the 1,000 Evils list. It is quite powerful, with 2 secret techniques in one technique, and its value is equivalent to the middle grade Xuan grade technique. The guest is seeking swordsmanship, and this pavilion has collected a lot of swordsmanship. I specially give you the middle grade Xuan grade swordsmanship, Yuelu swordsmanship." Sun Liancheng handed another jade slip to Li Qingyun and said, "This is the Yuelu swordsmanship." "Congratulations!" Sun Liancheng congratulated again. Li Qingyun took the jade slip and said with a smile, "Congratulations to you too, fellow Taoist son, for making a big deal." Sun Liancheng smiled and said, "It all depends on your support. Thank you very much." "You're welcome. If you really want to thank me, just do me a favor," Li Qingyun said. Sun Liancheng hurriedly said, "Please give me your orders." Li Qingyun said, "Stop pretending. You already know who I am, but you keep calling me you and pretending that you don't know me." This cuff. According to the power of Tianji Pavilion, Sun Liancheng did know Li Qingyun's identity a long time ago, but he didn't expect Li Qingyun to directly say the unspoken rules, and he was a little embarrassed for a while. "I have a few demon beast inner pills here. Give them to you, help me sell them as soon as possible, and exchange them for spirit stones, and the price must be reasonable," Li Qingyun said. This is also the purpose of deliberately making friends with Sun Liancheng. Coming to Dihua City, exchanging pills for spirit stones, is also one of his purposes, but he has just arrived and is not familiar with the environment of Dihua City. It is not easy to find channels, and even if he finds them, he may not be able to get a satisfactory price. As a deacon of the Tianji Pavilion branch, Sun Liancheng has a high status in Dihua City. If he sells the inner pills for himself, I believe those chambers of commerce will definitely give a fair price. "You can get a 10% benefit," Li Qingyun said. "How dare I?" Sun Liancheng hurriedly said, "The benefits granted by the higher-ups just now are enough. How dare Liancheng ask for more benefits from Sectmaster Li?" But in fact, what he was thinking was, it's just a few spirit stones. How much can they be worth? Just give it back to Li Qingyun as a favor. That's fine. Li Qingyun took out 10 golden elixir demon beast inner pills and 2 Yuanying demon beast inner pills from the jade pendant and handed them to Sun Liancheng. Sun Liancheng, his hand trembled slightly as he took the demon pills. At this moment, he regretted it so much. So many demon pills, and they were high-level ones. Li Qingyun, you? Can you speak clearly? You made such a valuable thing down to a few demon pills. With so many demon pills, 1/10 of the benefits would be enough for you to eat for decades. Sometimes being hypocritical is not necessarily a good thing. Remember the lesson. Sun Liancheng looked serious and used this sentence as a warning to guide his work. While pretending to be careless, Li Qingyun handed his helpless storage bag to Sun Liancheng and agreed to meet him the next day. Then he spent 500 spirit stones and entered the secret room of Tianji Pavilion. The elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect will come to Qingshan Sect in 2 days, and he must seize every minute to strengthen himself. The concentration of spiritual energy in the secret room of Tianji Pavilion is about the same as the concentration of spiritual energy gathered by the spirit gathering array in the sect, but it is many times smaller than the area in the sect. Li Qingyun thought painfully that the sect only collected 1,000 spirit stones a day for such a large area, but a small secret room here costs 500. He always said that the system was black, but it seemed that the system was good enough for him. It seemed that if he wanted to use the spirit gathering array for a long time, he had to find a way to get some spirit gathering stones. However, most of the spirit gathering stones were in the hands of the big sects. At that time, it just happened to appear once at Wang Ruhai's banquet. At this time, the system sent a message. Ding! Xunliang and Ping An's mission is completed, and the remaining 150 talent points are awarded. Host qualifications. Cultivation value 480, Foundation Peak, Spiritual Roots, 6 Spiritual Roots Foundation, Super Grade Dao Foundation Skills, Qingyun, Yellow Level Upper Grade Secrets, Qingxi, Erosion Wave, Introduction, Talent Points, 400. Is not lethal enough in the battle with masters, but its controllability is very strong. Erosion Wave is a long-range magic attack and a close-range defense secret method. The lethality and defense are sufficient, but it is not very flexible. If you can master the Yuelu Sword Art, a set of extremely strong offensive and flexible Xuan-level secrets, Li Qingyun believes that his overall strength will be greatly improved. Li Qingyun held the jade slip in his hand, concentrated on sensing the Yuelu Sword Art, and immersed himself in the practice of Yuelu Sword Art. Not only did the key points of Yuelu Sword Art come to mind, but also the key points of Erosion Wave and Blue Stone, as well as the insights of previous cultivation, replayed in his mind like light and shadow. At this time, Li Qingyun entered a mysterious state, and his body and face showed an extremely ethereal temperament. The host has been detected to have entered the state of enlightenment, and the system automatically turns on the enlightenment auxiliary function. Starting to consume. Li Qingyun was immersed in cultivation, unaware of the passage of time, and unaware that his genius points that he had accumulated with great difficulty were also fading at an incredible speed. While Li Qingyun was immersed in cultivation in the spiritual field industry of Qingshan Sect, Xunliang and Ping An both rested their hands behind their necks, leaning on the threshed spiritual rice, staring at the vast starry sky on the field with their big eyes. Brother, I didn't expect that the disciples of the Soul-Snatching Sect were making trouble here. It's really infuriating. Ping An stared with big eyes, his long eyelashes blinking gently, staring at the distant stars in the sky. It doesn't matter. Didn't the 2 of us take care of them? Master will be satisfied, Xunliang said. But, senior brother, we finally came down the mountain once, so we can go back so easily? Ping An raised his head and looked at Xunliang seriously. It's not easy, Ping An. After all, we tied up so many of their disciples. Xunliang pointed to the people who were tied up and said helplessly. Beside Ping An and Xunliang, there were at least 10 disciples of the Soul-Snatching Sect who were tied up with extremely strong ropes, and each of them had a large piece of rag stuffed in their mouths. The hearts of these tied-up disciples were filled with despair. This child who looked like a delicate child actually beat all of them by himself. They originally thought that they were all from the sect, and even if they were defeated, they would just say a few words, give some face, and go home. But this seemingly harmless child actually tied them all up roughly with ropes. In the end, he didn't forget to seal them with spiritual power and stuff rags in their mouths. They were kidnapped. I had heard that the leader of Qingshan Sect, Li Qingyun, liked to kidnap people. He had kidnapped an elder of the sect some time ago. But who would have thought that his 2 disciples were also like this? And the next moment, Ping An's words almost made them cry. Brother, these disciples are all outer disciples, worthless. Why don't we go to their gathering point in Shuanglu City and kidnap a few more, exchange for more money, and make Master happy? Among the kidnapped people, a leader could no longer bear it, and his mouth blocked by rags made a suppressed whimpering. Ping An turned his head and looked at the leader curiously and asked crisply, What are you whimpering about? Woo, woo, woo. You said we are bullying too much? Qingyun asked. Woo! The leader glared at Qingyun. Oh, Qingyun replied calmly, then turned back to look at Xunliang and asked, Brother, what do you say? The leader was almost mad to death. He actually dared to ignore him. He didn't take people seriously at all. He was simply bullying. He looked down on everyone. Xunliang looked at the group of people who were tied up and said, If the people in the gathering place of Shuanglu City are as strong as these outer disciples, there should be no problem. The leader was ashamed. His eyes rolled up, closed his eyes, and his body shook, as if he had fainted. Did that man faint? Qingyun asked. Xunliang said, No, his breath was very stable. He pretended to faint to cover up the embarrassment. The man's eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Oh, he really fainted this time, Xunliang said. Hey, Master is right. Character is really important. This person's character is not good. Qingyun sighed and commented like a little adult. Then let's go ask Brother Lin Jixiao where the gathering place of the Soul-Snatching Sect is in Shuanglu City, Qingyun said. Xunliang said, What should we do if we meet a master? Qingyun scratched his head. The escape secret method that Sister Yanghai gave us should be able to escape. Okay, then let's go and try it. Okay. Just like that, the two of them made up their minds. In order to make their master happy, they decided to kidnap more people. In order to kidnap more people, they decided to go to the gathering place of the Soul-Snatching Sect in Shuanglu City to kidnap people. But the conversation between the two fell into the ears of the Soul-Snatching Sect members, who were tied aside and unable to resist but conscious, but had a different understanding. This Qingshan Sect is really worthy of its reputation. From the sect master to the disciples, they all like kidnapping, and they are all so wild. How can this be the appearance of an immortal sect? It's obviously a bandit's nest. A group of bandits. These tied-up disciples of the Soul-Snatching Sect all had such tragic thoughts in their hearts at this time. Seeing Xunliang pulling Qingyun, who was jumping and skipping, away, he couldn't help but regret in his heart. How could he have accepted this mission in the first place? He didn't get much benefit from coming here. He was beaten up by these two monsters for nothing, and was tied up as a ticket to exchange for spirit stones. Ah, what kind of monsters are there in Qingshan Sect? The two tallest buildings in Shuanglu City are two towering towers that stand tall. These two towers are the legendary Spirit Towers. The Spirit Towers are said to be built by an organization as mysterious as the Tianji Pavilion. They can provide free qualification and talent testing for practitioners, but this organization does not leave garrison personnel in the Spirit Towers. The Spirit Towers are only controlled by the local sects and used at their own discretion. According to the city scale of Shuanglu City, 2 Spirit Towers can be equipped. Originally, the 2 Spirit Towers were controlled by the Soul-Seizing Sect, but since the Soul-Seizing Sect lost the last competition between the 2 sects, the Spirit Tower in the East City was given to the Qingshan Sect. But the Qingshan Sect did not seem to intend to use the Spiritual Tower to recruit students in Shuanglu City. After taking over the Spiritual Tower, they did not send special personnel to garrison there, but left it idle, so the Spiritual Tower looked deserted. In contrast, the Spiritual Tower in Xicheng, which was controlled by the Soul-Seizing Sect, was very lively. No matter what age or cultivation level of the cultivators, they would be received when they came to the Spiritual Tower in Xicheng. As long as they paid a certain amount of spiritual stones, they could be evaluated for different qualifications. But today, 2 special people came to the Spiritual Tower. One of them looked about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a white linen shirt with his sleeves and trouser legs rolled up by himself, making him look very simple and clean, and his temperament was very outstanding. The other one, who looked about 8 or 9 years old, followed behind the linen-clothed boy in front. His face was white and looked like a delicate jade sculpture, and he showed an innocent smile from time to time. A white-clothed disciple stationed in the Spiritual Tower hurried forward to greet them. These 2 people had good temperaments and were likely to have outstanding talents. Maybe today I can receive a genius junior brother, the disciple thought excitedly. Please stay, I'm Lu Benwei. May I ask what you 2 are doing here? The white-clothed disciple Lu Benwei stopped the 2 and greeted them. Nothing. Qingyun replied, feeling a little annoyed. He thought, was it because his expression was too kind that someone dared to greet him? Was he trying to stop him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wrinkled his nose, stared at Lu Benwei with his eyes wide open, and wanted to say something harsh to scare this man. But at this time, Xunliang pinched Qingyun's palm and stopped Qingyun. Xunliang asked humbly, I came to pay my respects to the elders of your sect. I wonder if there are any elders on duty in the tower today? Lu Benwei was stunned. He didn't expect that these 2 people were looking for the elders. He said, There are no elders on duty today. I am one of the 2 inner disciples on duty in the Spirit Tower. If you have anything to say, please tell me and I can convey it to my sect elders. Lu Benwei looked at the delicate and beautiful child. At this time, he was frowning his name, glaring with his eyebrows, and looked ferocious. but Lu Benwei didn't think he was ferocious at all. He just thought that his ferocious expression was too cute. He even wanted to rub the child's round head. "Are you sure there are no elders on duty?" Xunliang asked again. "Of course. Our elders usually don't enter Shuanglu City, fearing misunderstandings from other sects. So, usually the inner disciples are responsible." At this point, Lu Benwei reminded, "If you two want to check your spirit veins, you can pay 30 spirit stones and you can do it." Xunliang and Ping An looked at each other, and joy appeared in their eyes. Xunliang asked Lu Benwei again, "How many of your disciples are in the spiritual tower?" Lu Benwei looked at the look in the two people's eyes just now, and suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. And looking at the appearance of the two people, he felt like he seemed to have heard of two people who looked like this somewhere. But who were they? For a moment he couldn't remember. He said, "If the purpose of the two of you coming to the spiritual tower is to have fun, please tell me. I still have to receive other guests." Hearing this, Ping An stuck out his tongue and said, "We are not here for fun, but for a special purpose." Lu Benwei asked, "What purpose?" Ping An's face turned red. He scratched his head, smiled a little embarrassedly, and said shyly, "I want to come here to kidnap you." "What?" Lu Benwei suspected that he had heard it wrong. "Oh," Ping An exclaimed. The next moment, a 2-meter-high axe appeared in his hand and stuck on the ground. Ping An was too short, so he could only hold the bottom of the axe handle. The huge axe and the small Ping An formed a very strange proportion. He held the axe handle, sighed helplessly, and said, "It's just kidnapping." You are from Qingshan Sect," Benwei shouted, and finally remembered why he felt that these two people were familiar. "Aren't these two people the two from Qingshan Sect who participated in the competition between the two sects? Is this child who looks like a delicate and graceful figure the terrifying child named Ping An who defeated senior brother Zhang Yuan in the competition? I just wanted to rub his head." The giant axe flew by and the wooden sticks smashed down. The two inner disciples in the spirit tower were no match for Ping An and Xunliang. For a moment, the originally peaceful spirit tower of the Soul-Snatching Sect became a mess. The second and seventh elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect were traveling together, riding a flying magic weapon to fly out. "I didn't expect that there would be a traitor in the sect. I have already notified the kid from the Qingshan Sect." The second elder was obviously of a high generation. Even though he was at the Jindan stage, and his life span was greatly extended, he couldn't cover up the old age on his face. The deep wrinkles and old skin made him look a bit sad and serious. Yeah, the seventh elder on the side, who would have thought that the Wangquan sect would have such means? Fortunately, it was discovered in time. He sneered, "If you ask me, even if Li Qingyun knew about it, it would not be a big deal. Li Qingyun is nothing to be afraid of. The first elder asked us to set off today. He was too cautious." The second elder said, "Having said that, it's always right to be cautious. Didn't you also lose to that kid? Cough!" The seventh elder coughed dryly and changed the subject. "Speaking of which, the fifth elder and the sixth elder have entered Wuming Mountain for a few days. I wonder how the progress is? After we solve the matter of Qingshan Sect this time, should we go to Wuming Mountain to support them?" The second elder pondered for a moment. The matter of Wuming Mountain is of great importance. It must not be so easy to obtain the Ghost Spirit Pearl. The great elder was seriously injured a few days ago. Although he is unwilling to reveal any information about the Nameless Mountain, I guess that his incarnation must have fallen in the Nameless Mountain. It can be seen how dangerous the Nameless Mountain is. How can the Ghost Pearl be so easy to get? We'd better not interfere without authorization. The seventh elder said, "Okay." Seeing that the second elder was in a heavy mood, he said, "We are in Shuanglu City ahead. Why don't we go and see the Spirit Tower in Shuanglu City together?" Although the Qingshan Sect has taken back a Spirit Tower, Li Qingyun doesn't manage it at all. He has abandoned the Spirit Tower and weeds have grown at the door. But the Spirit Tower of our sect in Shuanglu City is always crowded with people. It is prosperous. Of course, the second elder understood what the second elder meant, and it was not good to lose his face at this time, so he nodded and agreed. The two of them adjusted their direction slightly, preparing to go and see the prosperous and bustling spiritual tower that the seventh elder had mentioned. The two of them rode on a flying magic weapon and looked down from midair. Sure enough, from a distance, there was a thick wall of people surrounding the spiritual tower in the West City. Well, yes, it's really crowded. The second elder raised his eyebrows when he saw so many people outside the spiritual tower, and was a little surprised. No, the seventh elder said proudly, but he also had some questions in his mind. Why are there so many people today? Although there are people here on weekdays, there are not so many. Could it be that Lu Benwei did something eye-catching for that kid that attracted a large group of people to watch? Come closer and take a look. The second elder was obviously very interested in these mortals, watching, and urged his magic weapon to get closer to the bottom to find out what was going on. The The two landed their flying magic weapons and stood behind the crowd, but the crowd in front was too enthusiastic and blocked the two who were unwilling to use their magic power. The two could not get in for a while. The second elder had obviously not seen such a lively scene for a long time. He smiled and praised the seventh elder. Not bad, not bad. It's well managed, and it's really a lively and prosperous scene. The seventh elder was even more satisfied and said with a smile, Second elder, you are too kind. These disciples in the spirit tower are smart. I will praise them when I go in later. Haha, that's good. The second elder laughed. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces, and they were very harmonious. The seventh elder thought that it was really good to bring the second elder here this time. Once the second elder was happy, it was like one more person to speak for himself when he made a decision-making mistake in the small competition between the two sects. It was a mistake, but it didn't have any impact on the sect. Then let's go in together, said the second elder. The seventh elder certainly agreed. Okay, let's see what these guys are doing. The two of them used their magic power lightly, and the next moment, they entered the spirit tower together. The second elder? The seventh elder? They finally realized that there were so many mortals watching at the door. At this time, the reception hall of the spirit tower, which should have been luxurious, looked like it had just been looted. The exquisite tables and chairs, as well as the expensive test instruments, were all scattered all over the floor, as if they had just been in a fight. The walls, floors, and stairs, none of them survived intact. The second elder looked at the seventh elder with a puzzled look on his face, as if he wanted a reasonable explanation. Looking at the ruins in front of him, the seventh elder was so angry that he trembled all over. He had just foolishly thought that this was a disciple organizing an activity, and he praised them for being smart and capable. His eyes were red, and he was obviously extremely angry. The spiritual energy around him was raging out of control, and he shouted angrily, "Who did it?" When they saw someone coming from the spiritual tower, and it seemed to be a high-level cultivator, the original voices of discussion stopped in an instant. A child heard the seventh elder yelling, and pointed at the wall behind the seventh elder. The seventh elder and the second elder turned around in shock, and found a line of words written crookedly on the wall. I have kidnapped all the 30 people here. If you want them, bring 30,000 spiritual stones in exchange. The handwriting was crooked, like a child's handwriting, but fortunately every word was written correctly, without a single typo. However, in such a row of kidnapping information, even the kidnapper's information and the transaction ransom method were not written, which clearly showed that it was a novice kidnapper. The seventh elder was even more angry when he saw this. Who is it? How dare you make fun of my soul-snatching sect? Using a child's handwriting to fool me, and deliberately not writing the location? Is there any point in using such means? But before he finished speaking, the original child said, I know who they are. They are the two brothers who fought on the ring last time. The seventh elder's body was shocked, and he stared at another middle-aged man with spiritual power fluctuations beside him as if to verify. Are they the two disciples of the Qingshan Sect? The middle-aged man nodded imperceptibly. Did you see it with your own eyes? The middle-aged man nodded again slightly, then retreated and disappeared into the crowd. Obviously did not want to participate in the struggle between the two major sects, and only dared to nod slightly to reveal some information he knew. How could the Qingshan Sect be so arrogant? The second elder asked in a deep voice. The seventh elder's intense emotions gradually calmed down, and the gloomy, murderous intent slowly emerged from him. He said in a hissing voice, In this case, let these bastards pay the price. If I accidentally killed Li Qingyun during the sparring, I think the first elder would not blame me. Xunliang and Ping'an's hands flashed with light, and the 40 Soul-Snatching Sect disciples who were trapped and stuffed with rags in their mouths were thrown into the open space of the sect by him, including those who were causing trouble in the spiritual field and those stationed in the spiritual tower. Hey! Ping'an and Xunliang smiled triumphantly, clapped their hands and cheered. Mission accomplished. Liu Bo, who was cleaning the room nearby, saw this scene, and his originally lazy face twitched at this moment. But the master hasn't come back yet. What if their elders come to find us? Ping'an seemed to have suddenly thought of the key point. They were kidnapped, but no one would help them clean up their mess. Xunliang said, The great elder has been in seclusion for several days, and he will probably come out soon. What if Sister Yang hasn't come out either? Yes, if there is no elder, with just the two of them, they won't be able to resist any Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Soul Capture Sect. At this time, Feng Yong suddenly ran over from the main hall. His face was very panicked, and he shouted, Oh no, 2 soul captures have come to the main hall. 2 supreme elders. They look like they are here to call for punishment. The sect master is not here, and the great elder hasn't come out yet. What should we do? Sun Liang asked calmly, Did you tell him that the master is not here? Oh my, I told him, but they didn't believe it. They even asked you and Ping An to go up to see them. Feng Yong was obviously panicked. He had never seen a big shot like the Great Elder of the Soul Capture Sect, and he was here to call for punishment. How could he not panic? Don't panic. Xunliang patted Feng Yong's shoulder and comforted him. Take us two up to have a look. After that, he turned around and put the 40 kidnapped Soul-Snatching Sect disciples back into the storage ring again, and said to Ping An, "Let's go, Ping An. Let's go meet these two great elders from the Soul-Snatching Sect on behalf of our master." Okay. Ping An excitedly followed. Feng Yong saw that Xunliang and Ping An were not at all stage frightened, and he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. He calmed down and took Xunliang and Ping An to the main hall. At this time in the main hall, the second elder and the seventh elder were not only angry about their disciples being kidnapped by the Qingshan Sect disciples, but also had another kind of anger at this time. A Qingshan Sect, the main hall of the sect, is so magnificent. It is so much more luxurious than the Soul-Snatching Sect. Do they not take the Soul-Snatching Sect seriously? The seventh elder thought to himself, Li Qingyun is a scoundrel who spends money without restraint. He is indeed not to be feared. The second elder thought to himself, this hall is flashy but not practical. Could it be that Li Qingyun is really a worthless waste, as the seventh elder said? Achoo! In Diwa City, Li Qingyun, who was immersed in cultivation, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! In Diwa City, Li Qingyun, who was immersed in cultivation, suddenly sneezed. Who scolded me? Li Qingyun scratched his head. He couldn't think of anyone scolding him at this time. Has it been so long? Li Qingyun felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and found that it was already the afternoon of the next day. He originally planned to finish his cultivation the next morning and leave with the spiritual stone obtained by Sun Liancheng from the inner elixir. He didn't expect to cultivate until now. Then Li Qingyun checked his panel. His expression was extremely strange, and he almost cried out. Host qualification, cultivation value 499, great perfection of foundation building, spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots foundation building, super grade Dao foundation skills, yellow grade top grade secret technique of Qingyun Jue, top grade Qingxi, first level perfection, yellow grade top grade erosion wave, minor success, sword skills, shun grade middle grade loose sword skill, introduction, genius points, Nis 600. Li Qingyun suppressed the grief in his heart and wailed in his heart, why is it negative? This is too much. The joy brought by the original improvement in strength has completely dissipated. He took a deep breath, opened the door of the secret room, and walked out of the secret room. Sun Liancheng stood at the door, obviously having been waiting here for a long time. Sun Liancheng said, "Congratulations to Sect Master Li for coming out of retreat and making great progress in strength." Li Qingyun waved his hand and said, no need. Has the inner elixir been used?" For some reason, Li Qingyun suddenly felt irritated at this moment and hoped to return to the sect as soon as possible. Sun Liancheng handed over a storage ring. 10 inner pills of Jindan stage monsters, each priced at 2,000, and the Yuanying stage monsters are priced at 15,000 and 20,000 respectively. There are a total of 55,000 spirit stones in the storage ring. Please check it. The restrictions on the storage bags you gave me cannot be opened for the time being. It will take some time before there is a way. Well, Li Qingyun responded indifferently and took the storage ring. It was, indeed, a wise choice to let Sun Liancheng help him. He said, "Well done, I'll leave now." Wait, Sun Liancheng stopped Li Qingyun. What? There is a man downstairs who came to see you last night and waited until today. You should meet him? Sun Liancheng said. Someone is looking for me? Li Qingyun was puzzled. The man calls himself Xiong Jianmu, Sun Liancheng said. Take me there. Li Qingyun urged Sun Liancheng. He had a premonition that something must have happened. Xiong Jianmu was waiting anxiously on a chair. When he saw Li Qingyun, he rushed over and said, "Master Li, you finally came out." Sun Liancheng wisely dodged and walked aside. Xiong Jianmu handed Li Qingyun a note. The spies of Huangquan's sect have been discovered, and the news has been exposed. The second elder and the seventh elder will go to Qingshan Sect in advance tomorrow afternoon. Please make preparations early. Xiao Yu. Xiong Jianmu said, "I arrived at your sect yesterday and found that no one was there. Feng Yong told me that you came to Dihua City, so I rushed to Dihua City to inform you." "I guess the second elder has already arrived at Qingshan Sect," Xiong Jianmu said anxiously. Li Qingyun saw Xiong Jianmu's expression and knew that Xiong Jianmu had completely stood with Qingshan Sect. He took out a jade slip from the storage jade pendant and stuffed it into Xiong Jianmu's hand, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." The next moment after he finished speaking, Li Qingyun's figure flashed, and he pulled Sun Liancheng. "Take me to rent the fastest flying magic weapon of Tianji Pavilion." The moment the second elder saw Ping An, the seventh elder felt that the brilliance in the second elder's eyes had reached an unprecedented level. Even the voice was trembling. "This is the disciple who took the giant axe at that time?" The seventh elder said. "That's right." Xunliang and Ping'an walked side by side behind Feng Yong. Xunliang had a serious face and a serious expression, looking at his nose with his eyes and mouth with his nose. Ping'an still looked innocent and cute, twisting his neck, looking around and looking at the second elder and the seventh elder. The second elder lowered his voice, but still couldn't hide his inner excitement. This boy has the same natural spiritual roots as Ye Xiaoyu. The seventh elder was shocked and looked at the second elder in disbelief. Are you serious? Absolutely true. The second elder said, when I saw the first elder bringing Ye Xiaoyu back to the sect, Ye Xiaoyu also had this aura. This kind of pure and flawless aura can only be possessed by the legendary natural spiritual roots. God bless our soul capture sect. The seventh elder said, natural spiritual roots that are rarely seen in 1,000 years are always snatched away by the big sects every time they appear. I didn't expect that my soul capture sect would have the opportunity to have 2 disciples with natural spiritual roots. The 2 thought of the benefits promised by Qingluan Palace. For every outstanding disciple sent to Qingluan Palace promised to give the sect unimaginable benefits. If 2 natural spiritual roots were sent to Qingluan Palace, by then the resources bestowed by the Qingluan Palace will be enough for all of them, the supreme elders to break through a major realm, and for the Soul-Snatching Sect to impact a 5-star sect, or even a 6-star sect. Thinking of this, the 2 looked at Ping'an as if they were looking at a rare treasure, and the burning intent in their eyes was fully exposed. While the 2 were talking, Xunliang and Ping'an also came close to them. Xunliang stepped forward, saluted them, and said, 2 seniors, my master has not returned from a trip, and the elders are in seclusion. The elders of this sect are unable to receive the 2 seniors at the moment, so I have to come forward to receive them. I hope you will forgive me. Well, the second elder snorted and did not reply, still staring at Ping'an intently. Ping'an, who was as tall as Xunliang's waistline, was not afraid at all when he saw the second elder's eyes. He pulled the corner of Xunliang's clothes, stared at him, made a ferocious expression, and responded. The seventh elder looked at Xunliang and snorted, it's a small sect, and there's not even a person in charge. That's right, senior, Xunliang said. I wonder what you 2 seniors are doing here? Feng Yong, who was standing aside, was looking at Xunliang and was secretly surprised. Xunliang exuded a very perfect temperament at this moment. Even when facing the 2 elders of the Soul Capture Sect, he was not at all stage frightened, and acted like a senior brother with extraordinary demeanor. He thought to himself, as expected of the eldest senior brother chosen by Sect Master Li, he really acts like an eldest senior brother. Ahem, the second elder coughed. We are here just to have an exchange with the Qingshan Sect. There is no other intention. You 2 should not be nervous. Ping'an was surprised and said, my senior brother and I are not nervous. Why do you, an old man, tell us not to be nervous? Feng Yong almost couldn't help laughing. The second elder originally just said something polite and hypocritical, but he didn't expect Ping'an to say it directly, and called this extremely high-ranking and extremely serious second elder an old man. Ping'an, Xunliang glared at Ping'an and stopped Ping'an from continuing. Feng Yong thought to himself, the eldest senior brother is more stable. Unexpectedly, Xunliang said to Ping'an seriously, next time just think about it in your heart, don't say it out loud. Ping'an replied crisply, yes! Feng Yong's legs softened and he almost fainted. Sure enough, these 2 young masters are sometimes just like the sect master. Fierce. The second elder and the seventh elder did not expect that these 2 young and respectful disciples would dare to stand in front of them and say bad things about them. They were stunned for a moment. The next moment, the second elder said, since you 2 juniors have made it so clear, then let's be straightforward. Xunliang said, please speak, senior. The second elder said, we came here, as you thought, to cause trouble, but since your elders are not here, we will not bully you juniors. Come with us to the Soul Capture Sect, and let your master go to the Soul Capture Sect to ask for people when he comes back. As soon as the second elder said this, Ping'an's little face turned bitter. The second elder was proud in his heart. Sure enough, even a little devil with a natural spiritual root, and who is fearless, will be afraid. Ping'an asked with a painful expression, how much money do you plan to let my master pay to redeem us? The second elder. The seventh elder hurriedly said, we in the Soul Capture Sect disdain to use such bandit methods. You're talking nonsense, Ping'an said with a painful face, aggrieved. If you don't make money, you're a fool. When saying this, Ping'an calculated in his mind that he had captured 40 people for his master, and each person was paid 1,000 spirit stones. 40 people would earn his master 40,000 spirit stones. If the Soul-Snatching Sect kidnapped the 2 of them back, the Soul-Snatching Sect was so shameless that they would definitely not charge one person at the market price of 1,000 spirit stones. If they asked for an exorbitant price, more than 40,000 spirit stones, wouldn't Ping'an have made a losing deal? When he came to this point, Ping'an couldn't help but feel even more distressed. He didn't expect that he had originally wanted to make his master happy, But this time he was captured by these two hateful old men and made a losing deal for his master. The second elder and the seventh elder were speechless. This kid's brain circuit was wrong. When he said he wanted to take them away, he didn't doubt his own personal safety, but was distressed for the ransom. I hope this kid's brain can be cured in the future. Why don't we make a deal? Qingyun gritted his teeth and said again in a crisp voice. The second elder's face twitched, but he still replied, What deal? Qingyun seemed to have made a great decision. He looked at Xunliang deeply and said, How about you let me and brother Xunliang go, and we also let go of the 30 disciples kidnapped from your spiritual tower? The seventh elder said, Of course I know that the 30 disciples are in your hands, but if I take you back, won't these 30 disciples return to the Soul-Snatching Sect? That's right. Qingyun scratched his head and said in annoyance. He asked, What should I do? I don't want to go to your Soul-Snatching Sect. What's fun about your Soul-Snatching Sect? Feng Yong watched the conversation between these people and was puzzled. Although Qingyun was cute, he would never say so many meaningless words. Now he said so much. Is he stalling for time? But who is he stalling for? Even if the sect master came back, what's the use of facing these two powerful soul-snatching elders? How could an old demon like the second elder not see Qingyun's purpose? But he didn't care. He laughed and said, Are you delaying time to wait for your master? Don't waste your energy. Your master is a foundation-building cultivator. Even if he comes back, what can he do? He will just humiliate himself. Qingyun said angrily, Don't say that about my master. When my master comes back, you will be in trouble. Ha ha. Ha. The second elder and the seventh elder laughed together as if they had heard some huge joke. The second elder said, Okay, wait until Qingyun comes back, and I'll let you see how cowardly your idolized master is, and recognize his true face. There was another sentence he didn't say. This is the only way to take you, a person with a natural spiritual root, away from Qingyun. You asked me just now, what's fun in the soul capture sect? So I'll tell you. The second elder said, There are 500 disciples of the same age as you in the soul capture sect who can play with you. Unlike your Qingshan Sect, there are only 2 pitiful people now. Oh, 500 people, that's quite a lot. Qingyun replied but muttered in his heart, But having one senior brother to play with him is enough. What's the use of so many people? But if they are all tied up? The second elder said, There are 7 elders above the Jindan level in the soul capture sect. Their cultivation level is much higher than Qingyun's. They are more suitable to be your master and guide you in your practice than Qingyun. Qingyun glanced at the second elder with disdain. How is it possible? Seeing that these did not seem to appeal to Qingyun, the second elder took a deep breath and said, There is a residence in the soul-catching sect with a concentration of spiritual energy twice that of the outside world, which can improve your cultivation efficiency. There is also a small and simple spirit control array built with a huge amount of spiritual stones, which is very useful for comprehending the release of spiritual power. In this way, I can allow you to use it once a month. Qingyun and Xunliang looked at each other, turned their heads, and looked at the second elder as if he were a fool. Xiang Jianmu and Qingyun sat on a car-shaped flying magic weapon, and Sun Liancheng sat behind them. According to the speed of this magic weapon, it is enough to fly back to Qingshan Sect within half an hour. Sun Liancheng said. Qingyun nodded and said nothing. Half an hour, he was confident that his 2 disciples could handle it. At this time, Xiang Jianmu took out a jade slip from his bosom and stuffed it into Qingyun's hand, saying, Master Li, this is a legend I have heard from some of the sect's independent people in recent times. It may be related to Situ Quan's plan. Thank you. Qingyun took the jade slip. He carefully sensed the jade slip and found that the jade slip recorded absurd and strange things, and even gossip. He read it one by one. When I saw a message about every leader of the Soul-Snatching Sect raising demons with his own body, but if he cannot break through to the heavenly man within 100 years, he will be eaten by the demon. Therefore, the Soul-Snatching Sect has been looking for magic weapons with evil auras all year round. In fact, it is to raise demons. Raising demons will bring great benefits to the breeders. The system sent a message. Hidden task, the secret of the 10,000 souls pill, has a new progress task requirement. Find out the secret of the 10,000 souls pill, and attack the Soul-Snatching Sect at the end of the task. Task reward, 1. 203,000 talent points. 2. 5,000 hidden attributes, and completely open the hidden attributes. 3. Renovate a building. Note, this task is a long-term task and can be listed with other tasks. It is recommended that the host accumulate strength before taking action against the Soul-Snatching Sect. Progress. The secret of the demon has been discovered. The Soul-Catching Sect searches for the Ghost Spirit Pearl and the 10,000 Soul Pill in order to raise the so-called demon. Raising the demon is to get the rewards given by the demon. The 81 10,000 Soul Pills plus the Ghost Spirit Pearl will bring immeasurable benefits to Situ Quan. Qingyun knew that this immeasurable benefit might allow Situquan to break through the nascent soul and reach the heavenly man realm. After all, for a person who has been trapped in the nascent soul for many years, the temptation of breaking through the heavenly man is something he cannot resist. The hidden mission has completed a major breakthrough. Reward the host with 1,000 genius points. Okay, I've drunk 2 cups of tea again, and Qingyun hasn't come back yet. It's time to go. The second elder put down the tea in his hand and said, during this time, he has talked about the fun places in the Soul-Catching Sect, the history of soul-catching, the founding of Dihua Prefecture, and finally the secrets of the mainland. Even though he liked Ping'an from the bottom of his heart, he lost his patience at this time. Ping'an hurriedly said, you haven't finished yet. Okay. The second elder's expression became serious, and he interrupted Ping'an. You have waited long enough. Now you must come with me. Ping'an and Xunliang looked at each other. With their strength, they would not be stupid enough to confront the 2 supreme elders of the Soul Capture Sect head-on. Xunliang said, then let's go back and pack up. After this departure, we probably won't have a chance to come back. Ping'an also said, yes, we need to pack our luggage. Go, the second elder sneered. I want to see what tricks you have. Xunliang and Ping'an ran out hand in hand and disappeared at the door of the hall. The 7th elder looked at the backs of the 2 disciples and said, the eldest disciple has an excellent character and is calm in times of crisis. The younger disciple also has a good character and excellent talent. They are really 2 good seedlings. The second elder said, yes, these 2 good seedlings have surpassed the qualifications of most of the core disciples of my Soul Capture Sect. The 7th elder said, I really don't know how Qingyun has such a blessing to receive such a good seedling. Ah! The second elder sighed and looked at the sky outside the main hall. Such a good seedling, appearing in Dihua Prefecture, should be cultivated by our soul-searching sect. It is such a waste to give Qingyun a useless foundation-building cultivator. These 2 good seedlings, appearing in a ruined sect like Qingshan Sect, are really not a good match. Suddenly, a chuckle sounded outside the main hall. Haha, the 2 of you saying such things are quite consistent with the usual shameless style of your soul-searching sect. Who? The second elder's face changed drastically. He actually sensed a dangerous aura from this voice. With his cultivation in the middle stage of the nascent soul, he had not felt a life threat in this Dihua Prefecture for many years. Who? The people outside the hall chuckled again. You are sitting in my house and asking who I am? Are you mistaken? Qingyun, the 7th elder cried out in amazement. How is it possible? Yes, that's the waste you are talking about. Qingyun's figure suddenly appeared in front of the 2nd elder and the 7th elder. He had just rushed back to the sect when he heard these 2 old guys talking bad about him. What's more, they even wanted to snatch Qingyun's apprentice, and wanted to take away Xunliang and Ping'an? This really pissed off Qingyun. After all this time together, Qingyun and Xunliang and Ping'an have become as close as family members. Now these 2 old bastards are actually saying that they want to snatch his apprentice? I'm not worthy of being their master? Are you 2 old bastards worthy? Qingyun's voice was hoarse, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. I am about the same age as your father, and I have the qualifications to be your master. Why can't I be the master of these 2 guys? The 2nd elder had come back to his senses at this time. Although he didn't know what method Qingyun used to improve his strength, the fluctuation of his spiritual power still didn't seem to exceed that of the nascent soul, so he calmed down a little. At this time, he heard Qingyun calling him an old bastard, and he sneered and replied, You want to be my master? The furious Qingyun didn't want to waste time talking to the 2nd elder and directly attacked the 2nd elder. Old bastard, take it! Feng Yong, who was originally standing aside, saw Qingyun come up and scold the 2 elders as old bastards, and then attack them directly without knowing right or wrong. He shouted in his heart that he was happy, and the feeling of being suppressed and bullied by the 2 elders was released for the most part at this moment. It feels so good. The sect master is really brave enough. We can't give these 2 old bastards face. It seems that the habit of the 2 young masters saying bad things directly to their faces was learned from the sect master. Of course, while shouting in pleasure, Feng Yongwan fled far away from the battlefield. This level of battle, even the aftermath, could crush a young cultivator like him to pieces. How dare you! The 2nd elder was scolded by Qingyun without any reason, and now he attacked directly, not taking him seriously, which also angered him. A red flame rushed straight at the 2nd elder. The 2nd elder had no way to avoid it at this time, so he stopped dodging and fought Qingyun with all his strength. However, after being blessed by the mountain protection formation, Qingyun's eclipse wave was many times more powerful than before. Originally, Qingyun's move realm, spiritual power, great perfection of foundation building. Spiritual power realm, control of the secret method of spiritual power transformation. Perfection of the first level of the yellow grade blue stone. Yellow grade top grade eclipse wave, minor success, swordsmanship. Introduction to Yuelu Swordsmanship. After the upgrade, the realm is Spiritual Power, Golden Elixir, Great Perfection Spiritual. Power Realm, Spiritual Power is Subtle. Secret Method Control, Yellow Rank Upper Grade Bluestone, 2nd Level Perfection. Yellow Rank Upper Grade Eclipse Wave, 2nd Level Minor Success. Swordsmanship, Yuelu Swordsmanship, 2nd Level Entry. Currently, the host has 400 talent points remaining, enough for 4 attacks. This Eclipse Wave carries the endless power of the formation. Even though the Second Elder also has a great secret method, he has no power to fight back against this yellow rank upper grade 2nd level Eclipse Wave. The Second Elder was burned by the flames brought by the Eclipse Wave, and the powerful impact slammed him to the ground. One move, just one move, and the Second Elder, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul, was injured. The 7th Elder looked at Qingyun with fear on his face. "You? What did you do? You actually..." Qingyun glanced at the 7th Elder coldly. "I will settle accounts with you later." The injured Second Elder adjusted his spiritual power again and rushed forward. "I didn't expect that your broken place would have such a terrifying formation. I really underestimated you." After saying this, the Second Elder took out a scroll from his arms, and the scroll suddenly shone brightly. "Water Torture Formation. It's actually a formation." I didn't expect that the Second Elder actually carried a water-attributed formation with him. After the formation is released, the power of Qingyun's Eclipse Wave will definitely be greatly reduced if nothing unexpected happens. "You old man actually knows formations." Qingyun didn't even dodge the Second Elder's formation and was directly enveloped by it. He once used the formation to empower himself and killed a seriously injured rhinoceros leopard beast in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Now in his prime, the Second Elder, who still masters some formations, is only slightly stronger than the rhinoceros leopard beast that is ranked among the thousands of evil beasts. He used 3 attacks to kill the rhinoceros leopard beast at that time. Now facing the stronger Second Elder, he has 300 genius points left, and he must make him lose his ability to resist. "Your fire-attributed secret method cannot be used. It seems that you can only use other means. If there are no other means, I advise you to surrender," the Second Elder said in a calm tone with a hint of pride. Qingyun raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the Second Elder would think so. "Who told you that I can only have one secret method?" Before he finished speaking, a giant hand fell from the sky. Moreover, when Qingyun saw this giant hand, he found that it had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. In the past, only one palm of the giant hand emerged, but now there was an extra forearm from the outside. It really looked like the hand that Qingyun stretched out. As the realm of Blue Stone improved, Blue Stone evolved. The Second Elder was tightly grasped in the palm of the giant hand, unable to break free. He was puzzled in his heart. This was a question that Qingyun had never considered until this moment. He could not believe that Qingyun actually mastered 2 secret methods. As the Supreme Elder of the Soul Capture Sect, he had practiced for more than 300 years. Only by chance did he obtain and master a secret method. But Qingyun, a foundation-building cultivator, was called a waste some time ago, and was called not to be feared by the 7th Elder. Now he actually has 2 secret methods? And now he is controlling himself? Qingyun looked at the expression of the Second Elder and thought, "It's okay for you to be angry, but why do you look like you can't understand?" He thought, "What doesn't he understand? Doesn't he already know that my strength is enhanced by the formation? Could it be? Could it be that he doesn't understand why I'm so handsome? Yes, it must be that what makes a great cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul incomprehensible must be my stunningly handsome face." Thinking of this, Qingyun looked at the Second Elder with pride, and with the strength of his giant hands, the Second Elder fainted and lost consciousness. He turned around and looked at the 7th Elder. Seeing Qingyun's great power, the 7th Elder had lost his will to fight. He shrank his neck in fear and said, I surrender." "Tsk," Qingyun snorted disdainfully. "The so-called Supreme Elder of the Soul Capture Sect is nothing more than this. Nothing to be afraid of." When the 7th Elder heard Qingyun say the word not to be feared, he felt extremely complicated. This word not to be feared has always been his evaluation of Qingyun, but now Qingyun used it to evaluate him. Qing's rise happened entirely in a short period of time. If he had paid more attention to Qingyun earlier, would there be no result today? Qingyun sealed the spiritual power of the 7th Elder and the Second Elder. Fearing that he could not seal the Second Elder, he specially used a kind of elixir for the Second Elder. After sealing, he took out 2 extremely strong hemp ropes and carefully tied the 2 men up, and at the end, he blocked their mouths with 2 pieces of rags. Feng Yong's face twitched when he saw this scene. Sure enough, the kidnapper's kidnapping skills are inherited from the same source. Qingyun sensed the location of Ping'an and Xunliang in the sect, and found that the 2 were sneaking to the back mountain. They were trying to sneak to the Nameless Mountain? Qingyun hurriedly stopped them. When Qingyun appeared in front of them, Ping An and Junliang were shocked. "Master, you are back!" They spoke almost at the same time. Junliang said, "Master, there are 2 elders from the Soul Capture Sect in the main hall. They said they would take us to the Soul Capture Sect. We were just about to escape to the back mountain and not go with them." Ping An said, "Master, the 2 old men in the main hall are too powerful. You should escape to the back mountain with us. After they leave, we will sneak back." Feeling the concern of the 2 disciples, Li Qingyun reached out and rubbed their heads, saying, "Master loves you well." After that, a light flashed in his hand, and the 2nd elder and the 7th elder were thrown to the ground by him. "Ah, it's those 2 elders. Wow, Master, you are so awesome." When the 2 disciples saw that Li Qingyun defeated the 2 elders in no time and tied them up like this, their faces were immediately full of stars, and they looked at Li Qingyun with admiration. Li Qingyun said, "It's no big deal, no big deal. Master only used 30% of his strength to deal with these 2 old bastards." "Yeah, old bastards," Ping An replied crisply. "Master?" After calling the old bastards, Ping An's eyes lit up, and suddenly he thought of something and poked Junliang with his finger. Junliang came back to his senses and nodded to Ping An. Junliang said, "Master, Ping An and I went to check the spiritual fields on your orders, and found that the spiritual fields could not be harvested for a long time because 10 outer disciples of the Soul Capture Sect were making trouble there, so Ping An and I dealt with them to ensure that the spiritual fields could be harvested." "Yeah, well done," Li Qingyun praised. "These are the 10 people." With a flash of light, 10 tied-up people flew out of Junliang's storage ring. Put together with the 2 tied-up elders, Li Qingyun was surprised to find that the method of tying up these 12 people was exactly the same, and even the angle of the rags stuffed in their mouths was the same. It seems that these 2 guys don't learn good things, but learn bad things very quickly. Then, Ping An excitedly reported to Li Qingyun, "We tied up 10 people. I calculated that they are worth at most 10,000 spirit stones. In order to make Master happy, my senior brother and I decided to go to the Spirit Tower in Shuanglu City to tie up more disciples of the Soul Capture Sect. So we went to the Spirit Tower in the west city of Shuanglu City and tied up all the 30 disciples of the Soul Capture Sect stationed there. 40 people, 40,000 spirit stones. Hey!" Ping An showed his little tiger teeth and smiled happily. The light flashed again and 30 people were thrown out. Junliang said, "These are the 30 people." Li Qingyun looked at the large group of Soul-Snatching Sect disciples lying in front of him, who were tied up like hairy crabs. He then looked at his 2 disciples, one innocent and the other honest, and suddenly felt complicated. The 7th elder listened to Ping An and Junliang's words, looked at the disciples who were tied up, and felt mixed emotions. At this time, Li Qingyun waved his hand, and 6 people came out of the sect prison. They were the 2 supreme elders, the 5th elder and the 6th elder, and 4 core disciples in the foundation establishment stage. The group of 40 tied-up disciples were indignant when they saw the 6 people, and dozens of mouths stuffed with rags made desperate whining sounds. Li Qingyun thought that these 40 people probably hadn't seen the 2nd elder and the 7th elder yet, so he picked up the 2nd elder and the 7th elder with both hands and showed them to the 40 people. The 40 people bit the rags tightly, their eyes full of disbelief. The 2nd elder, the 5th elder, the 6th elder, the 7th elder, 4 of the 7 great elders were captured by the Soul-Snatching Sect. The crowd that had originally had the idea of resisting suddenly lost all hope. How did these bandits from the Qingshan Sect, monsters, do they do it? Li Qingyun saw the crowd's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. At this time, the 2nd elder woke up from his coma and saw the 5th and 6th elders. His look of surprise was no less than that of the 40 disciples. Li Qingyun thought about it and took out the rags from the 4 elders' mouths because he also wanted to listen to the conversation between the 4 elders, which must be quite exciting. "Didn't you go to Wuming Mountain? Why did you run here? 2nd elder, you don't know. When he went to Wuming Mountain, he met this devil Li Qingyun and was ambushed by him and was caught in one fell swoop. Why did the 2nd elder appear in this Qingshan Sect?" The 2nd elder hesitated for a moment and said, "I was also ambushed by the devil Li Qingyun." Several people sighed together. They all knew what this so-called ambush meant. It was nothing more than a face-saving remark. Li Qingyun didn't care about these people calling him a devil to his face. After all, it was just a face-saving remark. Human rights should still be maintained. Moreover, compared to the word waste, devil sounds much better. There are less than 500 disciples in the entire Soul Capture Sect, and there are only 7 Supreme Elders. Now their 44 disciples and 4 Supreme Elders are all in his hands. It seems that his vote is a bit too big. "You said you have been gathered together for 2 days? Li Qingyun looked at Tang Yongho, the envoy who came from the Yellow Spring Sect again, and asked, "Yes, Sectmaster Li." Tang Yongho's eyes were now more respectful than before. He said, Huangquan Sect, Xiaoyao Sect, and Dihua Sect, 80% of the 2-star sects and 90% of the 1-star sects have gathered in Huangquan Sect for 2 days. Many sects have united to form the Huangquan Alliance. Li Qingyun asked, so, did you know when the second elder and others came to our door yesterday? Of course I know, and the news about the second and seventh elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect was also told to you by the Alliance. Oh, Li Qingyun said lightly, so you knew it a long time ago. And you also knew that the 2 elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect came to our door yesterday, but you just watched these 2 people break into the unsuspecting Qingshan Sect? This. Tang Yonghao didn't expect Li Qingyun to question him, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Of course, Li Qingyun said, you, the Huangquan Alliance, certainly have the right to sit back and wait and see. After all, I have nothing to do with your Huangquan Sect. If you help, I, Li Qingyun, will be very grateful. If you don't help and just do your job, I, Li Qingyun, have nothing to say. But, since your Huangquan Sect is watching the show from the sidelines, trying to see if my Qingshan Sect is qualified to cooperate with you, and testing my Qingshan Sect, then don't blame my Qingshan Sect for using this matter to test your Huangquan Sect. After this incident, your Huangquan Alliance feels that Qingshan Sect is a strong partner worthy of cooperation. But unfortunately, after this incident, my Qingshan Sect believes that the Huangquan Alliance did nothing in the face of the Qingshan Sect's crisis, and couldn't even convey intelligence. Instead, it sat on the sidelines and watched the show. This kind of behavior is not worthy of Qingshan Sect's cooperation. This. Tang Yonghao was stunned. Li Qingyun's reaction was beyond his expectations. He thought Li Qingyun would happily ask to join the Huangquan Alliance, but he didn't expect that Li Qingyun would reject him without even waiting for him to open his invitation. Before Li Qingyun said this, he didn't think there was anything wrong with what Huangquan Alliance did. But after listening to Li Qingyun's words, Tang Yonghao suddenly realized it. The Alliance got the news the moment the spy died in the Soul-Snatching Sect. And when the second elder and the seventh elder left the Soul-Snatching Sect, they also got the news at the first time. However, none of the high-level cultivators in the Alliance thought of notifying Li Qingyun. They just stood by and watched coldly, waiting to see how Qingshan Sect would react to this matter. Fortunately, Li Qingyun returned in time, but what if he didn't return in time? Qingshan Sect's empty gate was wide open. Facing the 2 Soul-Snatching Sect's supreme elders, the entire sect might be destroyed. Tang Yonghao also realized that Huangquan Alliance was indeed looking down on Qingshan Sect from a high position. A proud person like Li Qingyun would never be able to cooperate with them under such humiliation. Li Qingyun said, so, go back and tell Huangquanzi that I will not join the Huangquan Alliance organized by your Huangquan Sect, but I will not be your enemy either. Soul-Seizing Sect, I will take action myself. As for cooperation, if you show enough sincerity, I can help your Huangquan Alliance once, as a reward for your informing me of the news. Understand? Tang Yonghao, who was shocked by Li Qingyun's domineering words, nodded like a chicken pecking at rice when he heard this. Yes, yes, I will definitely convey your words. Then I won't send you off. Yes. Tang Yonghao responded and hurried back to Huangquan Sect. At this time, in the main hall of Huangquan Sect, dozens of leaders of various sects were gathering together. Among the dozens of people, all of them were at the late stage of foundation building and above, and 20% of them were Jindan stage cultivators. Such a force was enough to walk sideways in a small place like Dihua Prefecture. These people were obviously the Huangquan Alliance gathered together with Huangquan Sect as the leader. At this time, these dozens of people were sitting together as if waiting for something. A big man with a full beard was obviously a little impatient and said, how about you tell me, what kind of ranking should be given to the Qingshan Sect when it joins the Alliance? As soon as these words came out, dozens of people who had been silent suddenly began to whisper. Obviously, they were all very concerned about the ranking. The big man said, although the Qingshan Sect is quite powerful and can resolve the attack of the 2 elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect, it is hard to say how Li Qingyun resolved it. A man with yellow eyebrows and a long robe sneered, stood up and said, Sect Master Zhang, no matter how dilapidated the Qingshan Sect is, it is still the legacy of a 3-star peak sect after all. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Qingshan Sect will eventually be ranked before your Doquang Sect, so you don't have to worry about it, Sect Master Zhang. The big man obviously didn't care about Huang Mei's ridicule, and said Sect Master Huang is surprised by this. The Qingshan Sect is the successor of a 3-star peak sect, and everyone present knows it. But if Li Qingyun used up the foundation left to him by his father in order to deal with the 2 supreme elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect, then isn't the strength of the Qingshan Sect too unbearable? As soon as these words came out, half of the dozens of people nodded, obviously convinced by the words of this Zhang Zongzhu. Intelligence shows that Li Qingyun was not captured by the 2 elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect, and Qingshan Sect is operating normally as usual, which means that Qingyun used some method to resolve the attack of the two great elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect. No one knows what happened in Qingshan Sect, but in their hearts, they are more inclined to believe that Qingyun took out the secret magic weapon left by his father and forced the two great elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect to retreat. After all, the second elder is a genuine mid-nascent soul strongman, and they don't believe that Qingyun has the ability to kill them. Okay? A white-haired old man spoke up and stopped everyone in the hall from discussing. The old man was wearing loose yellow clothes and had a head full of white hair, but his skin was as delicate as a baby. Sitting in the center of the hall, his identity was obvious. He was the leader of the Huangquan Alliance, the great elder and leader of the Huangquan Sect, Huangquanzi. Huangquanzi half-closed his eyelids and said, "Let's rank Qingshan Sect according to the ranking given by Tianji Pavilion. Currently, Qingshan Sect ranks 11th among the two-star sects. Counting my Huangquan Sect and Xiaoyao Sect, Qingshan Sect should be ranked 13th. Everyone nodded. This ranking method is indeed fair. Naturally, no one has any objection to the ranking of Tianji Pavilion. At this time, Tang Yongho rushed back to Huangquan Sect and ran back to the hall panting. Huangquanzi looked at Tang Yongho and asked, "Yongho, where is Qingyun?" Tang Yongho said breathlessly. Qingyun said that he would not join the Huangquan Alliance. The hall fell into a dead silence. Qingyun disdained to join the Huangquan Alliance. Then, wasn't it a joke that they were discussing the ranking of Qingshan Sect so enthusiastically just now? "Why are you here again?" Qingyun looked at Tang Yongho, who had rushed back from Huangquan Sect again. Tang Yongho's face flushed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He was obviously a little embarrassed. He said, "My sect's great elder is very sorry to learn that you don't want to join the Huangquan Sect." "Haha," Qingyun sneered. "You are very angry, right?" Tang Yongho thought of Huangquanzi's embarrassed face, the way he was holding back his anger, and he was really angry. "But my sect's great elder heard that Sect Master Li was willing to help the Huangquan Alliance once again, and felt very relieved, so he sent me to inform Sect Master Li about the need for help." "Oh?" Qingyun was surprised. There was a plan that required his help so soon? The great elder of our sect saw that Sect Master Li resolved the attack of the 2nd and 7th elders of the Huangquan Sect, and knew that Sect Master Li must have some understanding of the 2nd and 7th elders. Therefore, the great elder requests you to help the Huangquan Alliance to contain the two elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect. Qingyun was confused. Of course, the Huangquan Alliance will not let Sect Master Li do such an important task in vain. If Sect Master Li can challenge the two elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect in public, even if he fails in public, he can still get 50,000 spirit stones from the Huangquan Alliance. Qingyun understood. It seems that the Huangquan Alliance was rejected by him, and was angry and humiliated him with such a request. "Let me deal with the 2nd and 7th elders? But these two people are in my storage space, tied up like hairy crabs. Did these people's heads get kicked by an old donkey? 50,000 spirit stones? What if we win?" Qingyun looked at Tang Yongho with a strange expression and asked, "If you win, you will get 100,000 spirit stones." Tang Yongho looked at Qingyun in doubt. Would such a shrewd Sect Master Li really accept this request? It shouldn't be possible. If one party gives up, it will also be considered a loss, right? Qingyun touched his chin. "Yes." Tang Yongho blinked. "Okay then." Qingyun also blinked, a little embarrassed. "I agree." "Really?" Seeing Qingyun so straightforward, Tang Yongho reminded him, "Qingshan Sect cannot get spirit stones without fighting." "Ahem." Qingyun coughed. "Since your Huangquan Alliance is so sincere, 100,000 spirit stones, my Qingshan Sect will take a risk." In fact, what he was thinking in his heart was, "Since you want to give money, how can this sect master not accept it?" Tang Yongho doubted his ears. Why did Qingyun suddenly become a fool? Did he really think that he could beat the supreme elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect in a fair fight? "Are you sure?" "Sure, why not?" Qingyun blinked. "Then, I need to report to the sect." Tang Yongho felt strange. He didn't expect that the sect had only asked him to use this condition to squeeze Qingyun. But Qingyun agreed. Qingyun didn't seem like a fool, but why was he so stupid now? This unexpected situation was no longer something he could decide. A few drops of sweat had even rolled down his forehead. He gritted his teeth, took out a jade talisman, activated it, and communicated directly with the sect. After a long time, Tang Yongho took a long breath and said, "Master Li, the great elder of our sect said that if you agree to the request, please drop blood on the blood contract. Once you drop blood on the blood contract, neither party can regret it." At this time, Tang Yongho was holding a bright red jade slip in his hand, which was the blood contract. This blood contract is a treasure that cultivators swear to make a covenant with. Once both parties drop blood to establish a contract, if someone violates it, they will be punished by the way of heaven. Their Taoism will collapse, their cultivation will regress, and they may even lose their lives. This is not good. Li Qingyun was even more embarrassed. Taking the money given by others and signing the blood contract? Isn't this obviously bullying everyone? Even if he is so thick-skinned, he is a little embarrassed. Tang Yongho also felt that this was a bit bullying and was very embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "Don't be offended, Master Li. This is also for the sake of safety, not bullying." Huh? Li Qingyun excitedly grabbed Tang Yongho's hand. "Yes, for the sake of safety, it is not bullying. I feel much better when you say that. I don't blame you, and you don't blame me. Everyone follows the rules of the contract and don't have emotions." Tang Yongho looked at the excited Li Qingyun and thought to himself, "Is this Master Li really stimulated and stupid?" Li Qingyun grabbed the blood contract, checked it briefly, and found that it was indeed the same as what he had just said, so he quickly dripped blood to sign the contract, and the action was done in one go. Tang Yongho's expression was even more interesting. Why did this sect leader Li look like he was afraid that I would go back on my word? It was obviously us who bullied you, so why were you still pushing me forward? Why was he so enthusiastic? So weird. The more he looked at Li Qingyun, the more he felt that Li Qingyun was strange. He took the signed blood contract and decided not to stay here any longer. He said, "The matter is over, so I'll take my leave." "You're leaving now?" Li Qingyun walked up to him, leaned close to Tang Yongho, and said, "Stay for a meal before you go." Hearing this, Tang Yongho got goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't stand this weird feeling anymore. He turned around in a hurry and ran away. "No need, bye! Hey, I'll see you off." Li Qingyun's waving hand froze and he muttered, "I brought such a big gift, but I didn't even have a meal. What a pity." Tang Yongho fled in panic. Monster! Early the next morning, in the most eye-catching places of the east, west, south, and north palaces of Dihua Prefecture, as well as the central Dihua city, a notice appeared at the same time. "I have long heard of the 7 great elders of the Soul-Capture Sect. Although Qingshan Sect is not talented, we formally challenge the 2nd and 7th elders of the Soul-Capture Sect. Tomorrow at 10 p.m., the Dihua City Tianji Pavilion branch will hold a one-on-one duel, regardless of life or death. If the information conveyed by the above few sentences can cause an uproar in the entire Dihua Prefecture, there is another sentence at the end that will make all the followers of Dihua Prefecture explode." The last sentence of the notice reads, "In order to show respect for the Soul-Capture Sect, Qingshan Sect has decided to send its core disciple Xun Liang, who has reached the great perfection of Qi training, and the young disciple Ping'an, who has reached the 10th level of Qi training, to fight." Almost everyone who saw these notices was amazed. Is this Qingshan Sect crazy? Awesome. They actually dare to make fun of the Soul-Capture Sect. Doesn't the Qingshan Sect know that the Soul-Snatching Sect is actually the strongest sect in Dihua Prefecture? Ah, has the Soul-Snatching Sect surpassed the Dihua Sect? Be careful. In short, everyone who saw this notice, without exception, felt that the Qingshan Sect was deliberately making fun of them. No one thought that they were seriously challenging the Soul-Snatching Sect. In the Qingshan Sect, Lin Qixiao was reporting the situation to Li Qingyun very carefully. Li Qingyun nodded. "Yes, that's the effect we want. Let's make a little ripple on the first day to attract attention." "Yes," Lin Qixiao said respectfully. It turned out that such a big commotion was just a little ripple in the eyes of the sect master. He respected Li Qingyun even more in his heart. The next steps will be as planned. "Have you contacted the Chamber of Commerce, Gambling, and Martial Arts Arena in Dihua City? Is Sun Liancheng still cooperating?" Lin Qixiao's eyes were more respectful, and he said, "Don't worry, master. When Sun Liancheng heard that it was your arrangement, he quickly arranged everything for me." "Okay, hurry back to Dihua City. You still need to arrange it there. In the next few days, just act according to the plan. You don't need to report again," Li Qingyun said lightly. Lin Qixiao clasped his fists and left. Watching Lin Qixiao walk away, thinking about the talents in different fields that he had collected during this period of time, Li Qingyun sighed. Yuhuangquan Alliance has a large number of people, but I, Li Qingyun, am not alone now. Today, Qingshan Sect has the strength to compete with the huge Huangquan Alliance. Ding! According to the system detection, this mission will add a lot of hidden attributes to the sect, and the mission will be issued. Mission objectives. 1. In Dihua Prefecture, build up the prestige of the sect. 2. And hit the reputation of the soul-seizing sect. 3. At the end of the mission, obtain the spiritual stone sent by the Huangquan sect. Mission rewards. 1. A lot of hidden attributes. 2. 1,500 genius points. The next day, the Huangquan Alliance sent Tang Yongho and a yellow-haired disciple, who looked much smarter than Tang Yongho, to assist Li Qingyun and set off to Dihua City to watch the battle. Li Qingyun went there happily. He knew very well that this was just a precaution by the Huangquan Alliance, and the spies were sent to monitor him and see what he was doing. Unfortunately, he had already finished the steps of this chess game, and the purpose of playing chess was not just for the 100,000 spiritual stones of the Huangquan Alliance. Spending tens of thousands of spirit stones, setting up 5 projection arrays in 5 cities, and making such a huge announcement in the 5 cities, Sectmaster Li's methods are really beyond our imagination. Is Sectmaster Li really just for the 100,000 spirit stones? In the Tianji Pavilion branch in Dihua City, Sun Liancheng and Lin Jixiao sat opposite each other and sighed. Lin Jixiao smiled and said, "The Sectmaster is a dragon among men, so we should not speculate on the Sectmaster's thoughts. Since Brother Sun has arranged a good show for today, let's wait and see." "Sun," Liancheng said. "Okay." On the second day, the Tianzi #1 martial arts arena of the Tianji Pavilion released news that the contest between the Qingshan Sect disciples and the Soul-Snatching Sect elders, to be held in the evening, will be free to watch. At the same time, the martial arts arenas in the East, West, South, and North palaces that broadcast the projection array also released news that free admission is available. Sect competitions are rare. In Dihua Prefecture, the only competition in the past few years was the friendly match between Qingshan Sect and Shameless Sect some time ago. The small competition between sects and the competition between sect cultivators attracted most of the residents. In addition, even if the competition was really held in the Tianzi No martial arts arena, you had to spend a lot of money to enter and watch the competition. So in the evening of that day, this challenge competition, which was originally regarded as a farce, was actually full on that day. Hundreds of thousands of people from 5 cities and 5 martial arts arenas in Dihua Prefecture arrived at the viewing site. "Welcome everyone." This time, the host used a huge amplification array to promote it, but it did not cause any fluctuations among hundreds of thousands of people. Because at this time most ordinary people were attracted by Ping An in the projection array. Ping An was wearing a well-fitting gown at this time, and his hair was combed meticulously by Yang Hai Aoxue, who had just come out of retreat. He was cute and playful with handsomeness, and coupled with his extraordinary temperament and handsome appearance, he caused a commotion in the whole audience. "This young man is so handsome. Ah, this little brother is so cute. I really want to hug him and rub his head. So handsome. He is still a cultivator. It is said that he has already practiced Qi at the 10th level. Ah, so suitable." Ping An appeared for only a moment. In addition to Shuanglu City, Dihua City and other 30% of the rich ladies began to frantically inquire about Ping An's news. The rest of the audience also curiously inquired about Ping An's news. The residents of Shuanglu City proudly introduced information about Ping An to the people around them. "The audience seems to like your disciple very much, Master Li," Tang Yonghao asked Li Qingyun, who was looking at him. "Oh, this kid has been popular since he was a child," Li Qingyun said lightly. But Tang Yonghao said, "Can you bear to let him die? To die?" Li Qingyun said dryly. "Ping An is my disciple, Li Qingyun. How could he not beat the second elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect?" Tang Yu choked, wondering how Li Qingyun could do it and make such a nonsense so logical. If someone who didn't know the situation heard it, they might be really intimidated by him and think that Li Qingyun was really an extraordinary person. The yellow-haired disciple who came with him sneered, "Master Li, if you think that if your beautiful disciple is welcomed by the audience, the supreme elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect will not kill him, you are too naive." Li Qingyun was stunned, staring, as if he was right. "You? How can you slander Qingbai like this?" At the same time, Huang Quanzi also appeared in the audience at this time, and he asked the disciple on the side, "Has anyone from the Soul-Snatching Sect come?" "Someone is here, but Shu Taihei doesn't seem to be here." "What?" Shu Taihei is the real name of the second elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect. If Shu Taihei doesn't come, it means the second elder doesn't come. Huang Quanzi was surprised. The Qingshan Sect was provoking the Soul-Snatching Sect so much. With the Soul-Snatching Sect's current heyday, it is impossible for them not to suppress the Qingshan Sect. But why didn't they come? Huang Quanzi looked at the area where the Soul-Snatching Sect disciples were. After a moment of silence, he said to the person next to him, "Go, take my flying magic weapon and go to the Soul-Snatching Sect to inform them." The man was surprised. The Huangquan Alliance was for the purpose of fighting against the Soul-Snatching Sect. But now the leader of the Huangquan Sect actually asked him to go to the Soul-Snatching Sect to report the news. But he didn't dare to disobey Huang Quanzi's orders, so he had to suppress his surprise and go to the Soul-Snatching Sect to report the news. Huang Quanzi originally wanted to give Li Qingyun a warning and humiliate him, but he didn't expect Li Qingyun to agree and actually challenge the 2 great elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect, and even made such a big scene. And it seems that the Soul-Snatching Sect hasn't come yet? Was it stopped by Li Qingyun? Impossible. How could Li Qingyun have the strength to stop the great elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect? If the Soul-Snatching Sect didn't come, then Qingshan Sect would win, and he would have to give Li Qingyun 100,000 spirit stones, a result he couldn't bear. At the same time, all the casinos in the 5 cities of Dihua Prefecture opened gambling games for this competition. Lin Jixiao sat in the Tianji Pavilion, holding the intelligence sent from the major casinos in his hand, and nervously analyzed it. At this time, after following Li Qingyun through several major events, Lin Jixiao has become a person who can stand on his own. At this time, he calmly gave this order to the people around him. The winner has been decided, so let's move on to something interesting. The audience had obviously realized that something went wrong with the competition. The second elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect had been late, and Ping An on the stage had been waiting for nearly an hour. Could it be that the second elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect was willing to be trampled by this junior and was unwilling to come out to fight? At this time, the host appeared and said, "It seems that there was an accident. The elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect could not fight in time." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Although the elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect did not promise to fight, the audience felt that since so many of them had come, the elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect must fight. Not fighting now would mean standing the audience up and looking down on them. In the martial arts arenas of the 5 cities, curses against the Soul-Snatching Sect were heard almost at the same time. The reputation of the Soul-Snatching Sect seemed to have fallen to an unprecedented level. Li Qingyun thought to himself, one of the mission objectives, to undermine the reputation of the Soul-Snatching Sect, seems to have been accomplished. Next, we should improve the reputation of our Qingshan Sect and make our Qingshan Sect famous. Li Qingyun nodded to Ping An, who raised his eyebrows and gave Li Qingyun a received expression. The next moment, Ping An looked at the host, opened his big watery eyes and asked pitifully, "Is it true? Elder Shu is not coming?" The host was a young woman. Seeing Ping An looking at her with tears in her eyes, her heart was about to melt. She reached out and rubbed Ping An's head lovingly. "Yes, poor little thing, he probably can't come," Ping An said aggrievedly, "but he forced my master to challenge him." Boom. As soon as these words came out, the gossip hearts of the audience exploded. Tang Yongho looked at Li Qingyun. The yellow-haired disciple looked at Li Qingyun. Huang Quanzi looked at the air, confused. Sun Liancheng, who was standing in the back and giving orders, shouted, "Change the lens of the formation." Li Qingyun entered the lens. Li Qingyun had a nonchalant expression on his face just now, but suddenly he became pale and weak. He even stretched out his hand to cover his mouth and coughed a few times. He looked sick, as if he had been seriously injured. Tang Yongho, who was honest and simple, was puzzled. How come the ruddy and radiant Li Zongzhu just now suddenly became sick? Is it the sequelae of the previous battle with the second elder? Li Qingyun walked to the ring sickly, stood in the middle of the ring, and took the host's amplification array without hesitation. "Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you." The host looked at Li Qingyun with a confused face, still wearing a professional smile on the surface, and complained wildly in his heart. "No one asked you? You said it right away? Why are you so familiar? Just took my microphone?" Li Qingyun coughed exaggeratedly a few times. Ahem. Actually, whim. The master and the apprentice were originally cultivating peacefully in Qingshan Sect, and never thought of competing with others, but yesterday, the second elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect came to Deqing Mountain and beat me severely. Although our Qian Sect's technique, the Qingyun, is an extremely precious Huang-level upper-grade technique that can fight across levels, Shu Taihei took advantage of his power and attacked me severely. He also forced us to challenge him, and wanted to use us to challenge him and step on our heads to get to the top. Otherwise, he would wipe out my entire family and even kill my beloved disciple Ping An. This old bastard is extremely shameless, really, extremely shameless. When he said, extremely shameless, Li Qingyun pointed his finger in a direction and kept shaking. Huang Quanzi looked at the direction of Li Qingyun's finger, turned his head and observed the surroundings. Why did he feel that Li Qingyun was pointing at me and scolding me? Li Qingyun started to cough exaggeratedly again, and Ping An also stretched out his hand to cover his face, making a whimpering sound. The audience looked at this extremely sad master and disciple, especially Ping An, who was so lovable, and now was threatened by the Soul-Snatching Sect. They were even more angry at the Soul-Snatching Sect and cursed the Soul-Snatching Sect for being extremely shameless. When the cultivators in the audience heard Li Qingyun say that the Qingshan Sect had the yellow-grade upper-grade Qingyun, they were all shocked. They all knew how valuable the entry-level skills or the upper-grade yellow-grade skills were. And according to Li Qingyun, it can also fight across levels? When Li Qingyun coughed, he looked at Ping An and found that Ping An was not covering his face and pretending to cry. Instead, he felt too embarrassed and laughed with his face covered. Woo-woo-woo. Ping An's embarrassment seemed to be difficult to change for a while, so Li Qingyun stopped coughing. Fortunately, my apprentice Ping An is sensible. Yesterday, he secretly posted a notice on the city wall behind my back, saying that he would challenge the second elder for me. Someone in the audience shouted, "What a sensible apprentice! So touching!" Li Qingyun sighed. This tone really doesn't sound like a trust. With one person taking the lead, the audience sympathized with Li Qingyun and his apprentice, and cheered for Li Qingyun, while others continued to scold the Soul-Snatching Sect for being a piece of shit. Huang Quanzi sat in the audience, watching Li Qingyun and his apprentice singing the same tune, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. At this time, Ping An spoke up. I also want to thank Senior Huang Quanzi of the Huangquan Sect. He told me yesterday that if Elder Shu Taihei insisted on killing me, he would help. He said that the people he hated the most in his life were the great Elder Situ Quan and the second Elder Shu Taihei of the Soul-Catching Sect. Huang Quanzi. The projection array cast Huang Quanzi's confused expression on the array. Audience was enthusiastic and some shouted, Senior Huang Quanzi is so righteous. You speak up for justice, you are a real man. The Huangquan Sect is full of good men. Huang Quanzi's face turned red, and Li Qingyun and his disciples sang the same tune, which was extremely shameless. But now it seems that I have to go on stage to act with them, and they want to drag me into the water. Shameless, extremely shameless. This. Huang Quanzi hardened his heart and said, I did say that. After saying this, he flew onto the stage and naturally took over the loudspeaker formation in Li Qingyun's hand. The Soul-Snatching Sect is extremely evil. I, Huang Quanzi, will definitely lead the Huangquan Sect and the Huangquan Alliance to attack the Soul-Snatching Sect. Audience. Huang Quanzi was stunned. Ping An said crisply, thank you for being willing to be enemies with the Soul-Snatching Sect's great Elder Situ Quan and the second Elder Shu Taihei for us. Huang Quanzi was stunned again. Why does this kid always talk about Situ Quan in such detail? Why do I always feel like something is wrong? Ping An said, otherwise, even if I practice the upper-grade yellow-level martial arts, Qingyun Jue, and use the sect's formation to accelerate my practice to the 10th level of Qi training, my strength is only enough to fight against those in the early stage of foundation building. Facing the Supreme Elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect, I will definitely die. At this time, even if Huang Quanzi was a fool, he would understand that the Qingshan Sect was completely taking this opportunity to promote itself. No wonder the master and disciple kept repeating some martial arts, formation acceleration. He gritted his teeth and said, then you really should thank me very much. Li Qingyun looked at Huang Quanzi, touched his chin, and showed a strange smile. I will thank you very much. At this time, a man in the uniform of the Soul-Snatching Sect flew up from the stage. Look, that's the uniform of the Soul Capture Sect. It's a person from the Soul Capture Sect. Yes, it's a person from the Soul Capture Sect. I've seen him in the Soul Capture Sect before. The disciple wearing the Soul Capture Sect uniform glanced at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun nodded slightly, and the disciple said loudly, the two supreme elders of our sect are unwilling to fight with the juniors of the Qingshan Sect. It's not a fair victory. Someone from the audience shouted again, hush, it seems that he feels ashamed too. As soon as these words came out, the audience immediately echoed and booed. The disciple continued, therefore, the second elder and the seventh elder take the initiative to admit defeat in this competition. But another 40 disciples will be arranged to fight Ping An and his senior brother Xun Liang in a fair fight. The audience below the stage exploded, shouting, shame. 40-2, a fair fight. What a shame. Shameless, get off. What a skill you have to bully a poor master and disciple like this. Get off. Li Qingyun silently checked the remaining 39 outer disciples captured in his storage jade pendant, and then looked at the 40th prisoner standing on the stage. He silently said in his heart, it's a sin. This time, both the Soul-Snatching Sect and the Yellow Spring Sect have taken the blame. I can be said to have offended both parties. Hearing the audience scolding him to death, the disciple wearing the Soul-Snatching Sect uniform looked at Li Qingyun aggrievedly. Li Qingyun responded with a comforting look and motioned him to continue. The disciple said, the second elder said that since the location has been decided by the Qingshan Sect, time should be decided by the Soul-Snatching Sect. The time is set at 2 days from now, at the hour of Shu. Humph! He looked at Li Qingyun, snorted coldly, and said, righteously, when the time comes, it will be 40-2, a fair fight. I hope Sectmaster Li will not avoid the fight. This serious nonsense made the audience silent for a moment, but after a moment, the audience was completely angry. You take us for fools, don't you? 40-2 is fair. A fair fight? The Soul-Snatching Sect is so shameless. Too bullying. Tang Yonghao and the yellow-haired disciple next to him had strange expressions. They both felt that the tone, expression, and degree of assholery of this disciple just now were a bit like someone. Li Qingyun, who was standing on the ring, sighed, and his voice seemed to be filled with endless pain and regret. If I, Li Qingyun, had reached the late Jindan stage, with the upper-grade yellow-rank Qingyun Jue, how could I be afraid of you, the second elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect, who is only at the nascent soul stage? Huang Quanzi's face twitched. It's already this time, and you still don't forget to advertise. Li Qingyun's eyes were bloodshot. Forget it, since you Soul-Snatching Sect insists on killing me, then I have no choice but to accept the challenge. He looked at the disciple wearing the Soul-Snatching Sect uniform with hatred, and laughed bitterly. I'm afraid that if I don't agree, my master and I won't even survive tonight. Li Qingyun's endless helplessness and painful expression vividly portrayed the image of a sect leader who became a sect leader at a young age, but was powerless in the face of evil forces, especially the bloodshot eyes and the last miserable laugh. It completely ignited the anger of the audience. Eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and even shoes were thrown violently at the disciple by the audience in the front row. There was even an egg that hit Huang Quanzi's head unexpectedly. Li Qingyun looked at the spectator who threw the egg at Huang Quanzi and thought to himself that he did a good job. Sun Liancheng's hired assistant was very professional. Not only did he take the lead in shouting every time, but he also threw Huang Quanzi for him now. The disciple who was hit by the overwhelming eggs looked at Li Qingyun aggrievedly again. Li Qingyun gave him a comforting expression in return, meaning to be patient. But the audience didn't see this scene like this. The Soul-Snatching Sect member is staring at Sect Master Li. He's still threatening. He's threatening with his eyes. How inhuman. This master and disciple are so pitiful, yet they're still threatening them. Is there any high-level cultivator here? I'll offer you 500 spirit stones to help me kill this person. Upon hearing this, the disciple immediately ran away with his head in his arms, leaving behind a sentence. In 2 days, 40-2, a fight to the death. Shameless. The audience's anger towards the Soul-Snatching Sect had been transferred to the disciple sent by Li Qingyun. Although the real competition had not begun in the martial arts arena of the 5 cities, the gossip about the grievances between the 3 major sects in Dihua Prefecture had completely attracted all the residents who came to watch the competition. One person told 10, 10 told 100. Within a day, in the 5 cities of Dihua Prefecture, in the streets and alleys, every street and alley, everyone was talking about the grievances between the Qingshan Sect, the Soul-Snatching Sect, and the Huangquan Sect. Driven by some people with ulterior motives, the shameless face of the Soul Capture Sect was infinitely magnified, and Huang Quanzi of the Huangquan Sect was secretly portrayed as dull and hypocritical. Of course, the most important thing is that Ping'an, the young disciple of the Qingshan Sect, is cute, pitiful, and sensible. At a young age, he knows how to fight for his master. In addition, Li Qingyun, the leader of the Qingshan Sect, is not very old and has shouldered the burden of the sect since he was a child. Although he is gifted, he was ruthlessly suppressed by the Soul Capture Sect in the end, and had to fight a decisive battle with the Soul Capture Sect. Of course, there is also someone's favorite flattery. It is said that Li Qingyun is handsome, suave, and makes countless girls crazy about him. Lin Jixiao held the information and reported it to Li Qingyun one by one. Li Qingyun waved his hand and said, "I know all this. No need to say more. Are the 2 people from the Huangquan Sect back?" Lin Jixiao said, "They were taken to the restaurant by Sun Liancheng. It is estimated that they can delay for an hour." "Yes." Li Qingyun nodded and said to Lin Jixiao, "Do you know the significance of what I asked you to do these days?" Lin Jixiao's eyes were full of admiration, and he said respectfully, "Master, your methods are unheard of. Jixiao can only see one of them. For the rest, please enlighten me." Li Qingyun sighed and said, "This is a means of guiding public opinion." Lin Jixiao murmured, "Public opinion." Although he had never heard of this word after Li Qingyun said this, he quickly understood the meaning of this word. Li Qingyun said, "But I did not deceive these viewers. The Soul-Snatching Sect is shameless, but it is better at hiding it. They used the hidden illusion to deceive the residents of Dihua Prefecture, making them think that they are a sect that does not fight with the world. And today, I am just using the illusion to tell the residents of Dihua Prefecture that the Soul-Snatching Sect is full of bastards." When Lin Jixiao heard these words, it was like thunder. He hurriedly said, "Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master. Jixiao has learned from you." Li Qingyun said, "This method can do good things, but it can also do evil. In the future, when you learn this method, you must remember to follow your heart and don't do evil." When saying this, Li Qingyun used his mental power to make Lin Jixiao sweat profusely. He nodded fiercely. "Sect Master, don't worry. Jixiao swears to follow you until death and will never do evil." Li Qingyun said, "That's good." He used various methods to package himself in Ping'an to win the sympathy of everyone in Dihua Prefecture. In fact, he used the personality routine that he often saw in his previous life. Now he has successfully won the sympathy of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. The next step is to show his martial arts and change his personality, setting himself and Ping'an as geniuses who have practiced Qingyun Jue and have outstanding martial arts. Otherwise, wouldn't it be in vain for him and Ping'an to say those strange things on the ring? Lin Jixiao calmed down, took out a storage ring from his arms and said, "Master, this is the spiritual stone sent by Huang Quanzi." Li Qingyun took the storage ring and asked, "Where did he go?" "He hurried back to the sect. It is said that something happened in the sect." Lin Jixiao said, "Send someone to investigate." "Yes," Li Qingyun said. "Is Elder Yang back?" Lin Jixiao said, "Elder Yang went out during the competition. It seems that he went to the direction of the Soul Capture Sect. Now I don't know where he has gone." Okay, you go down. Chasing Yang Haoshui out was also one of Li Qingyun's plans. With Yang Haoshui's strength after the breakthrough, as long as he doesn't go to challenge Situquan to death, there will be no problem. Next, Li Qingyun excitedly opened the storage ring. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A total of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones piled up in the storage ring. Ding. Mission objectives. 1. In Diwa Prefecture, establish the prestige of the sect and complete it well. 2. And strike a blow to the reputation of the Soul Capture Sect and complete it well. At the end of the mission, obtain the spirit stone sent by Huangquan Sect and complete it. Obtain mission rewards. 1. Hidden attributes 10,000. 2. Genius points 1,500. The system frequently shows hidden attributes, but what exactly are these hidden attributes? The 40 Soul-Snatching Sect disciples that Ping An had tied up had been handed over to Lin Zhixiao. Now he only had a few Soul-Snatching Sect elders left. Li Qingyun looked at the second elder and thought, would this old man know more secrets than the others? Now that he is not in the sect, there is no way to torture him in prison, so he can only use other methods to force a confession. He smiled innocently. Got it. Li Qingyun released the second elder from the storage jade pendant. At this time, he had regained consciousness and looked at Li Qingyun, saying, boy, I advise you to let me go, and don't make a mistake. In my life, I have been in Dihua Prefecture for nearly 100 years. I have seen all kinds of tricks. Don't show off your skills in front of me. Li Qingyun thought to himself, this old man is so good at pretending. He can pretend better than me. But his hands did not stop moving, and he opened a projection array in front of the two people. This array was for Lin Zhixiao and Sun Liancheng to use, so that they could command more easily. The second elder said vigilantly, boy, what array have I not seen in my life? Why are you showing me the projection array? Just watch yours. The projection array was turned on, and a picture was displayed in the array. In the center of the picture was a huge arena. There were many people around the arena who were nervously arranging something. Li Qingyun said lightly, I asked you to come and watch the battle that will take place in this arena today. Humph, I thought you were going to take out something special. The second elder sneered and said arrogantly, in my life, I have been through countless battles of all sizes. What's so good about a small arena battle? Oh, Li Qingyun said, then let's take a look at something else. The projection array switched to the gate of Dihua City, a gathering place for cultivators, and a famous restaurant where huge notices were posted. The second elder stared at the content of the notice, feeling a little uneasy, but still sneered. A challenge letter? Humph, use your disciple to challenge me. In my life, I don't know how many times I have been challenged, and how many conspiracies and intrigues I have experienced. What's so clever about this little trick that deliberately discredits me? Li Qingyun said, it's not clever, but I will send someone to replace this notice in a while. The second elder felt even more uneasy and said, change. Change to what? Li Qingyun chuckled. This notice was posted in Dihua City of Dihua Prefecture, East Prefecture, West Prefecture, South Prefecture, North Prefecture, and all places that can be posted. In other words, everyone in Dihua Prefecture knows that the 12-year-old disciple of Li Qingyun, the leader of Qingshan Sect, is going to challenge the second supreme elder of the Soul Capture Sect. Ha! Li Qingyun! The second elder laughed loudly, as if laughing at Li Qingyun's ignorance. In my life, I have been active in Dihua Prefecture for nearly 100 years. Which monk in Dihua Prefecture doesn't know me? Shu Taihei? I have already made a name for myself in Dihua Prefecture for nearly 100 years. How could I be damaged by the smearing of a shameless man like you? Li Qingyun said indifferently. The old monks know you? Do the new monks know you? The monks know you? Do ordinary residents know you? The second elder snorted. You are just a mortal. What's the problem if I don't know you? Well. Li Qingyun stood in front of the second elder, pacing slowly back and forth, and took out a piece of paper from one side and read. Then, what do you think of me replacing this piece of paper? I am Shu Taihei, the second great elder of the soul-captivating sect. Yesterday, I received a letter of challenge from the Qingshan Sect. I was very nervous. To be honest, I have been defeated by the leader of the Qingshan Sect, Li Qingyun, several times. I have developed a fear of the Qingshan Sect. Therefore, this challenge is the best opportunity for me to defeat the Qingshan Sect. Xunliang, a young disciple of the Qingshan Sect, has reached the 10th level of Qi training. I will do my best and hope to defeat him. You are very courageous, Elder Shu. You chose the youngest disciple with the lowest level of cultivation to challenge. What do you think people in Dihua Prefecture will think when they see your reply? The second elder's eyes turned red, and he hoarsely said, I have practiced in this life for hundreds of years. How could I? Li Qingyun said, it doesn't matter. After today I will post a notice in your tone, saying that you still couldn't overcome your fear before the battle, and could only escape and give up. Do you think these residents will believe it? At that time, will the reputation you have accumulated in Dihua Prefecture for nearly 100 years be wiped out? The second elder's face turned pale. A few drops of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he fell silent. Li Qingyun knew very well that for an old man like the second elder, who had already cultivated and achieved success, reputation was what they cared about most. They had already stood at a certain height, and being in a high position, holding airs, and pretending to be bland had become a habit. Having power and controlling others had become a part of their lives, so they knew very well. Who they are in the eyes of most people is who they are. Most people don't care about the real you, and they can't see the real you. They only believe what they see in their eyes, so the second elder knew very well the power of Li Qingyun's 2 notices, and he would definitely be ruined. After a long silence, the second elder seemed to have endured great mental torture, and said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want to know?" Li Qingyun said, "The secret of the ghost spirit pearl and the 10,000 soul pill." The second elder said, "Situ Quan will not let me go." Li Qingyun said, "I will kill him." The second elder said, "You can't kill him." Li Qingyun said, "At least I can kill you." The second elder was silent. Li Qingyun said, "I can kill you, but I can also let you be reborn." The second elder said, "Does your Qingshan Sect have the strength to do this?" Li Qingyun said, "Just watch." The second elder looked at the scene of the projection array again, and seemed a little hesitant. Li Qingyun said, "Since you are reborn, why bother clinging to the past?" The second elder was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Since I have been reborn, why should I be obsessed with the past? New life, past, the past is just an identity." In a moment, he actually exuded the temperament of enlightenment. I didn't expect that Li Qingyun's words would actually point out the mental obstacles that Shu Taihei had for many years, and now he actually showed signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Shu Taihei clasped his hands and said, "Situ Quan has been in the soul capture sect for many years, and he has never made me realize it. I didn't expect that after only a few days in the Qingshan Sect, I would have a sudden realization of the mental obstacles that have been bothering me for many years." Shu Taihei said, "Please bring the jade slips here. I will tell you all the secrets about the 10,000 soul pills and the ghost pearl." Li Qingyun was stunned for a moment, but then his heart was burning. Finally, was Situ Quan's conspiracy going to be solved? Just as Li Qingyun was questioning Shu Taihei, Yang Hayaoshui tied up a Huangquan Sect disciple with red lotus seeds and stood outside the Huangquan Sect, looking at something inside. In the middle of the competition, she saw Huang Quanzi ordering a disciple to sneak out, so she followed him closely. After catching up, she found that the purpose of this Huangquan Sect disciple was actually the Soul-Snatching Sect. But this was not the most surprising thing for her. What surprised her was that after catching this disciple outside the Soul-Snatching Sect, she suddenly felt an extremely strong breath in the Huangquan Sect. This breath moved forward rapidly, carrying a monstrous, murderous intent, and the direction was the Huangquan Sect. This breath has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and even has a hint of the breath of a celestial being. Yang Hayaoshui recognized this breath. She had seen his incarnation in the Ghost Sea Forest. She knew very well that she didn't even have the chance to use secret methods to escape in front of this human body. But she still chose to chase him. At this time, Situ Quan was standing in the air in front of the Huangquan Sect's main hall. A breeze blew, and a few strands of black hair brushed across his snow-white face that was a little weird. There was complete silence in front of the main hall. The leaders of the Huangquan Alliance, who had been bossing around in the main hall about Li Qingyun's joining the ranking, now knelt at Situ Quan's feet like dead dogs. Even though they were numerous, and there were even more than a dozen Jindan-level cultivators, they could not muster any intention of resisting in front of Situ Quan, and some of them even began to shake uncontrollably. They knew very well that Situ Quan only needed one hand to kill all of them. "Master Situ, we have crushed the highest level token, and Master Huang Quanzi should be back soon." The man kneeling in the front shouted loudly. This man was none other than the big man who advocated the exclusion of Qingshan Sect that day. At this moment, he was no longer as cool and unrestrained as before, because although Situ Quan seemed calm and composed, he actually released a powerful pressure. They were shrouded in the pressure and could hardly move. The shout just now almost exhausted nearly half of his spiritual power. Situ Quan looked at the big man in surprise and said, "Master Zhang of Doquang Sect?" Seeing that Situ Quan was asking him questions and even recognized him, the big man hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power to resist the pressure and reply to Situ Quan, gritting his teeth and said, "It's me. I didn't expect. Lord Situ actually recognized me." "Hey?" Situ Quan chuckled. "With the cultivation base of the early Jindan stage, he can still speak under my pressure. Such strength is considered good among the masters of 2-star sects. What a pity." Situ Quan changed the subject. "What a pity that he is such a tactless guy that he insisted on joining the Huangquan Alliance and going against me." The big man's face turned pale, but at this time, he was no longer strong enough to talk to Situ Quan. He could only raise his head and look at Situ Quan with pleading eyes. Situ Quan sneered, "If you want to stay alive, you can. It depends on whether you can be smarter and tell me something useful. After saying this, Situquan withdrew his pressure, and the dozens of people kneeling below all collapsed to the ground in an instant. Useless things. Although the big man's spiritual power was almost exhausted, he supported himself with his hands and stood up desperately. He knew that he had to do what Situquan said and had to say something that satisfied him in order to survive. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master Situ, if you have any instructions, I will never refuse even if I die." Situquan slowly descended from midair and landed in front of the big man, saying, "The first question is, where are the second and seventh elders of our sect?" The big man widened his eyes. Didn't the two elders return to the sect? Bang! A foundation-building cultivator next to the big man exploded with flesh and blood flying everywhere, and a large amount of blood flew out, dyeing several people around him into bright red blood men. Even with such a tragic scene, even though the cultivators around were shaking with fear, no one dared to make a sound. "If you say this kind of nonsense again, your end will be the same as his." Situquan glanced at the big man and said expressionlessly. The big man was sweating profusely and his face was pale, but at this time his brain exerted the strongest intelligence of his life. The last information about the second and seventh elders was that they went to Qingshan Sect to find Qingyun. Since then, there has been no information about these two people. According to Situquan, the two have not returned to the Soul-Snatching Sect since then, and they must not be dead, otherwise Situquan would not have asked them where they are. Under normal logic, Situquan should suspect Qingshan Sect, but Qingshan Sect leader Qingyun is only a foundation-building cultivator. If I say that the second and seventh elders were killed by Qingyun, he will definitely not believe it. He went straight to Huangquan Sect, which means that his primary suspect is Huangquanzi. Yes, in the entire Daiwa prefecture, there are no more than 3 people who are capable of dealing with the second elder. Now Huangquanzi has formed the Huangquan Alliance and is openly confronting the Soul-Snatching Sect. It must be Huangquanzi who secretly took action against the second elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect. After that, he hypocritically forced Qingyun to challenge the Soul-Snatching Sect in public. Maybe the two of them had colluded with each other long ago. The big man gnashed his teeth and thought, "You old thief Huangquanzi, you actually hid such important information. I trusted you, but you almost killed me. Now don't blame me for being unkind." Thinking of this, the big man stepped forward and bowed. "Lord Situ, it was Huangquanzi who secretly captured the second elder of your sect." As soon as these words came out, the foundation-building cultivators in the back row looked at the big man in shock. It was Huangquanzi who secretly captured Shutaihe? They didn't even know? Could it be that this was information that only the Jindan members of the Alliance were qualified to know? However, at this time, the leaders of the Jindan cultivation in front also looked at the big man in disbelief, thinking in their hearts, "Did Huangquanzi only tell this sect leader Zhang and not us?" Situquan looked at the big man, his eyes slightly narrowed, and said, "Go on." The big man was shocked to see that what he said was effective, and continued, "For some reason, the 2 elders of your sect returned empty-handed in Qingshan Sect. The old thief Huangquanzi took advantage of the second elder of your sect, returning from Qingshan Sect, and suddenly launched a sneak attack, injured the second elder, and captured them. Yang Hai Aoshui was originally hiding near the main hall. She was glad that Situquan had not reached the level of a celestial being and could not find her. Later, Situquan exploded the body of a cultivator, and she lamented Situquan's cruelty. Now, after the big man finished speaking, she was confused. Wasn't the second elder lying in Qingyun's storage ring? How did he become captured by Huangquanzi? The big man became more and more excited. Huangquanzi had colluded with Qingyun a long time ago. Qingyun was a chess piece of Huangquanzi. Now he is blatantly challenging the second elder of your sect in various cities in Dihua Prefecture, and is also wantonly smearing the reputation of the Soul-Snatching Sect. Why does he dare to challenge? It's because he knows that your sect's second and seventh elders will not go into battle at all. The reason they dare not go into battle is because they were captured by the old thief Huangquanzi. Situquan's face was heavy. Anger slowly emerged on his originally calm face. So that's how it is. Huangquanzi is so treacherous. That's right. The big man agreed seriously. According to my speculation, Huangquanzi's conspiracy is far more than that, but I don't know the deeper conspiracy. Huangquanzi just took the blame for Qingyun? Is he so unlucky? Situquan sneered, waved his sleeves, and a powerful gust of wind emerged from his body. Most of the buildings, including the Huangquan Sect's main hall, were reduced to ruins under this gust of wind. All the leaders present, except for Zhang Dahan, who revealed the information, fell to the ground without a scream. Zhang Dahan was soaked in cold sweat. Dozens of foundation building and golden elixir cultivators fainted under Situquan's means. Even if they didn't die from this blow, their sea of consciousness would suffer great damage. But at the same time as he was afraid, he also felt a little relieved. After all, what he said just now was all his own guesses, without any real evidence. He had been worried that he would be refuted by other leaders. In that case, the trust he had just gained from Situ might be gone again. Situ severely injured everyone in anger, and these people will not speak for a while, so during this time, no matter what I say, Situ will believe me. Thinking of this, Zhang Dahan's eyes flashed a sinister color. Huang Quanzi returned to the sect. Looking at the bloody scene in the sect, Huang Quanzi was confused. He had thought of 10,000 possibilities, but he didn't expect the result now. Shock, confusion, suspicion, uncontrollable anger, unacceptable anger. The sect that he had worked hard for many years was destroyed? Who did it? Who did it? Huang Quanzi's eyes were bloodshot and he roared. Suddenly, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly appeared behind Huang Quanzi. Retreat quickly! Huang Quanzi burst out all his cultivation, moved forward a distance of dozens of feet, turned around and looked back. A Taoist with a white face and no beard, bright red lips, dark eyebrows, and a somewhat weird handsomeness stood there, looking at him indifferently. Situ Huang Quanzi said in a hoarse voice, "You did it? You destroyed my Huang Quan sect?" "No, not only the Huang Quan sect, but also the Huang Quan alliance you formed a few days ago," Situ corrected. Huang Quanzi's body trembled uncontrollably, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. His voice was like a wounded beast. You are going too far," Situ said. "From the moment you formed this so-called Huang Quan alliance, you have been my enemy." "Don't you understand these principles?" he said impatiently. "Hand over Shu Taihei and I will spare your life." Huang Quanzi was stunned for a moment. "How do I know where Shu Taihei is?" Situ said. "At this point, you are still acting here. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin." As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Dahan walked out from behind Situ "Master Zhang?" Huang Quanzi asked. "What's wrong with you?" Situ said. "He told me everything." Huang Quanzi was confused. "What did he tell you?" Zhang Dahan said honestly, "I told him everything." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Dahan took out a jade slip and activated it. The jade slip projected an image that made Huang Quanzi cry. In the image, Ping An was standing in the center of the arena, and his clear voice echoed above the arena. "I would also like to thank Senior Huang Quanzi of the Huang Quan sect. He told me yesterday that if Elder Shu Taihei insisted on killing me, he would help. He said that the people he hated most in his life were the great Elder Situ and the second Elder Shu Taihei of the Soul Capture Sect." Then the figure and image of Huang Quanzi appeared. That's exactly what I said. The Soul Capture Sect is extremely evil. I, Huang Quanzi, will definitely lead the Huang Quan Sect and the Huang Quan Alliance to attack the Soul Capture Sect. Ping An, thank you for being willing to be the enemy of the great Elder Situ and the second Elder Shu Taihei of the Soul Capture Sect for our sake. Senior Huang Quanzi is so righteous. If Li Qingyun were here, he would definitely be surprised. This Dahan Zhang's image processing was exactly the same as the masters of his previous life. He had taken quoting out of context to the extreme. After the video ended, Zhang Dahan looked at Huang Quanzi honestly and said, "Lord Huang Quanzi, just admit it, didn't you just use Li Qingyun to deal with the Soul Capture Sect?" He was already confused by Zhang Dahan's actions, and at this moment he didn't even have the anger in his heart. But to Situ this expression was just the panic of having his lie exposed. He said, "Hand over Shu Taihei and I will spare your life." "Yes, Master Huang Quanzi, just hand over Shu Taihei and admit it. Didn't you use the second elder's refusal to fight to discredit the reputation of the Soul-Snatching Sect?" "What are you talking about?" Situ said. "Do you think your plan will succeed? Do you think the 40 disciples captured by Li Qingyun are really the same 40 people? How could I let them discredit my Soul-Snatching Sect?" Until now, he still hasn't figured out the situation. Did this sect master Zhang and Situ collude to frame him? Or did Zhang Dahan and Li Qingyun collude to frame him? Or did Li Qingyun and Situ join forces to frame him? Why do I feel like the whole world is framing me? That night, in Shuangliu City, in the residence of the 40 disciples kidnapped by Ping An, do you think that joining Qingshan Sect can really make us stronger than the Soul-Snatching Sect? A disciple who looked a little thin asked worriedly. Another round-faced disciple said carelessly, "Anyway, it is definitely better than being a disciple doing odd jobs in the Soul-Snatching Sect. Didn't you see how old Ping An of Qingshan Sect is? He beat 40 of us alone." "That's right. If we don't agree to Qingshan Sect's request, we don't know how Qingshan Sect will deal with us. If we agree to Qingshan Sect's request, we will definitely be on the same boat with Qingshan Sect. We will have to join Qingshan Sect even if we don't want to," the thin boy said. The round-faced disciple comforted him. "I see there aren't many people in the Qingshan Sect. If we join, we might become the founding elders of the sect. Besides, although Ping An and Xunliang are fierce when they fight, they are usually very nice people. Don't be afraid of them." The thin disciple muttered, "Who knows if it's true or not? Who knows in the future? It's just a play. Even if we don't pretend, we can't beat that monster Qingyun, let alone his senior brother. While the 40 disciples were thinking about something in their residence, a black shadow quietly approached the residence. The black shadow quietly sneaked into the residence, and the disciples in the residence were unaware of it. However, the black shadow did not attack the disciples. Instead, he carefully took out a pill from his arms and swallowed it, and then opened a small bottle. Endless evil aura gushed out of the vial, which made the black shadow a little scared. If he hadn't taken the elixir beforehand, he would have been infected by the aura. The black aura quickly covered the entire residence, and the 40 disciples in the residence, under the black aura, one by one, lost their eyes and their expressions became strange and abnormal. But at the same time, the aura on their bodies surged a lot. 2 days later, in the martial arts field of Dihua City, the Qingshan Sect disciples vs. 40 Soul-Snatching Sect competition was held as scheduled. Due to the free of charge during the first competition, a large number of viewers paid attention to the disciple of Qingshan Sect named Qingyun, and Qingyun, the poor master and disciple. In the past 2 days, the grievances and hatreds between Qingyun and his disciples and the Soul-Snatching Sect have been pushed by the pushers and fermented in the 5 major cities of Dihua City. People were eager to know what the fate of this poor master and disciple and the hateful Soul-Snatching Sect would be. Therefore, it was natural that the tickets for the second competition were not cheap, but even so, the tickets were still in short supply. It was said that on the black market, a ticket for the front row to see Qingyun had been sold for dozens of spirit stones. Dozens of spirit stones, under normal circumstances, are enough for low-level Qi training monks to practice for 2 years. At that time, Feng Yong, who was at Wang Ruhai's banquet, even sighed that, "I can't earn it in my lifetime," when faced with dozens of spirit stones. Lin Jixiao looked at the intelligence sent from the 5 city martial arts arenas, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then rose again and rose wildly, and finally turned into a wanton laugh. "Ah! The sect master is really smart." Qingyun was a little worried. There was still half an hour before the competition started, and he felt more and more that something was wrong. Yang Haiao Shui had gone 2 days ago and never came back. Tang Yongho and the yellow-haired disciple who were monitoring him looked a little panicked these 2 days. Although the 40 captive disciples were going to compete with Qingyun according to the plan, he always felt something was wrong. The sun was setting and the birds were returning home. The weather was clear and cloudless. It was a good day. Qingyun looked down. Under the huge arena, most of the audience had already arrived in advance. Some of them were holding big character posters and banners supporting Qingyun, which reminded him of the scenes of chasing stars in his previous life. At this time, Sun Liancheng came over from the back, followed by an old man in a green robe. It was the old man surnamed Liu who identified the Wanhun pill for Qingyun. "Master Liu." Qingyun greeted him and said, "Why are you here?" Master Liu stroked his beard and smiled. "Why? Can an old man like me join in the fun? This scale of competition is rare in Dihua City in decades. I'm also very curious." At this point, Master Liu approached Qingyun and wanted to say something to him. But suddenly, a strong sound of breaking through the air came from the horizon, and a beam of light shot straight from a distance at a very strong speed. The power contained in the light made Qingyun's face change greatly. The light landed directly on the ring without any hesitation. The light dissipated, and a Taoist with a strange appearance emerged from the light. "Situquan?" Qingyun looked at Situquan's direction. Right next to Situquan, Huang Quanzi, who was dressed in a yellow robe, stood beside Situquan with his head down, and it seemed that he had been subdued by Situquan. Situquan now brought Huang Quanzi to the door. "Has the matter been exposed?" Unexpectedly, Situquan turned around, looked at Huang Quanzi and said, "At this point, you still don't plan to tell us the whereabouts of Shu Taihei?" Huang Quanzi was obviously impatient at this time, or he was numb to Situquan's question, and replied woodenly, "How the hell do I know where that old bastard Shu Taihei is?" Situquan said angrily, "Don't think I dare not kill you if you are like this." Huang Quanzi raised his eyelids and looked at Situquan. "Do you dare?" "Humph!" Situquan snorted coldly, looked at Qingyun, tried to soften his expression, and said, "Qingyun, don't cooperate with Huang Quanzi anymore. He is obviously trying to trick you. If you cooperate with Uncle Situ will never trick you." "Situ? Uncle?" Qingyun silently recited this unfamiliar word, and his doubts were even greater than before. Just now, he was just wondering why Situquan had a fight with Huang Quanzi and asked Huang Quanzi for Shu Taihei's people. Now, he was wondering why Situquan could be so shameless. Shamelessly let him call him Uncle Situ? Didn't he know what evil he had done in the past? In his memory, Qingyun's cheap father valued Situquan very much, but after his cheap father died, Situquan immediately took advantage of the situation and almost dismantled Qingshan Sect by himself. Now, he even had the nerve to let him call him uncle? Seeing that Qingyun did not reply, Situquan sighed and said, "I also had difficulties back then. After all, the situation at that time was... Okay, I know, Li Qingyun interrupted Si Quan and smiled at Huang Quanzi, saying, Uncle Huang Quanzi, Qingyun will keep the secret for you. I will never tell him where Shu Taihe is. It seems that Situ Quan really thought that he was deceived by Huang Quanzi and was used as a knife by Huang Quanzi. Even the cowardly Li Qingyun, who had no thoughts of his own, wanted to fool him with a few lies and false warmth. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, it seems that he is the big boss who is deceiving people. Situ Quan's soft face, which he had tried his best to adjust, suddenly froze. Huang Quanzi stared at Li Qingyun blankly, crying silently in his heart. Li Qingyun, what the hell are you talking about? Why do I feel like I have been tricked by you? At this time, another sound of breaking through the air came, and this escape light obviously came from Dihua City. Situ Quan's face changed slightly. Shi Feiyu, he is here too. The escape light fell on the arena, and a thin and shriveled man appeared from the escape light. The man had a long and square face and a big nose. After landing on the spot, he looked at everyone on the arena. Wow, why are there so many people today? Have so many people come to our Dihua City? Situ Quan, Huang Quanzi, yo. Master Liu, why are you here too? Master Liu smiled and said, this arena is the property of my Tianji Pavilion branch. It is normal for me to be here. And, I have to remind you a few words. This arena is within a 10-mile radius of the Tianji Pavilion branch. It is the territory of the Tianji Pavilion. You should control your emotions and don't fight. Shi Feiyu laughed and said, of course, my sect has been in Dihua City for hundreds of years, and we dare not mess with your Tianji Pavilion. Li Qingyun's eyes widened as he looked at the man. He finally remembered that the man in front of him was the leader of the Dihua Sect, the only 4-star sect in Dihua Prefecture, the legendary leader who suddenly became stupid, Shi Feiyu. Situ Quan, Huang Quanzi, Shi Feiyu, so many big shots gathered here today, and it seemed that they were targeting each other. It seemed that something big must have happened today. Situ Quan said, since you are all gathered here, why don't we make a bet? Shi Feiyu came in front of Situ Quan, stretched out his hand, and patted Situ Quan like a tickle. What are you betting on? Situ Quan didn't seem to be affected by Shi Feiyu's little action at all. His face remained unchanged. Let's bet on today's bet between Li, Qingyun's disciple, and my Soul-Snatching Sect disciple. Oh, interesting. How big is the bet? Situ Quan stared at Shi Feiyu and said, if I lose, I promise not to be your Dihua Sect opponent within 10 years. How about it? Are you serious? Shi Feiyu changed his just smiling expression and asked, really? But if you lose, you have to agree to one of my requests. What request? Shi Feiyu and Situ Quan asked and answered, as if no one was around. Situ Quan looked at Li Qingyun and smiled. The requirement is to kill Li Qingyun. Well, kill him? Shi Feiyu turned to look at Li Qingyun, cracked his mouth, and showed a silly but cruel smile. Is it that simple? Situ Quan said, it's that simple. A strong wind burst out, and a big hand made of spiritual power appeared, directly from top to bottom, with endless power. Grabbed Li Qingyun. Shi Feiyu actually attacked Li Qingyun directly. Isn't it easy to kill this kid? I'll catch him first and you can do whatever you want later. Shi Feiyu laughed. He actually completely ignored Li Qingyun and treated Li Qingyun as something he could manipulate at will. Catch if he said, kill if he said. Li Qingyun endured the anger in his heart. He knew that his strength was not good enough now. Although he could compete with the Jindong cultivator, he could never confront these two cultivators who were about to break through the heaven. Boom! The expected scene of being grabbed did not happen. Was Shi Feiyu's attack resolved? This little friend Li Qingyun is Liu's apprentice. You two want to take him down in front of Liu. You are underestimating me, right? The one who helped Li Qingyun was actually Master Liu. Li Qingyun looked at Master Liu at this time. Master Liu's breath was a little unstable. Obviously with his strength, even just blocking Shi Feiyu's attack was very difficult. Master Liu, Shi Feiyu smiled and said, Dihua Sect will not fight here for the sake of your Tianji Pavilion branch, but it does not mean that we cannot do it. Now I can give you a favor and let this kid go. When the competition is over, with your cultivation level of the early nascent soul, can you stop me from catching him? At the end of the words, Shi Feiyu's voice changed from the original giggling tone to a gloomy threat. Li Qingyun knew that the Soul-Snatching Sect and the Dihua Sect did not dare to provoke a giant like the Tianji Pavilion, but as long as they did not harm the real interests of the Tianji Pavilion would not bother with them. Now Shi Feiyu and Situ Quan wanted to target him, but as long as they did not hurt Master Liu, they would not really anger the Tianji Pavilion. Master Liu helped him and had already made enemies with these two people, which was already a great price, and he could not make things difficult for him. Li Qingyun laughed loudly and said, the competition is over. If my Qingshan Sect loses this game, then I will naturally not resist and let Master Shi take me away without any complaints. Yo, Shi Feiyu said, you are quite courageous. I don't even want to kill you. Li Qingyun had seen Shen Tubo's weird expression in the Ghost Sea Forest, which was twisted and weird, magically changing and even a little weird. When he saw Shifeiyu today, he actually felt that his performance was somewhat similar to Shen Tubo's. He also had an uncertain expression and a childlike tone, but with a cruel look like a cannibal. Master Liu patted Li Qingyun on the shoulder and returned to the backstage with Li Qingyun. Shifeiyu returned with Situ Quan and sat in the first row of the audience. The competition was about to begin. 40-2, Xunliang and Ping An against 40 disciples of the Soul-Snatching Sect. Xunliang had already reached the great perfection of his foundation building for many days. Li Qingyun was ready to find a way to help Xunliang build his foundation after this matter was over. Ping An was at the peak of the 10th level of Qi training, and it would probably take him a while to build his foundation. With the abnormal talents of his two disciples, even without acting, these 40 disciples would not be the opponents of Xunliang and Ping An. This was also the reason why Li Qingyun dared to arrange this 40-2 match. Once Xunliang and Ping An defeated 40 people of the same age on the stage, watched by hundreds of thousands of people, this shocking effect would definitely push the reputation of the Qingshan Sect to a peak. But at this time, Li Qingyun took a look at the area where the 40 disciples were. Seeing the 40 disciples, there was a trace of confusion in their eyes. At the same time, the ghost spirit pearl with 6 inscriptions in Li Qingyun's storage space vibrated wildly. Li Qingyun's face changed drastically. These 40 disciples were actually related to the ghost spirit pearl? Situ Quan was so confident that he was indeed plotting. Master Liu saw that Li Qingyun looked unhappy, so he said, "Don't be afraid, fellow Taoist. I will protect you when the time comes." Huh? Li Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of the preparations he had made for the 2 disciples, and felt a little relieved. Even if the 2 disciples couldn't beat them, they could still admit defeat, and they were safe. Master Liu said, "I came here today not just to join in the fun." Li Qingyun remembered that Master Liu originally had something to say to him, but was interrupted by Situ Quan and others who suddenly arrived. He whispered, "Master Liu, please give me more advice." At the same time, he set up an isolation formation around him to prevent outsiders from hearing. Master Liu said, "Since you left, I have been looking for relevant information about the 10,000 soul pill and the ghost pearl, and even asked around for some information from the predecessors. Finally, I learned some secrets. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, there were powerful monks who liked to study ghosts, and these ghosts all came from the underworld. I don't know how these powerful monks caught the ghosts. But there is one thing: if ghosts want to survive, they need to be fed with special pills, and this 10,000 soul pill is the top pill that provides energy for ghosts. And this ghost pearl is a treasure like the inner pill of a demon beast, but only special ghosts have ghost pearls in their bodies. The function of the ghost pearl is to sense the breath of the underworld, guide and connect." Hearing this, Li Qingyun's head boomed, and he recalled the secrets that Shu Taihei told him after questioning Shu Taihei yesterday. The Soul-Snatching Sect had a treasure that looked like a door a long time ago. Now it is in the hands of Situ Quan. I have only seen this door opened once, and that was, Situ Quan asked me to help him make a formation that can be used for both teleportation and sensing. I saw the door was opened. I feel that the breath on the other side of the door seems to come from the netherworld. And Situ Quan told me that the thing on the other side of the door is called Ancestor. Ding. Hidden mission. The secret of the 10,000 souls pill. Completed. Ding. Hidden mission. The secret of the 10,000 souls pill. Completed. Task requirements. Find out the secret of the 10,000 souls pill, and attack the Soul-Snatching Sect at the end of the mission. Completed. Mission rewards: 1 3,000 genius points. 2 5,000 hidden attributes, and completely open the hidden attributes. 3 renovate a building. Note: this mission is a long-term mission and can be listed alongside other missions. It is recommended that the host accumulate strength before taking action against the Soul-Snatching Sect. Progress. Situ Quan has completely solved the secrets of the 10,000 souls pill and the ghost pearl. Situ Quan has a treasure in the sect that is connected to the underworld. The treasure is the foundation of him and the soul capturing, and it is a bridge for communication with a powerful ghost called the Ancestor, but it needs to be pulled and replenished with ghost energy to obtain the reward of this ghost. He is looking for the ghost pearl and the 10,000 souls pill, with the purpose of using the powerful power of the ghost pearl and the 10,000 souls pill to feed ghosts and obtain the power feedback of ghosts. Break through the heavens. I didn't expect. Situ Quan's plan is like this. After summarizing all the clues and reasoning to get the result, Li Qingyun has been shocked by Situ Quan's conspiracy. At this time, he was stunned and speechless. Mission completed. Completely open the hidden attribute system reputation system. Before the reputation system is opened, the host has obtained 15,800 reputation points. Li Qingyun thought to himself, it is indeed an attribute related to reputation. After completing the system's tasks, he found that any task that requires exposure will increase hidden attributes. At that time, he guessed whether the hidden attribute is an attribute related to reputation. Sure enough. Host qualifications, cultivation value, 499, foundation building great perfection. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation building, super grade Taoist foundation skills, Qingyun, yellow grade top grade secret method, yellow grade top grade Qingxi, first level perfection. Yellow grade top grade erosion wave, minor success. Swordsmanship, Xuan grade middle grade Yuelu swordsmanship, entry. Spiritual power realm, spiritual power transformation. Genius points, 4,700 reputation, 5,800, 4,700 genius points. Li Qingyun looked at Huang Quanzi, Shi Feiyu, and Situ Quan sitting in the front row of the arena. Based on his observations and speculations, combined with many doubts, he knew that these 3 people would definitely have a fight today. So, can I really gain some benefits in their struggle by relying on these 4,700 genius points to enhance my strength? Thinking of this, Li Qingyun clasped his fist to Master Liu and said, Master Liu, please help me take good care of my disciples and save them in times of crisis. Thank you, Qingyun. I'll be back soon. Master Liu nodded deeply to Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun came to the secret room of Tianji Pavilion at the fastest speed in his life. System, can these 4,700 genius points help me break through to the perfect Tao foundation? System, what kind of perfect Tao foundation? The perfect Tao foundation that is stronger than the super grade Tao foundation. According to the calculation of this system, there are 2 kinds of Tao foundations that are stronger than the super grade Tao foundation. One is the so-called perfect Tao foundation that is popular among various continents. This is already the limit that human power can achieve. But in the view of this system, it is not perfect. Li Qingyun thought of a possibility. Could it be? System, this system has transformed this perfect foundation, eliminating a single flaw, and made it truly perfect. Therefore, this foundation is called the flawless foundation by this system. Perfect foundation. Only the super geniuses in the sects at the level of the Orthodox sect can possibly complete it with the help of the treasures in the Orthodox sect. It is not an exaggeration to call them the pride of heaven. Once a disciple completes the perfect foundation, it proves that he has laid the most solid foundation for cultivation. This is what the master of a sect at the level of the Orthodox sect said. But today, the system actually said that there is a foundation that is more perfect than the perfect foundation. This is completely contrary to common sense. Li Qingyun asked, how many points are needed? System, perfect foundation 1,600 genius points, flawless foundation 3,200 genius points. 3,200 points. Li Qingyun took a deep breath, made a choice and said, I choose flawless foundation. System, the upgrade to flawless foundation will consume 3,200 genius points. Do you want to continue? Li Qingyun smiled and said, continue. Preparing. He chose to believe in the system. After all, the system had been with him through many ups and downs, and it also brought him changes beyond common sense. Although he didn't know where the system came from, the benefits it brought were genuine. As for what the leader of the Daotong level sect said, he chose not to believe it, because he felt that he would be able to transform Qingshan Sect into the Daotong level sooner or later. By then, he would be the leader of a Daotong level sect, and he would be able to talk nonsense at that time. Transforming the Tao Foundation. Li Qingyun, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, felt a magical feeling that he had never experienced before enveloped his whole body. This feeling was different from the pain of being stripped of the whole body when he transformed the foundation before, nor was it the increase in strength when the cultivation level broke through, but a feeling of gradually perfecting. Li Qingyun closed his eyes, and a gradually perfect aura appeared on his body, which actually had a solemn and majestic meaning. There were no outsiders in the secret room, but if other high-level cultivators saw it at this time, they would definitely exclaim that this state of cultivation was called sitting and forgetting, and even a celestial cultivator might not encounter it once in his life. But every time he encountered Zuowang, it could bring unimaginable benefits to the cultivator. The Tao foundation in Li Qingyun's body decomposed in an incredible way. The original 12 super-grade Tao foundations were lightly shaken and turned into 16. 16? Isn't this a perfect Tao foundation? But then the 16 Tao foundations shook again and turned into 32 Tao foundations. Li Qingyun was shocked and almost interrupted his cultivation. How could there be 32 Tao foundations? I have never heard of it. Could there be some malfunction? But the matter is not over yet. The 32 Tao foundations shook again and turned into 36 Tao foundations. System. Transformation is complete. Li Qingyun swallowed his saliva. Did it damage my body? He quickly stood up to check his body, skin, flesh, meridians, the trajectory of spiritual power. The spiritual power was running at an incredible speed, which was more than 10 times faster than when he was in the super-grade Tao base. The spiritual power reserves in his body were also nearly dozens of times more than before, and the quality was also enhanced. Li Qingyun took out a spiritual stone from his hand and found that he absorbed the spiritual stone in an instant. He felt that this absorption speed was comparable to that of a Yuanying cultivator. Even better than a Yuanying cultivator. The flesh and blood had a bit more toughness, and the body seemed to be strengthened. Li Qingyun tried and gently hit the wall of the secret room. There was actually a dent on the wall. You know, the solidity of the wall of this secret room is equivalent to that of a mid-grade magic weapon. It seems that my body has also undergone a breakthrough like a rebirth. Host qualifications. Cultivation value, 500E, fake pill. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation, flawless foundation. Cultivation method, Qingyun Ju, yellow rank top secret method. Yellow rank Tingshi, first level perfection. Yellow rank top erosion wave. Minor success. Swordsmanship. Xuan rank middle, Yulu swordsmanship. Entry. Spiritual power realm. Subtle spiritual power. Genius points, 1500. Reputation, 15800. I didn't expect that the spiritual power realm has also broken through. The ability of cultivators to control spiritual energy is divided into 4 levels. Spiritual power externalization, spiritual power transformation, spiritual power subtle, and spiritual power transformation. Previously, Li Qingyun mastered the spiritual power transformation with the foundation building cultivation, which had already surprised Qiongjianmu. Now, with the help of the flawless foundation breakthrough, he has reached the level of subtle spiritual power. I wonder what expression Qiongjianmu will have when he hears this news. With 3,200 genius points, not only did he complete the flawless foundation, but he also strengthened his physical body, and even broke through the spiritual power realm. It's not a loss. This time, it can be said that his strength has skyrocketed. Feeling the explosive power on his body, Li Qingyun clenched his fists. With his current strength, he could definitely do something between Situ Quan, Huang Quanzi, and Shi Feiyu. The competition has begun. Xunliang and Ping An are fighting against the 40 disciples of the Soul-Snatching Sect. At this time, Xunliang and Ping An have realized that the situation is not good. Although these 40 disciples take turns to play, 2 at a time, and play 20 times. However, the strength of these people has increased a lot compared to before. Now these 40 people are almost all above the 11th level of Qi training, and their combat awareness has reached a very terrifying level. They seem to have suddenly changed. Xunliang and Ping An have defeated 3 groups of 6 people, but at this time, their spiritual power has been consumed by half, and their condition is not good. They are no longer the calm and relaxed look when they kidnapped before, and they can easily deal with 40 people. The audience in the audience, watching Xunliang and Ping An defeat 3 groups in a row, and the fight is very exciting, can't help but cheer again and again. The effect on the scene is very good. Situ Quan, Shi Feiyu, and Huang Quanzi sat under the ring, all with serious expressions, as if they were watching the competition seriously. But in fact, they could actually guess the result of this kind of competition between Qigong cultivators from the beginning, so there was no need to watch the competition seriously. They looked serious on the surface, but in fact, they had ulterior motives in their hearts, and no one knew what they were thinking. Shi Feiyu said, "Hey, this pair of little guys, how come there are only 6 people and they consume so much? So it is estimated that, at most 15 people, these 2 people will almost lose." Even though Shi Feiyu did not have much emotion in this sentence, his face changed a lot of expressions in a short period of time when he said this, which looked very strange. Situ Quan noticed Shi Feiyu's expression, and the corners of his mouth seemed to reveal a smile inadvertently, saying, "These 2 guys can't fight hard all the time. Maybe they will change their tactics or use other means later. I guess they can hold on until the 20th. Shi Feiyu smiled mischievously. "Anyway, they lost to your soul-catching disciples anyway, right? But if these 2 people win, the loss of reputation of your soul capture sect will be too great. After all, with 2 against 40, your soul capture sect has fallen behind in publicity." "Yes," said Huang Quanzi after a long silence. "In the public opinion of various major cities, the Qingshan Sect has a very high voice. This means of publicity is very powerful and amazing." Situ Quan looked at Huang Quanzi and said, "That's right. If I hadn't discovered it and responded in the first time, today's competition would be 2 against 40, and the Qingshan Sect would have won the competition. In this way, the prestige of the Soul Capture Sect would have been greatly reduced." Situ Quan stared at Huang Quanzi and said, "But today, the Qingshan Sect is bound to lose the competition. In this way, your original arrangement will definitely be in vain, right?" Huang Quanzi rolled his eyes at Situ Quan and said, "However, I have said it many times, the Qingshan Sect has nothing to do with me." Situ Quan paid no attention to Huang Quanzi's rebuttal. "I have to say that your method of using Qingshan Sect as a gun is indeed brilliant, but this gun is going to be broken by me." Huang Quanzi sniffed, "If you don't believe me, just don't regret it in the future." Situ Quan also smiled. "No matter what the facts are, I have dismantled your Huang Quan alliance and captured you. I must win this competition. Not only can I avoid the loss of reputation, but it can also make my soul-snatching sect more prestigious." What's the point of believing you or not? How could I regret it? Huang Quanzi was silent. Although he and Situ Quan were old rivals, they were actually old acquaintances, otherwise he would not have spoken so much just now. Although Situ Quan was stubborn and self-reliant, in many things his starting point and purpose were always so strong that even if he did not care about the truth of the facts, as long as he started from his own interests, he would never make big mistakes. Could it be that this was the advantage of his character and the secret to his upcoming promotion to a celestial being? Huang Quanzi was extremely depressed at this moment. He looked at Shi Feiyu, who was like a naughty boy beside him. The Dihua sect was originally the leading sect of the Dihua prefecture, and Shi Feiyu was originally a new generation of sect master who was calm and steady, with a broad mind. However, starting 10 years ago, Shi Feiyu turned into this moody naughty boy, and the Dihua sect gradually declined. Huangquan sect and Xiaoyao sect also suffered some misfortunes, and their development was not smooth. The Qingshan Sect, which was originally in a strong momentum, was almost abolished. However, Shehun Sect grew stronger in these years and became the strongest sect in Dihua Prefecture. Its strength had long reached the level of a 4-star sect. Dihua Sect had to look at Shehun Sect's face. Now Huangquan Alliance has also disbanded. Xiaoyao Sect has been restricted to death. After Situ Quan takes action against Dihua Sect, the entire Dihua Prefecture will be ruled by Shehun Sect. It seems that Situ Quan will eventually unify the sects in Dihua Prefecture? According to his guess, Shi Feiyu's stupidity and the misfortunes that the other 3 sects have suffered in recent years are probably all caused by Situ Quan. Suddenly, Huang Quanzi felt a strong spatial fluctuation coming from a distance. His face changed drastically. He looked at Shi Feiyu with his eyes widened. Could it be that? He recognized this kind of fluctuation. This spatial fluctuation was the effect of the teleportation array. Could it be that Situ Quan led Shi Feiyu here to deal with Dihua Sect in the same way as he dealt with Huangquan Alliance? While Shi Feiyu is not in the sect, and the sect formation is not controlled by a powerful cultivator. Sneak attack Dihua Sect. But then, he lost his temper again. Sneak attack is a sneak attack. After Dihua Sect is gone, he can just be an elder under Situ Quan. Can he stop Situ Quan? Shi Feiyu is still watching the competition on the stage with interest. He may not understand even if he reminds this idiot. Everything is over. Is there any variable that can ruin Situ Quan's plan? There is no way. Can 1600 points upgrade the Qingyun Jue from the upper grade of the yellow level to the black level? System. 2000 points are required. The host does not have enough genius points. Li Qingyun said, last time it was negative, so let's make it negative this time. System. Unless there are special circumstances, the host cannot borrow genius points on credit. Upgrade the Qingyun Ju, and my apprentice will be able to automatically comprehend the upgraded Qingyun Ju in his mind like me. System. The host's true disciples can synchronize the host's progress in the exercises. Suddenly, the system was silent for a while. Yang Hayaoshui attacked the gate of the Soul-Snatching Sect and caused large-scale destruction. The host is rewarded with 2500 genius points. Li Qingyun was shocked. I was wondering why Yang Hayaoshui didn't come back. She went to attack the Soul-Snatching Sect. Is this girl having a seizure, or has she eaten a lot of nonsense? And she actually succeeded in the attack. Are all the elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect not here? The system rewarded me with 2000 genius points. Don't say it, lucky guy. Now I have 4100 genius points. Li Qingyun smiled and said, upgrade both the Qingyun Ju and the Eclipse Wave to the Xuan level for me. As a master, I have to help my apprentices. Ping An and Xunliang have determined that these 40 disciples must have been replaced, or they have used some secret technique to increase their strength. Ping An could beat 40 people by himself before, but now he can only beat 2 people with difficulty, and it takes a lot of effort to beat 1 person. Moreover, these people now seem to have some strategic awareness. The previous 20 people never thought of defeating them. They all aimed at consumption. They used risky moves and were extremely cruel, even at the cost of their lives. But now it is a public competition. Ping An and Xunliang cannot be ruthless. It would be too ugly. Therefore, they are restrained in the battle and consume a lot of energy. Now it is the 9th group. The 2 of them only have 30% of their spiritual power left. The 2 looked at each other and prepared to take out weapons from the storage bag. Li Qingyun took away their weapons yesterday. I don't know what spell he cast, so that their weapons, which were originally top-grade magic tools, have reached the level of magic weapons, and they are also 3rd-grade human magic weapons. The 3rd level of the human rank is the highest limit of the weapons that Ping An and Xunliang, 2 Qi training monks, can use. Even so, it is extremely exhausting for the 2. So Li Qingyun told the 2 that they should use this weapon less unless it is a critical moment. Now it is only the 9th group with 18 people, and the 2 have no other choice but to use weapons. If they do this, they will definitely lose before all 40 people are on. Beads of sweat have appeared on Ping An's little face. He glanced at Xunliang and found that Xunliang looked calm, as if everything was under control, and he felt a little more at ease. At this time, Xunliang's calm voice came. Take out your weapons and try to defeat the enemy with one move. If it doesn't work, you don't have to avoid them. You can kill them directly. Ah, good. Ping'an was startled at first, but then he agreed. The two gritted their teeth and prepared to kill. At this moment, their brains suddenly became clear, and the Qingyun Jue started to run automatically. Many things that were originally incomprehensible were instantly sorted out. The spiritual power quickly ran through. The spiritual power realm of the two actually reached the spiritual power release in an instant, and the spiritual power running and recovery speed increased by nearly 10 times. This spiritual power recovery speed is enough to keep the battle consumption and recovery speed equal when the two do not use secret methods. It's not over yet. As their spiritual power breaks through, their control over Bluestone and Eclipse Wave is also improving rapidly. Their originally clumsy skills have become more and more proficient. Both of them feel that their secrets of these two doors are about to break through and will soon reach the first level. The two looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Xunliang was the first to react and said, "It must be Master's trick, plus the sudden enlightenment in the crisis. Let's take action to deal with them first." Heh. Ping'an smiled and showed two small tiger teeth. "Okay, I've been wanting to let go and beat them hard." Ping'an and Xunliang were originally worried about not being able to deal with the more than 20 people behind because of the speed of spiritual power recovery. Now they can finally let go and fight, and they are very happy. "Ah!" Ping'an shouted crisply, and a green spiritual power flew out, directly blasting away the two soul-catching disciples standing on the ring. Boom! As Ping'an showed his lack power, the audience cheered, and the shouts of Ping'an were heard continuously. Ping'an looked at the audience, his face turned red, scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. This made the female audience in the audience go crazy. And Situquan and others sitting in the first row felt it the moment Ping'an and Xunliang broke through. Break through before the battle? Shifeiyu laughed and said, "These two little brats are interesting." Wang Quanzi stroked his beard and nodded. It's still the release of spiritual power. It seems that Li Qingyun is lucky to have two good disciples. Situquan said in a deep voice, "It's nothing. Even if he breaks through, it won't change anything." Shifeiyu said, "Old Situ, that's not necessarily true. By then your Soul-Snatching Sect will be infamous." 2 against 40, much more powerful than I was back then. While the few people were talking, the 10th group came on stage and was sprayed off the stage by a red flame from Xunliang. With one move, the two people were blasted off the stage by Xunliang within a breath of their arrival. Shifeiyu widened his eyes. "Is this a small magical power?" Wang Quanzi nodded woodenly, holding a tuft of beard that he had pulled off. Situquan was shocked and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Diwa Prefecture is a small place and it is difficult to find a low-grade technique. At that time, they were the top figures in a small place, and of course they knew that low-grade techniques were also divided into grades. The techniques of yellow-grade techniques are generally called secret techniques. Most of them will master 1 or 2 techniques of this level after they have cultivated to the nascent soul stage. However, they have only heard of higher-level techniques, such as the techniques of Xuan-grade techniques, in places where immortal cultivation is flourishing. Even cultivators in the heavenly realm may not be able to master a few techniques of this level. This kind of technique is called minor supernatural power. The technique used by the disciple on the stage now, which can exert such power in the Qi training stage, is absolutely true. It is a technique of minor supernatural power level. How can Situquan not be greedy and thirsty? Not only Situquan but even Shifeiyu, this confused person, is looking at the stage with eagerness at this time, and I don't know what he is planning in his heart. On the contrary, Wang Quanzi had no greed in his heart, because he knew that he was already a prisoner of Situquan at this time. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he still had value, and he could no longer be greedy for things that he couldn't get. He looked at Xunliang intently. Could it be that something unexpected had happened? Situquan took out a bead with strange patterns and secretly urged his strength. At the same time, the disciples of the Soul-Snatching Sect who were waiting to go on stage under the ring had their minds reduced again, and almost no rationality could be seen. But at the same time, their aura surged again. Almost all of them had reached the level of Qi training. At the same time, in the Dihua Sect, at least 7 Jindan cultivators, 3 Yuan Ying, and dozens of foundation-building cultivators followed behind them, descended into the Dihua Sect in Dihua City, stepped on the dome of the Dihua Sect's main hall, and looked down at the Dihua Sect cultivators standing below. An old man standing under the hall looked at a familiar figure above the hall and said sadly, "Elder Wu, I didn't expect you were actually a spy of the Soul-Snatching Sect." The Elder Wu looked serious and said righteously, "Shifeiyu, that waste has long become a fool. Following him, the Dihua Sect will only decline. I can develop better by following Situ Quan of the Soul-Snatching Sect. Elder Li, don't resist. All the communication tokens between you and Shifei are in my hands, and the Mountain Protection Formation token is also in my hands. You are the only Yuan Jing now, but we have 3 on our side. Surrender. Elder Li said sadly, Traitor, have you forgotten how the old sect master treated you? Haha, the old sect master is dead and the new sect master is a fool. Don't blame me for being ruthless and ungrateful. This scene. If Li Qingyun were here, he would definitely find that the performance and words of this Elder Wu were almost exactly the same as the words of Situ Quan who betrayed the Qingshan Sect back then. But no matter what the traitors were like, what Situ Quan was like, what Elder Wu was like, the Qingshan Sect collapsed and was ruined. Today's Dihua Sect is also ruined. Huang Quanzi carefully sensed that the spiritual power fluctuations of the Dihua Sect lasted for a short moment, and then stopped. He lamented in his heart, it seems that the Dihua Sect also had a soul-stealing spy, and in a short time, the Dihua Sect was taken down. It seems that Situ Quan's plan is really going to succeed, and Dihua Prefecture will become the world of the soul-stealing sect. But the strange thing is that Shi Feiyu didn't feel such a clear spiritual power fluctuation? Or did he look like he was watching the competition with great interest? Situ Quan felt the spiritual power fluctuations in the distance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he received the signal that the Dihua Sect had been taken down. But he didn't rush to take action, but seemed to be waiting for something. Huang Quanzi was puzzled. What was he waiting for? He followed Situ Quan's gaze and looked at the ring. Could it be that? After the competition, he planned to use the momentum of the Soul-Snatching Sect to defeat the Qingshan Sect, and use the magic arrays throughout Dihua Prefecture to take the opportunity to announce that he would take over all the sects in Dihua Prefecture. No matter how the Soul-Snatching Sect won, the winner had the right to speak. Situ Quan could always make the Soul-Snatching Sect sound very high-sounding and convincing to the audience. This was not difficult. Although Situ Quan thought that these were Huang Quanzi's conspiracies, Huang Quanzi had already understood that these projection magic arrays and the propaganda methods against the soul-snatching were all made by Li Qingyun. Situ Quan thought that Li Qingyun was just a gun for him, just a waste that he used. But Huang Quanzi now understood that if these things were all done by Li Qingyun, then Shutaihe must also be in Li Qingyun's hands. Then, Li Qingyun was not only not a waste, but a terrifying opponent to Situ Quan at first glance. Situ Quan thought that Li Qingyun was a gun and wanted to break it. But Li Qingyun would definitely not be willing to be broken like this, and might even stab Situ Quan twice. So, although Situ Quan has defeated them, there is still a hidden enemy, Li Qingyun. Huang Quanzi didn't believe that Li Qingyun had the strength to deal with Situ Quan, but when he looked at Xun Liang and Ping An on the ring, he had some expectations in his heart. Unexpectedly, Li Qingyun and his disciples were really the variables of Situ Quan. Situ Quan wanted to get something for nothing and use the many arrangements that Li Qingyun had painstakingly prepared to make wedding clothes for himself. How could Li Qingyun agree? Huang Quanzi felt a little gloating in his heart. He was very curious about how embarrassed Situ Quan would be after being made miserable by these masters and disciples. The Soul-Snatching Sect disciples who came on stage were getting stronger and stronger. Ping An and Xun Liang were sure that these disciples who seemed to have the strength of Qi training had even surpassed their ranks and fought against the foundation-building monks. Now they were like hungry wolves, fighting them with ruthless moves. They were forced to use secret techniques frequently, but they had only used the eclipse wave so far. Every time they used the eclipse wave, the audience cheered because the eclipse wave was used with a brilliant light and a huge flame, which was very beautiful. It was estimated that the monks watching the competition in the 5 cities had already known that the Qingshan Sect had a fire-breathing technique with great power, but they didn't know if they would be tempted. Now they had reached the 19th group with 38 people. But the one who came up in this group did give off the vibrations of a foundation-building monk. This was a genuine foundation-building monk. This is the inner disciple you tied up in the spirit tower. At that time, their cultivation was at the 12th level of Qi training. Ping An covered his face and said, helplessly, "Really, I don't know how I built my foundation. The overall combat power of the foundation-building cultivators has increased, and the eclipse wave may not be able to hit all of them and cause effective damage. What should I do?" "Brother," Xun Liang said, "what can I do?" "Knock out their teeth." "Oh!" Ping An cheered, rushed up and shouted, "Let me show you the secret method of our Qingshan Sect, the Qingyun Jue Qingxi." A huge hand appeared out of thin air. Ping An, who was at the stage of spiritual power release, could already summon a giant hand. The giant hand grabbed the 2 people. Xun Liang took the opportunity to release the eclipse wave, which hit the 2 people and seriously injured them, and killed them again. After Ping An's exaggerated introduction of the Qingyun Jue, and the 2 people killing the enemy in one go, and the previous situation where the two people saved spiritual power and fought hard, a huge reversal was formed which ignited the emotions of the audience below the stage again. However, Qingyun felt that Ping An's exaggerated introduction was a bit ostentatious, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Situ Quan's fists, which were originally relaxed, suddenly clenched. 2 minor magical powers? He vaguely remembered that Li Qingyun had used these 2 magics when fighting with his incarnation, but the power was far from reaching the level of minor magical powers. He thought it was just a slightly stronger secret method. But today, these 2 disciples used genuine minor magical powers. It seems that Li Qingyun can't even learn minor magical powers. He can only exert the power of the secret method level. It seems that the title of waste is more suitable for him. According to his experience, it must be that Li Qingyun did not succeed in refining it. After all, no matter how he thought about it, he could not think of such a strange thing that the skills could be upgraded. Situ Quan thought to himself, it seems that the lives of these 40 disciples can only be sacrificed. The strange bead in his hand exerted force again. The 40 disciples, who were originally standing on the stage with dull eyes, now all had a black air surging from their bodies, and their eyes were full of fear. The next moment, all the 38 disciples who had been on the stage tilted their heads and fell to the ground. The 38 black auras on their bodies, with evil and bloody auras, flew into the bodies of the remaining 2 people. The auras of the 2 people instantly soared to the middle stage of foundation building, while the other 38 people fell to the ground, not even breathing. The lives of 38 people were exchanged for the rapid increase of the cultivation of the remaining 2, and the eyes of these 2 people were no longer dull, nor were they the rationality of human consciousness. Instead, they became evil, vicious, and unruly, eyes that did not belong to this world. The 2 walked onto the stage and looked at Ping An and Xunliang with interest. At the same time, Li Qingyun looked at Yang Haoxue, who had just returned from outside, and his mouth was dry. She stood in front of Li Qingyun, holding a door in her hand. Li Qingyun swallowed his saliva and said, "Did you poke Situ Quan's nest?" Yang Haoxue said nothing, picked up the tea that Li Qingyun had placed on the side, and drank it directly without changing the cup. After drinking, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recover his spiritual power. The shape of the door is basically the same as Shu Taihe's description to me. It seems that this door is indeed the one that Situ Quan had, the door to the underworld. But after saying this, Li Qingyun suddenly grabbed Yang Haoxue and dodged to the side, looking at the door vigilantly. She said solemnly, "Such an important thing, why didn't Situ Quan put it in the storage space but left it in the old nest for you to steal it? There may be a trick. It's okay." Yang Haoxue said, "This door is made of special materials and cannot be stored in the storage space. Situ Quan can't carry it with him, so he didn't bring it with him." "It can't be stored in the storage space?" Li Qingyun looked at Yang Haoxue and asked in confusion, "Then how did you get it?" Yang Haoxue rolled her eyes at Li Qingyun and said a few words. "I carried it here." Li Qingyun looked at Yang Haoxue, who was wearing a red dress, had a slender figure and outstanding temperament, and was amazed. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for such a beautiful woman to carry a door from the Soul-Snatching Sect all the way to Dihua City. "Look again?" Yang Haoxue stared. Li Qingyun retracted his gaze and said angrily, "No, no." Yang Hai said, "This door is hidden in Situ Quan's residence. It is very secret. I found it only because Xiong Jianmu showed me the way." Li Qingyun nodded. It seemed that Xiong Jianmu was ready to completely betray the Soul-Snatching Sect and join him. "This door is indeed Situ Quan's secret weapon. I didn't expect you to snatch it away directly." At this point, Li Qingyun's mouth curled up, and he couldn't help but feel proud. I wonder what expression that old man Situ Quan had when he learned that his old nest had been bombed, and this door had been stolen. Yang Haoxue smiled and said, "No matter what his expression is, he will definitely kill you next time he sees you." Li Qingyun said, "It's just right. I will kill him next time we meet." Yang Haoxue was stunned for a moment and said, "Fake pill? Have you broken through?" Li Qingyun said, "Fake pill. I will go to form a pill after this matter is dealt with." Yang Haoxue seemed to want to say something, but finally sighed, "Forget it. I will discuss it with you after this matter is over." "Okay, then let's study this door first, as soon as possible, and go to the 2 children as soon as possible." Ping An wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the pair of Soul-Snatching Sect disciples in front of him. He knew one of them, named Lu Benwei. He was originally an inner disciple of the Soul-Snatching Sect in the Spirit Tower in Shuangliu City. When he went to kidnap 30 disciples in the Spirit Tower, he had said a lot to him. Ping An was quite impressed by him. However, this person now seemed to not recognize Ping An at all, and his eyes were very unfamiliar. Moreover, originally this person only had the strength of the 12th level of Qi training, but now he has become the middle stage of foundation building. Facing two middle-stage foundation-building warriors, Xunliang and Ping'an were defeated step by step, and could not even defend themselves. They were almost crushed. However, these two people had a playful expression. They wanted to play with Xunliang and Ping'an little by little, and only hurt them a little each time, and never seriously hurt them, just like a cat catching a mouse, never eating it in one bite, but teasing it slowly, making Xunliang and Ping'an look embarrassed in the battle. The audience watched Ping'an, who was originally relaxed, being severely bullied by the two men. They no longer cared whether it was a competition or anything else, and their personal emotions erupted. Do you two have any humanity left? Beat him to death? How can you have the heart to hurt such a cute child? Ping'an, admit defeat quickly. Don't get hurt. Someone even shouted to Huang Quanzi. Senior Huang Quanzi, please help Ping'an. Didn't you say that you would be the enemy of Situ Quan and Shu Taihei of the Soul Capture Sect for Ping'an? Huang Quanzi's face twitched. I've become Situ Quan's prisoner. What are you yelling about? Shifeiyu still had a weird smile on his face. Hey, it seems that your Soul Capture Sect is going to win. But these two guys tortured me like this, and their methods are quite similar to yours. Situ Quan smiled and said, winning is inevitable. There are just some twists and turns. However, it's all within expectations. At this time, a jade slip on his body suddenly lit up, as if some message had been conveyed. What? Situ Quan's face suddenly changed, full of disbelief and unacceptability. The spiritual power caused by his emotional fluctuations even made the audience dozens of feet around him lose their balance and stumble. He took out the bead with strange patterns, pinched his fingers, and activated it. The bead emitted a bright light. At the same time, in the secret room, a creepy cry came from the door in Li Qingyun's hand, which made Li Qingyun's scalp numb. Along with the cry, the door trembled frequently, and it seemed to be about to open. What should I do if something crawled out of here? Oh my god! Li Qingyun shouted and held the door tightly. He actually held the door. Situ Quan activated it for a while, but seeing that there was no effect, he stopped urging with a suspicious look on his face. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that Shifeiyu, who had been watching the competition obediently, turned around and looked at him with a terrifying look, and the aura on his body was rising steadily. A powerful thought locked him. That was killing intention. Shifeiyu. Situ Quan asked in a deep voice, you actually broke free from the shackles of the ghost seed? The weirdness on Shifeiyu's face disappeared, revealing a pale but clean face. Haha, so this thing is called a ghost seed. Huang Quanzi's heart was filled with huge waves. Sure enough, there was a reason why Shifeiyu suddenly changed his temperament. It was because Situ Quan used the thing called ghost seed on him. Thinking of this, his scalp tingled. What kind of thing could actually make a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage change his temperament so drastically that he would even become despised and deserted by his friends and relatives? Ah! Shifeiyu stared at Situ Quan with resentment. Situ Quan, do you know why I pretended not to know about your sneak attack on my Dihua sect? Originally, as the new sect leader of Dihua sect, I was full of vigor and vitality. Before I was 100 years old, I was already a late nascent soul cultivator. I wanted to quickly break through to the celestial being and make Dihua sect a 5-star sect, and lead our Dihua prefecture to return to the 9 palaces. But what? You were still in Qingshan Sect at that time, right? You said you wanted to treat me to a drink. Haha, I think you are a person worth making friends with, so I drank. But I didn't expect. From that day on, I became an unconscious idiot. Ha ha! Shifeiyu laughed miserably, and his laughter touched Huang Quanzi's heart. It was just as Shifeiyu said, how high-spirited he was 10 years ago. But now, everything is ruined, and Dihua sect is gone. Shifeiyu's face was grim. He said, I just watched you sneak attack the Dihua sect, the sect my master left me, and I didn't do anything. Because I know you are testing me. I know you. Although you always appear to have loopholes on the outside, every move you make is actually purposeful and you are extremely cautious on the inside. I only have one chance to kill you. Boom! Shifeiyu's cultivation exploded. His cultivation was no longer the late nascent soul stage 10 years ago, but the great perfection of nascent soul. Even if we both perish, I will end this with you. Situ Quan laughed loudly. Do you think you can deal with me after temporarily getting rid of the shackles of the ghost species? Naive. At this moment, a voice came from behind Situ Quan. Then, what about me? Quanzi's voice. This voice came from behind Situ Quan, and along with the voice, Situ Quan felt the fluctuation of this person's spiritual power, the late nascent soul stage. A burly man with a long face walked straight to Situ Quan. Didn't expect it to be me? Zhang Xiao? Situ Quan changed his previous relaxed demeanor and looked solemn. You two? Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Situ Quan said in a deep voice. No. A voice came from Situ Quan's side. It's the 3 of us. Situ Quan turned around with a gloomy face and looked at Huang Quanzi. Huang Quanzi spread his hands. What are you looking at? You destroyed my sect. Do you expect me to help you deal with them? The powerful spiritual power fluctuations of the 4 people and the tense atmosphere did not attract the attention of the audience. Instead, some audience members shouted, The 4 blind people in front, sit down quickly, blocking me from watching the game. There are only a few people who dare to yell at 4 Yuanjing cultivators. This does not mean that other audiences will not die in this situation, because most people are looking at the projection array and did not pay attention to the movements of the 4 people in the front row. The audience didn't notice, but Sun Liancheng, who was directing the overall situation, noticed that these Yuanying masters were actually going to fight. In addition to being shocked, he also found it a little funny. 4 Yuanying fighting, no matter where it happened, it would cause a stir. But now, hundreds of thousands of spectators turned a blind eye to them, and instead stared at the competition between the 2 Qi training monks and the 2 foundation building monks. In the competition on the ring, Ping An spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he took out his giant axe despite being injured and injured the opponent's Lu Benwei. Xunliang was also seriously injured at this time, but he was still struggling to resist. Bang! 4 streams of light flew up and rushed into the sky. There were too many mortals here, and it was the property of Tianji Pavilion, so it was not a place for fighting. The 4 people rushed into the sky, obviously wanting to settle this feud in mid-air. 3-1, Situquan was surrounded in the middle, but at this time he didn't seem to be as panicked as before, and his expression was even a little relaxed. I originally wanted to defeat you one by one and recruit you under my command, but I didn't expect that today I would have to fight all 3 of you alone. Before he finished speaking, Shifei's attack went straight to Situquan. Stop talking nonsense, today it's either you or me. Huang Quanzi and Zhang Xiao's attacks followed, and the first move was to attack Situquan's weaknesses and vital points. It was obvious that they knew each other very well, and there was no need to test each other at all. The battle started directly from the fierceness. The competition on the arena below had been going on for 20 groups since the afternoon. Several hours had passed and the sky had already darkened. There were a few dark red clouds floating in the sky, and the sunset glow on the horizon was extremely red. From time to time, there was a rumbling sound from the battle of the Yuanying stage in the sky. The audience below looked at the sky and listened to the sound, wondering why the thunder was so strange today. Situquan is indeed a cultivator who has already touched the threshold of the Heavenly Man realm. At this time, he still does not lose the siege of 3 Yuanying stage cultivators, and he can resolve the powerful attacks of the 3 people every time. Shifei saw that he could not break through Situquan's defense line for a long time, and he was very anxious. He only got rid of the restrictions of the ghost species temporarily. If he could not quickly deal with Situquan, then when the ghost species suppression time was up, his mind would fall into chaos again, and the consequences would be disastrous. Ah! He suddenly let out a shrill roar, with a painful look on his face. Then he went straight to Situquan and launched an attack that overdrew his vitality. In a duel between masters, changes always happen in an instant. Situquan did not expect Shifei to suddenly attack in this way. Unexpectedly, he missed, and a huge flaw appeared. Zhang Xiao took advantage of the situation and swung a punch, hitting Situquan on the back of his neck and smashed him from the sky to the ground. Boom! Situquan smashed a deep pit on the ground and lay in the deep pit with blood all over his body, looking like he was dying. Huang Quanzi descended from midair. Seeing Situquan's appearance, Situquan, who was so confident before, was going to die? It was over so easily? Li Qingyun came here with Yang Haiaosha when the 4-man fight began, secretly watching the fight. Now seeing Situquan being smashed into the deep pit, he was also extremely surprised. At such a high distance, Situquan had not made any spiritual power to protect his body. With his physical body, he should be dead. Even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured. If he faced the other 3 people, he would not have any power to fight back. Just when Li Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief and was ready to think about how to get along with Huang Quanzi in the future. Suddenly, a strange bead appeared in Situquan's hand. Li Qingyun recognized this bead. It was the ghost spirit bead. Kill him quickly! Shifei roared. Because of the huge consumption, his speed was slow at this time, and he fell behind Huang Quanzi and Zhang Xiao. At this time, he felt that Situquan was not dead yet, so he roared at the 2 of them, wanting them to kill Situquan as soon as possible. But it was too late. The ghost spirit pearl in Situquan's hand emitted a strange power, rushing straight towards Li Qingyun. Or in other words, it was heading straight for the door in Li Qingyun's hand. The door jumped out of Li Qingyun's hand, flew towards Situquan, and enlarged in the sky above Situquan, and then opened the door. Stop it! Huang Quanzi and Zhang Xiao's attacks hit the door like a storm, but the spiritual power fell on the door, like a mud cow entering the sea, and could not stir up a wave. Shifei overdrew his life again and punched the door, but before he touched the door, he was bounced back by the door. The door was completely opened. The door was green, as if it was connected to another world. That world was dark and evil, but it was tempting, making everyone present feel a yearning in their hearts. A faint murmur came from inside the door, making a few people's eyes flash with a trace of confusion. Situ Quan was dying. He took out 8 bottles of pills from the storage ring and placed them on the ground. He took out 1 bottle and poured it on the ground. Qingyun recognized it. It was the Wanhun pill. Then, Situ Quan took out the ghost spirit pearl and placed it in front of the Wanhun pill. The murmurs inside the door suddenly expanded, and then a green arm stretched out from it and directly grabbed the Wanhun pill and the ghost spirit pearl. Then there was a sound of chewing pills from inside the door. This sound was like a child eating candy, but when everyone heard it, they broke out in a cold sweat on their backs. Crack, crack, crack! After the pills were eaten, a satisfied hum came from inside the door, and then a green light came out from inside the door, covering Situ Quan. Situ Quan flew up and floated in the green light. The wounds on his body recovered rapidly under the green light, at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fluctuation of was also constantly increasing. It's over. Shifei laughed bitterly. Situ Quan's spiritual power fluctuation had exceeded the previous threshold of just touching the threshold of heaven and man. Now the spiritual power fluctuation has crossed the threshold of heaven and man. Half-step heaven and man realm. Huang Quanzi also showed a bitter smile. Before, Situ Quan, even if he had touched the threshold of heaven and man, was still a Yuanying cultivator, just a little stronger. Now, the half-step heaven and man realm has entered the realm of heaven and man. The power possessed by the cultivators in the heaven and man realm is definitely not something that cultivators in the Yuanying stage can contend with, even if there are 3, 5, or even more. At this time, Zhang Xiao, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "It seems that Situ Quan really relied on this thing to make rapid progress in recent years. With his speed in the heavenly man realm, even if we run now, it will be a dead end. Why not stay here and fight with Situ Quan in the heavenly man realm again to see the true power of the heavenly man realm?" "Okay." Huang Quanzi looked at Zhang Xiao. "Junior brother, it has been a long time since we fought together." "Okay." Zhang Xiao's voice trembled. "Senior brother." Qingyun had heard that Huang Quanzi of the Qingshan Sect and Zhang Xiao, the leader of the Xiaoyao Sect, had a grudge decades ago. The brothers who were originally as close as brothers turned against each other. Now facing life and death, this pair of brothers actually put aside their grudges in an instant, in a voice of intimate brother and junior brother. The green light covering Situ Quan gradually dissipated, and his breakthrough was completed. I was originally going to use this power to break through directly to the heavenly man realm, but I had to use it in advance. It's all you, ruined my good thing. Situ Quan's gloomy voice echoed in the ears of several people. Qingyun's whole body tensed up. Situ Quan discovered him. It was also because I was too arrogant. I thought I should have no problem dealing with the 3 of you. I could catch you all in one fell swoop when the reinforcements came. What a pity. I didn't expect Shifei to be so difficult to deal with after getting rid of the ghost species. As soon as the voice fell, Situ Quan appeared behind Shifei and punched Shifei in the back. Although Shifei used his spiritual energy to protect his body at the critical moment, he was still severely injured by Situ Quan. His body bent into a strange bow shape and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Huang Quanzi and Zhang Xiao flew over to rescue him, but they attacked and could not touch Situ Quan's phantom. They were knocked to the ground by Situ Quan one by one. Qingyun looked at the scene of Situ Quan beating 3 people alone. His throat rolled, and he swallowed a mouthful of water. The heaven realm was so terrifying, he subconsciously reached behind him and grabbed Yang Hai Aoshui's hand, ready to escape in the chaos. Huang Quanzi and the other 2 were knocked down, but they kept standing up to fight with Situ Quan. The spiritual power fluctuations on their bodies were getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, the 3 would be killed by Huang Quanzi in no time. The most important thing was that after the death of these 3 people, he would also fall into Situ Quan's hands, as would Yang Hai and Aoshui. After that, Ping An and Xunliang would also be taken away by Situ Quan, and his own sect would be destroyed. This situation must not be allowed. Qingyun's eyes were red, staring at the situation on the battlefield desperately. He was now Fake Dan's spiritual power, with subtle spiritual power, top magic weapons used during the Jindan period of Liang Hao, and swordsmanship at the level of minor supernatural powers. As long as he found the right time, he would be able to hurt Situ Quan. But can he really hurt him? Suddenly Qingyun saw the door left on the ground, and the 7 bottles of elixirs left by Situ Quan on the ground. A crazy idea suddenly surged in his mind. This idea was like a fire in his heart, burning more and more vigorously, and even overwhelmed the original plan to sneak attack Situ Quan. Because the plan to attack Situ Quan was simply a plan to send him to his death. Originally, when Situ Quan was in the nascent soul stage, there was still a chance for such a plan. Now that Situ Quan has reached the heavenly man realm, this plan is simply a plan to send him to his death. Situ Quan once again made Zhang Xiao and Huang Quanzi, who rushed forward together, spit out blood. He had just broken through, and his power was not fully mastered. Although he could crush these three people, it would take some effort to kill these three experienced nascent soul cultivators. Li Qingyun thought to himself, no matter what, if I don't fight, this sect master will definitely die here. It's too bad to die with that old man Huang Quanzi. He picked up Yang Haiaohui, jumped into the deep pit that Situ Quan had originally smashed. He quickly picked up the 7 bottles of elixirs and took out the 2 ghost spirit beads from the storage space. "Are you crazy?" Yang Haiaohui said in a lost voice when he saw Li Qingyun take out these things. "Yes, hey. Li Qingyun crushed all 7 bottles of pills, took out 63 Wanhun pills, and took out 9 Wanhun pills from Shentu Bo from his storage space. A total of 72 pills. This time the door soared into the sky and directly enveloped Li Qingyun. Situ Quan saw Li Qingyun's action and sneered, "The door to the underworld is actually so easy to open. Are you in such a hurry to be bait?" Yang Haiaohui pulled Li Qingyun. "Stop quickly. I have a scroll of the great teleportation array drawn by a top array master, which can take you away from here. Don't do stupid things." "Heh, it's too late," Li Qingyun said. "Can you set up the kind of array that can teleport and guide?" Yang Haiaohui was stunned for a moment and said, "The great teleportation array is it. Okay, give me this scroll, you stand aside, and when the situation is not good, you will run away directly." Yang Haiaohui did not move. Li Qingyun said, "It's a loan to me. I'll return it to you later. Do you have any other means of escape?" Yang Haiaohui bit his lower lip, took out a purple scroll from his arms and said, "Here you go." Li Qingyun took the scroll and poured spiritual power into it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In a moment, a spatial spiritual power fluctuation that was strong enough for the entire Diwa city to feel appeared in Li Qingyun's hand. Situ Quan and the other 3 who were originally fighting in a group had no time to care about the battle. They all stared at Li Qingyun with wide eyes. "This wave formation is this." Situ Quan's eyes were full of fear. He had already been promoted to the heavenly man realm, but he just felt a power in that spiritual power wave that made him afraid and even tremble. He felt that in front of that power, he was even a tiny ant. Li Qingyun felt the power of this formation and knew that this was another good thing that Yang Haiaohui had kept in his box. He immediately cursed, "Such a good formation can't only use this kind of low-level elixir. System, inscribe it for me. Inscribe all 72 pills for me." Behind him, Yang Haiaohui was already sweating on her hands. Unlike what Li Qingyun thought, this great teleportation scroll was her most precious thing and her last means of saving her life. Without this scroll, she would lose her life. So when she said, "Give it to you" to Li Qingyun, she was actually saying what they had said before, "I'll leave my life to you." Li Qingyun only knew that Shu Taihei told him that, in theory, as long as it was a magic array that could be guided and had the nature of teleportation, it could open this door. But he really didn't know whether Yang Haiaoshui's top-level large teleportation magic array would work. Such a powerful array, who knows what will happen when it is used on this door. But at this time, he couldn't care less. He frantically took out the 10,000 soul pills and used the system's inscription ability to inscribe it upwards. He wanted to use the top configuration to open this door to the underworld. Situ Quan could use 9 10,000 soul pills plus 1 ghost spirit pearl to break through from the nascent soul to the half-step heavenly man. Then, I would use 72 10,000 soul pills, the 10,000 soul pills with the 6 paths inscription, plus 2 ghost spirit pearls with the 6 paths inscription. I don't know what I will get in return. At least I can get Situ Quan's life. That's enough. The light of the inscription in Li Qingyun's hand did not stop at all. Every inscription on the pill appeared in an instant. 10, 20, 30. All 62 Wanhun pills were inscribed. Yang Haiaoshui stood behind Li Qingyun and was stunned. This method of inscribing more than 60 pills in a moment, and all of them were 6 inscriptions. Even among the super inscription sects she knew, she had never heard of it. 1 ghost spirit bead had been inscribed when he was in the cave of Liayang Hao. Now it was the 2nd ghost spirit bead that Shentu Bo obtained in the trial at that time. Situ Quan was outside the area covered by the gate of the underworld. Seeing that Li Qingyun not only released a huge magic array, but also took out 2 ghost spirit beads, an extremely dangerous premonition rose from his back. This isn't the method of constructing the formation only known by Shu Taihei. Why can Li Qingyun also construct a formation, and it is even more powerful than Shu Taihei's formation? Is it possible that Shu Taihei is not in Huang Quanzi's hands, but in Li Qingyun's? Situ Quan's eyes widened as he looked at Huang Quanzi. Could it be true that he didn't know where Shu Taihei was? "Huang Quanzi, do you really not know where Shu Taihei is?" Situ Quan asked. Huang Quanzi was covered in blood and cursed. I've said it 10,000 times, you don't know." Situ Quan gritted his teeth and said, "Is everything planned by this bastard?" Zhang Xiao used a secret method and hit Situ Quan with a boom. Then, Shi Feiyu also entangled Situ Quan without saying a word. They didn't know what Li Qingyun's purpose was, but seeing that Situ Quan was very nervous now, they knew that Situ Quan was afraid of this matter. In this case, they had to choose to help Li Qingyun. The inscription pattern of the ghost spirit pearl in Li Qingyun's hand was slightly slower than that of the 10,000 soul pill, but at this time, it had also engraved 5 patterns and was engraving the 6th pattern. At this time, Li Qingyun had entered the critical moment of inscription of the 6 paths. The last time he was in the cave of Liang Hao, when he inscribed the 6 paths, he entered a strange illusion. In that illusion, he had seen countless terrifying scenes, but after the illusion ended, he forgot the content of the illusion. Now he inscribed the 6 paths for the ghost spirit pearl again, and he decided to see the content of this illusion. Sure enough, the 6 inscriptions appeared, accompanied by a ghost-like chanting, and Li Qingyun's consciousness entered a space again. At the same time, the door opened with a bang, and the world inside the door was no longer green, but bright red, and noisy sounds came from inside the door. This sound was different from the sound made when Situ Quan opened the door. At that time, the sound inside the door was irregular and emotionless, as if it was the sound of a wild beast, but now it seemed to have become a person's muttering, as if he was persuading himself. However, Li Qingyun's eyes quickly recovered after a moment of confusion, and he still didn't remember the content of the illusion. But he stopped talking and placed the ghost spirit pearl at the core of the formation, according to what Shu Taihei said. The 72 10,000 soul pills were distributed regularly according to the positions of the stars. When the 72nd pill was accurately located at the position of the star, the entire great teleportation formation made a roar, and the power of the 72 pills actually began to gather into the 2 ghost spirit pearls. There was a crazy cry from inside the door, with endless desire in the cry. For some reason, Li Qingyun felt that this sound was a bit like the desire and anxiety of a child when he wanted to eat something delicious, but there was obviously something very scary inside. How could he have such an odd illusion? Finally, there was a hum from inside the door, as if he had made up his mind, and then there was a sound like a door being smashed. Dong, 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 dong. Along with the dong-dong sound, the door began to vibrate, and there would be protrusions on the bright red film on the door caused by the fist. But that fist was as big as 4 or 5 human heads. With this kind of force, what kind of monster did I summon? Li Qingyun broke out in a cold sweat. But Situ Quan went crazy the moment he saw the color inside the door change from green to bright red. This is a ghost of the highest grade of heavenly level. Huang Quanzi and the other 2 had already exhausted their spiritual power and fell to the ground covered in blood. They could no longer stop Situ Quan. Situ Quan rushed madly towards the barrier extended by the door, wanting to break the barrier of the barrier, kill Li Qingyun, and take back the benefits that should have belonged to him. He actually summoned a ghost of the highest grade of heavenly level, which was the most precious reward in this door to the underworld. But Li Qingyun, that bastard, he even looked like he was regretting it. Ah! Situ Quan roared. Even if he attacked with all his strength, it was difficult to damage the barrier of the door to the underworld. I'm so angry. Finally, the thing in the door finally broke the red film inside the door and stretched out a giant green hand. The giant hand stretched out and touched around, testing the width of the door, and then stretched out another hand. With both hands, it completely tore open the film that bound the door, revealing its huge body. At this time, the system sent a message that made Li Qingyun collapse. Li Qingyun looked at the huge body that slowly emerged from the huge door, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and swallowed hard. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Ding! An 8-star genius was found, please accept. When Li Qingyun arranged the formation, the door had already enlarged several times and became 3 or 4 feet high. The red spiritual film that originally covered the door was now torn open by the 2 hands inside. The monster inside tried to explore it, first sticking out half of its head, but seeing that the door was a bit narrow, it lowered its head and muttered something, and then shrank back. After a moment, there was a wave of movement from the door, and then an arm that was much smaller than the original one came out, holding the door frame. He had actually shrunk his body just now. That thing looked similar to humans, with 2 hands, 2 feet, and a head, but its skin was a little green, and its body was sturdy. Its 2 big eyes stared straight at Li Qingyun, dragging its 3 or 4 meter long body and staggering over. Li Qingyun calmed down and thought that this thing didn't look as ferocious as he thought. Although its skin was green, the color was still well proportioned. Even though it was shrunk a little, its head was still big. Even though its shoulders were wide enough, its head still looked like it was clamped on its shoulders. Before the barrier dissipated, Situ Quan saw that thing coming out of the door and shouted, "Ancestor! Ancestor! I am the descendant of your Soul-Snatching Sect. That person is our Soul-Snatching Sect's enemy. Don't be fooled by him. This gate to the underworld is the heirloom of the Soul-Snatching Sect. But it was not until more than 10 years ago when Situ Quan came into contact with the Soul-Snatching Sect that he really had a way to open this gate to the underworld. When Situ Quan really rebelled against the Qingshan Sect and came to soul-snatching a few years ago, this gate to the underworld was completely under the control of Situ Quan. The gate to the underworld is connected to the real place of the netherworld, and the one who gave the Soul-Snatching Sect this gate was a super ghost that the Soul-Snatching Sect had worshipped for hundreds of years. This ghost is in the highest level red door of this gate to the underworld. The ghost that appeared now is the super ghost that the Soul-Snatching Sect has worshipped for hundreds of years. He was called the Ancestor by Situ Quan. Whether it was the ghost seat on Shifeiyu or the ghost seat on the two disciples who were fighting with Ping An and Xunliang at this time, they were all given by this powerful ghost. Situ Quan was both afraid and curious about this ghost. This was his biggest secret in recent years. The huge ghost walked out of the door, first glanced at Situ Quan outside the barrier, and then walked towards Li Qingyun. "Ancestor, I'm here! That's our enemy!" Situ Quan kept calling, but the ghost ignored it. His eyes were fixed on Li Qingyun, the super formation under Li Qingyun's feet, and the two ghost spirit beads in the formation that were full of the power of the 10,000 soul pill. Li Qingyun protected Yang Haiao Shui behind him, and with courage, he picked up the two ghost spirit beads from the ground and covered them in his arms. Bang! The huge ghost suddenly stopped, staring at Li Qingyun with two huge eyes. Li Qingyun asked, "Do you want this thing?" The ghost was stunned for a moment, then reached out and touched his own bald head, and stammered, "Yes, yes, but can you give it to me?" Suddenly, a huge sound of footsteps came from the door again. This time, the footsteps sounded like a group of people, running towards this side in a hurry. The green, bald giant looked panicked, then gritted his teeth, turned around and kicked the door to the underworld. Bang! The door that Li Qingyun had been helpless with was shattered like scrap copper and iron by this kick. After breaking the door, the bald man turned around embarrassedly, looked at Li Qingyun and said, "I'm so sorry I broke your door again." Situ Quan was almost crazy, shouting, "Ancestor, that's my door! How can you go back if you broke it?" The bald man looked at Li Qingyun's figure, scratched his head embarrassedly again, shrank his body, and finally shrank to 2 meters in size, standing in front of Li Qingyun. "The door is broken, and I can't go back. Can I live in your house in the future?" The bald man asked uncomfortably. Situ Quan cried, "Ancestor, come home with me!" He began to attack the barrier frantically. "Ancestor, don't be fooled by him. He is our enemy. You should come with me." The bald man seemed to be afraid that Li Qingyun would not agree and added, "Just provide food." Li Qingyun said embarrassedly, "But we have a rule in Qingshan Sect." The bald man touched his somewhat soft belly and actually showed a little bit of tenderness and asked, "What rule?" "That is, only provide food for the disciples of the sect master?" Li Qingyun said tentatively. The bald man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Who is your sect master?" "It's me." Li Qingyun pointed at himself. "Then should I be your disciple?" The bald man asked. That's probably what he meant. Li Qingyun was a little uncertain and even thought he was crazy. Although the bald guy looked silly, he was indeed the one who came out of that terrifying door, and Situ Quan was madly calling him the Ancestor. He used such a low-level trick, which clearly showed that he didn't regard the devil as a villain, but directly regarded him as a fool. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun's whole body tensed up, and he was so nervous that he was sweating all over. What if this guy opened his mouth and ate himself up when he said such a stupid thing? "Oh!" Unexpectedly, the bald guy responded, touched his stomach again embarrassedly, and said, "Well, then you have to let me eat. I eat a lot." It turned out to be Situ Quan felt that the whole world had collapsed. The ancestor he had worshipped for hundreds of years, the foundation of the Soul Capture Sect, and the biggest secret of Situ Quan for so many years, actually became Li Qingyun's disciple in just a few words. Situ Quan's eyes widened, his eye sockets trembled slightly, and his mind went blank. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand why the ancestor became so easily a disciple of Li Qingyun. An absurd thought popped up in his mind. When he saw Li Qingyun, what should he call Li Qingyun? He held his head in his hands. "No, I can't accept it." Yang Haiaoshe poked Li Qingyun from behind, handed him a blood contract, and said, "Sign a contract. This contract is valid for everyone. This person's origins are unknown, so let's take it just in case." Li Qingyun hesitated for a moment, did not take the blood contract, turned around, looked up, and looked at the bald man seriously. "Are you sure you want to worship me as your master?" The bald man said, "Heh, I am willing." Qingyun asked, "Why?" The bald man muttered, "I was hunted by my brother. I had no choice but to seek help from the high priest. The high priest told me that to walk out of the imperial city and go all the way east, I will meet someone who can save me. I didn't expect to see the appearance of this door at a space node halfway. At that time, there was an old man casting a spell in front of the door. I don't know what he was doing. It seemed that he wanted to project through this door. The old man was casting a spell with all his strength. I knocked him unconscious while he was not paying attention. Then I felt a strong ghost energy fluctuation from this side of the door. The concentration was amazing and attracted me, so I decided to pass through this door to find my benefactor. The bald man stared at Li Qingyun with his eyes wide open. I think you are the one who can save me, as the high priest said. Li Qingyun was silent, obviously a little skeptical. The bald man continued. The main reason is that I see that you have a unique temperament. I have only felt this temperament in my father. So I believe that you are the one who can save me, as the high priest said. Li Qingyun's eyes lit up. Are you praising me for being handsome? Situ Quan's eyes were dull, and he murmured, the ancestor is actually trying to please Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun's eyes lit up. Are you praising me for being handsome? The bald man said. In your words, it should be, right? Li Qingyun said. Well, I reluctantly agree to accept you as my apprentice. The bald man was overjoyed, his eyes shining. Thank you, master. But before that, you have to show your loyalty to master and deal with the old man who is screaming over there. He knew very well in his heart that although the bald man's origin was unknown, since he was willing to be his apprentice, there must be something about him that attracted him. What was it about him that was far beyond ordinary people? System? The token of Marquis Liang? Or the flawless foundation building? No matter what, it was considered a free apprentice. Since the system dared to let him accept this apprentice, then this apprentice would not have any big problems. At most, there would be a little trouble. The bald man looked at Situ Quan, who was shouting on the side, and asked Li Qingyun with some guilt. Did he recognize the wrong person? The ancestor he called was knocked unconscious by me. Li Qingyun said, He said you are the ancestor, then you are his ancestor. The bald man scratched his head and said in embarrassment, Okay, then I'll go and beat him up, but I don't think I can beat him. Can't beat him? The bald man glanced up. He was actually a lot shorter, and he actually looked cowardly. Li Qingyun looked at the bald man helplessly. He looked so fierce, so big, and had the strength to kick the door to the underworld. Why was he so cowardly? The bald man touched his bald head and said embarrassedly, I have never dared to fight with others since I was a child. I get nervous when fighting, and then I can only get beaten. So my father doesn't like me. At this point, the huge bald man actually pouted his lips. His thick and big lips pouted like a child, like a big teapot. Li Qingyun, I didn't expect this guy to have such a personality. Yang Hai Aoshui said, You can't fight, then can you take back the power from the underworld from him? The bald man looked at Situ Quan on the side and said, That's easy. After saying this, the bald man stared at the big head and walked towards Situ Quan step by step. Situ Quan saw that the ancestor he had been thinking about was finally walking towards him. He was very excited. He hurriedly tidied his sleeves and hair and looked at the bald man respectfully. Disciple Situ Quan pays homage to the ancestor. Knelt on his knees with a plop and kowtowed to the ancestor. The bald man was stunned for a moment, turned around and looked at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun nodded to him, and the bald man said, Then, you get up. Situ Quan stood up quickly and looked at the bald man expectantly. He had heard what the ancestor and Li Qingyun had just said. He knew that the ancestor must have just come to this world and did not understand the rules of this world. He also mistook Li Qingyun for his own, and was confused by Li Qingyun's nonsense. He must tell the ancestor later that those two people had nothing to do with him and were enemies of the Soul Capture Sect, and then kill Li Qingyun and Yang Hai Aoshui. The bald man said, How many ghost seeds have you used? Situ Quan said, In reply to the ancestor, I have used a peerless ghost seed bestowed by the ancestor, and the other two were distributed by the disciple. The bald man said, I'm sorry, I want to take these ghost seeds back. Situ Quan was stunned and asked, Why is that? The bald man stopped talking nonsense and raised his long arms with his palms facing the sky. A powerful force appeared in his palms, forming a small vortex. The small vortex rotated rapidly, absorbing something from the surroundings. Shi Feiyu was lying on the ground, covered in blood, dying. At this time, a green seed flew out from his forehead and flew into the palm of the bald man. At the same time, Situ Quan couldn't control himself. He covered his head and let out a painful cry. A seed, several times larger than Shi Feiyu's ghost seed, flew out of his mouth and flew into the palm of the bald man. As this ghost seed flew out, Situ Quan's aura quickly dropped from a half-step celestial being to a nascent soul, and it was still continuing to drop. Situ Quan looked at the bald man with fear on his face. Ancestor, why? Why do you treat me like this? At this moment, he was completely hopeless. Why did the ancestor want to take back his ghost seeds and attack him? Was he really a fool, and became Li Qingyun's chief disciple with just a few words? Could it be that the plan he had been planning for so many years had failed so ridiculously? A stream of light flew from the direction of the martial arts arena. It was the ghost seeds that he had placed on the disciples who were competing in the arena. The 3 ghost seeds had been collected. The bald man excitedly grabbed the 3 ghost seeds, ran towards Li Qingyun and said, Master, I got them back. Be careful. Li Qingyun widened his eyes, looked behind the bald man and reminded in surprise. Ah! The bald man stood in place. What? Just behind the bald man, Situ Quan suddenly jumped up, and an extremely sharp aura transformed into the shape of a knife, slashing straight at the bald man's neck. Go to hell! Situ Quan put his palms together, manipulated the spiritual power to transform into a scimitar, and chopped down at the bald man. The battle happened in an instant. Situ Quan, who was originally timid towards the bald man, now decisively chose to attack violently. He wanted to kill the bald man. You dare to sneak attack my apprentice? Seeing that the bald man had no way to dodge Situ Quan's attack, Li Qingyun almost subconsciously drew his sword. Qingfeng sword. The first use of Yulu's sword art. The Qingfeng sword fell into Li Qingyun's hands and was used against the enemy for the first time. The sword light carried unparalleled momentum, and at a speed far exceeding Situ Quan's sword light, it swept past the bald man and directly faced the sword light that attacked the bald man. The swords and swords intersected, and the two were entangled together on the bald man's back. The bald man turned around and looked at Situ Quan, who attacked him. Situ Quan was concentrating on dealing with Li Qingyun's sword energy at this time. Although Li Qingyun's sword moves were difficult, his spiritual foundation was too weak. He believed that he could break Li Qingyun's sword moves and kill Li Qingyun in just a moment. However, the bald man grinned at him, revealing his huge teeth, and enlarged his palm. With a bang, he slapped Situ Quan with one palm. Sneak attack! Situ Quan suddenly retracted his spiritual power and dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding the bald man's giant palm. But the next moment, a piercing chill enveloped his whole body, and then he felt as if his body was flying, and then the world was spinning and his vision was swaying left and right. Situ Quan's head was cut off by Li Qingyun. The headless body was bleeding, but the limbs were constantly twisting and twitching, and the two legs were still swaying as if looking for something. In the end, the headless body fell stiffly to the ground. The bald man's face was pale, and he hid his huge body behind Yang Hayaoshui, looking frightened, closing his map eyes, not daring to look at Situ Quan's body. He's gone without a head, he should be dead, Li Qingyun muttered with a pale face. He saw the whole process of Situ Quan's dancing after his head was cut off. Speaking of which, this should be the first time he killed someone in this life. Killing people is really disgusting. Li Qingyun looked at the blood on the ground and the blurred flesh and blood in the blood, and said with disgust, "You haven't killed him yet." Yang Hayaoshui grabbed Situ Quan's head, but the moment she picked up Situ Quan's head, a golden light flew out of Situ Quan's head. The golden light flew out without hesitation, with a desperate meaning. Yang Hayaoshui Hongling flew out, followed the golden light, and rolled it back. Regardless of the resentful cry of the golden light, she exerted force and rolled the golden light hard. The cry stopped and the golden light disappeared. Is this Situ Quan's nascent soul? After the nascent soul cultivator condenses the nascent soul carries all the consciousness of the cultivator. Even if the cultivator's physical body dies, the nascent soul can leave the physical body and survive for a period of time. It can even find a physical body again, take over the body successfully, and revive again. Li Qingyun was a little scared. He was careless just now, and almost let Situ Quan's nascent soul go. Situ Quan was at the half-step heavenly realm. If the nascent soul escaped and took over the body of a mortal, the chance of resurrection would be even greater. Huh? Who is it? Suddenly, Li Qingyun felt two auras appear near him, and they were very close to him. He didn't notice these two people when he was fighting with Situ Quan just now. They were two nascent souls that had not been damaged. He had just used the Qingfeng sword and his spiritual power had been almost consumed. Damn it! Two nascent souls appeared at this time. How should he deal with them? Ah, Sect Master Li, please forgive me. Yes, it's us. With this panicked voice, two people came out from a hidden place about 10 meters away from Li Qingyun. Two people wearing the clothes of the elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect walked up to Li Qingyun respectfully, clasped their fists and saluted, and said respectfully, "Meeting Master Li, we are the third and fourth elders on the Soul-Snatching Sect. So you two are the third and fourth elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect." Li Qingyun suddenly realized that it was no wonder that both of them had the strength of the early nascent soul stage. The third elder, who was the leader of the two, said, It's just that since Master Li has unparalleled divine power and has defeated Situ Quan, there are also Shifeiyu, Huang Quanzi, and Xiao Yaozi. Alas, he sighed, and the sigh could not hide the trembling in his heart. The Soul-Snatching Sect has been destroyed, and the two of us can no longer be considered elders of the Soul-Snatching Sect. Li Qingyun looked at Shifeiyu, Huang Quanzi, Zhang Xiao, who were lying on the ground, and Situ Quan, who was killed by his sword. This third elder actually thought that he had killed all these people. Li Qingyun smiled self-deprecatingly, thinking that this person must have come here a long time ago and saw that he had indeed killed Situ Quan with one sword. Otherwise, with his reputation as a waste for so many years, how could he believe that he had killed Situ Quan? He must have thought that he ran over to grab the spoils after several people died together, right? This can be seen from the Shutai incident. At that time, Shutai was captured by himself, and all signs pointed to him having captured Shutai. But Huang Quanzi and Situ Quan would never believe that it was him, a waste, who had captured Shutai. In the end, although he had benefited, it was always uncomfortable to be looked down upon by others. Now that this person saw his strength and saw that he had killed Situ Quan with one sword as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, he was impressed by his strength and feared himself, and naturally thought that the 4 people lying on the ground were all killed by him. This feeling of being admired for one's strength is a bit high profile compared to being looked down upon, but to be honest, it is quite good. The 3rd elder said, "We are only helping Situ Quan. Now that the Soul-Snatching Sect has been destroyed, we will no longer be enemies with Sect Master Li. Please let us live." The 2 of them clasped their fists together and begged Li Qingyun. They were obviously afraid of Li Qingyun at this moment. The leaders of the 4 major sects in Dihua Prefecture died here at the same time, and it is very likely that they died at the hands of Li Qingyun. This morning, they thought the situation was under control, but now, the sky is falling. Swoosh. Before Li Qingyun could speak, a sound of breaking through the air came, and another breath came here. "2 Taoist friends, have you found anything here?" "Ah, that idiot Shifeiyu died here. It seems that the great elder Situ is really brave. Then the Dihua sect is completely worry-free. I have been lurking in the Dihua sect for so many years, and finally there is a reward." A cultivator who had not yet taken off his Dihua sect uniform seemed to be a little proud and said a string of words without seeing the situation clearly. Li Qingyun looked at the 3rd elder. "Is this the traitor of Dihua sect?" The 3rd elder looked at the man in embarrassment and nodded. "You want me to let you go?" The 3rd elder and the 4th elder nodded again. "I hate traitors the most in my life." After saying this, Li Qingyun turned around and stopped looking at them. The 3rd elder and the 4th elder looked at each other, and a hint of cruelty flashed in their eyes. They silently drew their weapons and faced Elder Wu of Dihua sect. Elder Wu took 2 steps back. "You?" The 3rd elder said, "I'm sorry, Elder Wu. We are also trying to save our lives." The sword flashed and Elder Wu screamed, "Ah, no! Help!" The battle ended quickly. In order to show his loyalty, Elder Wu did his best in the battle with Dihua sect and dealt with many people, which consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, when he was attacked by the 3rd and 4th elders, he soon lost his life. It was a bit pitiful, but he died a worthy death. Xiaoyao sect leader Zhang Xiao died and was slapped to death by Situ Quan. Huang Quan sect leader and great elder Huang Quanzi died of exhaustion of spiritual power. His expression was quite peaceful before his death. Li Qingyun was quite familiar with Huang Quanzi. Although he was used by Li Qingyun once and took the blame for Li Qingyun, Huang Quanzi was still brave when fighting with Situ Quan. In general, Li Qingyun did not have a bad impression of him. Dihua sect leader Shifeiyu died, exhausted his vitality and spiritual power, and died with his eyes open. His bright future was ruined by Situ Quan's conspiracy, but in the end, in order to wash away the stigma, he fought to the death with Situ Quan. This courage made Li Qingyun feel a sense of sympathy. It was not bad for this person to become the leader. Situ Quan, the nominal elder and actual leader of the Soul-Snatching Sect, was killed by Li Qingyun. This person had been playing a big game since more than 10 years ago. The decline of the Qingshan Sect, the damage to the strength of the Xiaoyao Sect and the Huang Quan Sect, and the change in the temperament of the leader of the Dihua Sect, Shifeiyu, all showed signs of Situ Quan's secret manipulation. In the past 10 years, Situ Quan ran from the Qingshan Sect to the Soul-Snatching Sect, step by step, with painstaking efforts. He even did not hesitate to make a deal with ghosts. In the end, the ghosts that the Soul-Snatching Sect had worshipped for hundreds of years, the secrets that Situ Quan had treasured for more than 10 years, and the thing he called the ancestor, unexpectedly became Li Qingyun's apprentice. Li Qingyun shook his head, really not knowing what Situ Quan felt at the time. Although the bald man replaced his ancestor by accident, no one would be emotionally upset when seeing the thing he called the ancestor calling his enemy master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the first opponent on the road to the strongest sect, the Soul-Seizing Sect. Rewards: 1. All sect buildings are upgraded once. 2. The qualifications of all core members of the sect below the Heavenly Man level are upgraded by 1 level. Extra reward: recruit an 8-star disciple during the mission and get an extra 800 genius points. After the system information was transmitted, 5 golden pills appeared in Li Qingyun's hand, corresponding to a sect master, an elder, and 3 disciples in the current sect. Li Qingyun muttered in his heart, "Why are there no Liu Bo and Lao Lu?" Yang Hai Aoshui walked to Li Qingyun, patted Li Qingyun on the shoulder, and said, "Congratulations, Sect Master Li. This Dihua Mansion will be renamed Qingshan Mansion in the future." "Huh!" Li Qingyun realized that all the sects that threatened him had been destroyed. Now Qingshan Sect can definitely take advantage of the situation and unify the sect world of Dihua Mansion. Then it is only a matter of time before Dihua Mansion is renamed Qingshan Mansion. Bang! Suddenly, a giant hand landed on Li Qingyun's shoulder and patted him. The bald man imitated Yang Hai's words and said, "Congratulations, Sect Master Li." "Pah!" Li Qingyun knocked the bald man's hand away and stared at him with murderous eyes. The bald man shrank his neck in fear and asked, Master, what instructions do you— What's your name?" "Ah, my name is Niki Gorevich Prushchev." The bald man uttered a long string of strange syllables. Although the syllables were very strange, they were strange but had a sense of majesty. "Oh, very good, a good name. I'll call you Pu Guangtou from now on." "Ah." Pu Guangtou was surprised, but then hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master, for the name." Li Qingyun held back his laughter. This bald man was actually called Prushchev. In terms of appearance, he was indeed quite similar to a historical figure named Xiaofu in his previous life. "Okay, Pu Dato, behave well in the future." "Yes, I'll take you to see your two fellow apprentices now." "Okay, but where are they? They may still be fighting." "Oh, do my fellow apprentices like to fight too? Will they be very fierce?" "Haha, I really don't understand. How can you think others are fierce?" "Oh, but Master, you guys fight so fiercely. I'm really scared." The sun had completely set in the sky, and night fell. Only the voices of Li Qingyun and his new apprentice Pu Kaito echoed in the distance. At the moment when Pu Guangtou took back the ghost seed, the outer disciples of the Soul-Snatching Sect who were fighting against Ping An and Xun Liang lost their strength. The two Lu Benwei who had lost their strength had ferocious expressions and were weak all over. Their lives were in danger, so they naturally surrendered and gave up the competition at the first moment. Ping An and Xun Liang naturally won the 20th competition and defeated the 40 soul-snatching people. This scene was very interesting. When Ping An and Xun Liang stood on the ring with their hands raised high to welcome the applause and flowers from the audience, not far from the martial arts arena, their master, Li Qingyun, also happened to kill Situ Quan with a sword. The audience stood up and cheered for the wonderful and shocking performance of Ping An and Xun Liang, not knowing what kind of earth-shaking earthquake would happen in the world of immortal cultivation in Dihua Prefecture after this brilliant performance. "Ping An! Ping An! Ping An! Xun Liang! Qingshan Sect! Qingshan Sect!" The cheers were endless. Xun Liang tugged at Ping An. "Where is the master?" "Huh? Not only is the master not here, but the old men from Huangquanzi are not here either." Ping An looked around and noticed this. Xun Liang showed a trace of worry, but the next moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard in the air, and his worry disappeared. Ping An showed his little tiger teeth and pointed at the sky. "It's the master!" A flying magic weapon fell from the sky and landed on the ring. After many years, the residents of Dihua Prefecture, no, Qingshan Prefecture will never forget such a scene. In the festive atmosphere, Master Li descended from the sky like a god, wearing a white Taoist robe. Taoist robe was a little damaged because of the battle, but this did not affect his extraordinary temperament. He held the sword in one hand, and the tip of the sword gently touched the white stone of the ring. The originally excited audience actually held their breath in front of him, and no one dared to speak. Finally, Sectmaster Li said those words. Just now, all 3-star and 4-star sects in Dihua Prefecture were destroyed. This sectmaster declares that from now on, Qingshan Sect will take over the sect world in Dihua Prefecture. When Feng Yong received this news, he was maintaining order in the casino. Because Ping An and Xun Liangzhen had fought 40 people, the gamblers lost a lot of money and were a little rioting. Because the scale of this competition was different, the status and cultivation strength of the gamblers were much higher than last time. So the scene was a little out of control for a while. "Get out of here!" A high-level cultivator waved his hand to knock away the big hand that came forward to maintain order, and warned Feng Yong. "I'm telling you too, I have an old relationship with the elder of Dihua Sect. Do you believe me? I will tell everyone about the deceptive tricks you used today. Crush your small Qingshan Sect to death?" A big man with a gloomy face said, "I am a core disciple of the Soul Capture Sect. How dare you win my spirit stones?" A big man from a big family said, "The last 2 wins were too fake. It was obviously arranged by you, right? In the first dozen games, your Qingshan Sect has won tens of thousands of spirit stones, right? Now you win again. With so many spirit stones, can a small 2-star sect like you afford it?" The servant ran to Feng Yong and asked, "Lord Feng, the situation has gotten out of control. What should we do? How about we return the capital of these people in the last game?" Feng Yong said, "No, the profit of the Dihua Sect Casino alone in the last game was nearly 5,000 spirit stones. There are betting tables in 5 cities. We can't open this." The servant said, "But..." Feng Yong interrupted the servant. "It's okay. It's time to wake up these idiots." "Shut up!" Feng Yong stood in front of the rioting crowd and shouted. After this period of training, Feng Yong had eliminated the unfamiliarity with these high-level monks and was no longer afraid of them. And he knew very well what words would work best when facing them. The rioting gamblers became even louder. "Who are you? How dare you yell at us? Tell your sect leader to come out and talk to us. Watch your attitude. Heh!" Feng Yong sneered. I want to tell you a good news. Oh? What good news? Do you want to exchange the money with us? Don't think that I can easily let you Qingshan Sect go if you return the money to me. You set up a scam, and I will never forgive you. It's better to pay me several times more money. Feng Yong curled his lips, took out a small projection array, and played a video. Li Qingyun, like a god descending from heaven, stood on the stage, holding a sword in one hand. This sect leader declares that from now on, Qingshan Sect will take over the Dihua Prefecture sect world. It was like a bucket of cold water was poured down, and the originally hot atmosphere in the casino dropped to freezing point. Those who were quite powerful and had some status in the sect could best understand what this meant. One person's throat rolled and asked, "Is this true or false?" A person who just claimed to be a disciple of the Soul Capture sect said in a voice full of fear, "Look at his other hand." Everyone looked at Li Qingyun's other hand holding the sword. The ring on his thumb is the space ring of the great elder Situ Quan. Then someone else said, "The red one belongs to the Dihua sect's Shi Feiyu sect master. That one is the ring of Master Huang, Quanzi. The last one." One person even shed tears from his eyes in fear. "The last one is the ring of Master Zhang Xiao of the Xiaoyao sect." Did this devil kill the 4 sect masters? One person gritted his teeth and said. However, soon, more people figured out the situation and understood that the Dihua mansion would completely change in the future. I have long seen that Master Li is extraordinary and heroic. As expected, he turned into a dragon one day. Congratulations. Feng Yong smiled and said, "The good news has been announced. Come on, return the money you just cheated from you masters to you masters." "Don't do it. Master Feng is joking. We were just joking with you just now. Don't take it seriously. The casino is the most trustworthy. If Master Feng returns the money to me, I will be angry with you." Feng Yong said, "Are you serious? That must be true. Master Feng, please don't be polite." These gamblers knew very well that Feng Yong was someone close to Li Qingyun. Now that Li Qingyun had the strength to destroy the 4 sects and take over Dihua Prefecture, it would only be a matter of time before Dihua Prefecture became Qingshan Prefecture. Facing such a popular person, they dare not offend him at all. At the same time, similar scenes occurred in various casinos in the 5 cities of Dihua Prefecture. Soon, almost everyone in the Dihua Prefecture cultivation world knew that the destruction of the 4 major sects was most likely caused by Li Qingyun alone. And Li Qingyun, the momentum to unify the Dihua Prefecture cultivation world was unstoppable. 3 days later, Qingshan Sect. Host qualification, cultivation value 5 and 20, fake pill. Spiritual roots, 6 spiritual roots. Foundation, flawless Dao foundation. Skill, Qingyun Jue, Xuan level lower grade minor supernatural power. Xuan level lower grade first level perfection. Xuan level lower grade erosion wave minor success. Swordsmanship, Xuan level middle grade, Yulu swordsmanship. Entry, spiritual power realm. Spiritual power is subtle. Genius points, 800. Reputation, 5,000. The 6 paths of inscriptions on the 72 Wanhun pills exhausted all of Li Qingyun's original reputation points and genius points. Now there are only 800 genius points and 5,000 reputations obtained when completing the task. At this time, he also understood the difference between these 2 points. Genius points seem to be able to do anything. As long as the corresponding points are paid, the system seems to be able to directly upgrade him to the Heavenly Man realm, but the cost is huge. Reputation points have more restrictions. They cannot be used to deduce skills and improve one's own qualifications. They can only be used to do operations such as inscriptions for pills and weapons. Remaining unfinished operations: 1. Randomly transform a building once. 2. Upgrade all buildings once. 3. Below the Heavenly Man realm, the qualifications of all core members of the sect will be upgraded. These are the rewards accumulated from these missions. Li Qingyun has not used them immediately, and the fairies have collected them all together. It must be very exciting. What are random buildings? System. This operation will randomly select building to build for the host sect. Do you want to continue? Li Qingyun touched his chin. It still felt familiar. It seemed that he had to say continue. Continue. Randomly. Congratulations, host. Randomly selected building, zoo. Please select a site as soon as possible. The system will build a zoo for you. Li Qingyun asked, what is the zoo used for? A zoo. A place where monsters can be raised. As the level increases, the zoo can accommodate more and more monsters. Rare monsters can be used as combat monsters, and some special species can produce precious materials for alchemy and refining, and can also produce meat to improve life. Li Qingyun said, that's pretty good. So this time I also designated the area. Can it be built? Can all the monsters in the zoo become my privately raised monsters? At this point, Li Qingyun looked towards the back mountain of Qingshan Sect, where it was called the Ghost Sea Forest. If he could circle a piece of land deep in the Ghost Sea Forest and transform it into a zoo, he could keep those high-level monsters. Warning, the host has extremely dangerous ideas. The mortality rate of this idea is 100%. Please respect yourself. Why not? System. The level of the monsters in the depths of the Ghost Sea Forest is too high, and the host's current sect level is too low to control a large number of high-level monsters. Qingyun was still unwilling to give up and asked, "Then, at what level can the sect reach a beast enclosure in the depths of the Ghost Sea Forest?" The system was silent for a moment. After calculation, when the host's sect level exceeds the Daotong level and reaches the sect level above the Daotong, you can try it. The level above the Daotong. What level is that? System. That is a level that the host cannot understand at present. Well, Qingyun said, then try to enclose the area outside the Ghost Sea Forest. Qingyun walked towards the back mountain, thinking that before enclosing the area, he should go to the Lianghao Cave Mansion again, say hello to the spirit of the weapon, and see how big an area he can enclose. The second time he entered the Ghost Sea Forest, Qingyun was much more proficient than the first time, and he didn't feel the creepy feeling the first time. I don't know if the donkey hair of the old donkey he carried with him still worked, or if he became much braver after breaking through his cultivation. He always had a feeling that after the establishment of the animal farm, he would become a complete neighbor of Lianghao's cave. Now he felt that he was too close to the Ghost Sea Forest, even though it was more than 100 miles from the sect to here. The cave was still dark and steep. Qingyun stepped in and shouted, "Old man, I'm here to chat with you." Boom, boom, boom. The cave was actually lit up. "Stinky boy, you are disrespectful." With a laugh and scolding, the weapon spirit was really happy that Qingyun came to chat with him. "Tell me, what's the matter?" The weapon spirit still had the same white eyebrows and white beard, as if it would never change. "Nothing. That's it. I got a formation scroll for building an animal farm, and I want to build an animal farm in the back mountain for fun." "Oh?" The weapon spirit was surprised. "Building formation scroll, stinky boy, where did you get such good luck?" Qingyun said, "It must be natural." "How many miles can it be built?" the weapon spirit asked. Qingyu had already asked the system and said, 100 miles in radius. The area is about this size, but the shape can be adjusted. The spirit of the weapon smacked his lips and said, "Tsk, this kind of formation. I haven't seen it many times. Come on, I won't ask where you come from. You have your chance." Then, the spirit of the weapon gave practical advice. "It is not recommended that you go too deep into the area, because the danger level in the depths, I have told you before, it is not something you can touch with your current strength." "That's natural." The spirit of the weapon said, "I'll give you a map, which contains the distribution of monsters in this part of the outer area of the Ghost Sea Forest. You should try to arrange it according to the maximum strength of the monsters." As he said that, a jade slip appeared in the spirit's hand and handed it to Qingyun. Qingyun took it and hurriedly thanked him. "Stinky boy, I give you the things. Why don't you get out? What are you doing here?" The spirit of the weapon said. Qingyun smiled foolishly, but did not speak. He did not believe that the weapon spirit did not see that he had broken through to the level of fake elixir and was about to form elixir. It must be waiting for him to bring up the topic, afraid that he would ask for something. This weapon spirit, is it still brooding over the fact that he cheated him of a sword last time? All right. The weapon spirit rolled his eyes at Qingyun. "If you want to have a good elixir formation site and form a good quality golden elixir, you can either go to the sect-level branch of the Tianji Pavilion or find a way to go to the secret realm of the sect-level sect." The Tianji Pavilion did not set up an organization in a small city like Shuanglu City, but only let Wang Ruhai's business contract the business. In more important cities like Dihua City, a guild-level branch was established, which is the center of a prefecture. Dozens of prefectures constitute a state, and the central city of each state will be established by the Tianji Pavilion as a unit higher than the branch to manage the branch. This organization is called the Tianji Gate. "That's not right," Qingyun said. "Yang Haiaosh, the girl who was with me last time, how come she formed the elixir by herself?" The spirit of the weapon showed a meaningful smile. "Can you compare with her? She used a treasure that can carry a trace of the aura of the family's secret realm to assist in forming the elixir, and that trace of aura, well, it's probably enough for 10 people to practice from the early stage of the heavenly realm to the peak of the heavenly realm." Qingyun took a breath of cold air. He originally thought that he had made a bold guess about Yang Haiaoshui's origin, but he didn't expect it was even more perverted than he thought. The beast farm is being built. Construction successful. Currently, there are 500 Qi training level monsters, 28 foundation building monsters, 3 Jindan stage monsters, and no Yuanying stage monsters in the beast farm. Qingyun estimated that the beast farm probably had the same effect as the spiritual field, and in the short term, the effect would not be obvious. Upgrade all the buildings. As soon as the voice fell, the system did not ask Qingyun if he was sure. Suddenly, a huge light enveloped the entire Qingshan Sect. In Qingyun's eyes, countless mysterious runes appeared on all the buildings, floating upwards like flying flowers, dazzling people. After an unknown amount of time, the runes dissipated. Upgrade completed, a total of 5 buildings upgraded this time. Sect name, Qingshan Sect. Sect overview. Buildings, 800. Industries, 600. Disciples, 500. Teachers, 150. Sect master, 100. Total score, 250. 4-star sect. 5-star sect needs to reach 10,000. Seeing the sect attribute panel, Li Qingyun was quite moved. The last time he opened it was when Han Li and Zheng Yuan first raided the sect. At that time, the sect was still a little short of the strength of a 2-star sect. Now, the system should have calculated the sect attributes of Qingshan Sect after the theoretical integration of Defy Sect. So, after consuming the 4 sects of Defy Sect, Shameless Sect, Huangquan Sect, and Xiaoyao Sect, Qingshan Sect has been promoted to a 4-star sect, but it is still a little short of a 5-star sect. Li Qingyun stood in the cave area behind the sect, staring at the attribute panel in a daze. Suddenly, Feng Yong ran from the front hall and ran to Li Qingyun. "Sect Master, Lin Qixiao wants to see you and is waiting in the main hall. Besides, he brought a lot of people here this time. I saw Wang Ruhai was also there." Li Qingyun said, "It doesn't matter. Those people are the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce of the 5 cities of Dihua Prefecture and some friends from various sects. I asked Lin Xiao to call them here. Let's go and meet them." Li Qingyun took the lead and walked in front. Feng Yong was stunned for a moment and hurried to catch up. In the moment just now, he actually felt the shadow of a peerless, strong man in Li Qingyun, who was able to plan and make plans and lift heavy things with ease. In the main hall of Qingshan Sect, several familiar faces gathered in Qingshan Sect. Xiong Jianmu, Tang Yongho, Wang Ruhai, Sun Liancheng. They didn't know why Li Qingyun asked them to come here, but they could no longer look at Li Qingyun in the same way as before. Now Li Qingyun was already the #1 figure in Dihua Prefecture. They were all thinking in their hearts how they should get along with Li Qingyun. After a while, Li Qingyun walked into the hall, followed by Feng Yong and an old man who looked very old. The sharp-eyed people in the hall recognized that person. It was the second elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect, Shu Taihei. Several Chamber of Commerce presidents who had never seen Li Qingyun before immediately became solemn. Sure enough, the rumors were true. At that time, Shu Taihei, the supreme elder of the Soul-Snatching Sect, came to cause trouble for Li Qingyun, but was captured by Li Qingyun directly. No wonder. "Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming all the way here. It's hard work." Li Qingyun greeted them generously. "How dare I?" Everyone said hurriedly, "Let's not waste any more time. Do you know the purpose of calling you here this time?" Li Qingyun asked. Wang Ruhai glanced around and said hurriedly, "Please give us your instructions, Master Li." "You're welcome, Mr. Wang," Li Qingyun said. "As presidents of the Chamber of Commerce, you must have some knowledge of the several prefectures around Dihua Prefecture. You must all know that the surrounding prefectures are all centered on one sect, right?" Several people answered, "Of course we know." Li Qingyun said, "I won't beat around the bush. I will also change Dihua Prefecture into a centered sect, with Qingshan Sect as the center and radiating outwards. What do you think?" Sun Liancheng's expression became serious, and he said, "Sun Liancheng will definitely do his best to help Master Li, and will do whatever it takes." Seeing this, Wang Ruhai and other presidents of the Chamber of Commerce naturally followed Sun Liancheng's lead. They knew in their hearts that under the current situation, they had no choice but to support Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun said, "You don't have to be so polite. Just don't cause me any trouble and cooperate with me at ease." Li promises that it won't be long before Qingshan Sect will surpass the sects in several nearby prefectures and lead you to obtain more resources. At that time, you will inevitably benefit. Yes. So, starting today, Mr. Sun Liancheng will take the lead in forming the Dihua Prefecture Chamber of Commerce Alliance, and its headquarters will be set up in Shuanglu City at the foot of the Daqing Mountain. Don't worry, it won't be long before Shuanglu City is the center of Dihua Prefecture. After saying this, Li Qingyun turned around and looked at Xiong Jianmu and the others. "Although Qingshan Sect has integrated all the other sects, I don't plan to gather everyone together, as I won't be able to manage them if I do. So, I plan to split the sects, put the disciples and elders, who originally belonged to the Shameless Sect and the Dihua Sect together to form Qingshan Sect 1, and put the disciples who originally belonged to the Huangquan Sect and the Xiaoyao Sect together to form Qingshan Sect 2. But Sect 1 and Sect 2 both belong to the outer sect. In addition, an inner sect will be established, with Elder Shu Taihei as the leader of the inner sect. At the same time, the difficulty of being promoted to the inner sect from the outer sect will be increased. To enter the inner sect, it will be dozens of times more difficult than before. Inner sect disciples will have the opportunity to come to the sect's headquarters, Qingshan, to study once a year." Xiong Jianmu and the others were shocked by Li Qingyun's drastic reforms. This model can indeed allow the original 4 sects to continue operating without causing much trouble, and the merger of 2 sects can also enhance competition between sects. So, are you two willing to serve as the leaders of Sect 1 and Sect 2? Li Qingyun looked deeply at Xiong Jianmu and Tang Yonghao and asked, "Ah?" The two spoke almost at the same time. "You two are strong enough to manage the outer disciples. Are you willing?" Xiong Jianmu took a deep breath and clasped his fists. "Thank you, Sect Master Li. I am willing." Tang Yonghao's face flushed, although he couldn't understand why Li Qingyun entrusted such an important task to him. After looking at Li Qingyun's eyes, he finally said, "I am willing too," exclaimed and said, "Then the specific implementation will be left to you too. It depends on your ability." "Yes, sir." Sun Liancheng looked at Li Qingyun and said, "Sect Master Li, I have submitted the application for the star upgrade of Qingshan Sect and the name change of Dihua Prefecture to the higher-ups. The reply said that they will send someone to evaluate it in 3 days. Li Qingyun said, "Okay." Sun Liancheng glanced around and said, "It is very likely that Senior Han Li will come this time." Li Qingyun's eyes lit up. "Okay." After the short meeting, everyone left. Only Xiong Jianmu was stopped by Li Qingyun and stayed. Li Qingyun's expression changed from its previous majestic look, and he asked Xiong Jianmu gently, "Xiaoyu is not in the sect. Where did he go?" "Don't you know?" Xiong Jianmu looked at Li Qingyun in astonishment and said so. "I asked Great Elder Yang Hai Shui. When she took down the Soul Capture Sect, she made a special trip to look for Ye Xiaoyu. But in the end, she couldn't find any trace of Ye Xiaoyu. Could it be that she had left the sect a long time ago?" Xiong Jianmu sighed and said, "It seems you really don't understand. Senior Sister Ye Xiaoyu reached the state of great perfection in Qi training 2 years ago, but she has yet to build a foundation. It's because she has extraordinary aptitude and hopes to obtain a better Dao foundation when she builds her foundation. People like us, a mid-grade foundation is enough, and a high-grade foundation is enough to be overjoyed. But for an aptitude like Senior Sister Ye Xiaoyu, at least a super-grade Dao foundation, or even the legendary perfect Dao foundation is worthy of her." Li Qingyun nodded. He grew up with Ye Xiaoyu and knew that Ye Xiaoyu's cultivation speed was many times faster than his since she was a child. She was always the one with the highest realm among her peers. She suppressed her realm in the first 2 years and stayed in the great perfection of Qi training. I think this was her purpose. At that time, Sidu Quan also valued her very much, but he had other purposes. These few days, I have checked the documents of the sect and found that there is a peerless sect called Qingluan Hall that recruits students every 50 years across the entire continent, and the most recent recruitment examination was this year. It is said that every time a qualified disciple is sent in, the small sect that sends the disciple can get a considerable reward. So in the past 2 years, Situ Quan and the elders Shu Taihe have been doing their best to train Senior Sister Ye Xiaoyu. While you were entangled with Huang Quanzi and others, Senior Sister Ye Xiaoyu had already been sent to the recruitment examination site of Qingluan Hall by the elders in the sect. She left? Li Qingyun's mind was empty, and he couldn't accept it for a while. But you don't have to worry, Sect Master. It is said that Senior Sister Ye Xiaoyu, with her cultivation of Qi training, can defeat the elders in the late stage of foundation building. Did she leave anything for me? Li Qingyun asked anxiously. Xiong Jianmu was stunned for a moment and said softly, "No." Li Qingyun lowered his voice, but after a moment he raised his head again and asked, "Where is she taking the test?" Xiong Jianmu said, "It is said that the disciples in our Jugong Dao area all went to the Jugongs in various places to take the test." Is that so? Dihua Prefecture, where Li Qingyun was located, together with several nearby prefectures, belonged to Muye Prefecture, and Muye Prefecture, together with several nearby states, were all under the jurisdiction of a huge sect. This sect was called Kongliu Palace, a 9-star sect. And Kongliu Palace was a branch of an even larger sect, and together with the other 8 palaces, formed an even more gigantic sect called Jugong Dao. Dao is a higher unit than Zhou. One Dao contains dozens of Zhou and countless Fu. Just like after Qingshan Sect unified Dihua Prefecture was renamed Qingshan Prefecture. The Jugong Dao is the Yugong that unified the Dao that was originally called Nothing, and finally formed the Jugong Dao. Such a sect composed of 9 9-star sects is undoubtedly a sect of Dao Tong level. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun looked serious and warned himself. Li Qingyun, you must not be complacent just because you have achieved a little success in this small place of Dihua Prefecture. You must continue to work hard. These are far from enough. Ding. The host is determined to be more confident on the road to the strongest sect. Reward the host with 100 genius points. Li Qingyun curled his lips. 100 points, really generous. But then a message from the host made Li Qingyun excited. System. The gate transformed by the system can help the host sneak into the secret realms of other sects at the cost of genius points. Can the assessment secret realm of the 9 palaces be used? System. The secret realm of the 9 palaces, opening time tomorrow at noon. Strength limit, below heaven and man. Resources, exotic beasts, rare flowers and herbs, magical medicines. Treasure land. Marrow washing pool, assists Qi training monks in condensing the foundation of Taoism. Standard configuration of Daotong level sects is the current top-level treasure land for condensing the foundation of Taoism in the cultivation world, with a chance of allowing the entrance to condense into a perfect foundation of Taoism. Golden Pill Pool assists foundation-building monks in forming pills. Standard configuration of Daotong level sects is the current top-level treasure land for condensing golden pills in the cultivation world, with a chance of allowing the entrance to condense into top-level golden pills. Infant Transformation Pool assists golden pill monks in forming infants, and is a relatively advanced Yuanying condensation treasure land in the cultivation world. Gulu. Li Qingyun swallowed his saliva. He had reached the realm of false elixir. Recently, he had been worrying about how to make elixir. Although his current realm was false elixir, he could only be regarded as a foundation-building cultivator without the help of a treasure land. If he made elixir by himself without the assistance of a treasure land, even if he was now a flawless foundation, there was a high probability that he would make a low-quality elixir. Although the system could improve the quality of the foundation, who could guarantee that it could also improve the quality of the elixir? Even if the quality of the elixir could be improved, I don't know how many genius points I would have to dig up by then. Therefore, for the first time to make elixir, I must make the best elixir possible. After all, a treasure land that specializes in assisting elixir formation is the top in the cultivation world and is definitely not in vain. Besides, I still have to go to the secret realm to look for Xiaoyu. How could I not go? Although time is a bit tight and the secret realm will be open tomorrow, I finally caught up. But it's time to bring Ping An and Xun Liang with me. The two of them are not weak among the Qi training cultivators. It would be good to go in and hone their skills. Having made up his mind, Li Qingyun went to the back mountain and called out several disciples who were practicing. Ping An and Xun Liang were practicing the Yulu swordsmanship that Li Qingyun had just taught them in the back mountain, while the new Pu Guangtou sat on the ground, lowered his big head, and played with sand with his hands in grievance. Li Qingyun said, "Why don't you two bring your junior brothers to practice with you?" When he mentioned the word junior brother, Li Qingyun looked at Pu Guangtou, who was 2 or 3 times bigger than him, and Ping An, who was as small as a dot, and his face twitched. When Ping An saw Li Qingyun coming, he threw away his long sword and ran over to grab Li Qingyun's hand. "Master, it's not that we don't bring him, but he said that playing with swords is too scary and he doesn't dare to use a sword." Ping An grabbed Li Qingyun's hand, shook it, and said intimately. Li Qingyun looked at the 2-meter-tall bald man playing in the sand. "Well, then he doesn't need to learn swordsmanship." "Oh, master." Ping An grabbed Li Qingyun's hand and twisted his legs. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, but he was embarrassed. "What's wrong?" Ping An's legs were almost twisted into a knot. "That, can I not be his senior brother, but his junior brother? That, can I be a little disciple from now on?" Li Qingyun asked in confusion. "Why?" Ping An's face flushed. Ping An knows that no matter how many children there are in a family, the youngest child is usually the most beloved. Ping An used to be the youngest child, so everyone loved me the most. Li Qingyun was stunned. This little brat, Ping An, was really a little brat. Ping An's big black eyes turned. "Master, okay? In the future, Ping An will be a little disciple, and I will definitely be filial to you. Wash your feet, massage your back and shoulders, climb the knife mountain, and cool down." "Stop! Stop! Stop! I promise you! I promise you!" Li Qingyun said hurriedly. Such a cute kid acting like a spoiled brat is really unbearable. "Great, thank you, master." Ping An cheered and ran to Pu Guangtou. It seemed that he would be Pu Guangtou's junior brother in the future. "You 3 get ready and go out with me tomorrow morning." Ping An's eyes lit up. "Do you want to fight, master?" "Yes." Pu Guangtou, who was playing in the sand, looked extremely ugly. He turned to look at Li Qingyun with an expression that he was about to cry. "Master, can I not go?" Sure enough, the next morning, only Xun Liang and Ping An came to report to Li Qingyun. Pu Chaitou lay on the bed, covering his head and saying that he was sick. Li Qingyun sighed and told this apprentice, who was huge but extremely timid, to go to the sutra library to read more books in the next few days, and he stopped forcing Hun. Xun Liang, Ping An, and Li Qingyun stood in front of the sect gate and looked at Li Qingyun quietly. Ping An asked, "Master, where are we going to fight this time?" Li Qingyun said, "I'll take you to a good place where you can break through." "Where?" Xun Liang and Ping An asked in unison. Li Qingyun smiled mysteriously, took out a jade slip and handed it to the two of them. "They are all crowded here." The two of them put the jade slip on their foreheads and read the information inside the jade slip. Their eyes lit up and stared at Li Qingyun. "Master, is there such a good thing?" Ping An's face flushed and he said excitedly, "It must be very fun." Xun Liang pulled Ping An's arm and reminded him, "Safety comes first. Don't be greedy and rush recklessly. It's more important to enter that marrow washing pool and complete the foundation building." Ping An smiled and said, "Okay, senior brother." Li Qingyun said, Qi training cultivators and foundation building cultivators will be teleported to different areas after the secret realm is opened. When the time comes, you two will be together. You must pay attention to safety. Do you understand? Understand. Also, Qingyun took out 2 golden pills and handed them to Xunliang and Pingyun. These 2 pills must be taken before breaking through. Pingyun took the pill, stuffed it into Xunliang's hand, and said, "Thank you, master." Buzz. A space fluctuation surged from the gate, and an entrance to the barrier appeared out of thin air in front of Qingyun. Qingyun said, "Here we go." The 3 of them stepped in, and the barrier entrance disappeared again. Ding! Carry 3 people into the secret realm of Yunmengze, consuming 300 genius points. Not long after the 3 disappeared, Liu Bo leaned on a broom and slowly swept the floor, sweeping here. The sound of the broom sweeping the ground was so loud that no one could hear the long sigh in the sound of sweeping the floor. The central city of Zhugonggao, Zhugong City, has a population of tens of millions. Dihua Prefecture has at least 1 million people, which is considered a prefecture with a relatively small population, while Zhugonggao has 360 prefectures and 72 states, and the number of people is an astronomical figure. Therefore, as the center of Zhugonggao, Zhugong City has a population of tens of millions, which is within a reasonable range. This city is centered on the sect of the Taoist level, the Zhugonggao Zongzong, so every move of the sect will affect the city. For example, today, the Zhugonggao held a grand assessment ceremony. Geniuses from all regions were directly teleported from the Zhugong teleportation array into the Yunzhe secret realm of the main sect to receive the assessment. This is a rare ceremony in decades, so Zhugong City is much busier than usual. At this time, a man who looked like an elder was giving a lecture to the disciples waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. Although your elders may have explained it, in order to prevent some people from not knowing, I still have to say one more thing. After entering, there is a buffer zone called Shaozhugong City. Fighting is prohibited there, but the elders of our sect are in charge. You can do some business and exchange things. Some of the disciples below were obviously well aware of the information about Yunmengze, but some obviously didn't know. After hearing the words of the elder, they hurriedly remembered them seriously in their hearts. And, whether the token you use to enter the secret realm is picked up, passed down by your family, or given to you through connections, when you enter the entrance later, you must hold the token and walk in properly. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you will not be able to enter the secret realm this time, and I will not be responsible then. Listen carefully. You must walk in properly. Walk in, get it, no flying. Suddenly, swoosh, a stream of light flew past and rushed directly into the light circle at the entrance of the secret realm. A disciple below whispered, "Elder, did someone fly in?" The elder glared at the disciple. "Nonsense! How could someone fly in?" Swoosh! Another stream of light flew in. "Look, someone just flew in." This time more people saw the stream of light and muttered, "Yeah, didn't the elder just say that we can only walk in properly? We can only walk?" "Tsk, that was just to scare you, to make you behave." The elder said, "Shut up. It's almost time to open the door. If you don't keep quiet, I won't open the door." The elder shouted fiercely, and the disciples in the audience suddenly quieted down. The elder was not only proud of himself, but these disciples were afraid of this elder. But the next moment, swish! Another stream of light flew in. Wow, someone really flew in. Yes, this is definitely a person's escape light. The disciples who had been quiet for a moment started to quarrel again. The elder was discouraged and sighed. "Forget it. Open the door and go in." He muttered in his heart, "Which senior is so rash to break in and make me lose face?" "Forget it. Don't mutter nonsense. These old monsters may find out." Shaozhugong City. The 3 streams of light just now were Qingyun and his 3 disciples, but Qingyun did not arrive at Shaozhugong City before the large group. It was not that he didn't know how to seize the opportunity, but he didn't know the way at all. It was only after the large group entered the secret realm that the 3 of them followed the large group all the way to Shaozhugong City. After observing all the way, Qingyun found that this secret realm was very different from the outside world. Without the sun, the sky is always a dark color. It can't be said to be dull, but there is definitely no bright meaning, which gives people a sense of depression. The terrain is very rich. The distance from the entrance of the secret realm to Shaozhugong City is not far, but Qingyun saw a variety of terrains such as deserts, ice fields, and wastelands. Of course, the area that occupies the largest area is still. Qingyun looked up at the sky. Under the dim sky, there were layers of soil-like substances. That was Yunmengze, a huge wetland that occupied nearly 70% of the entire secret realm. It was even higher than the ground. People could see the swamp in the distance, as long as they looked up. Qingyun felt a terrifying suction force above the swamp. He had a premonition that once he fell into the swamp, even if he was at the false elixir stage, he would be sucked into the swamp and unable to struggle out. After pondering for a while, he led his 2 disciples to a building in Shaozhugong City. This was a chamber of commerce. which looked like a chamber of commerce organized by the Qingshan Sect. There should be the information he wanted here. 3 gentlemen, please come in. The trade fair is about to begin. As soon as Li Qingyun and the other 2 entered the door, a man who looked like a janitor came up and greeted the 3 of them. Li Qingyun asked doubtfully, "Trade fair? Why?" The servant asked, "Don't the 3 gentlemen know about the trade fair in the Little Nine Palace City? Please teach me." "Sir, you are too polite. Please sit here and I will tell you everything." While speaking, the servant had already led Li Qingyun and the other 2 to a table in the hall. The hall was as wide as a square, and there were several doors around it. In the middle, there was a circle of exquisite tables and chairs. Several people sat down. The servant said, "It seems that this is the first time for you gentlemen to enter the Yunmengzi secret realm, and you don't know much about it." Li Qingyun asked, "Is there anyone who enters here frequently?" The young servant smiled and said, "Young master, you don't know. Although the Yunmengzi secret realm is only opened once every 50 years, for foundation-building cultivators and golden elixir cultivators, 50 years is not a very long time. Some foundation-building cultivators did not get the opportunity they wanted when they were young, so they suppressed their realm and kept it in the false elixir stage, waiting for 50 years to enter the Yunmengzi secret realm again. It is not uncommon. And this phenomenon is even more common among golden elixir cultivators. Some golden elixir cultivators will enter the Yunmengzi many times in their lives for some great opportunity. After all, Yunmengzi is a 9 palaces secret realm, and the great opportunities in it are beyond the reach of most cultivators in their lifetime. Li Qingyun recalled that when he was heading from the entrance of the secret realm to the small Zhugong city, he had seen several cultivators whose auras were obviously much older than those around them. He did not take them seriously at the time, but now it seems that they should be the kind of cultivators who entered the secret realm many times for the sake of opportunity. The servant said, "This kind of cultivator has a special name in Yunmengzi called repeaters." Repeaters. Li Qingyun read out, "This name is indeed very appropriate. In addition, Yunmengzi is full of miasma and poisonous gas. If you want to enter Yunmengzi, you must take qi-avoiding pills to avoid the invasion of miasma. These qi-avoiding pills are also the main resource of the Zhugong City Trade Fair." The servant continued, "In the trade fair, cultivators will exchange their own intelligence and materials, and will also call on friends to go together. After the trade fair is over, the trial will truly begin, and everyone will be randomly teleported to different places." The servant looked at Ping An and Xun Liang and said to Li Qingyun, "In other words, these 2 gentlemen will be teleported to the trial area for Qi training disciples, and you will be teleported to the trial area for foundation building disciples. The trial is divided into 3 stages. After each stage, there is an opportunity to return to Zhugong City to trade resources." Li Qingyun suddenly realized. "Thank you." As he spoke, he took out a plump, crystal-clear spirit stone from his storage jade pendant and handed it to the servant. This was a mid-grade spirit stone, and 1 mid-grade spirit stone was worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. After so many times of Lin Qixiao's business, and with the income from many sect industries, Li Qingyun was now quite wealthy. Now that he had received so much useful information from this servant, he would not be stingy with this mid-grade spirit stone. "Thank you for the reward, young master." The servant was overjoyed, took the spirit stone, and hurriedly thanked him. Even in a big city like Zhugong City, 1 mid-grade spirit stone was enough for him to practice for a long time. "By the way, this booklet is for you. Maybe you can use it." The servant seemed to suddenly remember something, took out 3 booklets from his arms, and handed them to Li Qingyun and the other 2. After the servant left, Li Qingyun stood up and took Xun Liang and Ping An to the area where the trade fair was located. The foundation-building cultivators and Qi training cultivators at the trade fair were separated, and once they entered the trade fair, the trial would begin. Li Qingyun took out a storage ring from his bosom and handed it to Xun Liang, saying, "After the trade fair begins, there will be many places where you will need spirit stones. Take these spirit stones and spend them freely. After the first stage is over, gather here and master will share the spirit stones with you." Xun Liang sensed the spirit stones in the storage ring and said, "With so many spirit stones, master, will it be insufficient?" Ping An also echoed, "Yes, master, you should keep more. Ping An doesn't need many spirit stones." Li Qingyun smiled and said, "Master has a lot of spirit stones. Besides, even if there are no spirit stones, there are so many people in the trial." Li Qingyun gave the 2 disciples a look. "You understand, right?" Ping An and Xun Liang looked at Li Qingyun and seemed to understand something. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. Hey, if that's the case, we probably don't need to ask master for spirit stones anymore." Someone passed by and saw the 3 people's malicious smiles. He felt puzzled and a little uneasy. These 3 people, 1 big and 2 small, are supposed to be geniuses from all over the place, but now they look like bandits. In the trading hall, someone arrived early, sat on one side, and looked at the people around him. Qingyun was not used to being with others, and preferred to be alone. He also believed that with his flawless foundation, he should not need help from others in the foundation building stage. At this time, he listened to the movements around him while flipping through the booklet that the errand boy had handed to him. After opening the booklet, he found that the opening of this secret realm was such a matter that everyone paid attention to it. Someone even specially collected the information of all the genius disciples who were going to enter the secret realm. The first on the Jindan list, Zhang Tianyi, a fake infant, a repeater, formed an infant in the Yunmengzi infant pond 50 years ago, but was dissatisfied with the quality of the nascent soul, so he interrupted it and shattered his own nascent soul. 50 years later, he returned to Yunmengzi again. His combat record is that he once escaped from the hands of the Heavenly Man realm in a one-on-one situation. The first on the foundation building list, Hunyuan Zhenren, a fake Dan, a repeater, entered Yunmengzi for the first time at the age of 20. This year, he is 170 years old and has entered Yunmengzi for the third time. It is speculated that his goal is to at least form a purple Dan. This person's magic weapon, body, and skills have all been cultivated to the extremely strong level of foundation building, and he has defeated the peak Jindan strongman. Qingyun took a breath of cold air. These two people are really fierce. It seems that it is best to avoid these two people when he goes in. Then, Qingyun looked at the Qi training list, and sure enough, he saw the name of the person he missed day and night. Ye Xiaoyu, the first on the Qi training list, a Qi training great perfection from Muya Mansion, entered Yunmeng's for the first time, and his combat record is that he defeated the late foundation building. Huh? Qingyun took a deep breath, calmed his restless mood, and continued to read. He saw another familiar face, ranked 13th on the foundation building list, Zhang Yuan, Super Grade Dao Foundation, False Elixir Stage, Steward of Tianji Pavilion, had defeated a middle stage Jindan. Zhang Yuan, what a narrow road for enemies. When Qingyun lowered his head to read the booklet, almost everyone in the trading hall had arrived. A man who looked like an elder appeared among the crowd and said, "Now that everyone is here, the trade fair will begin. The rules are very simple. I will start issuing tasks and accepting magic weapons later. I will give each of you a token. The token is responsible for accepting and issuing tasks. The reason for using this magic weapon is that it allows everyone's needs to be made public, and it also has a certain degree of confidentiality. After all, except for you, everyone knows who has taken this task and who has traded this treasure. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Let's get started." As soon as the elder finished speaking, something like a curtain appeared out of thin air behind him. Then the elder waved his sleeves, and countless tokens flew out and flew accurately into everyone's hands. Qingyun had not noticed it at first, but now he looked up and observed the hall and found that there were nearly 1,000 people gathered in the hall. These people were all trialists in the foundation building period. The tokens were issued, and the people who were originally silent in the hall started to move as soon as they got the tokens. And as the tokens were activated, information appeared on the curtain. I have the trace of a 10,000-year-old snow lotus. I will recruit teammates to go with me for 20,000 spirit stones, or sell the trace of the snow lotus for 200,000 spirit stones. The trace of the Lingyan leopard cub is sold for 300,000 spirit stones. The traces of the endless rare treasures and rare animals that are rarely seen in the outside world for thousands of years can be found on this curtain. Moreover, since the magic weapon can make this information appear on the curtain, it means that this information must be correct. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd, because of a message. Send 10 air-avoiding pills in advance in exchange for a top-secret magic. Qingyun had learned from the booklet just now that the trial has not officially started yet, and the trial will officially start after the trade fair. By then, Yunmengzi will automatically block all spirit stone transactions, and the air-avoiding pill, which can allow people to stay in the swamp for a long time, will become the hard currency in this secret realm. The air-avoiding pills are only effective if they are automatically issued by Shaojugong City. The deeper you go into the swamp, the greater the consumption of the air-avoiding pills. Everyone will be equipped with 50 air-avoiding pills at the beginning, which means that if you want more pills, you must obtain materials and exchange them in the Zhigongdao Chamber of Commerce, or directly snatch them from others. 10 air-avoiding pills are worthless in the outside world, but in the Yunmengzi secret realm, they may really be exchanged for a top-level secret magic. Sure enough, this message disappeared on the screen after appearing for a moment, and it was obviously taken over by someone. The person who sold the air-avoiding pills was obviously a repeater from 50 years ago, and only they had the air-avoiding pills. Qingyun looked at the information on the screen boredly. It was either that he didn't like it, or that it was too expensive for him to buy. Suddenly, a message appeared and caught Qingyun's attention. Heavenly Secret Pill. A pill that conceals part of one's appearance and aura, but it can only last for half an incense stick of time, 20,000 spirit stones. Half an incense stick, the time is too short. A battle should take at least 2 incense sticks of time. Someone shook his head. The function is very practical, but the time is too short. However, Li Qingyun's heart moved. Although this pill lasts for a short time, but for him, the time may not be half an incense stick of time. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun quickly accepted the message and put 20,000 spirit stones into the token to complete the transaction. Soon, as the spirit stones disappeared, a pill that looked a little rough on the surface fell into Li Qingyun's hands. Li Qingyun smiled. Sure enough, this was a defective pill. After the inscription, the duration of this pill should be much longer. As most people successively issued tasks and intercepted tasks, the transaction time ended. The elder said, "Next, you will be teleported to any area in Yunmengzi. As for where exactly, it all depends on your luck." The old man waved his sleeves and a force of space surged out. Then, a huge vortex appeared above the trading hall. Li Qingyun only felt a strong suction coming from the top of his head, and then he saw that everyone in the trading hall was sucked into the vortex. At the moment before disappearing, the old man said again, "Don't forget, take the air-avoiding pill immediately after landing." A needle of strong light flashed past, and the next moment, the scene in front of Li Qingyun changed from the trading hall to a muddy swamp. Wherever he looked, there were lakes, mud pits, dark ground, lush reeds, and sometimes a few towering ridges. This combination of terrain made Li Qingyun a little confused. But he didn't hesitate for too long, because soon he felt an inexplicable breath coming, which made his spiritual power stagnate. This is miasma. Li Qingyun quickly took out the chi-avoiding pill and prepared to take it to avoid being invaded by the miasma. But an object in his storage space suddenly lit up and actually absorbed all the miasma that was constantly gathering. Is it the ghost spirit pearl? After Pu Guangtou descended from the door, Li Qingyun did not give the ghost spirit pearl to Pu Guangtou to swallow, because the ghost spirit pearl had absorbed the power of the 72 10,000 soul pills, and the inscriptions on it actually changed from 6 to 7. He guessed that the ghost spirit pearl would definitely be of great use in the future, and after Pu Guangtou became Li Qingyun's apprentice, he did not express his thoughts on the ghost spirit pearl, so Li Qingyun was not in a hurry to give the ghost spirit pearl to Pu Guangtou to swallow. Unexpectedly, the ghost spirit pearl could actually absorb miasma when it encountered it. This surprised Li Qingyun very much. In this way, he would not have to take the chi-avoiding pill to avoid the invasion of miasma. The chi-avoiding pill could be left behind and used to do something useful. Moreover, Li Qingyun discovered that after the ghost spirit pearl absorbed the miasma, the lines on it actually became deeper. It seems that after the miasma was absorbed by the ghost spirit pearl, it could indeed enhance the power of the ghost spirit pearl. After confirming this, Li Qingyun began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. The concentration of spiritual energy was not low, probably equivalent to 3 times the concentration in the spirit gathering array. Huh? Li Qingyun asked in surprise. He found several strange flowers and plants, one of which had only one long leaf from head to toe, and another flower had 5 colors. Li Qingyun did not recognize these flowers and plants, but thought that since they grew in Yunmengzi, they would not be ordinary flowers and plants. No matter how valuable it is, it looks good, so he will put it in the storage space first, and ask someone to identify it later. With this thought, he stretched out his hand to pick the flower. Wait, this flower is poisonous. Suddenly a scream came from behind Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun subconsciously stopped his hand. Is this flower poisonous? But then, before Li Qingyun could react, a figure flew past, grabbed the flowers and plants in front of Li Qingyun, and ran away without looking back. Li Qingyun, oh my god, someone dared to steal my things! Ding, start the Yunmengzi Secret Realm mission. There are 860 people participating in the trial in the Yunmengzi Foundation building Secret Realm. Mission requirements. Please host snatch 2,000 air-avoiding pills. Li Qingyun, who was flying in the air, chasing the thief, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. You bastard system, there are more than 800 people in total, and you asked me to snatch 2,000 air-avoiding pills? At this time, Li Qingyun regretted it a little. This regret came from 2 aspects. First, he regretted not being thick-skinned and learning Yang Haoxue's secret method of running fast. Second, he regretted being too arrogant. The thief stole his elixir, and his first thought was, "You blind thief, I haven't robbed you yet, but you are robbing me." It was probably this thought that triggered the robbery task of the system. Brother behind, our speeds are similar, but I ran a little earlier than you, so you can't catch up with me. The man in front actually started to talk to Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun said nothing and chased after him. Hey brother, say something. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable. You didn't get them, and I got there first. These 2 herbs are mine. Hey brother, please let me go. Brother, how about we stop? Split 50-50? No matter what the man in front said, Li Qingyun said nothing and chased after him. "Brother, why are you so rigid? You have found countless rare treasures during the time you have been chasing me. Is it worth it to be angry with me?" "Brother, I am a super-grade Dao base. It will be a thankless task for you to consume it with me. When the time comes, you will be exhausted by me, and I will stop and beat you." A quarter of an hour later, Li Qingyun grabbed the collar of the man in front of him, snatched the man's storage ring, and said, "Boy, you are quite talkative." The man hung on Li Qingyun's hand and panted, "Old brother, I surrender to you. Please be kind and spare my life." Plop! Li Qingyun threw the man to the ground. "Are you Renyu, who is ranked 9th on the Foundation establishment list?" Renyu lay on the ground like a dead dog. "Brother, what 9th or not, that list is of no use. I haven't seen you on the list, but your strength can beat 10 of me." "Ah!" You raised his neck and made a sound like pinching a duck's neck, without any grace. "Masters are among the people." Li Qingyun looked at Renyu. His face was gaunt. Even though he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, his small eyes were still full of brilliance, and his body was extremely thin, like a bamboo pole. The list recorded that this person was the best at stealing things from the beams, and he could steal almost anything he wanted to take, no matter who it belonged to. He once stole a storage bag of the Peak of the Nascent Soul, but was later hunted for 7 days and 7 nights, so he had to return the storage bag with both hands. It was hard for Li Qingyun not to want to make friends with such a person. Ding! A genius with special abilities was found. Name, Renyu. Cultivation, fecundation. Qualifications, Root 8, Comprehension 8, Fortune 3, Heart 6, total score 25. Special abilities, good at stealing, but extremely unlucky, never encountering good things. Li Qingyun thought, it's just a few flowers. Why not just give them to him and not make things difficult for him? Thinking of this, he took the flowers and walked towards Renyu. But swoosh! Renyu suddenly jumped up like a mouse, grabbed Li Qingyun's storage jade pendant, and rushed out frantically. Sent. Renyu was holding Li Qingyun's storage jade pendant, feeling extremely proud. If he was right, this jade pendant must be a storage space of great value. The jade pendant itself was worth a lot of money, not to mention the treasures inside it. He laughed up to the sky, thinking, who said that Renyu had bad luck and couldn't get good things? Didn't I first encounter a few one-leaf grass and 5-color flowers today, and then this jade pendant? Ha ha ha! There is a small hill in front. Long as the brothers rush into this hill, the man will never find me again. Then I can get rid of this jade pendant and make a fortune. Boom! A red flame suddenly passed over Renyu's head and directly hit the hill in front. Then Renyu saw that the hill he had wanted to escape into had a large piece knocked off. Renyu's scalp tingled, and he turned around tremblingly, putting on a smile, and looked at the angry Li Qingyun in a flattering manner. Big brother, good tricks. Li Qingyun had a blank expression and stretched out his right hand. Renyu smiled, ran to Li Qingyun, and returned Li Qingyun's storage jade pendant to Li Qingyun with a smile on his face. He knew that he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend this time. With the strength of this brother, the blow just now could easily strangle him to death. Li Qingyun took the storage jade pendant and hung it back on his waist, but stretched out his right hand again and looked at Renyu. Sweat was pouring down Renyu's face, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gulp. Big brother, you? What do you mean by this? Li Qingyun smiled and said, don't you understand? Hand over your storage bag. Renyu's palms were all sweaty, and he kept wiping them on his trouser legs. He was done for. He had met a tough guy, and the key was that this tough guy didn't have much shame. Ren, gritted his teeth and finally took off the ring from his finger. Storage ring. All my wealth is in this, brother. Li Qingyun smiled and said, I know, it's a natural treasure, and those who are capable can take it. Renyu looked like he was about to cry. Big brother, I was wrong. Please be merciful and let me go this time. Li Qingyun was surprised and said, there's nothing wrong with it. Do you want to split it 50-50 with me? Seeing that Renyu looked like he had lost all hope in life, Li Qingyun threw out his chips at the right time. I can give it back to you, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Renyu hurriedly said, we will go through fire and water, big brother. Li Qingyun said, do you know the people at the top of the list? Ah, Renyu said, I know them. Li Qingyun said, take me to find them. You want? Renyu's eyes widened. I think they should be richer than you, so if they rob, they will probably make more money. Renyu stared at Li Qingyun for a while and suddenly realized, I finally figured it out. We are in the same business. I stole secretly and you robbed openly? Li Qingyun said, No, they have no grudges against me. I am not greedy for money. I just want the qi-avoiding pills in their hands. Renyu said, I just want the qi-avoiding pills? Then you are killing people? Li Qingyun said, don't people die in the Yunmengzi secret realm? The booklet mentioned that when your life is in danger, the Yunmengzi secret realm will automatically save you and teleport you back to the Little Nine Palace City, and you can still participate in the trial in the next stage. Renyu muttered, To give an example, you are here to snatch the qi-avoiding pill. What's the difference between that and killing someone? Qingyun thought of the system's task and said, I don't want to do that either. I have my reasons. Renyu. Qingyun looked at Renyu. Renyu suddenly shut up and shrank his neck. What's wrong, big brother? Qingyun smiled. Nothing. He felt a familiar feeling from Renyu, the feeling of playing around between friends. He had a hunch that he would become friends with Renyu. 10th on the Foundation establishment list, Yi Fengyu, an inner disciple of the Demon Abyss Palace of the Nine Palaces, with a cultivation level of the fake pill stage. At this time, he was leading 5 disciples from the Demon Abyss Palace walking in a small hill. There were a total of 7 disciples from the Demon Abyss Palace participating in this event. As a leader in the secret realm, Yi Fengyu naturally had to act with several junior brothers. This hill was the information he bought at the trade fair at a high price. It is said that there is a spirit beast called Zhujuan chicken in it. Zhujuan chicken is a spirit beast loved by almost all cultivators in the cultivation world. It is a food with extremely delicious meat and excellent taste. It is sought after by most people in the cultivation world. In addition, Zhujuan chicken has another effect, which is that it can nourish spiritual power, especially for cultivators with poor spiritual power realm. Yi Fengyu is one of those cultivators with poor realm. He has now reached the realm of false pill, but his spiritual power realm is only the realm of spiritual power transformation. Although such a realm is very good in ordinary sects, it is not very impressive among the inner disciples of the Demon Abyss Palace. Now the junior brothers behind him have almost all reached the realm of spiritual power transformation like him. If it were not for his advantage in cultivation, he might not be the strongest and lead the team. My fellow junior brothers, after getting the Zhujuan chicken, please protect me. I will digest this chicken immediately and go to support senior brother Sun, Yi Fengyu said. Don't worry, brother Yi, I will definitely keep this chicken for you. Haha, don't forget what you said when the time comes. Let me play with your concubine's cauldron for a few days. A junior fellow student behind him said. Yi Fengyu said, Don't worry, fellow students. I will keep my word. The concubine and the furnace tripod were just toys to him, and it was normal to give them away. However, the 9 Revolutions chicken was different. It was a treasure for his cultivation that he had been longing for, and he would never allow any mistakes to happen. Suddenly, a strange wind blew and the concentration of miasma increased rapidly. Yi Fengyu shouted, My fellow disciples, please increase the dosage of the qi-avoiding pills. I will replenish them for everyone after we go out. Qingyun, who was hiding aside, heard this and asked Renyu, What do you mean by increasing the dosage of the qi-avoiding pills? Renyu said, You really don't know. Although the qi-avoiding pill can block the miasma and prevent it from entering the body, this is already the limit of a qi-avoiding pill. So when the concentration of miasma is too high, you need to take a second qi-avoiding pill to resist the invasion of miasma. I see. I really don't know which family you are from. Your intelligence is so poor that you don't even know this basic common sense. Renyu scratched his head. But that's right. Your strength is so abnormal, but the list doesn't even include your strength. Information of the Jugundao Chamber of Commerce is really bad. The two of them were talking in a low voice, and they were not aware that Yi Fengyu and the others would hear them, because Qingyun could feel that Renyu's skill of hiding his tracks was even better than Yang Hai's. After all, it was his specialty. Here it comes, the 9-turn chicken. Hey, it's so ugly. Yi Fengyu and the other 6 formed a harmonious formation, confronting a huge monster. The monster had a bird-like head, and its red crown was extremely long, even hanging down behind its long neck. Although the neck was long, it had no hair at all, revealing bare flesh, which reminded Qingyun of an old donkey. Looking at the body of the 9-turn chicken, it was also dirty and ugly. Qingyun thought to himself that this bird was as ugly as an old donkey. Yi Fengyu and the others looked at each other and rushed forward. In a blink of an eye, the 9 people and the chicken were fighting. Qingyun poked Renyu's shoulder and said, It's your turn. Renyu stood up, walked forward, and muttered, Why don't you just kill them all with your own hands? Why do you need me to do it? Qingyun took out Renyu's storage ring and said, Don't talk nonsense, do as I say, and don't play tricks. Okay? With an impatient okay, Renyu rushed into the battle group. Then Qingyun saw Renyu's phantom switching back and forth in the battle group. Renyu used a strange posture to drill in and out of the gaps in the battle, and used all his strength on the weapons of several people in the Demon Abyss Palace with one hand. In the end, Qingyun saw that Renyu collected all the weapons of several people and threw them on the ground. Yi Fengyu was furious. It's you, Renyu! What are you doing? Do you know what you are doing? Renyu curled his thin lips and shrugged. I was also coerced. Someone forced me to do this. Yi Feng became even angrier. Who else can force you to do this? You run so fast, who can catch up with you? Bang! There was a crisp sound, Then 5 consecutive bangs rang out, and Yi Fengyu and his 5 junior brothers, a group of 6 people, fainted on the ground. The Jujuan chicken stared with its eyes, looking at Li Qingyun, who had just hit it 6 times in astonishment for 2 seconds, then spread its 2 chicken legs and ran wildly. "Don't run!" Boom! A flame chased after it. The Jujuan chicken was roasted whole, and the fragrance wafted out in an instant. Ren cooked. Cooked? Li Qin sniffed. The 9 Revolution chicken is indeed worthy of its reputation. It smells so good even before the seasoning is added. Li Qingyun's erosion wave perfectly controlled the heat, accurately plucking the feathers in an instant and roasting the 9 Revolution chicken evenly. Renyu said, "Wait." After saying this, Renyu waved his hand and threw the 6 people into the swamp. Li Qingyun was surprised. "You killed them?" Renyu said, "They will be sent back to Shaojugong City. Otherwise, if they stay here, it will be troublesome if they wake up." Li Qingyun nodded. "That makes sense." Li Qingyun didn't feel uncomfortable at all when he robbed Yi Fengyu and the others and took away the 9 Revolution chicken. First of all, in Yunmengze, if you want to quickly increase your strength, you can only compete with others and rob others to quickly accumulate 7 times. Being a little disgusted with this kind of cultivator who uses female cultivators as furnaces. So, it's not killing them, just teaching them a lesson. Li Qingyun is still very happy. "Well done. Then this 9 Revolution chicken will be handed over to you. Is there any connection? Do you need to contact?" Renyu looked at Li Qingyun with resentment on his face, and a whole set of spices, condiments, knives, and racks appeared in his hands. Li Qingyun's eyes lit up. Renyu snorted. "When it comes to eating, brother is a professional." "No," Li Qingyun said. "Didn't you give me the storage ring? Why did this set of tools appear out of thin air?" Renyu held the knife in his hand. The air was still for a moment, and Renyu cried, "I've been working for you. Can't you give me some face?" "Give it to me." Renyu was about to cry and took out a storage bag from his arms and threw it to Li Qingyun. "You are really a devil." Li Qingyun said, "Be good, don't cry, I'll give you chicken later." Although this 9-turn chicken looks ugly, after Renyu's processing, Li Qingyun's appetite is very excited. The steaming meat is crystal clear with fat and lean meat, and the ratio of fat to lean meat is about 30 to 70%. In addition, there are some milky white tendons with juice. The aroma is fragrant, and saliva is automatically secreted in Li Qingyun's saliva. Renyu used a yellow, cleanly washed branch to string a piece of meat and handed it to Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun took it and slowly put it into his mouth, but when the meat was about to reach his mouth, he stopped. "You eat first." Li Qingyun returned the meat to Renyu. It was not because Li Qingyun saw that Renyu was working hard and wanted to be humble with Renyu, but Li Qingyun was afraid that he would poison him. "Ren, you saw that Li Qingyun could still stay awake and alert in such a relaxing environment and under the temptation of delicious food, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. He took the meat, bit off a big piece and ate it, and said vaguely, 'Are you still afraid that brother will poison you?' Brother, you know it in your heart. If this poison can't kill you, you will kill me. Brother is not that stupid." Li Qingyun ate it with confidence. "Ren, you cut the roasted 9-turn chicken into several parts and used more than a dozen different dipping sauces for different parts. According to him, this will have a wonderful taste." Although Li Qingyun said that Renyu was talking nonsense, when he really ate the food, he was stunned by Renyu's cooking skills. Xunliang cooked every day in the sect, and his cooking skills were quite good, but compared with Renyu, he was still a level behind. Sure enough, the hands that can steal things are also good at cooking. Who is the next target? Li Qingyun tore off a large piece of meat and asked. Renyu said vaguely, "Repetition." Li Qingyun was stunned. "Are the only ones left?" "Not really, it's just that the first 2 are too difficult to deal with, so it's better not to provoke them." "That's right, those 2 perverts are really not easy to provoke." Li Qingyun nodded, obviously agreeing with Renyu's idea. "Right." Renyu seemed to suddenly think of something. "By the way, I put the 6 people's repellent pills into the storage bag just now. You can check it." Li Qingyun's consciousness dived into the storage ring and found that there were indeed a bunch of repellent pills lying in the storage ring. Ding robbed 6 people of their chi-avoiding pills. These 6 people have experienced 3 robberies before, with a total of 10 people involved, so it counts as 10 times. Mission completion progress 10-2000. It turns out that it can be calculated this way, so there is no need to rob everyone once. Just rob these relatively strong people a few times, and these 2000 times should be enough. Seeing that Li Qingyun seemed a little hesitant, Renran said, "Or, we cannot provoke those perverts in the first 10, and focus on the 10th to 20th people first." Li Qingyun said, "Okay, let's see this first." After Yi Fengyu was thrown into the swamp, he was automatically transmitted back to the Little Nine Palace City by the Yunmeng's secret realm. His life was safe, but this also foreshadowed that his first stage of the trial ended in failure, and even all the chi-avoiding pills on his body had been robbed. Even if they wait until the second stage, how they can survive in the swamp again is a problem. At this time, Yi Fengyu was sitting in the mission hall, feeling very depressed, secretly saying that he was unlucky. At the critical moment of the battle, he happened to encounter this pervert, Ren Yu. Not only was he attacked, but even his qi-avoiding pills were taken away by this bastard. But before Yi Fengyu could feel depressed for long, a white light flashed, and a big man in a yellow robe appeared in the trading hall. Yi Fengyu looked over and found that he knew this man. Zhang Hong, the 11th on the foundation building list. Zhang Hong landed and pounded the table in frustration, but when he saw Yi Fengyu sitting next to him, his face, which had been a little broken, seemed to suddenly ease a little. "Brother Zhang Hong, why? Did you come out so early?" Yi Fengyu looked at Zhang Hong and asked. Zhang Hong touched the back of his head and sighed. "Don't mention it. I was exploring in a treasure land. I didn't expect that Ren Yu would suddenly appear and attack me. When I didn't know anything, I was hit on the back of the head, and then I was eliminated." Yi Fengyu was speechless. "Brother Zhang Hong, is this also a surprise attack?" Zhang Hong said, "Isn't it? Wait, why do you say also?" Yi Fengyu said, "To be honest, the 6 of us brothers were all hit on the back of the head by someone." Zhang Hong, this... Suddenly, the white light flashed again, and another figure appeared in the hall. This person had white hair and beard, but had an extremely handsome face. He was ranked 13th on the Foundation Establishment list, Wan Tianhe. As soon as Wan Tianhe appeared in the hall, he rubbed his head with one hand, pounded his fist on the table with the other hand, and roared, "This Ren Yu is too much! You were also hit by a club?" Wan Tianhe reached out and touched the back of his head. "How do you know?" Yi Fengyu and Zhang Hong looked at each other, with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Then, white light flashed one after another, and from the 10th to the 20th place, except for Zheng Yuan who was 12th, everyone sat upright in the trading hall. The errand boys stationed in the trading hall were a little surprised at this time. You know, it has only been a short time since the first stage started, and so many seated players in the front have been eliminated. Moreover, listening to the tone of these eliminated people, they all seem to be knocked unconscious by the same method from the back of the head. These methods seem to be related to one person. That person seems to be called Ren Yu? The elder who opened the magic circle was listening to the discussion in the mission hall with great interest. He was looking at a formation in front of him with a smile on his face. He muttered to himself, "Interesting, interesting. Such an interesting thing hasn't happened in Yunmengzi for many years. Come on, these 2 little guys, make a bigger fuss." Just when everyone in the trading hall thought that even if Renruo's strength had greatly improved, he had eliminated the 10th to 20th seeded players through a sneak attack, and the nonsense had been enough, and it was time to end it. The trading hall suddenly began to rumble and vibrate, and the chairs and tables shook left and right along with the sky guard. "Is this the teleportation formation activated?" No one knew who exclaimed, but the next moment, white light appeared in the mission hall, and at least 50 people descended from the ceiling and appeared in the trading hall. These 50 people had different expressions and looks, but when they appeared in the mission hall, their hands moved in the same way. They reached out and touched the back of their heads at the same time. Yi Fengyu's face was pale, and a ridiculous but very possible crazy thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that these people were eliminated because they were hit by a club? Li Qingyun and Ren Yu were ambushed outside a group of extremely dense miasma. This group of miasma was the largest miasma that Li Qingyun had seen since entering Yunmengzi. After lurking in Yunmengzi for this period of time, Li Qingyun probably knew that the more dense the miasma, the more precious the treasures that appeared. The miasma fluctuations at this time were several times larger than when Yi Fengyu caught the 9-turn chicken. I think the things inside must be much rarer than the 9-turn chicken. No wonder the 6th, 7th, and 8th on the Foundation Establishment list are all gathered here. It turns out that there are good things, Ren Yu muttered. These are all repeaters. I have never come into contact with repeaters. There was some worry in Li Qingyun's voice. Ren Yu said, the repeaters just have a more solid foundation, but apart from a higher accumulation of spiritual energy, no matter they have a stronger combat awareness, a deep accumulation of skills, a strong spiritual power realm, and an endless stream of magic weapons, they have no other obvious advantages. Li Qingyun smiled. There is no advantage. Ren Yu said, this group of people were originally geniuses from various families and sects, but for a certain opportunity, they wasted at least 50 years of their time. With their talents, if they practiced normally for 50 years, they would at least be peak Jindan cultivators now. So, in the past 15 years, this group of people have used almost all of their methods except for forming a pill. Therefore, they are almost invincible in the same realm. Ren Yu looked at Li Qingyun and said, I say this to remind you that they may still not be your opponent, but don't underestimate them. After so many years of obsession, when the critical moment comes, Who knows what they will do to surprise you? As he spoke, the battle in the miasma had come to an end. Ah! Renyu screamed and rushed up. This was the best time to launch a sneak attack. The battle was about to end, and the treasure was about to be obtained. The several people who joined forces were about to change from a cooperative relationship to a competitive relationship. While being vigilant to each other, they were at their lowest defense against this sudden attacker. Renyu grasped the timing very well, and he subdued one person with one move, and then the weapon of another person was also taken down. But at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. The miasma that the three people were originally dealing with was a golden leopard. Originally, the leopard's breath gradually weakened under the joint attack of the three people. Even Qingyun and Renyu thought that the leopard was going to be taken down by the three people. Unexpectedly, the leopard saw someone intervene and felt that there was hope for escape. It suddenly jumped up again, roared, and stretched out its claws to attack Renyu. At this time, Renyu had taken down the weapons of two people and was entangled with the third one. The leopard was obviously crazy, and he didn't recognize his relatives, and the attack was actually directed at Renyu. This series of actions all happened in a short moment. At this moment, Renyu had just succeeded in sneak attacking two people. His speed was so fast that the first two people had no time to react. But after the two people, his moves were old and he failed to take the third person's weapon. He had to confront the third person to attract his attention. At this time, he felt that the leopard behind him actually slapped his claws at him. It was a close call, but there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind him. He couldn't avoid it at all. He was so scared that his hair stood on end and he shouted hoarsely, "Hurry up!" Bang! Bang! There were only two stuns. Then, Renyu felt that he was suddenly pulled out from between the leopard and the third person, and then, the leopard's sharp claws slapped the third person. The three screamed and turned into white light and were eliminated. Qingyun clapped his hands. "The repeater is just like this." Renyu glared. "Isn't it because my brother is in front of you to attract firepower? Otherwise, how could you succeed?" Qingyun ignored Renyu and turned to look at the leopard. At this time, the leopard was lying on the ground with its limbs, making a whimpering sound, begging for mercy from Qingyun. Renyu said unconvincedly, "Why does this leopard grab me as if it is not afraid of death when it sees me, but becomes like a grandson when it sees you?" Qingyun said, "Maybe it's temperament." Renyu snorted disdainfully, obviously not believing Qingyun's nonsense. Qingyun also had some guesses in his heart. Why is this leopard so afraid of me? Could it be the breath of Wuxia Daoji? You were almost eliminated just now. You worked so hard, Qingyun suddenly said. Renyu looked at Qingyun vigilantly. Why did this demon suddenly care about me? I can't let you work for me for nothing. I'll give you this leopard, Qingyun said. Renyu looked at Qingyun suspiciously. Will you charge me? I don't have any money. I don't have any storage space for money. Qingyun said, No money, I'll give it to you for free. Renyu walked around Qingyun and muttered, This shouldn't be. Are you trying to bribe me? Qingyun touched his chin, expressionless. I guess I'm bribing you. Well, I'm going to sign a mastership contract with this leopard now, Renyu said. It's in my storage space. I'll teach you how to open it. You help me get it out. Qingyun raised his eyebrows and followed Renyu's formula. He entered Renyu's storage space with his consciousness, took out a scroll and handed it to Renyu. I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Qingyun smiled. Renyu took the scroll and led the leopard, seeming to be thinking about something, but suddenly he seemed to think of something, took out a storage bag from his body and handed it to Qingyun. This is the three people's air-avoiding pills. I put them in this storage bag, empty storage bag. Robbery progress 60, current progress 202,000. These three repeaters are obviously also good at robbery. The system gave them 60 robbery progress, which means that these three people actually robbed the air-avoiding pills of 57 people. However, this progress is far from enough. The first stage of the trial only lasts for 1 day, and now half of it has passed. But the progress has only been completed by 1/10. Why are you frowning? Do you regret it? Renyu suddenly appeared in front of Qingyun, interrupting his thoughts and scaring him. Hey, it's too late to regret? Renyu said proudly. I have completed the master-client contract with it. This Qingyun leopard will be my exclusive mount from now on. You can't get it back even if you want it. That is to say, it will always follow you and be loyal to you? Renyu rubbed the big leopard head of Qingyun leopard and said proudly, Of course! Then I'm relieved. Qingyun's expression relaxed, as if he had really let go of something he was worried about, and added, You just told me not to regret it, so you shouldn't regret it either. Renyu blinked and looked at Qingyun like a fool. Brother, I have taken such a big advantage. How can I regret it? Qingyun touched his chin. Promise not to regret it? Renyu suddenly alerted and said, You won't regret it, will you? I don't have any money. Don't play tricks. I agreed to give it to you for free. Qingyun said, I don't regret it. Renyu said, then let's high-five and swear, whoever regrets is a coward. Li Qingyun widened his eyes, his face full of surprise, and seemed a little unwilling. Renran stretched out his hand and urged, hurry up, a real man, once you say something it's hard to take it back, you can't regret it. Pa! The two palms hit each other, both of them smiled happily. If someone familiar with Li Qingyun, such as Yang Haoxue or Ye Xiaoyu, was here, they would definitely know that Li Qingyun's frequent chin-touching expression indicated that he was going to cheat people. In the trading hall, the three people who had just been eliminated by Li Qingyun caused a commotion as soon as they appeared. Those three people look like repeaters. Why did they come out before the end? Yes, generally repeaters are rarely eliminated in the middle. Hey, stop talking maybe, there will be a big change this time. Don't you see that at least 60 or 70 people have been eliminated now? This has never happened before. The three people ignored the discussions of the people around them and sat together by themselves, as if summarizing something. Others only dared to discuss because they did not know much about the repeaters, and they were not strong enough. They were full of doubts but did not dare to talk to them rashly. However, Yi Fengyu and the other two were different. They were all cultivators who ranked high on the foundation building list, so they naturally had the confidence to talk to the three repeaters. My three friends, I am Yi Fengyu. May I ask if you have encountered any changes? Yi Fengyu walked up and asked the three people. The three were led by a man in black. Yi Fengyu recognized him. He was ranked 6th on the foundation building list, Hu Liang. Hu Liang looked up at Yi Fengyu, stood up and said it turned out to be fellow Taoist Yi Fengyu of the Demon Abyss Palace. To be honest, the three of us joined forces to find a monster beast, but we didn't expect to be attacked by Renyu at a critical moment. Then the monster beast started to go crazy. The three of us were defeated and eliminated. Renyu again! Yi Fengyu looked at Zhang Hong and Wan Tianhe behind him. Excuse me, Brother Hu, did you suffer a heavy blow to the head when you were eliminated? Hu Liang widened his eyes, exchanged glances with his three companions, and asked in surprise, how did you know this? Yi Fengyu pointed at the 60 or 70 people in the mission hall and said, all of us may have been killed by the same person. Before he finished speaking, the mission hall shone brightly again, and the entire space vibrated. A group of people appeared in the hall again at an extremely fast speed, and this group of people, without exception, all subconsciously covered the back of their heads with their hands. Hu Liang opened his mouth and said in disbelief, could it be that nearly 100 people were also eliminated by that one person? But isn't the first stage the time to collect treasures? It's not the time to compete with each other yet. Hu Liang thought that he had entered Yunmengzi for the second time and had enough experience, but faced with this situation, he was a little at a loss. Yi Fengyu said, not only that, this bastard has a very clear purpose. He only wants to snatch the qi-avoiding pill and is not interested in other treasures at all. He doesn't play by the rules at all. Indeed, in the first stage, everyone was scattered at the outermost edge of Yunmengzi. It should have been a stage for the peaceful development of various cultivators. The strong would generally look for genius treasures at this time and would not purge the weak. The weak could also take this opportunity to find some opportunities. Li Qingyun also realized this. In order to prevent these people from getting nothing, when facing those who are not strong, he would wait for the other party to succeed before snatching the qi-avoiding pill. In this way, the other party can get the benefit, and he can also get the pill. When dealing with masters like repeaters, Li Qingyun will not hold back at all. After all, opportunities need to be fought for by oneself. Their strength can even threaten Li Qingyun, so there is no need for Li Qingyun to hold back. In a cruel world, it is enough to be a little kind to the weak. There is no need for kindness to competitive opponents. I thought there was something good, Renyu muttered. Just now, nearly 100 people gathered in this area. Li Qingyun thought that some super treasure would appear, so he waited here, but he didn't expect that he eliminated all the people and didn't find any treasure. It seems that these people just happened to gather together, Li Qingyun said. Renyu looked at Li Qingyun and said, I have always wanted to ask you a question. Go ahead. Why did you eliminate the 6th to 20th place, but only let Zheng Yuan go? Are you familiar with him? Renyu asked. I thought you were going to ask me something. I am not familiar with him. We even have a grudge. As for the purpose, you will know after the first stage is over. Li Qingyun smiled with a secretive look. Seeing this, Renyu didn't know how to ask further, so he said, do you think that the two of us eliminating so many people will be noticed by the elders of Zhugongdao, and then they will be angry and make things difficult for us? Li Qingyun said, no, as the administrator of the sect, no one likes to watch the excitement of the disciples more than them. Maybe they are watching us and watching the excitement. Okay, let's continue and try to eliminate 500 people before the end of the first stage. At the same time that Li Qingyun said this, Outside the Yunmengzi secret realm, in an unknown secret room, just as Li Qingyun said, the elders of the Gongdao were walking around the place, watching Li Qingyun and Ren Yu robbing everywhere. It's hard to say. They are watching us and watching the fun. When these elders heard Li Qingyun's words, they all showed strange expressions on their faces. A tall, handsome Taoist with a tuft of black and thick beautiful beard smiled and said, "Oh, this kid is quite rampant." According to the cleaning speed of these two disciples, at least 600 disciples will be eliminated after the first stage, and the resources obtained by these 600 disciples will be reduced by 50% compared to the last time the secret realm was opened. A beautiful girl standing behind the Taoist said, as if reminding the Taoist something. "Yes, these two guys don't know the rules too much. How can those weak cultivators survive?" A female cultivator who looked like a middle-aged beautiful woman looked at the handsome Taoist and expressed different opinions. The Taoist said nonchalantly, "You are all too soft-hearted. You know that when the secret realm was just established, there would be no rescue for dying trial takers. Those who are not strong enough will only die. Anyone who enters the secret realm will be a mortal enemy. Later, the secret realm changed the rule to prevent casualties. I strongly opposed it. But even so, the secret realm opens once every 50 years. For these trial takers, it is also a competition for the opportunity to practice. Then, the law of the jungle is the eternal rule." As soon as these words came out, the beautiful girl standing behind him seemed to understand something and looked at Li Qingyun in the picture again. "Well said." A thin old man in a dark blue Taoist robe standing on the side praised, "Fellow Taoist Ren, what you said is very true to my heart. It's wonderful. Practice Taoism is to go against the will of heaven. If a cultivator does not have a little arrogance and banditry, how can he achieve great things? These two guys are full of banditry and their future achievements will be limitless." "Fellow Taoist Shah, you are too kind," the Taoist said modestly. "Banditry actually represents vitality and high-spirited enterprising spirit, so banditry is rare. But banditry can exist, but banditry is not. Even if Ren is full of banditry, he is not full of vitality. In comparison, the other boy is very energetic. It's just, speaking of which, this boy is still smuggled in." "Smuggled in?" another elder asked in surprise. "I can't find any information about him, so he must have smuggled in," the Taoist said. "Could it be that he is a disciple sent in by some powerful person? This possibility cannot be ruled out." The old man in green said, "It must have been done by a powerful person. Otherwise, how could a foundation-building cultivator have the ability to enter the secret realm of your Zhugongdao?" "That's right," the elder said, "but since it was done by a powerful person, it is difficult for us to speculate." Taoist Ren said, "The Yunmengzi's secret realm was originally an opportunity for low-level cultivators. No matter what the cultivator's background is or what his purpose is, as long as he has the token in hand, he can enter the secret realm. So, no matter where he comes from, since he has entered the secret realm, we must treat him equally." Taoist Ren looked at the elders present. "Therefore, if he meets his requirements later, we should also give him due benefits in accordance with the rules." "Of course, Palace Master Ren, rest assured, we will naturally act impartially." Snatching progress +3, current progress 568-2000. The first stage of the trial is about to end, and Li Qingyun has completed about a quarter of the progress. Ren Yu said, "Maybe. There are 300 disciples we have eliminated?" Li Qingyun looked at the qi-avoiding pills in the storage jade pendant. They were piled up like a small mountain in the storage jade pendant. After counting them, there were a total of 20,000 qi-avoiding pills. The standard allocation for each person entering the secret realm is 50 qi-avoiding pills. If they didn't use any, it would be a quota for 400 people. According to the 568 progress given by the system, it is very likely that 568 people participated in the contribution of these 20,000 qi-avoiding pills, so it was counted as 568 times. The two of them actually robbed more than half of the people in all the trials. The first stage is about to end. The two sat on a rock, waiting for the trial to end and be teleported back to Jugong City. The first stage is about to end, and the Jugong ranking should be released soon. Let's go out and take a look, Ren Yu said. "What is the Jugong ranking?" Li Qingyun asked. "You don't even know this?" Ren looked at Li Qingyun with surprise, but seeing that Li Qingyun seemed to really not know, he explained, "Although this Yunmengzi secret realm is for low-level cultivators to practice and hone their skills, it is also for the purpose of selecting talents. For example, the true man Hunyuan, who ranks first on the Foundation establishment list, joined the Jugong Dao as early as the first time. I remember it was the Moyuan Palace, one of the 9 palaces. His goal this time is to form a purple elixir in the Jindan pool. People like him who have stayed in the false elixir stage for more than 100 years will quickly break through their cultivation after forming the elixir, and may directly reach the late Jindan stage or even the peak of the Jindan stage, and then quickly catch up with their peers." When he entered Yunmengzi for the first time at the age of 20, he was selected by the elders of the Zhugong Dao through the Zhugong list. This list will count the outstanding trialists. If you have made any outstanding achievements, the Zhugong list will record your name, and then the elders from each palace of the Zhugong Dao will come to select disciples. Of course, there will be other sects coming to watch. If they are favored by other sects and they are of the same level as Zhugong Dao, it would be a good choice to go to other sects. Li Qingyun nodded. Sure enough, Ye Xiaoyu entered the Yunmengzi secret realm for the purpose of joining the Qingluan Palace. It seems that either the Qingluan Palace is stronger than Zhugong Dao, or the Qingluan Palace is more suitable for Xiaoyu than Zhugong Dao. I don't know what he thought of. Li Qingyun asked Ren Yu with a strange look on his face. Then there must be a lot of people near the Zhugong ranking, right? Ren Yu said yes. Most of the cultivators in the Foundation Establishment trial will be near the Zhugong ranking, right? Ren, you looked at Li Qingyun, who was touching his chin and had a bad premonition. Yes, is there any problem? Nothing. While the two were talking, a wave suddenly enveloped the two of them. The first stage of the trial is over. Everyone is teleported back to the city. The formation was activated, and white light flashed, teleporting the two of them back to Zhugong City. When the formation was activated, Ren seemed to touch Li Qingyun inadvertently, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Li Qingyun was concentrating on the formation, as if he had no idea of it. At the same time, the people in the trading hall who were originally at a loss were also dispersed and teleported to the Little Nine Palace City with this fluctuation. With the end of the trials of the disciples in the Qi Training Period Trial Area, the Foundation Building Period Trial Area, and the Golden Core Period Trial Area. Above the Little Nine Palace City, which was hundreds of miles in radius, a huge stone carrying endless power cut through the sky, fell from the sky, and landed in the center of the Little Nine Palace City. It's the Nine Palace List! The Nine Palace List is here! Go and have a look! Someone familiar with the rules of the Yunmengzi secret realm shouted. The rock was very huge. Everyone in the city saw the stone falling and moved closer to the center of the city, wanting to see the true appearance of the Nine Palace List, and I want to know, which geniuses made it to the Nine Palace List? A black rock stood between several tall buildings in the center of the Little Nine Palace City. The rock was dozens of feet high, and large characters were written on it, which were obviously the names of the trialists. Everyone quickly gathered in front of the Nine Palaces list, looking up at the names of the geniuses engraved on the stone. Li Qingyun was among them, scanning the names on the Nine Palaces list, and found that the names on it were basically the same as the names on the booklet given to him by the servant, but there were many fewer. On the Jindun list, he only noticed Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi, 3 human-level 9th grade spiritual medicines, defeated 3 Yuanying Peak monsters. Next, the Foundation Building list, from top to bottom, Huanyuan Zhenren, 20 human-level 6th grade spiritual medicines, defeated 20 Jindan Peak monsters. Sun Tianyun, 10 human-level 5th grade spiritual medicines, defeated 10 Jindan late-stage monsters. Further down, there were also records of collecting spiritual medicines and defeating the Guardian spiritual medicine monsters. But there were only 5 people on the list in total. That is to say, among the top 20, except for the 5th to 20th places that were taken away by Li Qingyun, almost all the others were on the list. Every year is getting worse. 50 years ago, there were at least 20 people on the Foundation Building list. Now there are only 5 people, someone said. This person obviously saw that the number of people on the Foundation Building list was too small. Wait, I'm not on the list yet, someone suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of the people around. A young man in a white robe and with an upright figure stood proudly in the center of the crowd. I am Zheng Yuan, the spoils of war, 50 human-level 4th grade spiritual medicines. Feeling the envious eyes of the people around him, Zheng Yuan felt even more proud. This was the spiritual medicine he obtained by using a strategy, so it came out a little late this time, and the 9 Palaces list did not have time to record his name in time. As Zheng Yuan finished speaking, the 9 Palaces rankings appeared with Zheng Yuan robbed other trial participants and obtained 50 human-level 4th grade spiritual medicines. As this information appeared, the noisy discussions of the people around him all stopped, and they looked at Zheng Yuan with extremely strange eyes. Zheng Yuan said, "Why what? There is no prohibition of robbery in the secret realm, right?" "Of course it is allowed," a person said behind the crowd. The crowd made way for the speaker. It was Yi Fengyu and his group who had been robbed. Zheng Yuan looked at Yi Fengyu and his group. "Yi Fengyu, Zhang Hong, Wan Tianhe, what do you mean?" Yi Fengyu said, "What do we mean?" Zhang Hong sneered, "Does it feel good to be hit by a club?" A chill rose from Zheng Yuan's back. He saw that behind Yi Fengyu, there were 3 people with eyes like wild beasts. This was Repeater. There must be a misunderstanding. Zheng Yuan looked at the postures of these people and defended himself with a hoarse voice. "Oh?" Yi Fengyu said, So you don't know Renyu either? Qingyun said, Renyu? I don't know him. Buzz, before Qingyun finished speaking, the 9 palaces list suddenly shone brightly, and another line of handwriting appeared. Renyu robbed other trial participants and obtained a Lingyan leopard and 20,000 qi avoidance pills. Hiss, as soon as this message appeared, all the trial participants present took a breath of cold air. This, 20,000 pills. How did he do it? Yi Fengyu sneered at Zheng Yuan. What else do you have to say? If you don't know Renyu, how come the format of the list is the same? From the 5th to the 20th on the Foundation Establishment list, why are only you and Renyu not eliminated? At this time, a stream of light carrying a huge sound of breaking through the air flew out from the crowd, and in the stream of light was Renyu, the Lingyan leopard. Following Renyu were the 3 repeaters that Renyu had attacked. Liar, liar, liar! Renyu finally understood why Li Qingyun wanted to give him the Lingyan leopard. Damn it! Whoever rides a leopard will be exposed. And I just stole my own storage ring, but who knew that this bastard actually put the air-avoiding pill in this ring? He must have expected that I would steal this ring and deliberately made trouble for me. Bastard! Master, why are those people chasing that leopard? Ping An pointed his little hand at Renyu, who was running wildly in the sky, and asked Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun rubbed Ping An's head. They are chasing the man on the leopard. Ping An asked, why? Li Qingyun thought for a moment and said seriously, because the man on the leopard has robbed too many people's repellent pills, so he has aroused public anger. Huh, Pin, what's wrong with you? Just as he explained to Ping An, Li Qingyun saw that Ping An's originally smug expression suddenly froze, staring with big eyes, grinning, looking at Li Qingyun pitifully. Master, if I rob others of repellent pills, will I be chased and beaten by so many people? Li Qingyun's expression suddenly froze. Could it be? Ping An lowered his head, his black eyes stole a glance at Li Qingyun, frowned and nodded. He looked at Xunliang again, and Xunliang also nodded. Li Qingyun was stunned. In the sky, Renyu was still being chased back and forth by a group of people, but these people seemed unable to catch up with him for a while, and could only hear him shouting in the sky. It really wasn't me! Someone is behind me! Let me go! I'm a super-level Taoist. You can't catch up with me. Ping An handed the storage ring to Li Qingyun aggrievedly. I didn't rob much, just more than 100 people. At this time, the 9 palaces ranking was shaken again, and the list of Qi training period also appeared. Ye Xiaoyu, 100 human-level 3rd-grade elixirs, killed 70 late-stage foundation-building monsters and 30 mid-stage foundation-building monsters. Looking down, 2 nameless people, 20 human-level 1st-grade elixirs, killed 20 early-stage foundation-building monsters, robbed other trialists, and 5,000 Qi-avoiding pills. Li Qingyun patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, because the 3 people were smuggled in by the system, the secret realm did not have the information of the 3 people for the time being, and the 2 of them were only called nameless people. Moreover, although these 2 young masters are quite similar to themselves, they are not strong enough after all, and they are still a little worse than his master. There were nearly 2,000 Qi refining stage trialists, and only robbed over 100. It was not a big problem. If they really robbed more than half of them, it would be hard to say. Li Qingyun looked up at the sky. Renyu's spiritual power had been consumed by more than half. If he continued, he would definitely be caught by that group of people. Although he could not kill people in the 9 palaces, such a group of people was enough for Renyu to drink a pot. It was almost time. It was time to go on stage. Renyu had never thought that there would be a day when he would be chased by so many people. The people chasing him were no longer the 3 repeaters at the beginning. All the trialists who were robbed by Renyu in the first stage were now chasing him from behind. Please let me go. I was really used. Renyu begged for mercy again. The repeater ranked 6th on the Foundation Establishment list who was chasing him closely replied, Then tell me, who is the person who used you? What's his name? I don't know his name. Li Qingyun had never told Renyu his name. Asshole! The repeater cursed and suddenly increased his speed, obviously not believing Renyu's words. Renyu screamed and suddenly changed direction downwards, intending to avoid the repeater's pursuit. But a figure rushed towards him. This figure was the one that Renyu had been thinking about and gritting his teeth at just now. Asshole! This asshole! How dare you show up! Renyuan gnashed his teeth and rammed into Li Qingyun, not because he was angry, but because the distance between the 2 of them at this time did not allow him to change direction. Well, I'll ram you hard to let you know that I, Renyuan, am also a man of blood. Yes, Renyuan, am also a man of blood. Otherwise I will always be defeated by a bastard like you. Wouldn't you look down on me? Thinking of this, Renyuan closed his eyes and rammed into Li Qingyun with the might of diving from the sky. Huh? The expected tragic collision did not happen. Renyuan opened his eyes and found in despair that he was like a little chicken, being held in Li Qingyun's hand. Renyuan rolled his eyes and passed out. I know you are not unconscious. A voice sounded in Renyu's ears. Although the current situation will make you very embarrassed, pretending to be unconscious is also an effective and good means of escape, but I suggest you not to do this, because if you do, I will hand you over to them. Yu collapsed and complained wildly in his heart. How do you know everything? You said everything. You also know that I am embarrassed. You still want to force me. Don't I have any face? I, Renyu, am a man of blood. Li Qingyun picked up Renyu and pretended to throw him out. Renyu's eyelids twitched. He opened his eyes and looked at Li Qingyun. Brother, save me. Li Qingyun said, Very good. Now cooperate with me, understand? Renyu turned his head to look at the hundreds of people surrounding him. His throat rolled with difficulty and said, Understood. Li Qingyun turned his head and looked at the hundreds of people in front of him. Seeing that Li Qingyun captured Renyu in one move, the repeater did not dare to act rashly and asked, Fellow Taoist, please hand over Renyu, and we will deal with this beast together. Renyu thought to himself, this is terrible. No matter how strong this guy is, he can't fight hundreds of people alone. It seems that I am destined to fall into the hands of this group of people today, and I will be skinned alive if I don't die. But then, Li Qingyun said a set of words that stunned Renyu. I think the one who should be dealt with is the mastermind behind Renyu, not Renyu. Renyu is just being used as a gun. Renyu suspected that he had heard wrongly, thinking, You are the mastermind behind the scenes. Could it be that he was willing to expose himself to save me and prevent me from getting beaten? Bah! This bastard! How is it possible? The repeater asked, Who dares to instruct Renyu? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? His name is Hu Liang, and he is the third person who was eliminated by Ling Yanbao's claws at the critical moment. He vaguely felt the emergence of the third breath at that time, but he could not be sure who that breath was. Therefore, he also suspected that someone had joined forces with Renyu, so he believed the mastermind behind the scenes mentioned by Renyu and Li Qingyun. I was also attacked by Renyu, but Renyu is best at entanglement and subtle attacks. I don't think Renyu would do the sudden attack on the back of the head from behind and the knockout blow. After these words were spoken, hundreds of people, including Hu Liang, nodded slightly. It made sense. There was someone else who attacked from behind, and I have seen that person's breath before. Who? Li Qingyun picked up Renyu, looked at Renyu, and said in a ferocious tone, That person is Zheng Yuan, right? Ah? Renyu widened his eyes and stared at Li Qingyun blankly. Li Qingyun pinched Renyu's shoulder hard. Didn't you hear clearly? I said your mastermind behind the scenes is Zheng Yuan, right? Ah! Renyu exclaimed in extreme surprise. How did you know? It's him. It's Zheng Yuan. This bastard not only forced me to snatch everyone's chi-avoiding pills, but also deliberately put the chi-avoiding pills on me before the end of the first stage to frame me. He is a bastard. Turtle bastard. Renyu became more and more involved in his speech, and finally he even accused with tears in his eyes. Li Qingyun's face twitched, and the hand pinching Renyu's shoulder could not help but increase the strength. Soon, Renyu started to howl like a ghost. Everyone was shocked, but soon someone reacted. Yes, it's Zheng Yuan. From the 5th to the 20th on the foundation building list, only he and Renyu have not been eliminated. Yes, the 9 palaces list also shows that he got the elixir by robbery. I think what Renyu said is true. It was Zheng Yuan who did it. Hu Liang said in a deep voice, Go back to the city and catch Zheng Yuan. Then he turned to look at Li Qingyun, clasped his fists, and said, Thank you for your help. I will leave Renyu to you. After saying this, he turned around and left. Wait! Li Qingyun called Hu Liang, and Hu Liang stopped. You have to take the chi-avoiding pills away. Li Qingyun looked at Renyu. Hand them over, and let this gentleman distribute them to everyone. Renyu was full of confusion. Li Qingyun said, I asked you to hand over the chi-avoiding pills and return them to everyone. After all, everyone needs chi-avoiding pills to shield the miasma in the second stage. Oh. Renyu responded and handed over a storage ring. Li Qingyun took it and handed it to the repeater in front of him, who looked very serious. Then Zheng Yuan and the air-avoiding pill will be handed over to you. Hu Liang nodded deeply and looked at Li Qingyun with admiration. Your Excellency is upright and upright. I admire you very much. I will live up to the mission and return the stolen goods to everyone in full. Goodbye. Li Qingyun watched the repeater leave, sighed, and thought to himself, I don't want to return it either, but if I don't, when will my snatching progress reach 2,000? I must go back and snatch it again. Renran saw that everyone else had left, and he had an idea to pounce on Li Qingyun and die together, but this idea was suppressed by himself in an instant, because there was a high probability that he would die in vain. Alas, he is still not a very brave person. Li Qingyun looked at Renyu, who was resentful, and said, Don't be like this. I didn't give you any benefits. Didn't you take this Lingyan leopard for free? Ah! I'll fight you! When he mentioned Lingyan leopard, Renyu couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward to fight Li Qingyun to the death. Without this leopard, he wouldn't have been discovered so quickly. 3 hours later, the trade fair. At this time, everyone's expression was very calm, with a sense of satisfaction in the calm, as if the turmoil that had just filled the city had settled. Qingyun knew that the 20,000 air-avoiding pills should have been returned to their original owners. These people took back what belonged to them and experienced such a big storm. Although they lost some treasures in the first stage, after they went out, this experience was also a capital for bragging. I think the two offset each other, and it was not too difficult to accept. After all, compared with the first stage, the second stage is the highlight. It can be seen from the 9 palaces ranking that in the first stage, the main targets of those on the list were all spiritual medicines, and it was because of spiritual medicines that they fought with the demon beasts guarding the spiritual medicines, and were recorded by the 9 palaces ranking. In the second stage, the highlight is the stones containing various spiritual powers and attributes, which are called strange stones. These things are precious materials for refining tools and alchemy, and are usually much more precious than the spiritual medicines in the first stage. Therefore, for most trialists, the second stage is the most important for them. As for the third stage, they will sell the chi-avoiding pills in their hands before the third stage begins, and will not enter the third stage, because the third stage is just a competition between super geniuses, and most of them can only be cannon fodder if they enter. Qingyun was a little distracted. Xunliang has reached the great perfection of chi training, and his foundation is very solid and his breath is harmonious. I think he can directly break through to the foundation. After Ping'an came out of the first stage, he also reached the 12th level of chi training. Ping'an has a good talent and a solid foundation, and can also directly break through to the foundation. As long as the two of them enter the marrow washing pool in the third stage and eat the pills he gave them, they will definitely be able to condense at least a super-grade foundation. Qingyun asked his 2 disciples, and they both said that they had not seen Ye Xiaoyu. He also looked for Ye Xiaoyu in Shaojugong City, but he did not find him. Although Shaojugong City is very large and there are many people, it is expected that he could not find him, and blindly looking for him is also a bit stupid. But, in any case, not meeting him is indeed a bit unhappy. While Qingyun was thinking about it, the trade fair had already begun, and trading information began to appear on the magic circle. The trace of blue-silver stone was found, and there was a late Jindan's strange beast guarding it. Recruiting 2 Taoist friends in the top 100 of the foundation building list to go together, or selling information for 100 chi-avoiding pills. Qingyun also learned about strange beasts from the booklet given to him by the errand boy. This is a strange creature with a different form from the demon beast, but it is not very intelligent. Because it guards and devours strange stones, it is called a strange beast. Qinggang stone, 3-color stone. The first few messages were all normal information about strange stones and information about recruiting teammates. But when he looked down, the information surprised Qingyun a little. Recruiting fellow Taoists to accompany us to prevent being robbed. Travel together to fight against bandits. Sincerely invite the top 50 fellow Taoists on the foundation building list to move forward together and strive to eliminate the bandits, and at least protect yourself. Qingyun was stunned. Are these people afraid of being robbed? It seems that the next step will be difficult. Suddenly, he turned his head and searched the crowd sharply, trying to find the first-ranked Hunyuan Zhen and Sun Tianyuan. This pair of perverted opponents ranked first and second did not show up in the last stage. In the second stage, the area will be reduced, so there should be big moves. But unfortunately, Qingyun searched back and forth several times, but he couldn't figure out who was Hunyuan Taoist and who was Sun Tianyuan. He saw Zheng Yuan instead. At this time, Zheng Yuan's originally neat robe was a little messy. His originally neat hair was now scattered, and his 2 eyes were symmetrically bulged with 2 big bags. At this time, he was holding a token in his hand, and I don't know what task he was issuing. Qingyun looked up. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones per unit price, looking for the air-avoiding pill. Sincerely invite the top 30 Taoists on the foundation building list to investigate together who is the real culprit who allowed the robbery. Looking at Zheng Yuan's bitter and vengeful expression, Qingyun fell into deep thought. It seems that Zheng Yuan's air-avoiding pill was taken away by the angry masses, and he was extremely angry at being wronged. Qingyun thought of Zheng Yuan's special care for him last time in his sect, and thought, such a good person, I have to find a way to comfort him. So Qingyun took out the token and began to put the air-avoiding pill into the token. 6,000 spirit stones for 1. Anyway, I don't need the chi-avoiding pill. It's a waste if I don't make money. 1, 2, 3. Qingyun put the chi-avoiding pill very quickly, as if he was in a hurry. When he put the 21st one, the task suddenly disappeared. At this time, Zheng Yuan, who was originally full of hatred, changed his face from white to red, from red to purple, and from purple to green. All his assets, 60,000 spirit stones, were gone in a short time. He only said that he would buy one for 3,000, but didn't say how much. But Zheng Yuan's eyes went dark. Who would have thought that such a life-saving pill would really be sold 20 at a time? Qingyun didn't make any transactions at the trade fair after all, and the second stage began. Unlike the first stage, the swamp in the second stage was still flooded with filthy miasma like the first stage, but the water content was obviously much less, and sometimes very dry ground would be exposed. Qingyun knew that the miasma in the second stage was several times denser than that in the first stage, because the efficiency of the ghost spirit pearl in absorbing miasma was greatly improved, which meant that the miasma content in the second stage was indeed deepened, and the power consumption of other trialists for the air-avoiding pill would definitely increase as a result. Of course, after the first stage, most trialists would use the spiritual medicine obtained from the first stage to exchange for the air-avoiding pill from the Zhugong Dao Chamber of Commerce, so most people still had enough air-avoiding pills. After a day of absorbing miasma in the first stage, the sixth inscription pattern had deepened a lot. Qingyun felt that the 6 inscription patterns of the Ghost Spirit Pearl at this time were different from the state he had just engraved on it, and were obviously strengthened a lot. And he also made an amazing discovery that the Ghost Spirit Pearl would actually eat the strange stone here. When Qingyun just landed, he saw a white stone on a dry ground. He had seen this stone at Wang Ruhai's banquet. It was called Meteorite Mother, and was a common refining material. However, Qingyun had just picked up the stone, and the Ghost Spirit Pearl, which was absorbing the miasma around it, suddenly absorbed the Meteorite Mother, as if it was taking something away. At this time, Qingyun fell into deep thought. He knew that the Ghost Spirit Pearl had an extraordinary origin, and after he inscribed the 6 paths, it had some special abilities. However, the things that the Ghost Spirit Pearl had absorbed before were all things containing ghost energy, such as the 10,000 soul pills. Now the Ghost Spirit Pearl actually absorbed the miasma and the strange stones in Yunmengze. Could it be that the miasma and the strange stones are related to ghost energy? Qingyun shook his head and looked at the sky at the junction of the sky and the horizon. Whether it was the Ghost Spirit Pearl, Yunmengze, or the ghost energy, the underworld, he knew too little, so it was better not to speculate. Let's find a way to complete the progress of the snatch first. Since the start of the second stage, almost 7 or 8 trialists have acted together, leaving 2 people to keep watch, and the others have concentrated on the action, obviously frightened by the act of knocking the club. But in Qingyun's eyes, no matter how many of these trialists were on guard, if he wanted to take action, it would be almost no difficulty, and it would be more convenient. This reminded Qingyun